Extension of the Combat Zone. The Unsafest Places in Europe. By Frederik Glas. Chapter 1.
SOUMISSION.
On the victory of the new Popular Front and the return of the Jewish question. Resignation has spread among French Jews. After the last anti-Semitic attacks no longer provoked any public outrage, many are emigrating to Israel in secret. Others are changing their names. The journalist Rachel Kahn speaks of the development of a Judaism clandestine, an underground Judaism. Violence against Jews has become normal within a short space of time. Yet the French have voted against this new normality in the elections by voting for candidates from the Rassemblement National (RN) or other right-wing and independent candidates who have their sights set primarily on the neglected regions, but who were unable to prevail in the absolute confrontation between left and right. The denial of this reality is only possible because of the majority voting system. In fact, the absolute majority of voters voted for the RN, independent right-wingers and pro-Israeli left-wingers, which is certainly reflected in the composition of the new National Assembly. While there was initially a wave of solidarity against anti-Semitic incitement after October 7, 2023, the EU election campaign that led to the dissolution of the National Assembly by Emmanuel Macron marked the end of the Republican vigilance against anti-Semitism that had been in place since the desecration of the Jewish cemetery in Carpentras in May 1990. Back then, it was skinheads who carried out a bizarre initiation ritual for a fascist splinter group by impaling and mutilating a corpse, digging up mortal remains and overturning gravestones. Today, the perpetrators are either Muslims, post-colonials, or leftists, people from the vanguard of anti-fascism against the RN, who are collectively referred to as Islamagauchists. While François Mitterrand, whose involvement in the collaboration had just become public, took the lead as president in the protest against the desecration of bodies and graves, Macron is missing today when it comes to the protection of living Jews in their homes, stores, meeting places, and synagogues. Only a few of the many committed French intellectuals who declared anti-Semitism to be a litmus test just a few months ago are still expressing this view today. Anti-Semitic acts of violence hardly make it into the media anymore, unless it is an attempted mass murder like the one that took place on August 24, 2024 in front of the synagogue in La Grande Motte near Montpellier. The perpetrator had a pistol and incendiary devices with him, similar to those used in May when the synagogue in Rouen was almost burnt down. At the time, the protest by the non-Jewish public consisted of holding up the Israeli and Palestinian flags and a banner reading peace between them at a rally at the town hall. Even superficial solidarity becomes a vehicle of desolidarization. At present, there are no longer even these dubious gestures. The result of the parliamentary elections has created a situation in which anti-Semitism can no longer be discussed without calling into question the barrage républicaine against the RN, the dam that is called the firewall in Germany. In order to maintain this dam, it is necessary to ignore or trivialize the blatant anti-Semitism of Jean-Luc Mélenchon and his movement La France Insoumise, LFI, and many of its allies. It is better to be anti-Semitic or in league with anti-Semites than to be suspected of wanting to cooperate with the nationalist right. It not only has a bitter aftertaste, it exudes a foul stench that the right-wing nationalist forces have been under pressure for years to come to terms with their anti-Semitism and distance themselves from it. And now, at the very moment they are doing just that, completely different criteria apply to Mélenchon and his troops. The left-wing leader is using the same codes as Jean-Marie Le Pen once did to both disguise his anti-Semitism and sell it to his followers. In 2013, for example, Mélenchon certified that the then finance minister Pierre Moscovici did not think in French, but in terms of international finance. Moscovici is of Jewish origin. He accused former Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne of adopting a foreign point of view. She is the daughter of a Jewish survivor. After October 7, 2023, he attacked the President of Parliament, Yael Braun-Pivet, who is Jewish, for having camped in Tel Aviv, which in French not only means camping, but also contains an allusion to the camp, on the occasion of her solidarity visit and for not speaking on behalf of the French. This is the sound of the anti-Dreyfusard, who accuses the Jews of dual loyalty, i.e. an inability to be loyal, and for whom Marine Le Pen's father was responsible in France for a long time. The only question is, has the left learned from the right when it comes to anti-Semitism or vice versa? In the last parliamentary elections, the Republican dam held, but what it was supposed to stop has now found its way into the Republic in a way that Jean-Marie Le Pen could only dream of. The French political class has quickly agreed to ignore anti-Semitism for the time being. It is no longer treated as a social problem, but as a police problem. Accordingly, even after the attack on the synagogue in La Grande Motte, there was talk of a criminal arson attack. It was only on Macron's instructions that the attack was classified as anti-Semitic terror, as it was only just short of a catastrophe. The perpetrator could be seen on security camera footage with a palm leaf and flag, carrying his political statement. Mélenchon set the tone by publishing a tweet in which the words Jew and anti-Semitism did not appear. Quote, "Criminal arson against the synagogue of La Grande Motte. Intolerable crime. Thoughts for the worshippers and the faithful who were attacked. Secularism and freedom of conscience are the daughter of religious freedom. We will never forget that." End of quote. We are grateful to the religions because their fight for freedom of confession has led to the possibility of freedom from confession and thus to the separation of church and state. But this has absolutely nothing to do with the Jews, and the religions have never fought for their disempowerment. The emancipation of the Jews, like the disempowerment of the church, was a result of their loss of importance in the rise of class society and capitalism. Even during the election campaign, the rules of language changed until they made the Jews and anti-Semitism completely invisible. When a 12-year-old girl was raped by 3 boys of about the same age in Courbevoie near Paris in mid-June 2024, the shift was already evident. According to chat logs, the ringleader, her 13-year-old ex-boyfriend, wanted to take revenge on her because she had allegedly concealed the fact that she was Jewish. While still in police custody, the young Muslim men posted videos and photos that suggested that the police had assumed it was a childish act. It was only when the case was made public that the 3 were actually placed under supervision or detained. The language used by the leading forces of the LFI, Antoine Lomont and Manuel Bompard, who referred to the 12-year-old raped girl as a jeune femme, young woman, in order to move the crime closer to everyday sexual violence and further away from the anti-Semitic and barbaric nature of the crime, remained largely unopposed by the Social Democratic, Communist, or Green allies. The victim of the repetition of October 7th was at most conceded to be de confession juive, i.e. of Jewish faith. However, reducing Judaism to religion was only the first step. It goes without saying that the fight against anti-Semitism is first and foremost a matter for the police and the armed state authorities in general. However, treating anti-Semitic acts of violence in the same way as drug or gang crime will contribute to their banalization. Like the dealer on the corner and the arms dealer in the banlieue, they will then become part of everyday life, especially when the public political conversation about anti-Semitism has largely fallen silent. This is either an admission of defeat or a strategy of ignorance that does not prioritize the existence of Jews in France. When the then acting Prime Minister Gabriel Attal, himself of Jewish origin, declared in La Grande Motte on August 24 that an attack on a Jewish Frenchman was an attack on France, it was already the famous whistling in the woods. Macron and his supporters have long since had to adapt to the new era, in which anti-Semitism is the not-so-secret business basis of the political alliance of communists, social democrats, post-colonials, and the Muslim Brotherhood. With the renewed barrage républicain, the RN may have been marginalized for the time being, but at the same time, a pact with the devil had to be made, the content of which is similar in every detail to what Le Pen claimed to be fighting, only sometimes under the opposite sign. Thus, secularism is not worth defending for either the LFI or the RN per se. It is just that the LFI wants to curry favor with the followers of Islam, whereas the RN wants to curry favor with the Catholic Church. The real difference lies in the way anti-Semitism is dealt with. After the parliamentary elections, the RN expelled elected members of parliament who had become conspicuous through anti-Semitic statements during the election campaign. Observers spoke of a purge. The LFI, on the other hand, is full of anti-Semites of all stripes, while its alliance partners in the Nouveau Front Populaire, NFP, are powerless and remain silent. The completely unfounded hope from the outset that Mélenchon and his LFI could be contained within the framework of the New Popular Front, an argument that one actually hears when it comes to right-wing populists, turned out to be a left-wing fever fantasy in the months following the election in order to hold on to the left as a political concept. The opposite has happened. The NRP has mutated into Mélenchon's petting zoo, but sometimes legends and beliefs are more important than historical truth and reality. One of the legends is the tale of a left that has fought steadfastly against all anti-Semitism since the Dreyfus Affair and that heroically resisted the German occupation in Vichy, and is intended to reinforce the conviction that leftists cannot be anti-Semites because they reject all racism. This sounds so idiotic and banal that it is hard to believe that these beliefs could still have any meaning, but they are still powerful far beyond the narrow circle of believers around Melancon. The fact that these beliefs of left-wing superiority, similar to those in Germany and Great Britain, were able to regain importance after a brief phase of self-criticism in the wake of the collapse of real socialism, has not least to do with their identity-creating emptiness of content. The opponents of anti-Semitism lost the public confrontation, which was carried out far more fiercely in France than in any other European country, despite good starting conditions, because they shied away from the consequences that would have entailed a break with the traditional foundations of the Republic and a confrontation with the historical truth. It was therefore by no means inevitable or even without alternative to offer oneself to Melancon in the face of an impending victory for the RN. It was a political decision at the expense of the Jews, who were not betrayed by the Republic for the first time. After Macron decreed parliamentary elections following the European elections in June, the left was well aware of the implications of their decision. Doubts were raised about a quick merger with the LFI. On June 12, for example, a few days after the dissolution of the National Assembly, the 85-year-old left-wing icon and theater maker Ariane Nuchkine told Liberation that she had assumed that after the RN's triumph in the European elections, there would still be 3 years until the next parliamentary elections, but now Macron had set the house on fire. She feared a victory for the RN and thus a takeover by fascism and, as exaggerated as this may sound, she was expressing the mood of large sections of the left. However, Nuchkine also notes, Macron is far too insignificant to be solely responsible for the whole catastrophe. I think that we, the left, the cultural workers, are partly responsible. We let the people down, we didn't want to listen to their fears and anxieties. When people said what they saw, they were told that they were wrong, that they didn't see what they saw. It was just a deceptive feeling, they were told. Then, when they persisted, they were told they were idiots, and then, when they persisted even more, they were called bastards. You have insulted a large third of France because you lack imagination. Imagination is what allows you to put yourself in the other person's shoes. Some of our fellow citizens have had enough of us. Enough of our impotence, our fears, our narcissism, our sectarianism, our denials. End of quote. While Nuchkine was still saying that she hoped the new Popular Front would not be a new edition of the Noops, the left-wing alliance for the previous parliamentary elections in 2022, which was crushed by Melancon shortly after the elections, the functionaries of the same parties were already sitting together to found the NFP. Anti-Semitism initially represented an almost insurmountable obstacle, especially for the socialists, whose new figurehead Raphael Glucksmann had brought his party a surprising comeback in the EU elections and had himself been the target of an anti-Semitic campaign by the LFI. The LFI had focused its entire election campaign on Gaza and its lead candidate Rima Hassan, a professional Palestinian with a French passport, who declared October 7th to be legitimate and took part in a memorial service for Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Jordan. Now Glucksmann was sitting around a table with the LFI, the Greens, who are a post-colonial left-wing party in France, and the Communists, and at least tried to hammer in a few stakes. He succeeded in having October 7th condemned in a declaration, but a classification of Hamas as a terrorist organization was prevented by the LFI. Melancon, who had posted on June 2, 2024, that anti-Semitism in France was residual, i.e. a remnant, and thus denied the explosion of anti-Semitic violence after October 7th, Nolens Volens took on the role of victim of vile denunciations. In the end, a soft-spoken document was issued that named the tragic history of anti-Semitism and lamented the rise in racist, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic acts. Some candidates who had made overtly anti-Semitic statements and forgotten to code them were dropped by the LFI, while others were allowed to stay, for example Ali Daiwara, who had described Glucksmann as a Zionist candidate, who otherwise positions himself against whites, is close to the Muslim Brotherhood and can now continue to agitate in parliament. The communist Christian Piquet had previously understood, in French history, the Jewish question, when it returns to the public debate, is the symptom of a major crisis of the Republic. End quote. The crisis is now here and nobody is talking about the Jewish question anymore, not even Piquet. Before the elections, however, Ari Alamai and Vincent Lemire, a human rights lawyer and a historian, felt called upon to give the new Popular Front a clean bill of health. Quote, "The new Popular Front, its common program and its unified candidacies are the unexpected result of this collective awakening. However, since its official foundation, one issue has poisoned the debates and appears to be the biggest weak point that its opponents can influence: anti-Semitism and the French position on the situation in Israel and Gaza. This Achilles heel of the new Popular Front, even if it is instrumentalized ad nauseum by its critics, cannot simply be brushed aside, as it is an essential and even existential issue for a left that is gathering today in the name of its highest values. End quote. They raised this with the usual French pathos in Le Monde on June 20, 2024, only to then prove that the scandalization of antisemitism is a red herring. It is not a remnant, they contradict Mélenchon, but there is no equivalence between contextual, populist, and electoral antisemitism, instrumentalized by some members of La France Insoumise, and the fundamental, historical, and ontological antisemitism of the Rassemblement National, which defends national preference, denounces nationals with dual citizenship, and has always and consequently attacked anti-France. End quote. The one antisemitism has a context, the other is ontological. The antisemitism of the left is external, while that of the right is essential. Anti-France is currently primarily served by Mélenchon, but the attitude essay is not about truth, but about attitude, and that is why the deserving anti-fascist and fighter against antisemitism Serge Klarsfeld is introduced as a trivializer of the RN. Klarsfeld had previously stated in several interviews that, given the choice between voting for an LFI or RN candidate in the runoff, he would vote for the RN. According to Klarsfeld, the RN is no longer an anti-Semitic party. It has credibly turned its back on its roots. The two authors therefore scold it as oblivious to history. The authors continue, the delicate historical equation we face today can ultimately be summarized as follows. The RN threat is immediate, concrete, and brutal. The new Popular Front is the only electorally credible alternative to prevent an openly xenophobic party from taking control of our institutions. Left-wing antisemitism is experiencing an undeniable resurgence. This antisemitism is being instrumentalized to discredit the new Popular Front, an instrumentalization that exacerbates the RN threat. End quote. The authors thus introduce the logic that is still effective after the elections. Addressing left-wing antisemitism benefits the right, so it must not be done. Then, in order to justify this latest categorical imperative, a whole menu of historical half-truths and untruths is served up, and the only surprising thing is that these have long since been refuted and clarified. Quote, in 1936, to ward off the immediate fascist threat, Léon Blum decided to ally himself with the French Communist Party, which at the time was largely porous to this left-wing antisemitism, and with its General Secretary Maurice Thorez, who 4 years later would describe Blum the bourgeois as a disgusting reptile with long and crooked fingers. One shudders, because this anti-capitalist antisemitism bears no relation to the anti-Semitic aberrations that can currently be observed within La France Insoumise. One shudders, but can one therefore mourn the anti-fascist victory and the political and social achievements of 1936? Can Blum, who suffered from all forms of antisemitism and fought them all his life, even be suspected of naivety? End quote. The only admissible comparison between the Popular Front then and the Popular Front today is that both denied reality in equal measure, but with one important difference. The appeasement of Blum and Daladier recognized the National Socialist enemy as an enemy, but had illusions about the enemy's dangerousness. Today's Popular Front has invited the Islamic post-colonial enemy to join in and hopes to survive through this gesture of submission. In 1936, the immediate fascist threat was no more a reality in France than it is today. While the Popular Front at the time was able to make progress in terms of social and economic policy, it acted opportunistically in political terms from the outset. It initially stopped supporting the Spanish Republic and joined a neutrality pact together with Germany, Italy, and Great Britain, a pact to which Germany and Italy did not adhere, but France and Great Britain did. When the refugee problem increased after Franco's victory, and due to developments in National Socialist Germany, the internment of refugees was facilitated, thus providing the Germans with advance assistance for the later establishment of internment and transit camps. Finally came the Munich Agreement. After his return, Daladier expected to be lynched or at least have tomatoes thrown at him, but instead he was celebrated as a hero of peace for his betrayal. After all, he was aware of his treachery. After the German occupation, numerous former ministers of the Popular Front in the National Assembly agreed to the end of the Third Republic and the installation of Pétain in Vichy and made a career there, at least temporarily. Due to the Hitler-Stalin Pact, the Communists' hands were tied until the German invasion of the Soviet Union. They were excluded from the Popular Front, and Thorez's derogatory remarks about Blum also date from this period. On the orders of the Comintern, he fled to Moscow shortly after the start of the Second World War, was sentenced in absentia to 6 years in prison by a French military court and lost his French citizenship. The CPF would only admit many years later that Thérèse had been in the Soviet Union for the entire duration of the occupation. During the occupation, articles appeared in the illegal Humanite, the central organ of the party, under his name with the addition somewhere in France. Can Blum be accused of naivety? Can Thérèse's anti-Semitism be defined as more vicious than Mélenchon's? Blum, like his contemporaries, could no more imagine that the National Socialists were really serious about their intention of extermination and would put it into practice. War, exclusion, expropriation, expulsion, racial ideological legislation, the dream of a German empire, all this was recognized and was frightening enough in itself, but it was really hoped that the Germans would give up once they had got what they wanted. That the Germans would wage a war for the sake of exterminating the Jews and ultimately subordinate even their own survival to this goal. That was unimaginable at the time and to this day can only be registered as a historical fact, but its monstrosity is incomprehensible. So when the two prominent authors cite the lessons of history without even acknowledging the historical rupture, they can also be confidently accused of deliberately lying. The LFI refuses to condemn Hamas, an organization that has set out to exterminate the Jews. Anyone who does not take this seriously after the Shoah, because it happened, it can happen again, should not comment on the lessons of history. On August 23, 2024, Mélenchon gave a 100-minute programmatic speech in Châteauneuf-sur-Isère in Auvergne. The attendees, visitors to the LFI summer school, summer schools are traditionally held by all parties, were beside themselves with enthusiasm. The leader plays the humble man. Non, non, non. He calls out to his audience, seemingly moved, while he lets the applause wash over him for minutes, seemingly unable to begin his speech. The perverse mass staging is part of the usual program. Discussion or contradiction is not on the agenda at the LFI. It is not for nothing that Sarah Wagenknecht has taken Mélenchon as her role model. His pinched facial expression, not unlike Wagenknecht's, incapable of humor or laughter, is unique in French politics. And it is precisely this serious German quality that makes him so successful. He plays the absent-minded professor who at the same time authoritatively claims his right to be right, always and at all times. His speech is nevertheless incoherent and lacks any stringent argumentation, but that's not what he's going for. His theme this year is violence, la force, and this distinguishes it from other statements of the last 10 years, in which he portrayed violence as a political force in the sense of power. This year, however, it is all about concrete, physical violence that can kill people. He celebrates immediacy. Evil violence, that of the state, the powerful and the capitalists, against the good violence of the powerless, the climate militants and the Palestinians. In fact, it is hard to imagine the cheap rhetorical means Mélenchon uses, but mass psychology works just as well as it did 100 years ago. As if it were not simply a declaration of the Republic's poverty that the most important left-wing politician intellectually undercuts even Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella, the two leading figures of the RN, Mélenchon delivers a justification of violence in the first part of his speech that is nothing other than an apologia for terrorism, and he says so himself and is proud of it. Even though the second part of the speech revolves around realpolitik, the line Mélenchon takes in the first part is based on a fascination with immediate, raw violence. It becomes clear that he is not actually interested in finding a solution to the question of who will become prime minister, but that all political contradictions should be resolved as violently as possible. It is a rejection of the mediation of contradictions, a rejection of politics. The controversial pension reform could have been off the table long ago with the votes of the RN and NFP. His ideal is not to resolve the conflicts, but to exacerbate them, a revolutionary rhetoric that, however, lacks any strategic consideration. In the first part of his speech, which focuses on the function of violence as a defense of the powerless against the superior power of corporations and the state, it is already clear that this violence has no purpose other than destruction. In this context, he also addresses the genocide in Gaza. The Gaza question concerns all of humanity. He shouts at his audience and compares the images from Gaza with Picasso's painting of Guernica to convey who the fascists are today. He goes on to claim that the German population did not deserve the bombs of the Second World War, before moving on to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Mélenchon uses the imagery of the peace movement to categorize the Shoah as the murder of members of a religion. What is happening in Gaza is even worse. It is mass murder based on ethnicity, an ethnocide. Behind this storm of platitudes, however, there is calculation. His supporters understand that the history of violence by the powerful against the oppressed is one of escalation, at the end of which the ultimate main enemy is Israel with its ethnocide of the Palestinians. Of course, he also has a solution: Russia, China, and the BRIC states, which could create a new order, the famous multipolar world order, which would mean the end of American supremacy and the end of Israel. In recent months, the entire French political and public sphere has adopted Mélenchon's linguistic image of Judaism as a religion and Jews as citizens of the Jewish faith. On the one hand, it implies that Jews can choose to be Jews or not, which may be individually true, but denies anti-Semitism by implying that this choice is possible today, and as if Jews were not being attacked regardless of whether they are religious or not. And on the other hand, it means Jews limiting themselves to their role as believers, and that means giving up the Jewish state because it is a white colonial project, hubris of Jewish citizens of the late 19th century. Apropos, reducing Judaism to religious affiliation is the old idea of bourgeois emancipation that ended in catastrophe. To revive it today after the Shoah is to commit to its repetition. In Mélenchon's speech, the whole misery of left-wing historical lies comes to its truth, that there has never and at no time been a principled solidarity with the Jews and certainly no substantial critique of anti-Semitism, which not least amounts to wanting to force the Jews to give up their particularity. Israel to communism. Quote, "For the first time since the Dreyfus Affair, a century ago, the left decides that its anti-Semitism is no longer a moral guilt, but on the contrary a sign of progress. For from now on, the devil is no longer the Nazi, but the white colonizer, for whom the Jews represent the ideal type." So in order to understand the current upheavals that leave us perplexed in the face of the metamorphosis of good and evil, it is enough to internalize this almost Kantian maxim: so enduring and profound is it, to know where evil is, you only have to follow the left side, as the philosopher Chantal Delsol wrote in Le Figaro at the beginning of July. The well-rehearsed rituals of left and right in France have ensured that for decades, presidents have only been elected because they could form a majority against the FN or RN, according to Delsol, and as a consequence, the disgusting characteristics that made the extreme right so repulsive, Holocaust denial, racism, anti-Semitism, are no longer seen as despicable because they are now the privilege of the left. One must conclude that the display of these disgusting traits was only a pretext, not a real reason. We will no longer block the right because it is anti-Semitic, it is the left that is now anti-Semitic. We will block just because it is the right. End quote. In the end, French Jews will pay the price for the compromises that are now being made. Mélenchon's strategy has worked. He is leading the Republic through the manège by the nose ring. 20 years ago, Ariel Sharon caused a major diplomatic scandal when he called on French Jews to emigrate to Israel in the summer of 2004 because the wildest anti-Semitism was at work in France. In the first 6 months of the year, 510 anti-Semitic attacks were recorded, almost as many as in the whole of 2003, figures that seem ridiculously low today. The then President Jacques Chirac, and with him numerous representatives of the Jewish organizations, did not allow themselves this chutzpah. Even a state visit was cancelled, which later turned out not to have been planned at all. The number of Jews living in France, and this figure only includes those who were registered in Jewish communities, shrank from around 500,000 in 2002 by almost 60,000 by 2022, and the trend is continuing. Young families in particular are emigrating to Israel. Even after October 7, 2023, the number of immigrants from France has risen again, at a time when more Israelis than ever are leaving the country permanently. Even Israel in a state of war seems safer to many French Jews who are no longer Jewish French than the false peace that the Republic must have thought it was making with anti-Semitism. Sharon was proved right. Not only for Israelis but also for European Jews, there is life before and after the 7th of October. It is not enough that the anti-Semitic aggressors are once again advancing worldwide, threatening, intimidating, and increasingly striking. Above all, the talking down, excusing, or keeping quiet about their deeds by a majority that is either frightened itself or secretly complicit in covering up for the mostly Islamic perpetrators has undermined the feeling of relative security, if it ever existed, among the Jews of Europe almost everywhere and perhaps irrevocably. The obligatory lip service against anti-Semitism does not change this when at the same time, and often from the same mouth, the Jewish state, whose promise of protection has become fragile enough since the 7th of October, is denied its right to take at least the most necessary defensive measures, the least of which would be to render Hamas harmless, and when Israel is denigrated as a colonial foreign body or genocidal criminal state. The message that Jews should no longer hope for refuge in Israel, while they are officially tolerated in Europe but are helplessly at the mercy of their mortal enemies in case of doubt, is becoming increasingly clear. The French comic author Unsafest described the oppressive reality of Europe's largest Jewish minority in his diary-like notes after the 7th of October. He compiled a list of precautionary measures taken by Jewish families in France in 2023 to illustrate how deeply the fear of the anti-Semitic uprising eats into the everyday and private lives of its victims. Quote, remove the mezuzah from the front door. Change your name in cab and delivery service apps. Not shouting children's names out loud in the park if they are Jewish names. Not talking about Israel in public. Hide your amulets if they are Jewish. Watch out for strange looks on the street if you look Jewish yourself. Put up with opinions about the Middle East from virtual strangers who know you are Jewish. Walk around your children's school if they go to a Jewish school. Avoid being seen entering or leaving a kosher store or synagogue. Carrying a defensive weapon, knowing that it will not be enough in case of aggression. Picking up your children when they leave university and don't know what to say to their fellow students who spread the worst anti-Jewish stereotypes under the guise of anti-Zionism. Going through the list of countries you could emigrate to as soon as it becomes uninhabitable here. End quote. Will France soon be uninhabitable for Jews? The thousands of acts of anti-Jewish violence, insults and agitation recorded in France after October 7th alone prove that the security precautions listed by SFAR are not based on mere paranoia. Graffiti in Paris demanded Jews out. Stars of David with the word rats were daubed on the walls of houses in Besançon. Jewish graves were desecrated in Malinsistuvent and Jewish students were chased out of lecture halls at universities. In May 2024, an armed Algerian set fire to the synagogue in Rouen. A few months later, one of his compatriots, wrapped in a Palestinian flag, carried out an attack on the synagogue in La Grande Motte. In September 2024, it was revealed that a terrorist cell controlled by the Iranian Secret Service was behind 4 arson attacks on businesses run by Jews. The horrific highlights of this orgy of hate and violence include the attempted murder of a Jewish woman in Lyon, who was surprised in her apartment by a knife man, the attack on a Parisian Jew, who was stabbed 6 times in the back by a childhood friend in the street, and finally the gang rape of a 12-year-old Jewish girl by 3 Muslim teenagers, led by her ex-boyfriend, who wanted revenge for the fact that she had concealed her Jewish identity from him. During her ordeal, she was insulted by the 3 as a dirty Jew, threatened with death and subjected to interrogation on the subject of Israel. In the summer of 2024, the civil war against the Jews smolders subcutaneously in the center of Paris. On the instructions of the authorities, the city cleaning service removes inflammatory graffiti and stickers. However, posters and stickers depicting the Israeli hostages are allowed to remain, at least in the Marais. Here, in the old Jewish quarter of Paris, now a shopping area piled high with Airbnb apartments, everyday Jewish life has long since shrunk to a small radius around the historic Pletzel. The neighborhood was shaped in the 19th and early 20th centuries by Ashkenazi Jews who had fled from Alsace, which was annexed by the German Reich, and from Eastern Europe, which was plagued by pogroms. Today, numerous memorial plaques remind us how thousands of them fell victim to the deportations and murders by the Germans and their French helpers. Community life in the district, which was practically depopulated after the Holocaust, only resumed in the 1950s and 1960s with the immigration of North African Jews, mainly from Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, although these days they can rarely afford the rents and their history of experience is barely represented in the quasi-museum district. The hundreds of thousands of Jews of the colonized Maghreb were subjected to the anti-Semitic legislation of the Vichy regime, just like those of metropolitan France. They too were subjected to comprehensive segregation, disenfranchisement, and expropriation. Thousands were interned in camps and forced to perform forced labor. In Tunisia, which was occupied by the Wehrmacht, the SS also began to press ahead with the planned murder of all Jews. Only the advances of the Allies, aided by the Algerian resistance coup, in whose ranks Jews were predominantly fighting, saved the Jews of North Africa from total annihilation. For the Jews of the Maghreb, however, the anti-Semitic violence did not end with the end of the Second World War, just as it did not begin with the Vichy regime or the German occupation. For centuries, the Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews of North Africa were subject to Islamic rule as dhimmis. Their status as inferior subjects of protection meant that they were largely without rights, obliged to pay higher taxes and forced to behave submissively in everyday life. Segregated by special dress codes and ghetto restrictions, They were repeatedly the victims of bloodshed, looting, and regular pogroms such as the mass rape of Jewish women and girls in Tetuan, which was ordered by the Moroccan Sultan in 1790. Only the French invaders freed the Jewish minority from their ongoing servitude when the colonial administration abolished their dhimmi status and for the first time offered them the prospect of emancipation. The Muslim majority perceived the Jews' rise from inferior subjects to equal subjects as a tremendous humiliation, which is why the announcement of the French protectorate over Morocco in 1912 sparked an uprising in Fez, which targeted not only the European, but especially the Jewish quarter. As soon as the relative freedom of the indigenous Jews was seen as an emblematic expression of colonial rule, the masses took every opportunity to take revenge on their Jewish neighbors, who were identified either as corruptors of morals, the cause of crises, or traitors to the people, in short, as personifications of the modern age that had broken in. The Algerian Jews were even granted French citizenship in 1870, which led to a bloody Algerian uprising and also earned them the enmity of many French pied noirs, whose hatred was intensified by the Dreyfus affair. For the Jews of Algeria, the 19th century ended with a series of bloody manhunts led by the French. In 1934, it was again the Muslim population that committed a bestial massacre in Constantine, under the eyes of French officials, leaving behind the burnt bodies of children and mutilated women. There were also numerous pogroms in Tunisia and Morocco in the 1930s, not least instigated by the propaganda of the Palestinian Mufti of Jerusalem, who, as the organizer of the Islamic World Congress in 1931, had declared the fight against the Jews to be the main issue. After the end of the Second World War, in the course of which parts of the Arab national movements had enthusiastically sided with Hitler, the successful independence efforts of the North African states sealed the fate of the Maghribi Jews. In Tunisia, Jewish institutions were dissolved after decolonization. Cemeteries were leveled, synagogues and residential areas were destroyed. Attacks on Jewish places of worship continued into the 1980s, when almost all of the formerly over 100,000 Jews had already left the country. In Morocco, regular pogroms took place again from 1948. Soon after independence in 1956, Jews were systematically harassed and were only allowed to flee in exchange for a ransom paid by the Israeli state. In Algeria, the anti-colonial liberation movement turned to terror against the local Jews in the 1960s. When a boycott of Jews was declared in 1965, even before the Six-Day War, almost all Algerian Jews had long since left the country. Almost all of their synagogues were converted into mosques. Today, Jewish existence in the Maghreb countries is practically extinct. An estimated 300,000 Jews moved to France during this time. Since then, they have made up the majority of the country's Jewish community. Under the umbrella of the French Republic, they were able to rely on the civic freedom and equality that they were never granted in the Arab Islamic nation-states. However, the series of Palestinian and Islamist attacks on Jewish and Israeli institutions that began in France in the 1970s, coinciding with a series of right-wing extremist attacks, must have seemed like a continuation of the all-too-familiar violence. Dozens of bombings were carried out, including 2 in March 1979 on Jewish students in Paris cafes. The deadliest attack occurred in August 1982, when Palestinian militants massacred patrons of the kosher restaurant Chez Joe Goldenberg in the Marais in Paris. Today, a memorial plaque at the site names the 6 murder victims, but not those responsible for the crime. In the 21st century, a new wave of deadly anti-Semitic violence began, this time not unleashed by organized PLO, PFLP, or Hezbollah terror squads. In 2006, 23-year-old Ilan Halimi was murdered after 3 weeks of torture by an Islamist-inspired gang of youths calling themselves barbarians. In 2012, Mohammed Merah shot dead a rabbi and 3 children in a Jewish school in Toulouse in revenge for his brothers and sisters in Palestine. In 2015, Amdi Coulibaly killed 4 customers at a kosher hypercaker store. In 2017, pensioner Sarah Halimi was thrown out of a window by her Muslim neighbor while shouting Allahu Akbar. The following year, Holocaust survivor Mireille Knoll was stabbed 11 times by 2 young men, again while shouting Allahu Akbar, and then burned to death. What all these murders have in common is that they were committed by French residents, mostly citizens, in their immediate living environment. In several cases, the perpetrators and victims were even acquainted, in the case of the recent knife attack in Paris and the gang rape in Courbevoie. Most of the victims were Sephardic Jews. At least in the case of Yov Hatab, who was killed in the hypercacher attack, it was not the first murder case in the family. His aunt was killed in an attack on the synagogue in Djerba, Tunisia in 1985. The hundreds of thousands of Jews who fled the Maghreb in the post-war period had arrived in France, robbed of their property by the Arabs, mostly completely destitute. Many of them were accommodated in the large housing estates being built in the French suburbs at the time, those social utopian concrete landscapes in which numerous Muslim guest workers from the former colonies of North Africa were also settled in the following decades. In the meantime, as formerly modern satellite cities have become lost areas of the Republic in the course of deindustrialization and Islamization, this environment has become dangerously close. It reinforces the special quality of anti-Semitic terror in France, which repeatedly targets neighbors and acquaintances. In this respect, the pogrom in Sarcelles, known as Little Jerusalem, the oldest French concrete housing estate, where a third of the residents were once Algerian Jews and which was repeatedly celebrated as a model of Jewish-Muslim-Christian multiculturalism, was a beacon. In July 2014, an Arab mob set fire to Jewish stores here amid anti-Semitic battle cries. Barely 2 weeks after the storming of the Sephardic synagogue de la Raquette in Paris was only narrowly prevented. The French Jews believe that they have no future in France, said the socialist mayor of Sarcelles at the time. I tell them that they are right, but then I ask them to stay, because if they leave, France is dead. End quote. According to historian Georges Bensoussan, a fifth of the former 500,000 French Jews have already left the country in the past 20 years. Since October 7th, the number of inquiries to L'Agence Juive pour Israel has quadrupled. Meanwhile, a strange report from Central Europe has almost been lost in the news. In November 2023, Deutsche Welle reported on hundreds of Jews who had fled from Israel to Hungary. These were evacuated families from the southern and northern villages of Israel who had escaped the hail of rockets from Hamas and Hezbollah and were housed in a former hotel complex in Balatonasad. The kosher refugee center there had already been set up in 2022 with state support and housed a total of around 2,000 Jewish war refugees from neighboring Ukraine. The fact that Hungary is considered a comparatively safe place within Europe is apparently not due to a misconception. A study commissioned by the European Jewish Association recently came to the conclusion that Hungary is the safest place for Jews on the entire continent. The impression of a normality and stability of Jewish culture that is almost unthinkable in Western Europe is confirmed in the Hungarian capital Budapest. The old Jewish quarter and former ghetto Erzsébetváros today resembles a mixture of Kreuzberg and Williamsburg. It is the hippest district in the city, overflowing with revelers at weekends. On the Sabbath, Striemel-wearing Orthodox Jews meander safely through the crowds. The area, which is barely more than 2 square kilometers in size, is home to numerous beer bars and international food stalls between the 3 largest synagogues. In the most run-down apartment blocks, the renowned ruin bars have been set up, whose interiors, furnished with junk and DIY design, reconcile the dubious charm of left-wing autonomous centers with the aesthetic demands of established cultural citizens. Although many Budapest Jews now live in the quieter Ujlapatvaros, Erzsébetváros still retains its status as an adequate center and flagship of Jewish culture. The most popular restaurants, in front of which long queues form in the evenings, have names such as Ghetto Gulius, Spinoza, or Mazel Tov. Such visible signs of everyday Jewish life are seemingly self-evident in Central European cities, including Poland and the Czech Republic, but are, increasingly, unknown in Germany and other Western European countries. This also has to do with different Holocaust experiences and migration histories. Germany was almost Judenrein in 1945, and in the post-war period the small communities were often made up of displaced persons from Eastern Europe. When hundreds of thousands of Jewish contingent refugees immigrated after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they were unable to revive the former Jewish quarters of German cities that had long since fallen into foreign hands. Elsewhere in Western Europe, for example in Antwerp, there is a large Jewish community that gives an entire district its character, but it depends primarily on the influx of Eastern European Haredim, which has been ongoing since the 19th century and is now under military guard following numerous anti-Semitic attacks and assaults. In The Hague, on the other hand, the Jewish quarter remained virtually deserted after the Holocaust and subsequently became Chinatown, although it was soon inhabited less by East Asians than by Turks and Arabs. The abandoned synagogue near Spinoza's birthplace was illegally occupied by Muslim residents in 1979, acquired some time later by the Turkish Diyanet, and symbolically renamed the Aqsa Mosque. Not only are there no such Islamic territorial gains to be observed in Hungary, in comparison with other European metropolises, Budapest also has a large and continuous Jewish presence. In the interwar period, Jews made up over 20% of the capital's population. Until the 1940s, Budapest was still considered a relatively safe haven for Jewish refugees from the territories occupied by Germany. The systematic mass extermination began comparatively late in Hungary, and when the Red Army liberated the capital in January 1945, it was still able to rescue over 100,000 Jews from the ghetto. In the Communist People's Republic, they were affected by state anti-Zionism and the suppression of all things religious. Finally, the end of the Katar dictatorship brought with it the hope for many Jews that they could once again participate more visibly and confidently in public life. To this day, they form the largest Jewish minority in Europe relative to the total population. The fact that Hungary of all places is now being called the safest place for Jews must nevertheless come as a surprise, as the country was undisputedly considered the most anti-Semitic in Europe until 10 years ago. Veritable Nazis on the streets and in the parliaments have in fact not been a marginal phenomenon since the 1990s, their anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli furor causing fear and terror. Outbursts such as the following were no exceptions. Publicist and politician Tibor Franca publicly declared at the time that Jews could not be Hungarians because their nose runs, their ear is lower than their nostril, and they are bow-legged. End of quote. The notorious Jew-hater Istvan Serka announced on Holocaust Remembrance Day 2004, Judaism wants to preserve its hegemony over millions of Hungarians. It wants to make Hungary the hinterland of Israel. End of quote. EU parliamentarian Kristina Morvai warned, Hungary must not become Palestine, and replied to her critics, I would appreciate it if those who call themselves proud Hungarian Jews would play around with their circumcised tails in their free time instead of denigrating me. End quote. However, it was Martin Giangiosi who provoked a real scandal in 2012 when, on the occasion of the then Gaza war, he demanded in the National Assembly that Hungarian Jews be recorded in lists in order to check which Jews, especially in parliament and in the government, pose a certain security risk to Hungary. Morvai and Giangiosi are politicians from the Jobbik Party, whose then chairman Gabor Vona once called for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to be deployed as election observers in Hungary. What sounds like the ravings of insignificant NPD cadres in the Palatinate hinterland were the pronouncements of the country's second strongest political force for decades, which garnered 20% of the vote and maintained its own paramilitary unit, the Magyar Garda, Hungarian Guard. Even though the president of the Jewish umbrella organization SOUMISSION claimed in 2013 that they were not as endangered as Jews in France or Germany, for example, the incitement was so successful that even in Budapest Jews no longer dared to wear a kippah on the streets. Isolated attacks confirmed the fears. However, anti-Semitic outbursts were not only heard from the camp of the folkish fascists, but also from the ranks of the Fidesz party under Viktor Orbán, which was in power from 1998 to 2002 and since 2010. Party co-founder Zsolt Bayer insulted Jews as stinking excrement and has long complained that only Jewish suffering receives attention. Talking down the Holocaust, sometimes combined with a view of communism as illegitimate Jewish revenge, was a rehearsed maneuver. Orbán's court historian Maria Schmidt explained in 1999, as sorry as we are, the Holocaust, the extermination or rescue of Jewry was a secondary, so to speak, marginal aspect in the history of the Second World War. In addition to numerous other public duties, Schmidt is also the director of the House of Terror, the state museum opened during Orbán's first term of office, which focuses on the German occupation and the Hungarian Arrow Cross rule as well as the communist dictatorship. However, the anti-Semitic legislation of the Kingless Kingdom of Hungary under the imperial administrator Miklós Horthy before the German occupation and the Arrow Cross Putsch, as well as Horthy's support for the extermination of the Jews, are deliberately ignored. The same historical image is perpetuated by the monument to the victims of the German occupation on Freedom Square in Budapest, whose unveiling in 2014 led to open conflict with the Jewish umbrella organization SOUMISSION. It shows the Archangel Gabriel, the symbol of Hungary, with the golden orb in his hand, being attacked by the German imperial eagle. Hungary was in fact an ally of the German Reich until it turned to the Allies for strategic reasons in the face of Soviet military superiority. The Germans prevented the change of sides with their invasion, but left Horthy in office as head of state, whose authorities immediately and swiftly supported the SS in the deportation of almost 500,000 Hungarian and foreign Jews from the province. Official Hungary does not like to be reminded of this because it contradicts the victim myth that has accompanied the national rebirth of the country from the very beginning. The new constitution adopted by the Fidesz government in 2011 proclaims the restoration of state sovereignty, which was lost on March 19, 1944, with the German invasion and remained erased until 1990 due to Soviet supremacy. Like other Central European states, for which the collapse of the Eastern Bloc meant the regaining of state sovereignty after decades of first German and then Russian domination, Hungary wants to understand the democratic turnaround of 1990 as the reinstatement of a once humiliated nation. Unlike the other states in the Visegrad Group, Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, which were actually attacked by the Germans with hostile intent or at least offered them fierce resistance, the Hungarian state can hardly claim victim status vis-a-vis the National Socialists and certainly not an anti-fascist tradition. However, the self-portrayal of Hungary as a victim of the Nazis is not only intended to illustrate Hungary's historical innocence. This image of history also reflects Orbán's contemporary national policy, which repeatedly collides with German interests, be it in the conflict with the German-dominated European Union or in the economic competition with German companies, on which the Hungarian economy is dependent and from which Orbán wants to take market share. German lectures on historical policy are also misplaced because comparable discussions about Holocaust perpetrators were also held in Germany not so long ago. See the historians' dispute, the Goldhagen debate, and the uproar surrounding the Wehrmacht exhibition. It is not only in this respect that a kind of belated development can be observed in Hungary. Hungary, again in contrast to Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, has no republican state tradition to build on. The short-lived Soviet Republic of 1919 is not quite wrongly regarded as the Red Terror, and the Revolution of 1848 is remembered less as a democratic experiment than as an unsuccessful but heroic struggle for independence against the Habsburgs. According to its constitutional preamble, today's Hungarian state sees itself first and foremost as the successor to the kingdom and guardian of the Holy Crown of St. Stephen, and thus also accepts the Horthy era as its legacy, whose anti-Semitic protagonists from politics and culture were honored with monuments and street names by the dozen. Post-communist constitution-making was also delayed in Hungary. While Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia adopted new democratic constitutions in the 1990s, an amended form of the communist constitution remained in force in Hungary temporarily after the fall of communism, in fact for more than 2 decades. The impression of an incomplete break with the communist dictatorship was reinforced by the enrichment of former party elites in the post-reunification years and the lowering of living standards for large sections of the population. Only the Fidesz election victory with a 2/3 majority in 2010 created a parliamentary majority for the new constitution known as the Basic Law, and came at a time when the already immense economic misery under the former left-wing government had been exacerbated by the international crisis and had driven the state to the brink of bankruptcy. Anti-Semitism also flared up during this crisis. The carriers of this resentment were above all the remnants of a middle class that had already formed during the economically liberal phase of goulash communism by Eastern Bloc standards, but had then crashed in the permanent crisis brought about by the system transformation. The fact that this middle class was unable to celebrate its triumph over the communism it had just shaken off as a national resurrection was supposed to be the fault of the Jews, whose grimace was hiding behind the recently adapted Western liberalism, just as it had previously hidden behind communist foreign rule. This rhetoric of a struggle for liberation against colonizers foreign to space and people was not only echoed by the folkish fascist camp, but also, albeit usually less brute, by the Christian nationalist camp around the Fidesz party. There has been much speculation about the significance of the anti-Semitic tones and undertones on the part of Fidesz party members. What is indisputable is that they saw the Jobbik fascists as the most dangerous political competition contrary to the official propaganda, which constantly warns of a, rather unlikely, return of the left-wing liberals to government. It was always questionable to what extent Fidesz was only trying to take the wind out of the fascist sails with its rhetoric. After the initial gains of the right-wing parties in 2010, there were at any rate not unfounded fears of a veritable anti-Semitic mobilization in Hungary. Jobbik could either drive Fidesz before it or, as the more radical party, win an election itself. However, something else has happened. Anti-Jewish agitation has decreased significantly in the last 10 years, without this being noticed by the Western European public, which is only too happy to look down on the illiberal troublemaker Hungary. At the same time, the contradictions into which the national course has led Hungarian society remain. One event that exemplifies this development was the awarding of the Order of St. Stephen, the highest state award, to the writer Imre Kurdish in 2014. Kurdish had been urged to refuse the honor because the order of the same name had been awarded to Joachim von Ribbentrop, among others, under Miklos Horthy, and because the Jew Kurdish would make himself the fig leaf of the right-wing nationalists by accepting the order. Kurdish, however, accepted the prize and defended his decision. His award was intended to signal the desire to create a consensus and its urgent necessity. Kurdish had repeatedly, and even more so after receiving the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2002, been publicly attacked as a Jewish and therefore non-Hungarian writer. This should now come to an end. On the occasion of the opening of the Imre Kurdish Institute in Budapest in 2020, Orbán reluctantly admitted that the right-wing camp had wronged Kurdish. Kurdish's novel A Fateful Man is now compulsory reading on the state curriculum. One of the general political developments is that the fascist camp has become practically insignificant. Officially, Jobbik has renounced anti-Semitism and ran relatively unsuccessfully in the last election on a joint list with the left-wing and liberal opposition. The right-wing splinter party MHM, which continues to pursue the old line, barely got above 5%. The reason for this is probably not only that Orbán serves some resentments just as well, but above all that his economic policy was largely successful and the end-time crisis atmosphere in which anti-Semitism flourished has been contained for the time being. The establishment of a clique economy close to the state has at least consolidated the middle class. Ordinary workers have also benefited from regular minimum wage increases and state handouts such as generous family support. Moreover, Jewish representatives are also to be given a place in the system of national cooperation, proclaimed by Orbán. However, instead of the Matzesius Association, which has been critical of the government in the past, Orbán prefers to work with the smaller and younger Chabad Association. It was recently entrusted with the design of the new Holocaust Museum, the planning of which had previously been criticized for years, including internationally, due to fears that Hungarian complicity would be concealed. It is also the Chabad Association that runs the refugee center and mediates between the Hungarian government and American and Israeli institutions. The good relations with Israel, which have been strengthened under Orbán, are a decisive factor in the development within Hungary. Netanyahu hopes that Hungary, like all countries in the Visegrad Group, will act as a pro-Israeli counterweight to the anti-Zionist mainstream of the European Union. Hungary, on the other hand, in its self-image as a rump state and linguistic island between the Slavic and Germanic cultural areas, now likes to compare itself, albeit wrongly, with the Jewish state, which is under existential threat. In Israel, the rapprochement was viewed critically, above all because the state campaigns against George Soros, whose Hungarian-born NGO funding activities in Hungary are blamed for all kinds of ills, sound the same horn as the openly anti-Semitic invectives from the folkish ranks. On the 170th anniversary of the Hungarian Revolution, Orbán whipped up the masses with battle cries against rootless internationalists. We will fight against what George Soros' empire is doing and wants to do to Hungary. We must fight against an opponent who is different from us. Their faces are not visible, but hidden from view. They do not fight directly, but through theft. They are not honorable, but unprincipled. They are not national, but international. They do not believe in work, but speculate with money. They have no homeland, but think that the whole world belongs to them. They are not generous, but vindictive, and they always attack the heart, especially if it is red, white, green. End quote. The fact that Netanyahu overlooks this is explained by the fact that Soros' billion-dollar Open Society Foundation is not popular in Israel either, albeit for different reasons. It is one of the largest donors to anti-Zionist and Israel-critical NGOs. However, the left-liberal excitement surrounding the alliance of the two right-wing prime ministers lost sight of the fact that Orbán brought clarity to the discussion about Hungary's historical guilt for the first time at Netanyahu's reception in Budapest in 2017, and thus the deepening of Hungarian-Israeli relations was immediately accompanied by an official government statement on the main contentious issue of the decades-long controversial historical policy. I told Prime Minister Netanyahu that we are aware of the fact that we have a rather difficult chapter of history behind us, and I wanted to make it very clear to him that the Hungarian government in an earlier period made a mistake, even committed a sin, when it did not protect the Jewish citizens of Hungary. I would like to make it clear that it is our conviction that every Hungarian government has the obligation to protect and defend all its citizens, regardless of their birth and origin. During the Second World War, Hungary did not meet this requirement morally or otherwise. And that is a sin because we chose to collaborate with the Nazis instead of protecting the Jewish community. I made it very clear to the Prime Minister that this is something that can never happen again, that the Hungarian government will protect all its citizens in the future. End quote. In the same breath, Orbán announced a zero-tolerance policy against all forms of anti-Semitism, after the 7th of October, and the reaction to the 7th of October is the touchstone for the will and ability to combat anti-Semitism today. Orban has apparently followed up these words with action. Hate marches like those in the rest of the free world, calling for the destruction of Israel, were still banned in principle in October 2023. When a small mob of troublemakers gathered in spring 2024 for a screening of a documentary about the October pogrom, the police intervened immediately. And after Brussels declared in June 2024 that it would not be able to host the Israel-Belgium international match in Belgium due to security concerns, i.e., because of expected riots by the Islamist mob, Hungary agreed to allow the match to take place in the Debrecen Stadium, as expected, without incident. However, another incident cast doubt on the sincerity of the Hungarian government's line. When hundreds of uniformed Bosnian soccer fans came to Budapest for an away match in September 2024, they were able to march through the Jewish quarter under the eyes of the police and attack the Orthodox synagogue amid chants of Palestine, Palestine, chants. After public criticism of the police action, an Orban employee said, "Dear fellow Jews, without this Hungarian government, migrants would be doing the same thing in front of your houses every day." As undeniable as the connection between Islamic migrant counter-societies and anti-Semitic outbreaks of violence is, the incident can be understood as a clear warning that fellow citizens should finally all rally behind the government and is reminiscent of earlier public doubts about Jewish participation in national unity. It also betrays the Hungarian government's new self-image as a paternalistic protector. However, those Jewish community representatives in Hungary who openly support the government, or at least give it a good report card, are far from being useful idiots, but may have decided out of well-understood self-interest that sealing themselves off from Islamic mass immigration, draining anti-racist NGOs, and abolishing notoriously anti-Semitic subjects such as gender studies contribute more to the safety of Jews than the diversity agenda of Western European nations. The example of France shows that elections there can no longer be won by the left Islamic alliance, which comes at the expense of Jewish security and cements the segregation of the Islamized banlieues, because both sides of the alliance benefit from it. The Islamists because their hegemony over the suburban wastelands remains untouched, and the progressive bobos in the center, who think they are safe in their colorful lifestyle bubble as long as they wave the Palestine flag as a declaration of surrender. In Budapest, none were seen waving after the 7th of October. The comparison with France, now the most unsafe country in Europe for Jews, shows the polarity that prevails in Europe today and has a long history. France was the first country to grant equal rights to Jews and is experiencing a historic exodus. Under Horthy, Hungary was the first country, even before the German Reich, to revoke equal rights for Jews, and today boasts the resurgence of Jewish culture. France is the birthplace of the Republic. Hungary removed the word republic from its state name with the 2011 constitutional reform. However, the promise of civility in everyday life associated with the republican form of government seems to be more likely to be kept in Hungary today than in France, where anti-Semitic rebellion is not limited to the feuilletons, but manifests itself in violence and bloodshed. In Hungary, Jews were and are confronted by anti-Semites with the suspicion that they are not real Hungarians. In France, on the other hand, they are not allowed to be Jews, be it because the Islamic mob wants to eradicate their existence, or because official secular France only recognizes them as French. This is how it happened time and again that the Jewish identity of victims was initially concealed and anti-Semitic crimes were declared acts of ordinary criminality. It is the same division of labor that Jean-Paul Sartre already referred to. Quote, "The anti-Semite accuses the Jew of being a Jew. The Democrat prefers to accuse him of considering himself a Jew." End of quote. The undeniable rise in left-wing anti-Semitism in France since October 7, 2023, is being instrumentalized by opponents of the left-wing electoral alliance Nouveau Front Populaire to smear it, and thus weaken the anti-fascist fight against the extreme right. This was the catchy formula of a programmatic essay published by the daily newspaper Le Monde on June 20th, shortly before the parliamentary elections. In it, the two authors Vincent Lemire and Ari Alamai instructed all their readers who still harbored doubts about the meaningfulness of an anti-fascist alliance, including France Insoumise, which had been spreading Hamas propaganda in the country at full throttle in the preceding months, in the practice style of experienced political educators, that the left's hatred of Jews, unlike that of the right, is not real. Quote, "No, there is no equivalence between the contextual, populist, and electoral anti-Semitism instrumentalized by some members of La France Insoumise and the fundamental, historical, and ontological anti-Semitism of the Rassemblement National, which defends national preference, denounces nationals with dual citizenship, and has always and constantly attacked anti-France. End quote. With the self-assurance characteristic of so many convinced leftists, Lemire and Alamy are certain that the decent people of the Republic would be able to deal with the anti-Semitism of Mélenchon's LFI on their own, through persuasion and the constant reminder that anti-Semitism is the negation par excellence of our common values, if only everyone would stand together against the extreme right. It is important to prevent France from denying its Republican identity by drawing on the worst aspects of its history. In order to lend credibility to their thesis of the necessary primacy of left-wing anti-fascism over all other issues, Lemire and Alamy draw a comparison with the historic Front Populaire, which came to power in 1936 under Léon Blum as prime minister with the help of the communists. As an example of the fact that even then left-wing anti-Semitism had to be accepted as a lesser evil by the anti-fascist United Front, they quote the then Communist Party leader Maurice Thorez, who 4 years later described Blum as a repulsive reptile in a 1940 pamphlet. Should Blum, the authors ask rhetorically, have rejected the anti-Semite Thorez as an ally, as Mélenchon's critics demand today? Who deny that the Republic can be defended against fascism with his France insoumise? But comparing Mélenchon with Thorez is a strategic camouflage of historical reality. Quite apart from the fact that Blum could not have known in 1936 what Thorez would say in 1940, in other words, at a time when the communists were temporarily out of the question as partners in a left-wing alliance against fascism due to the Hitler-Stalin Pact concluded the previous year. The communist apparatchik Thorez, despite his anti-Semitic outbursts, did not collaborate with the Germans. Lemire and Alamy bring up Thorez in order to avoid mentioning another name that has already been mentioned by more than one commentator in the debate about Mélenchon's conduct since October 7, 2023. Because if there is a role model in history for the path Jean-Luc Mélenchon is taking today, it is not the former Communist Party leader Thorez, but someone who was his biggest rival within the PCF. We are talking about the notorious Nazi collaborator Jacques Doriot. Doriot's political career can be seen as paradigmatic for the decisions made by countless players on the French left in the 1930s, without which the French collaboration with the Germans between 1940 and 1944 would not have been possible in the same way as the historic Front Populaire, which came to power in 1936 under Léon Blum as prime minister with the help of the communists. As an example of the fact that even then left-wing anti-Semitism had to be accepted as a lesser evil by the anti-fascist United Front, they quote the then Communist Party leader Maurice Thorez, who 4 years later described Blum as a repulsive reptile in a pamphlet from 1940. Should Blum, the authors ask rhetorically, have rejected the anti-Semite Thorez as an ally, as Mélenchon's critics demand today? Who deny that the Republic can be defended against fascism with his France insoumise? But comparing Mélenchon with Thorez is a strategic camouflage of historical reality. Quite apart from the fact that Blum could not have known in 1936 what Thorez would say in 1940, in other words, at a time when the communists were temporarily out of the question as partners in a left-wing alliance against fascism due to the Hitler-Stalin Pact concluded the previous year. The communist apparatchik Thorez, despite his anti-Semitic outbursts, did not collaborate with the Germans. Lemire and Alamy bring up Thorez in order to avoid mentioning another name that has already been mentioned by more than one commentator in the debate about Mélenchon's conduct since October 7, 2023. Because if there is a role model in history for the path Jean-Luc Mélenchon is taking today, it is not the former Communist Party leader Thorez, but someone who was his biggest rival within the PCF. We are talking about the notorious Nazi collaborator Jacques Doriot. Doriot's political career can be seen as paradigmatic for the decisions made by countless players on the French left in the 1930s, without which French collaboration with the Germans between 1940 and 1944 would not have taken place to the extent that it did. Jacques Doriot is an example of a leftist who, in the words of Lemire and Alamy, was actively involved in writing the worst pages of history in occupied France. Like Mélenchon today, Jacques Doriot, 1898 to 1945, came from the left. After his initial politicization in the Jeunesse Socialists of the SFIO, Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, the predecessor party of today's PS, and his military service in the First World War, the son of a working-class family made a rapid career with the French Communists, who were founded as a party in 1920. When the SFIO's Jeunesse Socialists joined the Communist Youth International, the young Doriot made his way into various communist youth organizations, where he quickly attained top positions. He met Lenin in Moscow and was enthusiastic about him. He continued his career in the party itself and played a driving role in its subsequent Bolshevization. The later PCF was initially called the Section Française de l'Internationale Communiste (SFIC), following the example of the SFIO, and at the time of its founding was still based on the model of French socialism. Doriot had molted from a youthful socialist dreamer into a tough party functionary and man of power and quickly rose through the communist hierarchy. When the PCF achieved a poor result in the 1932 parliamentary elections and Doriot was nevertheless the only communist candidate to win the mandate for his long-standing St. Denis constituency in the first round of voting, he traveled to Moscow, aware of his personal success, in order to persuade the Comintern to give him the leadership of the party for the Paris region, in which a third of the members of the entire PCF were organized. But the Comintern refused because Doriot was considered too unreliable and too driven by personal ambitions in Moscow. In addition, Doriot was an open opponent of the social fascism thesis adopted by the Comintern in 1928, which was directed against social democracy and forbade communists from cooperating with social democrats, who were considered bourgeois social fascists according to this doctrine. Doriot, on the other hand, has great ambitions. He wants to counter the decline in the influence of the French communists by working together with the socialists and thus also take advantage of the weakening of the SFIO, which, in contrast to the PCF, has become stronger but had to exclude both a left-wing and a right-wing fringe faction due to infighting. However, talks between the French socialists and communists about a possible alliance were broken off in 1933 by Moscow and the French PCF leader Maurice Thérèse, who was loyal to the party line. For the power-conscious Doriot, the rigid rejection by the Comintern was a personal humiliation, and he was also a passionate anti-fascist who was genuinely shocked by the violent marches of nationalist associations such as Action Française and other far-right leagues in Paris on February 6, 1934. In his view, it was high time for the SFIO and PCF to unite so that the communists could take over the leadership of a mass anti-fascist movement. Taking advantage of the left-wing anti-fascist outrage of the days immediately after February 6, he founded a Comité de Défense Antifasciste with communists who joined him, as well as with members of the SFIO, the Radicals and the Radical Socialists, despite the Moscow directives. The conflict between him and the Moscow leadership continued to escalate until Doriot was finally expelled from the party under Thérèse's leadership in July. The irony of history is that shortly before this, under the pressure of events, the Corn Party itself had already been forced to abandon the social fascist thesis, which in 1936 enabled the formation of the government of a left-wing party alliance tolerated by the communists, the Front Populaire under Leon Blum. Doriot was expelled at the same moment that his party endorsed his theses, as historian Simon Epstein puts it. The further development of the communist power politician Doriot, humiliated by Moscow in this way, was brilliant. He mutated into a fervent anti-communist, who initially tried unsuccessfully to undermine the emerging alliance between the PCF and SFIO through a campaign to form a united workers' party. He marked his departure from the class struggle with increasingly radical peace rhetoric, which finally, no political transformation now seemed impossible, escalated to the proclamation of the necessity of peace with Hitler's Germany. In 1936, when the Front Populaire took over the reins of government, Doriot was finally satisfied and was able to found his own party, in which he could finally stand alone at the top. His Part 1 Populaire Français PPF, now free from the internationalism of the Comintern, proclaimed the goal of a national revolution, and in the following years received support both from ex-communists and from disappointed supporters of the extreme right-wing nationalist leagues, for whom their flagship, the monarchist Action Française, now seemed too immovable. The ex-communist Doriot, who is converted to anti-communism, and his PPF are now also gaining influential supporters from the ranks of the business community, which fears the growing influence of communism under the Front Populaire government. However, Doriot avoided making a commitment to anti-Semitism during his first years as party leader, even if this became increasingly difficult in view of the prevailing mood in his party. The Algerian section of the PPF in particular was openly anti-Jewish. This changed in 1938. At the party congress in Algiers in November, a declaration was passed calling for the Crenier Decree to be revoked, i.e. for Algerian Jews to be stripped of their French citizenship. Simon Epstein writes, strictly against the Jews of Algeria, the PPF of North Africa, on the other hand, shows an overflowing concern for Muslims. For example, it demands the protection of the Arabic language and the establishment of Quran schools. Dr. Jalali Bentami is the head of the Muslim section of the PPF. As a logical consequence of its pro-Arab positions in Algeria and its anti-Jewish stance in the mother country, the PPF is also taking an anti-Zionist line. Its press supported the Arabs in Palestine in the armed struggle they had been waging against the Jews and the British since the spring of 1936. Doriot himself, on the other hand, remained discreet with regard to anti-Semitism, which some of his party comrades did not fail to accuse him of. End of quote. But it was not Doriot's reticence with regard to anti-Semitic agitation that would plunge his party into a major crisis that same year. It is his approval of the Munich Agreement that will subsequently prompt numerous nationalist-minded members of the PPF to leave his party. For Doriot, however, as for many other left-wing pacifists, this commitment to peace seemed to be the most natural thing in the world, just as large sections of the Western public were relieved after September 30, 1938, and believed that the danger of war in Europe had been averted with the surrender of Czechoslovakia to Hitler. Doriot initially seemed perplexed by the party resignations, and the Hitler-Stalin Pact of September 1939 even briefly gave rise to anti-German feelings, which were otherwise so alien to him. When the Wehrmacht began its invasion of France on May 10, 1940, the PPF called for the defense of the country. Drafted into the army, Doriot himself fought against the Germans on the Loire and was even awarded the Order of the Croix de Guerre. After the defeat was sealed by the armistice of June 22, 1940, and France was occupied by the Germans in the north, while in the so-called unoccupied zone in the south, the puppet regime under Marshal Pétain in the provincial town of Vichy had to bear the political responsibility for what was happening throughout the country. Doriot initially tried to gain a place in the local government administration. His attempt, together with his friend, the neo-socialist Adrien Marquet, who had a ministerial post there, the neo-socialists led by Marcel Diet, Doriot's greatest rival among the French Nazi collaborators, had split off from the SFIO as a right wing in 1933. Doriot, who had been involved in government affairs in the unoccupied zone from the outset, plotted a palace revolution to bring his PPF to power in Vichy, but was thwarted by the timely intervention of Pétain's Prime Minister Pierre Laval, who removed Marquet from his ministerial post and replaced him with a more reliable candidate. Doriot returned to Paris and sought contact with the German occupiers. Although they ensured his political and material survival, their Parisian ambassador Otto Abetz also ensured that Doriot's ambitions were limited. His PPF had to be content with being just one of the two large, so-called ultra-collaborationist parties alongside Marcel Diet's Rassemblement National Populaire, RNP, founded in 1941. However, the German invasion of the Soviet Union compensated Doriot for this domestication by the stronger hand to which he had to bow. From June 1941, there was no stopping him, and he was instrumental in the founding of the Légion de Volontaires Français contre le Bolchevisme, LVF, which, as Infanterie Regiment 638, under the command of the German Wehrmacht, sent French volunteers to the Eastern Front. Doriot himself completed several effective promotional missions there in German uniform. He was wisely not sent into battle, as the Germans did not want to risk losing him, between which he returned to Paris again and again to lead his party. He takes anti-Semitic agitation to the extreme. Quote, "I want our race to become the pure French race again. That is why I forbid Jews to marry a French woman. Don't they have enough Rachels and Rebeccas themselves? The Jewish statute, the concentration camp, the racial policy, these are the 3 points of our policy towards the Jews." End quote. The PPF thugs attacked Jews in the streets, desecrated synagogues, took part in the Vel d'Hiv raid on Jews in July 1942 and in the hunt for Jews in Nice in September 1943, after the Italian occupiers were forced to withdraw following the death of Mussolini and the collapse of his regime. When France was liberated by the Allies in August 1944 and the French collaborationist personnel were transferred to southern Germany, partly voluntarily and partly involuntarily, as in the case of Mainz, under the aegis of Berlin, Doriot was also forced to leave the country. It is undoubtedly characteristic of his character that he refuses to be accommodated together with the other collaborators in the Swabian town of Sigmaringen, where the crème de la crème from Paris and Vichy, Philippe Pétain, Marcel Diet, Pierre Laval, but also writers such as Louis Ferdinand Céline and many other prominent collaborators, form the operetta-like, ghostly Commission Gouvernemental de Sigmaringen for a few more months at the castle there. Doriot is assigned the island of Maino, on Lake Constance north of Constance by the Germans as his refuge. In January 1945, he grandly announced the founding of a Comité de la Libération Française, which would be under his leadership. But Doriot's life was already at an end. On February 22nd, as he was being chauffeured to a lunch meeting with Marcel Diet, his greatest rival, who had most recently been a minister in the Vichy government in the tranquil town of Mengen, where the two rivals wanted to reconcile, his car was machine-gunned on the way by 2 planes that have not yet been clearly identified, and Doriot was fatally shot. Jacques Doriot's political career, which is described here largely on the basis of the extremely detailed French-language Wikipedia article on his person, and a few additions taken from the groundbreaking book by French-Israeli historian Simon Epstein, Un paradoxe français, Antiracists dans la collaboration, antisemites dans la resistance, a French paradox. Antiracists in the collaboration, antisemites in the resistance, from 2008, is anything but a secret in France. His career has always been known there as the story of the most notorious of all French Nazi collaborators. What is far less well known, although this could be known if one wanted to, is the fact that Doriot's biography, which leads from left-wing anti-fascism, one is almost tempted to say, in a straight line directly into symbiosis with absolute evil, was by no means an isolated case in the panorama of French collaboration. Like him, countless leftists, and indeed from all sectors of society and from the entire left-wing political spectrum, from the bourgeois center to the extreme fringes, decided not only to support the Munich Agreement, but also to vote shortly afterwards for the Vichy regime to seize power, thereby rubber-stamping the abolition of the Republic. Between 1940 and 1944, quite a few of them made careers as supporters of the German occupiers, with attitudes ranging from moderate participation to passionate and enthusiastic support. Reading Simon Epstein's book, which presents an overwhelming number of such political biographies, leaves the not slightly confusing impression that the involvement of politically left-wing socialized actors in the collaboration in France ultimately outweighed that of the right. So how is it that the French just milieu, in complete denial of historical reality, and certainly in agreement with the just milieus of the majority of all other Western societies, continues to cling doggedly to the assertion that the danger threatens exclusively from the right, that the whole of society must unite against the right at all costs, no matter what the situation, in order to block the fascists' path? And that, like the authors of the above-mentioned apologetic essay in Le Monde, they do not even shy away from derealizing left-wing antisemitism by declaring it insignificant and accidental? In this, the defenders of the Republic against the threat from the right are following the strategy of Mélenchon and his supporters, who react to criticism of their antisemitism with dramatically emphasized insults and feigned hurtfulness, suggesting that this is merely a transparent and instrumental maneuver by the ruling bourgeoisie to take the wind out of the sails of the courageous left. Perhaps this is because the same conviction was held in the 1930s, the decade before the catastrophe, and the intelligentsia that dominates public consciousness has merely returned to the same mind-numbing amnesia over decades and many stages, or even to the same deliberate lie. Epstein's book from 2008, as well as another book published in 2001, Les Dreyfusards sous l'occupation, in which he traces the political biographies of protagonists who, as young people in 1898, were enthusiastically and emphatically committed to the slandered Alfred Dreyfus and, as old men from 1940, welcomed the German occupation with convinced aplomb, as you can guess, their number is also legion. Leave the astonishing impression of déjà vu. His research makes it clear that left-wing hatred of Jews and left-wing defamation of Jews are by no means a historical anomaly that only emerged after the Israeli Six-Day War of 1967, as is often claimed today, but on the contrary have been a strand of tradition in the history of the left ever since it has existed. And another result is even more surprising. Left-wing anti-racist agitation and emphasis are not a child of the 1980s, but were already widespread in the 1930s. As a kind of foil for his depiction of left-wing collaboration, Epstein rolls up another story. That of the LICA, the Ligue Internationale contre l'Antisémitisme. Since the time of the Dreyfus Affair, anti-Semitism was understood, in keeping with the times, as racism, and its opponents saw themselves as anti-racists. The Dreyfus Affair gave rise to the first of the French anti-racist associations, the Ligue de Droits de l'Homme, LDH. The LICA was founded in 1929 by the Jewish journalist Bernard Lacache, 1895 to 1968, and in the 1930s was the central forum in France for left-wing engagement against anti-Semitism and criticism of the persecution of Jews in neighboring Hitler's Germany. And since the anti-racist engagement on behalf of the Jews has been an indispensable part of the left's self-image since the Dreyfus Affair, anyone from the left in politics and the media must show and profess themselves to be an ally of LICA. Simon Epstein has searched through the archives of the LICA magazine, Le Droit de Vivre, which Bernard Lacache published throughout the 1930s, and has discovered that almost all of the prominent players in left-wing collaboration between 1940 and 1944 were either members of LICA in the 1930s or were at least its active advocates. The overwhelming majority of later left-wing collaborators publicly expressed their outrage at Hitler's anti-Semitism at LICA meetings or elsewhere. One particularly spectacular example is that of Marcel Matt, 1894 to 1955. Mentioned above, a bourgeois socialist who had left the SFIO in 1933 and who yearned for authority, he was nonetheless not only a member of a Comité de Vigilance de Intellectuels Antifascists in the 1930s, but also of the Comité pour la défense des droits des Israélites en Europe centrale et orientale and even of France-Palestine, Comité d'Amis du Zionisme, the forerunner of today's French-Israeli friendship organization France-Israel. A pro-Zionist stance was a matter of course among the anti-racist opponents of anti-Semitism in France in the 1930s. Diet was also extremely close to Laika. He spoke out vehemently against racism and anti-Semitism at its meetings and declared in its magazine in April 1936 with high-sounding pathos, "There is no country more impervious to the idea of race than France, this country which is the admirable historical result of constant mixtures and incessant mergers. Nor is there a more unified and compact nation, precisely because it has realized its unity on the most human and universal basis." End quote. The year before, at an event in Paris in protest against the Nuremberg laws, he proclaimed, "We are a nation of mongrels. For us, the nation will never be something that rises up into a unanimous movement. In this country, we will never organize parades of millions of people all dressed in the same way, marching in the same way, and chanting the same slogans, pretending that they all think in the same way." End quote. As part of his many engagements throughout the decade, Diet signed countless petitions against the persecution of Jews in Europe, even in May 1940. His name was still on a declaration of support for the Jews of Poland. Associated with Laika as well as other pro-Jewish organizations, Diet was one of the French politicians who protested most against the anti-Semitism and racism of the 1930s, writes Epstein. As already mentioned, Marcel Diet was no exception with his anti-racist avowals among the later left-wing collaborators in the 1930s. He was just one of the most assiduous of the numerous preachers. Jacques Doriot also maintained friendly contacts with the Laika, at least at the beginning of the decade. Unlike Diet, who was obviously willing to keep up the masquerade right to the end, Doriot, however, distanced himself much earlier and, like the two of them, crowds of anti-racist-minded people would initially cavort around Laika before turning away, one sooner, the other later. Bernard Lacache's Le Droit de Vivre and Laika's regular newsletter thus became a seismograph of the left's betrayal of the Jews over the course of the 1930s. What prompted French leftists in those years to cease their engagement on behalf of the Jews and their protest against anti-Semitism, if not in all cases completely, then at least to turn it down noticeably? It was their desire for peace. Pacifism, which strangely enough had already developed in the 19th century as an ideology that was as radical left-wing as it was bourgeois, had become endemic in France in the interwar period. In the back and forth of its mixed origins from the equally fragile cerebral and authoritarian dreams of paradise of the early socialists, the self-righteous to offended anti-militarism of the anarchists, the aesthetic elaborations of Romain Rolland and the peace policy of the socialist foreign minister Aristide Briand with Germany, which was defeated in the First World War and has been democratic ever since, which no one on the left was able to deny the nobility and virtue of, the conviction that the future of humanity depended first and foremost on securing peace between nations had become the second immovable ideological pillar, alongside the anti-racism inherited from the Dreyfus Affair on which left-wing self-image in France was based in the years after 1918. But to the same extent that it had an immediate persuasive power after the experience of the mass slaughter of the Grande Guerre, pacifism also became the very tinted worldview glasses that made it possible from the beginning of the 1930s to ignore the threat posed by Hitler's Germany. For Bernard Lacache and his Laika, too, anti-racism and pacifism still formed a self-evident unity at this time. It was only in the following years, under the impact of Hitler's seizure of power, that Lacache gradually freed himself from his ideological anchoring in the gauche Briandist. This subsequently led him into conflict with many of his non-Jewish and equally left-wing and pacifist-minded comrades in the Laika. Simon Epstein traces these in great detail and makes it clear that, in addition to its anesthetic effect, pacifism obviously had the further, extremely useful aspect that it could also be used to clothe other, far more evil motives than mere love of peace in a morally compelling, humanistic guise. At the beginning of the 1930s, one of Bernard Lacache's companions at Laika was the bourgeois left-wing intellectual Jean Loucher, 1901 to 1946. Loucher published the magazine Notre Temps, which he founded in 1927 and in which, as Simon Epstein writes, he propagated a rational and constructive pacifism. He strives for the establishment of a Europe free of war and militarism. End of quote. Numerous intellectuals from the bourgeois left spectrum published in Notre Temps, including many Jews in the early years. And Jean Loucher, following the left-wing spirit of the time, was committed to Franco-German understanding. His German partner in this was none other than his friend Otto Abetz, whom we have already met en passant above as Hitler's later ambassador in occupied Paris. Like Luchaire, Abetz was anything but a right-winger. He came from the life-reforming, canine youth movement of the Wandervogel. In the summer of 1930, both were the initiators of a Franco-German youth meeting at the youth hostel on the Solberg in the northern Black Forest, where young people from both countries wanted to come together in a spirit of peace. Over the following years, the so-called Solberg Circle continued to meet regularly under the leadership of Abetz and Luchaire, and from 1933 onwards the German delegations were dominated by Nazis. How could it be otherwise? Luchaire quietly bid farewell to his engagement with Leica during these years. For the combination of anti-racism and pacifism, which had previously seemed so self-evident for many years, proved to be an antagonism of incompatibilities under the pressure of reality in the course of the 1930s, forcing him to make a decision, and Luchaire made his decision. From 1940, with Abetz's support under the occupation, his magazine Notre Temps became Nouveau Temps, a paper for the bourgeois elite whose task was now, as Epstein writes, to propagate the ideology of collaboration in a language sufficiently moderate to be accessible to the general public. End quote. Even under the German occupation, large sections of the French public, even those who were themselves involved in collaboration with the Germans, still lacked sufficient understanding of the persecution and extermination of the Jews, and so in February 1943, for example, Luchaire willingly fulfilled the task assigned to him by his old friend Abetz in the Nouveau Temps and regretted that many collaborationist Europeans, who did not understand the decisive and harmful role played by the Jews in the perversion of economic political liberalism and in the development of Slavic Bolshevism, resisted this anti-Semitism and even regretted some of its Nazi manifestations whose implacable severity shocked their sensibilities. Quote, "These collaborationists were wrong, and today history no longer allows them to doubt it. Whoever wants the real defense of Western civilization against the economic enslavement by Anglo-American capitalism, whoever wants the real defense of Europe against Bolshevism, is inconsistent if he does not also want, by all appropriate means, even the crudest, the total elimination of the Jews of the old continent. It is today the immeasurable merit of the Führer and the German people to go to the extreme limit of sacrifice in order to save Europe at the same time from the return of Judeo-Anglo-American capitalism and from the Judeo-Slavic invasion of Bolshevism." End of quote. Under the German occupation, Jean Luchaire was one of the leading figures in the collaboration of the French press before his life ended in 1946, after an intermezzo at Sigmaringen Castle and a subsequent failed escape to Italy, before the firing squad in liberated France. Doriot, Diet, Luchaire as three of their most prominent figures, they can only stand pars pro toto for the catastrophe of left-wing collaboration, which, even before it became tangible from 1940 onwards, had already clouded people's minds for years in the form of a pacifism that had become an untouchable sanctuary. Under the occupation, the wolves were then able to shed their peaceful sheepskins. The sanctimonious veil that left-wing apologists are still covering this historical reality with today is obviously an indispensable part of the opium that society needs to numb itself and avoid the self-questioning that would force it to make other decisions that might offend its narcissism too much. And just as much, this veil is an obligatory accessory for the maintenance of the cordon sanitaire against the extreme right, without which it might be recognizable to much broader sections of French society that, instead of isolating the anti-Semitic virus as claimed, it on the contrary protects it in the form of France Insoumise and its Hamas propaganda from effective combat and thus provides it with ideal opportunities for development. In this context, it is important to consider not only what the cordon sanitaire protectively includes, but also what it excludes with anti-fascist emphasis: the extreme right in the form of the Rassemblement National and its smaller satellite parties. The curse against Marine Le Pen's party is justified by referring to its undoubted origins in an anti-Semitic and anti-Republican political tradition. Implicit in this is always the conviction that anyone who has ever been anti-Semitic will always remain so, and that any purification of a Jew-hater, however clearly articulated, can therefore inevitably only be apparent and not essential. But not only that, the children of anti-Semites are also condemned to perpetuate the tradition of their parents. Unchanged Marine will never be able to be anything other than just Jean-Marie's daughter. We are very sorry. Tradition is everything, the individual is nothing. That's how you could summarize this leftist article of faith. As reactionary as this is in reality, the conviction that a defense of the Jews, if it comes from the right, can only be apparent, is the necessary correlate to the left's self-calming about its own history, which never tires of convincing itself and everyone else that antisemitism, if it comes from the left, can also only be apparent and never essential. With Simon Epstein's help, we have seen above that there is no truth in this. In the second part of his French paradox, Epstein proves that the left-wing belief is also an illusion in relation to the right. After tracing the lives of the anti-racists in the collaboration, he turns to the anti-Semites in the resistance. To understand where they come from, a brief detour back to the 19th century is necessary. Who were the declared anti-Semites in France during the Third Republic? It is indeed the right, but that this is the case is by no means a matter of course in view of history. In the 19th century, until the end of the Second Empire, the anti-Jewish obsession flourished in the most fantastic ways, mainly among left-wingers. The lineage ranges from the early socialist Charles Fourier to the fathers of the Commune of 1871 such as Auguste Blanqui, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and Jules Valles. From the beginning of the Third Republic onwards, this left-wing home for the defamation of Jews came to an end, as it was dominated from the outset by Republicans who were as left-wing as they were bourgeois and liberal in the best sense of the word, such as Leon Gambetta or Georges Clemenceau, who had a clear awareness of the wrongness of Jew hatred. The anti-Jewish obsession had to look for a new home, and in the first decades after 1871 it found one on the right, among the defenders of the church, the army, and the fatherland. Strangely enough, the man who achieved this feat was himself an anarchist and sympathizer of the Paris Commune at the beginning of his career, like his German predecessor Wilhelm Marr, who invented the term anti-Semitism in 1879. Edouard Drumont, 1844 to 1917, the perfect embodiment of a lumpen proletarian intellectual, landed the success of his life in 1886 with his two-volume bestseller La France Juive, also published in German in the same year under the title Das Vergedeit Frankreich. For the first time, Drumont's writings no longer justified French hatred of Jews primarily on religious grounds, nor primarily on anti-capitalist grounds like his early socialist and anarchist forefathers, but on racial grounds. When the Dreyfus Affair began in 1898 with Émile Zola's J'accuse, Drumont and his magazine La Libre Parole were the spokesmen for the anti-Dreyfusards, i.e. those who wanted to prevent the rehabilitation of the slandered and wrongly convicted Army Captain Alfred Dreyfus. His greatest admirer at this time was Charles Maurras, 1868 to 1952, who, in the course of the affair, founded Action Française, the first and largest of the right-wing nationalist leagues, which would go on to play a decisive role in determining the direction of the political right-wing spectrum of the Third Republic. The Action Française would do this as an extra-parliamentary movement, as Maurras rejected the Republic and parliamentarism. As a convinced counter-revolutionary, he propagated the return of the monarchy. But more importantly, Maurras hated Germany. For in these first decades after 1871, the memory of France's defeat by Bismarck's Prussia was not only still very much alive in the minds of many French people, four members of the French military hierarchy, it was a burning torment. In combination with the anti-Semitism that Drumont made attractive to the right, it was the motive for the defamation of Dreyfus, who was accused of spying for Germany in 1894. The paranoid message of the false accusation is that the Jews are in cahoots with the Germans. In this atmosphere, Charles Maurras, with his Action Française and its daily newspaper of the same name, developed a political doctrine in the years following the Dreyfus Affair, in which anti-Semitism and a decidedly Germanophobic nationalism formed a seemingly indissoluble ideological unity, just as the anti-racism of the Dreyfusards and an increasingly Germanophile pacifism formed a seemingly contradictory union on the left of the Republic during the same period. The First World War temporarily interrupted the unhindered further development of these two ideological mixtures. The pacifist left had to tread a little more softly for a while under the government of the by no means pacifist Republican Clemenceau, and not even the Action Française could refuse to show respect to the Jewish participants in the war, but it could not stop them. During the period of the Third Republic, the Action Française newspaper was closely read by right-wing milieus, royalist and counter-revolutionary-minded Catholic aristocrats and members of the military elite, who did not agree with Republican anti-clericalism. The law on the separation of church and state was passed in 1905, or with Aristide Briand's peace policy in the 1920s. Many of them also shared the reservations against the Jews, but above all they were worried about an imminent German revenge. The warning against Germany repeatedly and emphatically voiced by Maurras and his people shaped these right-wingers just as much as the anti-Semitism preached in the Action Française. In the course of the 1930s, and then dramatically intensified once again from 1940 onwards, it became clear to these right-wingers that anti-Semitism and anti-German nationalism could no longer be reconciled in the face of Hitler's rise in Germany and the subsequent occupation. If you want to defend the nation, you have to stand up to anti-Jewish Germany, and if you want to cling to anti-Semitism at all costs, you have to accept German rule and the loss of French sovereignty. Maurras and some of his followers opted for the latter. The fact that the German hereditary enemy would not return as an ally of the Jews, as they had always imagined, but as their enemy, upset their ideological coordinate system. But it was not only their anti-Jewish obsession that led the leaders of the Action Française to collaborate with the Germans. It was just as much the pacifism that had spread beyond the left to large parts of the right-wing spectrum in the 1930s and extended into the Action Française, which, despite its traditional Germanophobia, no longer wanted a war with Germany under any circumstances. However, this defeatism on the part of the leadership is anything but a consensus among the broad spectrum of Action Française supporters and sympathizers. Under the German occupation, numerous right-wing patriots from the movement broke away from their master Charles Maurras and became active in the resistance. For them, the defense of the French nation was above all else, including anti-Semitism. Who are they? First and foremost, none other than Charles de Gaulle, 1889 to 1970, himself. Although he was not a member of Action Française and was not even its sympathizer in the 1930s, he came from a nationalist and Catholic-minded home where Action Française was read. At some point, they were halfway convinced of Dreyfus' innocence, but they shared Maurras' criticism of the anti-clericalism and liberalism of the left-wing Republicans. De Gaulle himself was not an anti-democrat and anti-republican like Maurras. He was above all a military man and a patriot who put the nation's independence above all else. In the 1930s, he was constantly concerned about the unpreparedness of the French army in the event of a German attack. He was able to put aside the anti-Semitism he was also familiar with, which enabled him to later found France Libre in exile in London from 1940, together with mostly Jewish, left-wing Republicans in mutual agreement and good cooperation. However, most of the future protagonists of the resistance that de Gaulle recruited, who joined him or founded their own resistance networks, were initially much more closely linked to the Action Française milieu than he was. In some cases, they had even been members of the extreme right-wing and anti-Semitic terrorist organization Cagoule in the preceding years, which had split off from the Action Française in the 1930s and whose core would collaborate with the Germans from 1940 onwards. Their share among the great heroes, who are known to everyone in France who is interested in the history of the resistance and who in many cases became famous under their noms de guerre and clandestine pseudonyms, is eminent. General Leclerc, alias Philippe de Hautecloque, 1902 to 1947, who liberated the city of Paris in August 1944, Colonel Georges Groussard, 1891 to 1980, Colonel Passy, alias André de Wavrin, 1911 to 1998, head of de Gaulle's London Intelligence Service, Colonel Remy, alias Gilbert Renault, 1904 to 1984, founder of the resistance network Confrérie de Notre Dame. These are just some of the best known among them, and they were so omnipresent in the resistance on French territory that a left-wing Republican like Jean Moulin almost seemed like a loner in their midst. They all came from a milieu in which the combination of Catholicism, nationalism, and anti-Semitism had been taken for granted. In the resistance, they would either consign their anti-Jewish sentiments to the closet in the interests of the nation or overcome them altogether. The latter was the case with Marie-Madeleine Fourcade, 1909 to 1989, the head of the Resistance Network Alliance. After 1945, unlike the left-wing collaborators who had only supposedly been such before 1940, she was a true friend of Leica. Epstein writes about her. Unlike so many of her contemporaries who came from Leica and switched to anti-Semitism, Marie-Madeleine Fourcade came from anti-Semitism and ended up with Leica. End of quote. Honoré d'Estienne d'Orves, 1901 to 1941, also came from such a milieu. His Catholic and aristocratic family was not just royalist, but legitimist, meaning that only members of the Bourbon dynasty were entitled to rule France as kings. The naval officer d'Estienne d'Orves joined de Gaulle in London in September 1940, where he initially worked with Colonel Passy to set up the France Libre intelligence service, which was still in its infancy. He pushed for a posting on French territory, landed clandestinely on the coast of Brittany in December 1940, and began to organize the secret Nemrod intelligence network in the following weeks. But a betrayal led to him falling into the hands of the Gestapo on January 21, 1941, and the Nemrod network was smashed. D'Estienne d'Orves was first taken to Germany and then back to Paris, where he was sentenced to death by a German military court in May. On August 29th, he is shot together with two other Nemrod members. In prison, Honor d'Estienne d'Orves writes letters and diaries, knowing that the end of his short life is imminent. We learn from Simon Epstein that among these notes is a text in which Destienne d'Orves confronts antisemitism. Epstein writes, by alternating between arguments and counter-arguments, he reproduces the anti-Jewish themes in direct speech, as if he were, for a short time, making them his own. In its internal construction, his explicitly pro-Jewish text takes the form of a dialogue, or almost a systematic confrontation between what he used to think about the Jews and what he thinks about them now. When he says, I don't like them, he is expressing a point of view that is not, or more precisely, that is no longer his own. End quote. Epstein quotes at length from Destienne d'Orves' text. There is a lot of talk in the newspapers about a certain category of our fellow citizens. These attacks, even if they are currently viewed with favor by those in power, differ little from what one could read in the extreme right-wing press in the past. I would like to record here what I think about this issue. In most cases, I cannot distinguish them from the rest of the French. The physical characteristics of many of them differ little from ours. But when I hear, Mr. So-and-so is one, there is an immediate feeling of recoil.
I don't like them.
The average French person doesn't like them. Why? They seem to surround themselves with a kind of mystery, like members of a secret society. But that's not all. They have crucified Christ. They are not patriots, they have no sense of the military, and in times of war they crowd the rear ranks instead of the front. And then the Dreyfus affair. There are too many of them. Certain bodies are full of them. They have often got the best seats. End of quote. After this list, however, Destienne d'Orves rejects antisemitism, because our pride in being French is based on the awareness of our rights, on the memories of our history, and not on the awareness of an inherent superiority. The cement that binds us together is not race, but the nation that has been formed over the centuries from what were initially different races. I think I can say that the more this spirit of exclusion spreads, the less it will be appreciated by the French. The feelings in us which it flatters, and which I have described above, are vile. Our Christian morality, which places all humanity on the same level before God, without distinction of race, rises up against them. Racism is a regression in the development of human thought. It leads back from love of humanity to a morality for a closed society. End quote. It is remarkable that this testament of a former anti-Semite comes to the same conclusions as Marcel Dietz's anti-racist declarations at Leica meetings in the 1930s. It is the Christian version of the Republican credo that Dietz deliberately worshipped, but to which he did not know how to remain faithful. However, a chasm separates the two in that Matt made his declarations in a situation and at a time when it cost him nothing and was even beneficial to his career. Destienne d'Orves comes to his conclusions in a completely different situation, as a solitary man waiting for death in the face of evil. In the post-war period, Honoré Destienne d'Orves' special significance was immediately recognized in France. His French Wikipedia article gives a long list of all the streets, squares, schools, and stamps named after him and dedicated to him. Numerous French government websites and the archives of the resistance commemorate him with detailed biographies. His political past is just as politely concealed as his impressive self-interrogation quoted above. It is as if the honoring memory knew his reasons, and at the same time was afraid of this knowledge. In view of this history as much as the current situation, the question must be asked, what makes, time and time again, especially leftists such willing and in some cases even enthusiastic collaborators of evil? What was striking about Jean-Luc Mélenchon's speech at his party's summer university this year was the strangely hypnotic way in which the leader of France Insoumise revolved around the two motifs of peace and violence. Doesn't it seem obvious that there is always an underlying fascination with violence and crime in pacifism? One reason why left-wingers in bourgeois times are often so full of resentment against everything that is right-wing could be because they give the right-wingers their uncomplicated and uncomplicated way, because they envy the right their more uncomplicated connection and access to power. Their often highly moral ideology makes it difficult for left-wingers to embrace their desire for power in the same way that right-wingers can, who satisfy their aggressive urges by identifying with the harshness of the law, but who, once they have come to power, are also able to accept that they can only enjoy their power within its limits because of the same identification with the law, and for whom this enjoyment is therefore only associated with feelings of guilt that are not too serious, and therefore bearable. Leftists, on the other hand, for whom the relationship to the law is so hateful for many reasons that would be worthy of much closer examination, must, in their frustrated inhibition, in the worst case, nurture within themselves a longing for liberation from all inhibitions in total lawlessness and the very great crime. During his time as a bourgeois socialist in the PS Mélenchon, perhaps in a similar way to Doriot, who was humiliated by the Communist Party hierarchy at the time, was unable to make the career he had expected and to which he believed he was entitled. If things had been different, he might not be interested in Gaza and the new friends of Hamas today. Since October 7, 2023, more than a few of even the smartest commentators have wondered how it could be that someone like Mélenchon could embrace the Hamas cause. Their own answer to this has generally been, and on this point at least they have come to no different conclusion than the left-wing apologists Lemire and Alami, that it cannot be antisemitism, but that it is simply a power political calculation. Mélenchon wants to recruit the youth of the banlieues as voters for himself. Even if this is undoubtedly the case, this explanation nonetheless always sounds a little like a rationalization. Rather, it is to be assumed that the wound of being rejected, which cannot be dealt with, has caused something to enter the existence of ambitious power politicians such as Doriot or Mélenchon, of which one cannot be sure that antisemitism is merely a tactical instrument for them and nothing else. The resentment of those who see themselves robbed of a booty that they are convinced should have been theirs alone and no one else's, and who seek to find the culprit for this setback, leads symptomatically into the projective hatred of Jews and the mendacious slander that is always part of it as its justification, if the individual in question does not have the willingness for an always inevitably painful self-reflection. If the left were to face up to its own history, of which the period of German occupation in France during the Second World War is undoubtedly one of the darkest and most unpleasant chapters to contemplate, it would have to cringe with shame at its willingness to engage in the most senseless and spineless ideological contortion. A kind of contortion that, in historical retrospect, exposes it to ridicule and would be good material for the gag writer of a sitcom if the reality in which it appears on stage were not so serious. Simon Epstein tells of the day in October 1942 when Marcel Diet, no longer an anti-racist friend of the Leica in the final years of the Third Republic, but the leader of his ultra-collaborationist RNP party under the German occupation, apparently remembered his earlier declarations, "We are a nation of mongrels," and was not too stupid to announce to an enthusiastic audience at a party congress, "We are mongrels, but Aryan mongrels." Perhaps Diet unintentionally said something true about the self-image of the Western left, which remains blind to itself. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the left is still unable to recognize its own role in the worst pages of history and does not want to register its own long-standing involvement in the ever more dramatic disaster, because it does not want to admit that it too, in its political and ideological origins and constitution, is just as much a mongrel as the right. However, such self-reflection would be the only thing that could save left-wing thinking, which is by no means superfluous and should be consigned to the dustbin of history, because the Enlightenment ideas of freedom and equality, which are its heritage and which it would still be its task to defend, are still inescapable and indispensable, and contribute to combating the self-destruction of civilization, which every new boom in anti-Semitism and tolerance and looking away from it always is. Only this could put them in a position to exercise an urgently needed self-criticism, a self-criticism that an Honor d'Estienne d'Orves and many other right-wing resistants were capable of despite their origins in an ideologically anti-Semitic tradition, which enabled them to do the right thing at the decisive moment. The blind adherence to a notion of left-wing ideological purity, on the other hand, may have more than just points of contact with the right-wing notion of racial purity. Like the latter, it also makes it possible, under the right circumstances, to abandon all inhibitions and join the ghost train of total destruction as a shadow of one's former self. And perhaps this affinity between the fixed ideas of left and right also explains why, after 1940, the idea of the Aryan race no longer seemed as alien and incomprehensible to many left-wing collaborators in France under German rule, who, despite everything, had shattered the familiar bourgeois framework of the Republic to which they had tied their political identity. When the West Berlin Rotbuch publishing house brought out Pascal Bruckner's Studie das Schluchen de Weißen Mans, The White Man's Sobs, in French in 1984, it was taking a risk. At that time, after the proletariat had disappeared as an untraceable appeal, the new left discovered the Third World, for itself alongside peace and the environment, which seemed to be related to the other two fetishes in a way that was as irrefutable as it was diffuse. Bruckner attacked this alliance in his essay, to which the publishers added the subtitle Einpolmik as a precaution. He set out to explore the history of Third Worldism in Europe and America since the early 1960s from the perspective of an unhappy conscience, and deciphered the enthusiasm of the new left for a peaceful reconciliation with the natural foundations of life, which was evident in the engagement for the Third World, as well as for the environment, as a moral indulgence. The process of civilization, Bruckner made clear against the upswing of postmodernism, was always based on domination, sometimes enforced by force. However, this alone does not speak against it. Rather, only the West has managed to incorporate reflection and criticism of its own dark sides into its thoughts and actions. By paralyzing the ability to reflect, the resulting Western guilt complex also weakens the West politically. The Rotbuch publishing house, which dared to publish Bruckner's pamphlet, had a unique position in West Germany. Organized as a collective and associated with authors from the radical left-wing scene in West Germany, such as Peter Paul Zoll, it was one of the best-known left-wing book publishers. By publishing dissident writers from the GDR and Eastern Europe alongside Heiner Müller, for example, Agota Christoph and the still largely unknown Herta Müller, it also placed itself in a tradition of criticism of real socialism that nevertheless refused to make a commitment to the West. It was fitting that when Bruckner's book was published, the publisher brought out Klaus Legewi's essay Kofferträger, which dealt with the Western European glorification of Arab and African cultures on the basis of Algeria. Nevertheless, with the publication of Bruckner's book, Rotbuch did not play a special role in its popularization. Unlike the works of André Glucksmann and Alain Finkielkraut, Bruckner's fellow members of the Nouveau Philosophes, he remained unknown in German-speaking countries. Until after reunification, his books were published in mutilated translations and by various publishers, Goldman, Aufbau, Junius. Edition Tiamat, another left-wing publisher, brought out Bruckner's book Der Eingebildet Rassismus last year and has now published Ein Nehizu Perfekter Täter, his study on the construction of the white scapegoat. An almost perfect perpetrator is a return by Bruckner to his first study of Western self-pity. Bruckner demonstrates how the West's disguised hatred of its own foundations is linked to its tendency to preserve objectively outdated forms of socialization using a dictum by Jean Baudrillard, a postmodern theorist who is actually one of his opponents. In the 1990s, Baudrillard once casually compared anti-racism with the environmentalist rescue of whales. Quote, "One could also understand the first case as a call to save racism, this doomed species, as an object of the anti-racist struggle, as the last remnant of political passions." End quote. The rescue operation, summarizes Bruckner, has exceeded all expectations, and then outlines the direction of his criticism. Quote, "Day after day, new forms of oppression are discovered against people or groups who feel slandered or ridiculed. There are tiny sects that have no other task than to keep uncovering new sediments of oppression. From glottophobes, people who make fun of accents, to fatphobes to atophobes, people who don't like teenagers." End quote. As accurate as the diagnosis of the disintegration of Western societies into particular communities is, it also reveals the weakness of Bruckner's new book. The White Man's Sob was historically a response to the engagement of existentialist philosophy in France, particularly Jean-Paul Sartre's, with the anti-Western liberation movements in the former colonies. As such, it was one of the founding documents of Nouvelle philosophy, whose members were united by their criticism of neo-Marxism and their attachment to an emphatic concept of republican statehood. An almost perfect perpetrator generalizes and dilutes the diagnosis gained from the case of France and the French left into a cultural critique aimed at social disintegration phenomena as a whole. This leads to a dehistoricization of Bruckner's earlier criticism and, in a way, gives it an anti-Western accent. At least if one identifies the West not only with the French Republic, as Bruckner himself does, but also with the United States. The USA is one of the main opponents in Bruckner's new work. The tendency to play France off against the USA as a model of civilization can be seen in an episode with which Bruckner introduces the central chapter of his book, entitled The Race and the Citizen. In it, he describes an encounter with the Black American writer James Baldwin in 1984, when The White Man's Sobs was published. Baldwin had emigrated to France in 1948 and described to Bruckner the disinterest of the French in his origins as saving him. "The French left me alone. They freed me from the crutches of race. It was frightening but helpful. America has a similar function today for many French blacks, who hope for relief from their discomfort on the other side of the Atlantic." Just as French republicanism represented a promise of happiness for Black Americans in the face of the persistence of racial segregation in the USA, the equality pathos of the civil rights movement embodied the promise of escaping the past shaped by colonialism for French blacks. However, since Martin Luther King's universalism was replaced by particularism in the style of Black Lives Matter, a cult of minority and victimhood has spread from the USA, mediated through universities and the cultural sector, to which Bruckner sees the French social model with its primacy of republicanism and laicism as a better alternative. He therefore ends his comparison of countries with an optimistic appeal. To all Americans, artists, writers, directors, actors, musicians, whites, blacks, Latinos who can no longer bear the prison-like atmosphere of their country and long for the air of freedom, let it be proclaimed that France is ready to welcome them, just as it welcomed hundreds of intellectuals, jazz musicians, and novelists fleeing racial segregation after the Second World War. Come and find asylum in the nation of the art of living and tolerance. End quote. Given the relentlessness with which Bruckner had earlier analyzed the failure of laicism in France, this reversal of the inscription on New York's Statue of Liberty, declaring France an asylum for emigrants from the American minority prison, seems very idealistic. Instead of contrasting the fetishistic politicization of minorities in the USA and France in a contrapuntal comparison and thus doing justice to the fact that Western universalism has always existed divided, as American and French Bruckner takes the side of the French Republic. As honest as his motives are, there is something hopeless about this gesture. Every nation seems to have the neoconservatives it deserves. In the US, they are political advisors schooled in the Plato and Maimonides exegeses of Leo Strauss. In France, moralists modeled on Voltaire and Zola. And in Germany, comedians in the tradition of Rhoda Rhoda. But the decisive factor in whether they are able to do anything about the madness that is spreading in the form of Islam and the left is their ability to sound out the internal contradictions of their own society, and thus the limits of liberalism in the political sphere in whatever countries and with whatever preconditions. If they are not able to do this, they can just as well operate as neoliberals like Friedrich Hayek, Milton Friedman, and others, who ruthlessly trust the invisible hand of the market. And ruthless here also means that it does not matter what political awareness the citizens have, as they are in God's hands anyway. Destroying liberal illusions in the political sphere in order to save liberalism from self-destruction, on the other hand, characterizes a way of thinking that can be called neoconservative in a certain sense. It aims at the consciousness of the citizens themselves, knowing of its precarious composition. This is also the criticism of Friedman. The neoliberal ignores the fact that self-destruction is a permanent possibility of a free society. The way he understands the nature of things, the forces of this society cannot be self-destructive. Rather, his credo is that self-realization in a free society can only lead to the creation of a self that is compatible with such a society. Irving Kristol. And in this, his findings sometimes overlap with the best traditions of the European Enlightenment, whose emancipatory potential, however, it only ever wants to see limited to that minimum of freedom, Franz Neumann, that bourgeois society can offer. But for someone like Norman Podhoretz, the defense of this minimum necessarily means that U.S. policy should no longer proceed according to the time-honored maxim towards friendly dictators. He may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. A neoconservative, says Irving Kristol, is a liberal who has been mugged by reality. The assault of reality on liberal ideas makes their defenders return to the origins of democracy, be it the American Revolution or the polis in ancient Athens. The first to do so in the face of the worst of all conceivable assaults were political intellectuals from Germany such as Hannah Arendt, Leo Strauss, Eric Voegelin, and many of those American liberals, who then learned to fear in the 1960s in the face of an increasingly clearly anti-Western left, took their cue from them. If Hannah Arendt not only delegitimized religious and authoritarian ties in the spirit of Kant's Enlightenment, but also adhered to many a political illusion with Kant's perpetual peace, Leo Strauss and Eric Voegelin obviously seemed more reliable, as they had studied their Hobbes and Bodin, in whose sense they also wanted to redefine the significance of religion and authority for the preservation of freedom. Inspired by Plato, they conveyed a new political legitimization of certain traditions of Jewish religion, Strauss, or Christianity, Voegelin, and generally sought to rehabilitate pre-modern rationality. The recourse to pre-capitalist forms of consciousness, which the right is generally so fond of that they sacrifice all freedom for it, is not intended as an undermining of the separation of powers and individual freedoms, but on the contrary as their necessary support, a counterweight to the self-destructive tendency of society, which constantly produces new crises and threatens to forfeit even the minimum of freedom that is life-saving. Such an interpretation was and is only credibly possible with trust in a country like the USA, where Arendt, Strauss, and Voegelin had fled to. But even this trust, which is based on the revolution and history of the most Western nation, can be disappointed at any time. And the different neoconservative conclusions that Arendt, Strauss, and Voegelin draw from their philosophical historical reminiscences are in any case only comprehensible to the extent that they represent a break with German ideology, an ideology, incidentally, that they had first come to know from the inside through their teachers, Heidegger and Schmidt, and thus knew better than all Greek philosophy, which appeared to them a little later as a way out. However, the break must be made on the question of antisemitism, and that is the touchstone of their theories, just as the neocons of today prove to be most clear-sighted when they set the fight against anti-Zionism as the primacy of the political. Podhoretz, who had already clearly polemicized against Arendt's Eichmann book, recognized the new globalized version of antisemitism in the hostility against Israel as early as the 1970s. From the protest against Middle East policy under Carter, in which the neocons distinguished themselves in foreign policy, the direct path led to today's realization that we are dealing with the threat of Islamofascists worldwide, whereby even the theory of totalitarianism is helped to its truth. The influence first of Nazism and then of Soviet communism had everything to do with the emergence of Islamofascism as a political force, Podhoretz. Not long after September 11th, the neoconservative journal Commentary wrote, "As the Jews were the practice range for anti-democratic and anti-liberal forces in pre-Hitler Europe, so in the second half of the 20th century, the State of Israel took the brunt of the Arab/Muslim war against Western democracy." End of quote. In the German public, only Heinrich M. Broder can match this consistency. As much as he takes pleasure in adding something ludicrous to his criticism of the EU's appeasement policy, and this is entirely appropriate for this policy, it cannot be described in any other way. This is also done against the constantly present background of an intensifying conflict situation and approaching political catastrophes. By keeping the central problem, the question of violence, in view, he takes the experiences of the persecuted Jews most strictly into account. As a result, his commentaries, which renounce all theory, repeatedly gain sharp contours and the power of criticism, especially when they denounce the delusions of the left. Representing neoconservative ideas in Germany inevitably has humorous aspects. This is in the nature of things, namely the dependence of liberalism on the West. What appears to be neoconservative here is often enough just the need to be funnier than the old-fashioned liberals, but it is precisely this heteronomy that is evident. Hannes Stein, who has serious interventions against the anti-Westerners to his credit, also writes forcibly humorous texts in which they then figure as chewy representatives of the generally human. And it is no coincidence that this tendency towards Wilhelm Busch is strongest among those who need to purge themselves of anything that sounds anti-German in order to establish an identity. Wishful thinking is also the crux of liberalism in this case. Its limits are only grasped to the extent that they give rise to mockery of apocalyptics, by which Heidegger and Adorno, German ideology and anti-German criticism can be meant indiscriminately. Because nothing should actually appear threatening, otherwise the doubt about the pre-stabilized harmony, which is obviously at stake under all circumstances, would be too great. In acute situations, however, the question of priority always arises, and here it is: apology for society or the fight against anti-Semitism. In order to expose the enemies of liberalism, who regularly flock together as anti-Semites, we need the ability to be disappointed, so that at least the optimism of liberals can be seen through as optimism for a purpose. Their basis may be as gloomy as Irving crystals. In some respects, this world we live in is, in fact, a hell. Fortunately, there is America, say Crystal and the American neoconservatives. As realist patriots, they hopefully keep their deeply pessimistic anthropology in check. In Europe, there is not even this, in truth very vague, perspective opened up by a hegemon like the USA. How could Broder, only seemingly humorous but mugged by reality, judge the self-preservation instinct of European citizens differently in view of the Islamic threat? They perceive reality but put a filter in between, which is quite reasonable in the short term so as not to have to jump off the cliff straight away. Broder. The French moralists of today also pursue an anthropologization of social conditions that does not allow for appeasement, whereby, unlike the neocons, they argue atheistically throughout. In his book on hatred, André Glucksmann often inserts society merely as an illustration of the generally human, but this does not alter the fact that he correctly assesses its destructive forces in the present. The decision situation he conjures up for Europe is decisive for his clairvoyance. Either it becomes united and resists the master builders of the apocalypse, as Great Britain, Poland, Italy, and the Czech Republic have done, or it lets its guard down and defies the United States in order to follow the path of the so-called peace camp, led by France, Germany, and Russia. Glucksmann. Glucksmann also avoids touching on the significance of the assessment of these architects of the apocalypse for the engagement in the Yugoslavian conflict at the time and for the current one in Chechnya. that the questions are no longer as simple as all neoconservatives believed and believe. Europe is killing itself, says Bernard-Henri Lévy, in an interview with Cameron Abadi, and, like Glucksmann, is referring to the increasingly ambiguous policy towards the West. But he praises Joschka Fischer, a politician who was more concerned with this killing than almost anyone else, as a great European. George W. Bush, on the other hand, appears to Lévy as the worst president of the USA for quite a long time. However, he believes that he has learned from the USA, while working on his book American Vertigo, that Europe is possible. It is a certain concept of politics that allows insight and delusion to merge here. This becomes clear in Lévy's argument against the Iraq War. The reason for his disagreement with the US neocons is the question of the political. What I accuse them of is not their immoralism, but their political naivety. The war they waged against Saddam Hussein was morally right and politically wrong. Quote, "They have bought into their own delusion of democratic messianism. The idea, to put it briefly, that it is enough to decree democracy in order to achieve it and that the patient work of politics can be bypassed in the process. They are people who don't believe in politics at home either, so why should they do it anywhere else? They don't believe that the point of politics is to fight poverty." End quote. For Lévy, politics means that the state is there to fight against poverty, and only when it does so do the masses identify with it as a nation and support democracy. Without quite realizing it, he denies what he actually admires about the USA. Quote, "I saw this confederation of states, this national community of people who speak much less of a language than Europeans, who have much more difficult ethnic problems to solve. And I said to myself that the miracle is possible. That the inorganic nation, the inorganic social body is possible. I discovered that constitutional patriotism, to speak like Habermas, is not just a philosophical reverie, but a thing that can work, that can be used to create armies, maintain schools, raise taxes. When you cross this country, as I have done, and see how little a landowner in Alabama has in common with a Mexican in San Diego or a European in Savannah or Charleston, and that America has nevertheless come into being, then a hope for Europe reawakens." End quote. However, if one crosses Europe and sees how much a farmer in France has in common with a worker in Austria or a civil servant in Sweden, namely the basic anti-American sentiment and hatred of Israel, then it also becomes clear why Europe is not heading towards a confederation of states with a sovereign, as the USA has formed, why there is no sign here that the masses want a European state at all, with a government capable of acting, which decides internally on the state of emergency and externally on the means of coercion in a state of war. Instead, the bureaucrats of the European Union increasingly rank ahead of those of their own state as scapegoats of the administered world. Adorno. Lévy obviously does not perceive that the synthesis of the American nation as an inorganic one, which he favors, originates precisely where he locates its error. Its ideologues, insofar as they are neoconservatives, do not believe in politics as he understands it, politics that imposes on the state first and foremost to be a welfare state. No matter what they demand, no matter how idealistically they argue, the state in which they believe remains transparently focused on the motive of guaranteeing above all else the rights of the citizen, i.e. the owner of goods, regulating and securing the buying and selling of goods and capital, and the much-cited human rights are the appropriate catchword for this. They recognize the squaring of the circle in a human right to work. Lévy, on the other hand, understands human rights differently. He wants a European state that always acts as a social welfare provider to the same extent, i.e. one that guarantees the well-being of the owner of goods and regulates the wealth and poverty of its citizens, and thus corresponds roughly to the image that Hannah Arendt once drew of the ideologues of the French Revolution in contrast to those of the American Revolution. According to her, it was a certain form of compassion that was the undoing of the revolution in Europe, compassion for the poor as an imaginary collective, but formed in accordance with state rule. Empathy as a political consciousness that already imagines poverty in the repressive form of the sovereign with whom one wishes to identify. Such engagement pushed for direct democracy, i.e. to eliminate the distance between formally equal citizens and institutions superior to the state, to revoke the representative character of these institutions and to abolish the separation of powers. It therefore appears to be the subjective driving force to place the law, the sovereign, and the people in an immediate relationship. Perhaps the susceptibility of French intellectuals to German ideology, in particular their fascination with Heidegger, of whom the American neocons want to know nothing, results precisely from this legacy of the revolution. Here he is seen above all as a neo-pagan and Nazi sympathizer with an ominous influence on contemporary intellectual circles. Together with Nietzsche's philosophy, Heidegger's teachings are regarded as subversive, in a sense that Glucksmann and Levy have also come to dislike. Subversive not only of bourgeois society and the Judeo-Christian tradition but also of secular humanism, secular rationalism, bourgeois morality, and, in the end, of Western civilization itself, Crystal. The break with Marxism, which Levy staged with great effort, has reinforced this fascination in a paradoxical way. Because he cannot stop looking at social conditions, he also misses the rationality of the concept of human rights. And conversely, he continues to refuse to even take note of Marx's findings in their significance for the individual in bourgeois society when it comes to analyzing these conditions, as if he were still a Maoist. But as long as it is not understood that the dignity of this individual is based here solely on the freedom of the commodity owner to sell his commodity, and as ultima ratio this is the commodity of labor power, whether he can sell it or not. However, as long as the sovereign is at best there to guarantee precisely this freedom so that value can be utilized, political engagement will ultimately be directed towards the people. Europe needs something like a collective history, and the philosophy of the engaged will be oriented towards Heidegger's being, which Levy opposes to positivism and technicism. It is hardly surprising that Islam as a religion should then also be excluded from criticism. Glucksmann is different in his book on hatred. Almost in the style of the American neocons, this author, who can also look back on a Maoist past, gets rid of the social question that Levy constantly misleads by anthropologizing social conditions. And Heidegger's philosophy, which Glucksmann so recently revered, embodies the continuity between the National Socialist and Islamist revolts against the Enlightenment and bourgeois society at the moment when he grasps anti-Americanism. Pascal Bruckner also devotes some attention to the devastating influence of Heidegger. In his wake, an entire school of thought from Gadamer to Derrida has challenged the Enlightenment's claim to embody a new age of self-conscious history. On the contrary, this philosophical and literary episode is said to have given rise to all the ills of our time: capitalism, colonialism, totalitarianism. The critique of prejudice is supposed to be just another prejudice, proving that humanity is incapable of self-knowledge. End quote. Bruckner develops his critique of multiculturalism from his defense of the Enlightenment, emphasizing a certain conception of the state. It contains a promise of happiness for the individual that is directed against identity. Quote, out of sheer respect for particularities, individuals are once again locked into a racial or ethnic definition, pushed back into a rigid identity from which they were supposed to be extracted. There we have the black, the Arab, the Pakistani, the Muslim, prisoners of their history for life. They are being denied what was previously our privilege. The transition from one world to another, from tradition to modernity, from blind obedience to rational choice. Instead of celebrating freedom as a force that breaks with determinism, we promote the repetition of history and the coercion that the community exerts on the individual. End quote. Bruckner thus grasps the lines of social conflict quite precisely. According to him, engagement against multiculturalism is required in the West, as it only grants equal treatment to communities, but not to the people who make them up, because it denies them the freedom to break away from their own traditions. Instead, recognition of the group, suppression of the individual, preference for tradition against the will of all those who leave customs and family behind because, for example, they want to live love according to their own ideas. End quote. Minorities thus become nations within nations, but these are usually nations that excommunicate and denaturalize individuality. The central question of political judgment, therefore, becomes the extent to which they allow bourgeois society into their structures. It is no coincidence that by posing this question, Bruckner makes clear the point of view from which he himself speaks. Republican assimilation, based on the ideal of equality, presupposes that all people, regardless of race, gender, and faith, are entitled to the same rights. Rights, in turn, presuppose the sovereign, which Bruckner bluntly favors in the form of the French nation. Against the right to diversity, one must incessantly affirm the right to sameness. What unites us is stronger than what divides us. End of quote. The problem with Bruckner's argument is that he ignores the contradiction of bourgeois society, which a classic Enlightenment philosopher such as Lessing was still able to formulate when he spoke of the disaster that bourgeois society causes, completely contrary to its intention. It cannot unite people without dividing them. And this means, first and foremost, that bourgeois society divides and separates people into different peoples and religions. End of quote. Lessing assumes the diversity of individuals. Bruckner sees only that of peoples and religions, which he rightly subjects to equality. which applies to the individual and protects him. Insofar as he pays no particular attention to the diversity of individuals themselves, does not protect them separately from the sameness imposed on them by the state through the postulate of equality, it is clear that he himself has strayed less far from the waters of Heidegger's reception than he would have liked. For him, the diversity of individuals remains obscured by their national community. Certainly, Bruckner favors this community because it can protect the rights of individuals, and these rights are the prerequisite for individuals themselves being able to take a minimum of diversity from groups and families. But the community, although it naturally has a different political sound in French, always threatens to become the actual purpose. After all, Bruckner writes, if one abandons the common criterion for the distinction between right and wrong, any notion of a national community is undermined. End quote. An Enlightenment philosopher like Lessing, however, was not concerned with the idea of a national community, but with the common criterion for distinguishing between right and wrong, which could be useful for establishing a national community under certain circumstances. Quote, as if nature had intended more the happiness of a derived concept, such as state, fatherland, and the like, than the happiness of every real individual being. End of quote. There are 2 points in Pascal Bruckner's argument where the national community emerges as an end in itself. One is his assessment of Islam, the other is his relationship with the USA. What repels him about George W. Bush's policies, apart from the bigotry and the mixture of strategic ostentation and naivety, is that he has given priority to the military struggle over a struggle of ideas. But unlike Levy, he was less interested in social conditions. In his opinion, this battle should have been fought on the terrain of dogma, the interpretation of scripture, a new comprehensive reading of religious texts. Europe, on the other hand, is bowing to the God-crazy with suicidal ignorance, whereas it could set a shining example for a reform of this monotheism, and this enlightened Islam brought forth by Europe would serve as a model for Muslims all over the world. For Bruckner, everything appears to be a question of knowledge and ignorance, but not of coercion and violence. While Bernard-Henri Lévy wants to give Islam the cure of Judaism, the religious context is, as I said, a matter for the Muslims. The time of commentary is coming. Let the letters learn to fly and 100 Talmudic flowers bloom. Bruckner looks to Christianity as a model. Islam must succeed in doing what Christianity has done since the 15th century. It must submit to modernity. Bruckner and Lévy do not ask what made the Talmudic flowers blossom and why Christianity had to submit to modernity. They only record the result, that religion was brought to radical restrictions of its claim to determine the social order, to administer the consciousness and bodies of people. But the restrictions were only possible because the social order itself determined that consciousness and body would henceforth be administered as containers of labor power. This determination is not the determination that Bruckner and Lévy perorize and rightly accuse the Marxist view of. Rather, it reveals the individual to be both the object of determination and the subject of freedom. It sees in his bourgeois existence the possibility of restricting religion as well as following it unconditionally. Together with the minimum of freedom that the development of bourgeois society entails, the fascination arises to liquidate even the minimum and with it to surrender the torturable libe to the community. Islam gained its uniqueness over Judaism and Christianity in the first place from the fact that it was able to use this very pound to its advantage. Intellectuals can reform it even less than the mass of believers as a mass. Islam is violence as a religion in its own right, which Judaism and Christianity have excluded from their realm in very different ways in the confrontation with state and society. It is the delusion of not recognizing the body itself in the exercise of violence. Lévy and Bruckner, however, firmly believe that intellectuals can change religion, and consequently ignore the question of where the fascination for Sharia and jihad comes from and how it captures the masses. Why intellectuals like Bassam Tibi really remain one-man sections. In the meantime, Tibi is proving what a civilized Islam is becoming, however pleasantly he may differ from Tariq Ramadan. Tibi accuses Hirsi Ali of abusing this religion in order to make a name for himself in a very cheap way. His little private fatwa shows what he himself understands by the concept of Euro-Islam, barbarism tempered by Habermas communication theory. Quote, the concept is based on observations I made in West Africa in the 1980s. There I noticed an Africanization of Islam. Taking into account the realization that Islam in West Africa has not become a foreign and autochthonous culture despite its Arab origins, I asked whether a Europeanization of Islam in Europe should not be sought in a similar way. This would achieve what is a reality in Africa and is missing in Europe, namely an indigenization, i.e. Islam becoming indigenous. End of quote. Tibi is not interested in the fact that African Islam, as Hirsi Ali had to experience it, includes female genital mutilation and the self-evident practice of stoning all those who act contrary to Islam in their ideas of sexuality. But he would like to see Euro-Islam in such a way that concepts of Salafism such as Sharia and Jihad are abandoned through religious cultural reforms, because his concept should relate exclusively to Europe, unlike the earlier universal vision of the westernization of the world, including the world of Islam. As a Muslim and migrant, he recognizes that Europe has a civilizational identity and the right to preserve it. And Tibi is not afraid to abuse the legacy of critical theory by repeatedly referring to Max Horkheimer as his Jewish teacher. Horkheimer knew what to make of the Prophet's concept of God. War campaigns, violent conversion, extermination of enemies. The reformation of Islam, as intended by the conceptual separation of Islam and Islamism, ultimately involves multiculturalism as a world order, and as a world order it is perfectly in line with Carl Schmitt's theory of Grossraum. Destruction of the Enlightenment, which only deserves its name at all if it is understood as universal. Shattering of the concept of humanity, which can only gain true unity in the diversity of individuals, not cultures. And the European Union is the nucleus of this multicultural Grossraum order. Tibi sees it as a community of values. In doing so, he unintentionally reveals the secret of the jargon that trumpets values. What is universal about the Enlightenment and can essentially only be defined in negative terms: emancipation from traditions and ties, abstraction from personal dependence and oppression. He turns into something positive, into a question of culture and ethnicity. It was still clear to Adorno and Horkheimer that the generality of law can only be understood as negation, and that this is precisely where the possibility of emancipation opens up, because it is nothing but the freedom of the owners of goods to sell their goods and their labor power, i.e. freedom from innate privileges as well as from personal dependence. Thus Pascal Bruckner, who considers Islam in Europe to be reformable, prefers to attribute the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment to the anti-Enlightenment thinkers in the wake of Heidegger in order to avoid having to confront this negativity. However, this is the only way to understand the destructive potential inherent in a society in which the generality of emancipation can only exist as a negative generality. Conversely, those who believe that they already possess this generality as a positive and invoke it as a value for others will tend to trivialize this potential, however much it may contradict their subjective experiences. This does not have to take the insane form of Tibi, who approves of the Africanization of Islam just to be able to favor its Europeanization. It also comes through in the way Bruckner does when he finally assesses the dangers in the Middle East. Quote, "There is nothing there that is similar to the overpowering danger of the Third Reich. Even the mullah's regime in Tehran is a paper tiger that a minimum of severity would bring to its knees." End quote. It is then enough to encourage the tired and self-doubt-ridden Europe, and this is obviously the intellectual's most important task. However, self-doubt would suit him just fine, as he does not at all reflect on the conditions of violence in international relations, and that means considering the possibility of military action against a regime like the one in Tehran. It is like an epistemological necessity. Anyone who does not take the option of political violence into account will always play down the dangers emanating from such unstates, Newman, even if he does not want to. In response to Hannah Stein's statement that a military strike against Iran now would be madness, Norman Podhoretz replied in 2008, "If this is the worst scenario you can think of, it's still better than what happens if Iran gets the nuclear bomb." End quote. But he knows who he is dealing with in Germany, the home of the peace movement. Quote, "It has now become clear that Iran cannot be stopped without military strikes, only through diplomacy and sanctions. So people are retreating to the position. Let them have the nuclear bomb." End quote. The anti-American tinge in Levy's and Bruckner's affirmations of democracy, which pervades again and again, is perhaps indirectly related to the impact of a certain philosopher, which, unlike Sartre's, is not only unbroken but only seems to be fully unfolding today. I am referring to Emmanuel Levinas, who, based on Heidegger but quite independently of Sartre, showed many French intellectuals a viable, Western-oriented way out of the being toward death of German ideology. Quote, "Does the subject not attain the status of the human only when it assumes responsibility for the other person, in the election that raises it to this level? An election that comes from a God or God who looks at it in the face of the other person, its neighbor, the original place of revelation?" End quote. It is undoubtedly a break with Heidegger when Levinas invokes the beyond of being and the disinteresse as the goodness to give charity, mercy, and, in responsibility, response and speech, and thus the positivity of an inclination towards being as the being of the other in each case. But this break is at the same time a retreat from the question of violence, which is evident in Levinas' definition of state sovereignty. It is not unimportant to know, and this is perhaps the European experience of the 20th century, whether the egalitarian and just state in which the European finds his fulfillment, and which must be established and above all preserved, emerges from a war of all against all, or from the irreducible responsibility of one for the other, and whether it can ignore the uniqueness of the face and love. End quote. If such sentences were to be more than a translation of Martin Buber into French thought, or if they were merely Christian-influenced guff, they would preformulate the newer European ideology that rebels against U.S. hegemony. At the same time, Levinas resolutely stood up for the State of Israel, without acknowledging the contradiction that this very state was created in order to be prepared for the ongoing war of all against the Jews, which results from the war of all against all. It is precisely the defense against the anti-Semites by the unique sovereign of the Jews that proves what the state in general, i.e. every state, including the egalitarian and just one, emerges from, namely by forcing it to ignore the uniqueness of the face of the other in love in order to ensure the mere survival of its citizens. This is the experience that Alain Finkielkraut, a student of Levinas, had to make, and which he puts on record in a commentary on the new antisemitism that is as astonished as it is astonishing. By holding on to his identification with Israel, he feels compelled to turn against those who condemn Israel and its only protective power, the USA, out of the irreducible responsibility of the one for the other and in the name of love and the uniqueness of the other. Quote, "The future of hatred is in their camp and not in that of the Vichy supporters. Among the humane people and not among the barbarians. In the camp of the mixed-race society and not in that of the ethnic nation. In the camp of respect and not in the camp of rejection. In the camp of those willing to atone, of those who say never again, and not in the shameless camp of those who say French first." End quote. This hatred is not so new. Humanity has been defined since the Enlightenment, and by no means only by its opponents, as the exclusion of the Jews. Only that now it is no longer the emancipation from religion, but the guilt for the extermination of the Jews, the emancipation from this burden, that seems to be directed against Judaism. Quote, "All humbly accepted the civilizational burden of guilt. All took a reflective distance from what they were. All put their honor in detaching themselves from themselves. They all harbored a suspicion of the Nazi that lay dormant within them. Everyone felt hungover. Everyone but the Jews. Because they were building on being the superego of the old continent, they forgot about having a superego." End of quote. Like Bruckner, Finkielkraut exposes this pedagogy of remorse and recognizes that it is the best intentions that reveal their malignity. But he goes further in that he looks beyond mere moral reasoning. When he discovers the new, veiled form of hatred in those who are unceasingly willing to atone without limits, he penetrates to the immediate political consequences of hypocrisy and decouples the basic anti-Israeli character of this new European ideology. He immerses himself in its jargon, and only with a slight twist does he make it speak in such a way that he blurts out the truth about himself. Intoxicated by their sovereign power, imbued with their nation-state existence, the Jews of today resemble the anti-Semites of old and calmly succeed them, and this in the hour of the great penitential dissolution of the nation-state. Flagrantly and brazenly violate the religion of humanity to which Europe has converted. Finkielkraut consciously speaks of a religion. Ultimately, he sees in the new antisemitism the return of the very old Christian anti-Judaism. He formulates as a terrible hypothesis that the penitent judges are incapable of condemning racism and social Darwinism in any other way than by updating and recycling St. Paul, that is, by once again reproaching the descendants of Abraham for clinging convulsively to their dynastic prerogatives and clinging to the bonds of blood, while proposing to them the union of hearts. End quote. But in Finkielkraut's argumentation, this religious historical hypothesis appears to be an attempt to return from the political terrain to moral reasoning, which cannot succeed at all, because Finkielkraut himself has precisely defined the world of states in which St. Paul is actualized as post-Nazi. Without speaking of post-Nazism himself, he understands, in contrast to Levinas, the peculiar constellation between Europe and the USA. Quote, "The final solution took place on European soil. This decision is a product of its civilization. The myths of the resistance are long gone. The Germans' plan had found accomplices, auxiliary troops, executive organs, sympathizers, and even apologists far beyond Germany's borders. End quote. And although democratic Europe had overcome National Socialism, the insidiousness of the new antisemitism was already lurking in the form in which it happened. It was precisely the externally imposed adoption of those principles that had made the USA a state from the outset that gave birth to monsters, because here they encountered different conditions. In that homeland without an ancien regime, no distinction is possible between the political regime and the fatherland. The form is the content of national sentiment. End quote. Unfortunately, Finkielkraut fails to put Habermas' theory to the test. As much as his concept of constitutional patriotism seeks to do justice to those principles that have been decisive in the USA from the very beginning, when applied in Germany it almost automatically gives rise to anti-American resentment and insidiousness towards Israel. Finkielkraut nevertheless gets to the heart of the problem when he explains this opposite realization of the same principles with the memory of the end of the Shoah and the Second World War. Quote, "Memory reminds America of its vocation and Europe of its vulnerability. It confirms the credo of the New World and robs the old of any positive foundation." End quote. Democracy as the rule of law, recognized in the USA as a political reality guaranteed by the sovereign, must be transcended in Europe as a creed that basically no longer requires a sovereign, but only communicative reason. This is the new European religion. It suspends the categories of the political and turns not only against the USA, but in noose against Israel. Quote, "One has," says Finkielkraut, "cared so much and so well about the other that the face of the other has in the end erased the face of the enemy. The Palestinians are no longer the enemies of the Israelis, but their other. To be at war with one's enemy is a human possibility. To be at war with the other is a crime against humanity. And where morality has removed the enemy from the path, the enemy reappears in the demonic form of the enemy of the other, that is, in the form of the enemy of the human race." End of quote. In precisely this sense and in immediate political terms, Glucksmann has also grasped how international law is mobilized against Israel. Ironically, he writes, "If the world conscience appointed by Providence enacts international laws, Israel must submit to the decisions of the UN. If Israel refuses, citing past experience, the Zionists will be ostracized. And the case is closed." End quote. It is not surprising that Finkielkraut, Glucksmann, and Levy are constantly confronted with anti-Semitic attacks. Tariq Ramadan, for example, accused them of a lack of universalism in the sense of that very general humanity, attacking them immediately as Jewish intellectuals who are incapable of abstracting from their Jewish ancestry in order to be able to judge Israel's Palestine policy fairly. They know exactly what methods Ramadan, Habermas' esteemed dialogue partner, is using to deceive European liberals, feigning conformity to the rule of law and liberalism in order to refurnish the house of war, and they therefore pervert the alliance of the left with such forces. Only those who have retained the ability to marvel can see through the mutability of antisemitism. It is the same astonishment that, for decades earlier, led Jean Amory to speak of respectable antisemitism and Vladimir Jankelevich of democratic antisemitism. Provoked by the anti-Zionists of all countries, the moralist is literally forced to resume the political categories of friend and foe in order to be able to confront the most perfidious morality imaginable. For this morality only seeks to establish the unity of the human race in order to exclude the Jews, who are associated with the presence of a Jewish state, and yet in good faith wants to be nothing other than the much-quoted lesson that is now to be drawn from the annihilation of the Jews in the past. French philosopher Alain Finkielkraut, commenting on the media coverage of the riots in the banlieues in 2005, said that anti-racism will be to the 21st century what communism was to the 20th. Its nature urgently needs to be examined. However, anti-racism cannot initially be understood as a coherent movement, while the very possibility of a different, true society, which communism once contained, had to be destroyed by the same false coherence by the form of the party. Unity in this negative sense, however, is nevertheless attributed to the various movements that invoke the new slogan, albeit in an indirect form. It is sympathy for Islam and hatred of Israel in which they find themselves firmly united. Shifted in this way, the self-proclaimed anti-racists are confronted with the question of the state, which brings them to a common denominator, and any emancipatory potential which is actually part of the engagement against racism is then destroyed by it. However, those who speak the jargon of democracy do not want to notice this, and the protest that rises up against Finkelkraut in the name of democracy and political correctness is essentially directed against the foundations of emancipatory consciousness, which Finkelkraut is trying to save with the existing means of today's politics. The good education system for all, as he envisages it, should therefore be demanded all the more, even though such a demand does not necessarily mean remaining silent about the seeds of racist ideologies that are already inherent in the form of the state and bourgeois society. No consciousness, no matter how democratic, can weed it out as long as this form exists, in which, to paraphrase Lessing, people can only be united by being separated religiously and nationally. And finally, with a dubious remark about the high proportion of blacks in the French national soccer team, Finkelkraut himself provides an example of the existence of this germ in the most enlightened and contradiction-conscious citizen imaginable. However, the French neoconservative, who is almost the only one still truly committed to the ideals of the revolution, recognizes very clearly what makes anti-racist engagement regress to an alliance with Islam. They are not protesting against the fact that certain population groups and entire regions are excluded from the emancipative possibilities of Western societies, but denying these possibilities at all has become more important than fighting the real racism that legitimizes this exclusion. Anti-racism as a veritable liberation movement has thus come to an end, for a force of emancipation can only be assumed as long as the relationship of the collective to the individual is at least left open, not already predetermined as a classification of every individual impulse in repressive communities, and as long as there is above all a concept or only an idea of which community would be the worst and must be prevented at all costs. Martin Luther King, who resolutely took sides with Israel, stands for such a movement oriented towards civil freedom. But while the American Baptist pastor restricted engagement by declaring renunciation of violence to be dogma and adapting it to bourgeois society with astonishing clarity of mind, they define themselves as a civil rights movement and not as a human rights movement. On the other side of the anti-racist movement, violence became the content of the engagement, and formulating this content required a different religion, that of the black Muslim. In the same way that Christian charity has made room for Islamic frenzy, bourgeois society reproduces its own enemies here too. When violence becomes an end in itself, anti-racist engagement degenerates into a mere form. It is then only the ideological form that Islam takes on among non-Muslims when it conquers bourgeois society. In abstract terms, it is a question of legitimizing or tolerating the rule of the rackets, whether it establishes itself in the banlieues or in the Middle East, whether it conquers its territory outside the state proper or in the form of theocracies. What presents itself as political correctness is for the most part already an exercise in such anti-racism. Nothing may be said or done against a repressive collective as soon as it is also opposed by avowed racists. But the rule of the rackets means complete subjugation of all individual claims to the immediate, personally exercised coercion of the gang collective, which offers protection when the rule of the general law is no longer guaranteed. However, it is about political collectives. Their identity is determined by religious or national origin. If the degree of repression within them is most clearly shown by the situation of women and homosexuals, the extent of the depravity of global anti-racist engagement is shown by ignoring this situation. And if the minimum of freedom that the individual is at best entitled to in the form of equality before the law under capitalist conditions is considered quantite negligible, then anti-racism becomes the public relations work of the very gangs that realize the maximum of unfreedom. Sympathy with Islam, which leaves only reactionary politics for anti-racist efforts, is all the more compassionate. Religion is fetishized as an immediate expression of economic misery, as a so-called social issue, and anyone who then begins to act politically in the spirit of this religion is inevitably a resistance fighter. This, however, is the secondary, derived racism of such anti-racists, in the identification with a collective that pretends to receive its right to exist through the primary, directly perceptible one, to extinguish the freedom of the individual. It acts as a mere agent of a religious or ethnic community. The fact that it could also decide differently against them is either denied or already condemned as a betrayal in the social question. As a collaborator, it is already lynched in effigy if the masses are regarded as a revolutionary subject from the outset, regardless of what unites them. In more concrete terms, however, it is about Israel. It is no coincidence that the party communists, who misuse Marx as an ideology of legitimization, and the anti-racists, who only use the fight against racism as a pretext, always meet at the same point, at the end of the anti-Zionist crossfront between mullahs and multitudes. Anti-racism becomes the best ambassador of a foreign religion when it itself becomes its surrogate. In Freudian terms, both faith substitutes and faith are based on unresolved feelings of guilt, but in this case their respective content is complementary. The leftist, who can live reasonably well in the West and enjoys his freedoms, has a very vague awareness that these conditions have something to do with society's past, with primitive accumulation of capital and colonialism. However, since he almost convulsively avoids establishing clarity about the connection between the past and present of bourgeois rule, about the emancipative possibilities and the destructive potential in the capital relationship, dissolving everything instead in the fact that he hates the capitalists and imperialists, all that remains of this awareness is a comfortable feeling, very similar to that felt by the Catholic in the confessional, who self-tormentally savors his sins so as not to have to change anything about their preconditions. The Muslim, on the other hand, whether he lives under good or, as is usually the case, under bad conditions, to which the racist aggression of the ancestral population is added in the Western metropolises, does not feel guilty towards others but only before Allah. Only the Prophet, who instructs him to wage holy war against the unbelievers, provides this believer with a way out of the guilt that threatens him in all earthly things in the repressive collective of the Ummah. For unlike Judaism, existence under laws other than those of the holy texts is outlawed for him, and no Redeemer figure has taken his sins upon himself, as is the case with Christians. In this way, the comforting, Christian-inspired self-hatred of the left can ally itself with autochthonous Muslim fanaticism to form a sinister front against bourgeois society, against all possibilities of creating enlightenment about the conditions that produce self-hatred and hatred. The lack of resistance from bourgeois society is astonishing, as if it should be deliberately left to those who do not sympathize with Islam simply because they are racists. It is, after all, a religion that is literally determined, i.e., different from others, by the fact that it is more than mere religion in each of its traits, provided that religion is understood in the sense of civil religious freedom, as a private matter, that unlike Jews and Christians, whose beliefs and institutional structures have each been contained and reshaped in different ways by coexistence with the state, it systematically undermines this separation from the state like all separation of powers and must therefore enforce the violent segregation and division of labor between the sexes all the more consequent. Islam, on pain of losing its power and influence, has always been the immediate unity of religion and state, which in turn could initially only be thought of as separate and mediated from a Western perspective. But no sooner than in the phase of the dissolution of the original Islamic order, ultimately the integration by the world market since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, did the old barbarism turn into the contemporary one, fending off the pressure of modernity, the attraction of its promises of emancipation, first and foremost, the new, astonishingly sadistic energy in the ancestral oppression and the modern, individual zeal in the eradication of individuation spring from the unmediated unity. This is the only, albeit radical, modernization open to Islam. There would be absolutely nothing left of it, and to call this nothingness quietism would already be saying too much, if secularization, separation of powers and equality were to actually have an effect and drive out the barbaric ideal state that holds the Islamic principles of faith together at its core and asserts itself through every cruelty decreed in the name of Sharia. Muslims such as Bassam Tibi, who truly profess democracy in the sense of a completely secularized state, are not only completely isolated from their co-religionists, they are actually barely able to communicate what their faith still consists of, while Ayaan Hirsi Ali has also left behind this formalized affiliation in order to summarize her experiences as a Muslim woman in the political judgment that the Prophet is not only a perverse man, which in itself is not reprehensible, but also a tyrant. As long as this judgment has not prevailed among Muslims, the only question that remains open is whether the majority will silently show solidarity with the Islamist terror groups or condone their deeds. Anti-racists who sympathize with Islam, however, engage in a critique of religion that equates all religions. He is as little interested in the relationship between them as he is in their relationship to capitalist modernity. The more fanatically the Muslims strike, the greater the sigh of the creature, the protest against real misery, appears to him. However, his theorists are not Marx and Feuerbach but Edward Said or Etienne Balibar, whose theories amount to putting Orientals and Muslims in the place of the Jews. Sharia, jihad, and the urge to proselytize were above all projections of the Islamophobes, the truly new anti-Semites, who thus imputed a world conspiracy to the Islamists. Marxists, who have never understood Marx's concept of money and the value form, are particularly well suited to turning the concept of antisemitism against the Jews. They cannot think of totality as a globally enforced capital relationship, but only as an economically and militarily driven world conquest by those very capitalists and imperialists who, for this purpose, imputed to the Islamists what they themselves were up to. The core of the pathic projections aimed at the Jews must therefore be eschamatized, namely that every anti-Semite personifies the impersonal and sinister, abstract side of capital, which appears all the more disastrous in the crisis, in his image of the Jews, and the delusion of such personification of the abstract can only come to fruition if they are ultimately the only ones chosen for this. If this connection between antisemitism and totality is denied, then the anti-Semitic myths become interchangeable tokens, and there is actually nothing to stop us from seeing the so urgently needed denunciation of Islamic martyrs as a new form of infamous ritual murder legends, concocted by the West or the Jews. The reversal is complete when practicing anti-Semites are turned into victims of anti-Semitic insinuations. The anti-racist, however, cannot allow the simple experience that clearly shows him that it is not a ritual murder legend when Theo Van Gogh is demonstratively slaughtered or the Al-Qaeda executioner cuts off the head of his still-living victim live and in color, and that one does not accuse someone like bin Laden and his numerous followers and imitators of any desire for world conquest, when they themselves regard the global Ummah as their sacred task and constantly proclaim this. The origin of this madness of equation, which disguises itself as political correctness just as well as it can argue with Said and Balibar, is in fact a particularly perfidious form of Holocaust denial, where representatives of Jewish communities end up when they unreservedly join the anti-racist front often only becomes clear to them as soon as this origin comes to light somewhere, for example at one of the conferences in the Third World. The extermination of the European Jews is supposed to be the same as the enslavement of the colonially subjugated population. National socialism is regarded as a certain form of colonialism. The next step is then to impute to the Jews a particularly pronounced engagement in enslavement, as the American black Muslim leader Louis Farrakhan was the first to do, and thus to project anti-Zionism into the past. Thus, all the victims of world history are ultimately Palestinians, including the Jews who were murdered in the concentration camps, only if they existed at all, of course. The equation that denies the Holocaust is already inherent in the term genocide, as it was once coined in the UN Convention. As clearly as it manifests the endeavor to prevent a repetition of Auschwitz, the definition proves to be open to being applied with some arbitrariness to political mass murder or colonial oppression of any kind. Such ambiguity is inherent in the legal forms of bourgeois society as a whole. They form, as it were, a space of political conflict in which it has not yet been decided who will prevail. There can be no doubt that the concept of religion as a private matter is part of its emancipative potential, but this civic freedom of religion does not, of course, free us from religion. And the question of what happens to this emancipative potential depends, on the one hand, entirely on the inner nature of the individual forms of faith and, on the other, on the formulation and practical implementation of the individual laws. Seen in this light, every Muslim in bourgeois society is a sleeper, so to speak. Even if the vast majority of fellow believers sleep deeper and longer and do not get up with an explosive belt, it is ultimately the duty of each individual, as long as he professes Islam, to establish Muslim rule, because only then is he in a position to fulfill the requirements of Sharia. From the perspective of Judaism, the view of religion as a private matter is contrary. Dina di Malkuta Dina, the law of the respective country is the law. Jews are legitimized by religious law to live under non-Jewish rule and to recognize their legal system, however much it may contradict their own laws. Christianity, on the other hand, cannot be judged at all in this generality, but only in the extent to which it takes into account the separation of powers. After all, it already has certain prerequisites for this in its tradition, which, however, causally, and this still constitutes its own specific dangerousness today, confirm hatred of the Jews. After all, Jesus' dictum that his kingdom is not of this world is linked to his self-sacrifice, which is based on the desire to imagine the Jews as murderers of God. The universally popular concept of fundamentalism, which ignores such fundamental differences and must therefore also remain silent about anti-Semitism, is still part of the anti-racist jargon insofar as it serves well to equate George W. Bush and bin Laden, neocons and Islamists, national religious Jewish settlers and Palestinian gangs of martyrs. Within the framework of bourgeois society, however, there is little choice but to insist resolutely on secularization and to regard religion strictly as a private matter. Only then is it guaranteed that the fight against racism will benefit the individual and not his religious community, which oppresses him and therefore actually affirms racism itself, as the form that is supposed to legitimize its rule. More than ever, we should insist on defining the private sphere itself in a different form, on sharpening it in a certain way. All the weight of legal means and procedures should be placed on the rights of the individual in strict opposition to the religious community which, in the form of the family bond, which is not called that by chance, takes possession of the private sphere. Karl Kraus aphorism. Family life is an intrusion into private life, should be seen as the guiding principle of such a concept of privacy, and the Islamic headscarf as a symbol of gender envy that seals the intrusion into private life in public. This cannot happen solely in reliance on a tendency that is inherent in bourgeois society itself, insofar as it emancipates the individual, as commodity guardian or owner of labor power, from its original place of reproduction, the family. However, the protection of the individual's privacy is given priority over that of the family, insofar as the mediation of needs through the commodity form gains weight over the immediate forms of reproduction of the family. However, this tendency also encounters resistance, which can by no means only be described as a pre-bourgeois residual, but is also inherent in bourgeois society, as an interest in reducing the state's costs for the reproduction of labor by consolidating the traditional division of labor within the family and sealing it off from legal equality. In Germany, for example, the Hartz IV corrections mean that the reproduction of labor that is not in demand under current market regulation, especially that of poorly educated young people, is once again being handed over to the community of need family, preferably the Islamic one. But even a decision of the German Federal Court of Justice at the time of the beginning of the economic miracle could be read as following the laws of Sharia. Quote, according to the order of creation, the family is a unit that strictly follows its own order. Man and woman are one flesh. It is absurd to want to apply legal forms of a social nature to this primordial fact, outside the marital sphere. Within the strict unity of the family, the position and task of man and woman are quite different. The man begets children. The woman conceives, bears and nurtures them and raises the minors. The law cannot doctrinally ignore this fundamental difference when it asks about the equality of the sexes in the family order. End of quote. This German fatwa of 1953 was obviously directed against Kant, whose Metaphysics of Morals of 1797 had doctrinally bypassed this difference and had brought the legal forms unadorned to the sexes. As is well known, marriage is defined in it quite independently of procreation as the contractual union of two persons for the mutual possession of their sexual characteristics. In bourgeois society, there is still enough to do to exploit the emancipative power of such abstractions, which lie in the principle of contract as a negation of immediate domination, especially where this is covered by contracts. For example, with the recent change in criminal law according to which rape, the opposite of reciprocity in marriage, is to be punished in exactly the same way as rape outside of marriage. This can now be seen as a reform that also provides the right orientation in the legal treatment of Islamic family morality, and the new criminal offense of forced marriage that is now being considered in Germany finally takes this into account. The implementation of individual legal forms and a certain legal practice is by no means automatic progress. The emancipatory tendency is not self-evident, even if the condition of its possibility is the capitalization of society. As long as the state and capital exist, there is a constant conflict between the interest in forms of mediation that can protect the individual and the intention to abolish them in order to subject the individual to immediate rule by invoking the protection of the family or religion. A debate such as the one between Michael Jenner from the Austrian organization Asel and Not and Carla Amina Bagajati from the Initiative Muslimischer Austerierkernen is suitable for shedding light on these lines of conflict. Jenner, who can be seen as a notable exception within the spectrum of anti-racist movements, takes the issue of sexuality as his starting point. It is here where the connection between the individual and the collective is existentially decided, as it were, that the intervention of human rights activists is most urgently needed. Quote, fathers of families who curtail the freedom of their daughters and sons must feel the harshness of our justice. Religious groups who want the subordination of the individual to the collective must feel the same. Free, upright young people who lead a self-determined life do not join Al-Qaeda. End of quote. There is therefore a human right not to have a religion, to change one's religion, to renounce one's faith. It is also a human right to leave the family, to start a new one, to live without a family, to seek another way of living together. There is a human right to love, to sex, and therefore also, clearly stated, a human right to adultery. and there is a human right to political, anti-religious, pro-sexual agitation. If these human rights are to be placed alongside and thus against the human right to religion, then a criterion must be sought in each individual case as to which should take precedence. This criterion can only consist in strengthening the individual in relation to the religious community. To weaken it is therefore the demand made by the representative of the Initiative of Muslim Austrians. Quote, "Human rights are indivisible? An unconditional yes. But of course we must not apply double standards. And that is why we should also remember Johann Galtung, whose concept as a peace researcher advocates pluralism in approaches to the topic of human rights." End of quote. Pluralism in the approaches to the topic of human rights in the sense of Islam already means no longer starting from the individual and protecting them against the claims of the religious community, but only considering them to the extent that this community can ruthlessly represent them externally, in order to gradually give them more and more space internally to develop immediate rule over the individuals. According to Bagajati, the right to internal autonomy applies to the regulation of the internal affairs of the recognized religious community of Muslims. Otherwise, as is indirectly conveyed, tenor threatens, but at least the insight is slowly gaining ground as to how much damage the arrogance of the West towards other cultures has already caused. Anyone who continues to refuse to recognize pluralism in approaches to human rights and pits the individual against the religious community will be counted among the right-wing populists without further ado. Quote, "Riding the wave of fear of terror is a means that suddenly no longer differs from the populism of the right and its demands for a constitutionally highly questionable fight against terror, deprivation of citizenship on suspicion of terrorism, for example." End of quote. The only thing missing is the accusation of racism. In any case, any criticism of Islam will have to reckon with such invectives in future, regardless of which position it comes from. Taking sides in this conflict, therefore, does not necessarily mean harboring illusions about the fact that bourgeois society constantly generates the need for religion and the direct oppression of individuals, and that the state, albeit to varying degrees, needs the religious community and family constraints in order to secure its power. If the paragraph against blasphemy in the German and Austrian penal codes, which strengthens the religious communities against all public criticism of religion and now restricts freedom of expression in one of the most essential issues to the advantage of jihad, has not long since been deleted without replacement, then this may not only be a rudiment of old church power, but also an expression of the ambiguity of the bourgeois constitution itself. Fighting it within this constitution is therefore by no means hopeless, as the legal situation in other countries shows. At the same time as its abolition, it should be demanded that the laws against both anti-Semitic and racist acts be specified, insofar as this is at all possible in the forms of legal abstraction, especially in view of the fact that anti-Semitism and racism do not coincide, but each require their own legal preconditions. Only then could it perhaps be possible to push back the jihadists within the framework of civil society, at least temporarily, and at the same time punish racist attacks more specifically and severely than before. There is no doubt that some effective and in many respects accurate polemics against Islam, such as Oriana fallacies, contain racist twists and turns, which neo-fascists and neo-Nazis can also draw on, provided they do not themselves have sympathies for Islam. In fact, the far-right camp is now divided on this issue. Even Jean Amory, in his irreplaceable criticism of left-wing solidarity with national liberation movements, also calls the mass murderer Idi Amin a guerrilla, albeit in a private letter to Eric Fried. In this context, reference should also be made to some passages in Alain Finkielkraut's or Hannah Arendt's depiction of colonialism, in which, viewed in isolation, racism is at least trivialized in certain respects, either because the internal contradictions of bourgeois society and the modern state are not made sufficiently clear, or because the Shoah must necessarily push everything into the background. Finkielkraut said in the aforementioned interview, "I was born in Paris, but I'm the son of Polish immigrants. My father was deported from France. His parents were deported and murdered in Auschwitz. My father returned from Auschwitz to France. This country deserves our hatred. What it did to my parents was much more violent than what it did to Africans. What did it do to Africans? It did only good. Put my father in hell for 5 years. And I was never brought up to hate." End of quote. It is obvious why a complaint of racism was filed against Finkielkraut by the FFDA. Fils et filles de déportés africains. The name of the anti-racist organization says it all, equating colonialism and National Socialism. And the complaint is really aimed at the fact that Finkielkraut brought the role of religion into play in connection with the unrest in the banlieues. A judgment about what racism means and what it therefore means to trivialize it, however, presupposes the awareness that racist oppression, which can include torture and murder, and the destruction of Judaism, which has torture and murder as an end in itself, are in no way related to each other. In this awareness, however, it is possible to put antisemitism and racism in relation to each other, i.e. to determine precisely in what respects they are similar and in what respects they cannot be compared, what services they render each other and in which one object of hatred cancels out the other. Even if anti-racist resentment will never understand this and goes to court with every remark with a racist undertone for the sole purpose of making it comparable with the Auschwitz lie, a racist turn does not necessarily change the inner consistency of the engagement against antisemitism in particular and political annihilationism in general, although it must involuntarily deny the universal significance of the engagement. It does not disavow this struggle as long as there is clarity about the dangerousness of the opponent. For his victory, i.e. the worst, always involves the total unleashing of racism at the same time. On the other hand, every anti-Semitic turn fundamentally reverses the anti-racist engagement, and therein lies the difference that goes beyond all proportionality. Anti-Semitism always aims at totality. As the delusion of world conspiracy, it is already inherent in the smallest aspiration, and it only achieves a goal if it eliminates the Jews from the world. Therein lies the logic of that personification of the abstract side of the capital relation that the anti-Semite, whether he comes from Germany or the Middle East, projects onto the Jews, in the face of his own fear and powerlessness before the intangible that has become total. Racism, on the other hand, remains particular. In its hatred of people of other descent who were once enslaved and are now entering the labor market, it does not see the whole picture, does not see any globally active conspirators in those humiliated by itself, just as it still knows purposes that do not merge into the racist projection, the content of which is essentially a splitting off of its own inner nature, with which the racist seeks to preserve its greater than integrity less than as a subject of bourgeois society. Thus, however, antisemitism, which does not occur other than in personal union with racism, be it the primary one of racial doctrine or the secondary one of Islam and anti-racism, remains the eternal compass in the soul of all comrades and jihadists. It is always aimed at the Jews. His logic is the only one that can explain everything and can really be carried to its conclusion: extermination for the sake of extermination. At Easter time, all the newspapers decided to bring forward the summer slump and for 2 weeks not deal with the ugliness of the world, but only with the dying Pope and the marriage of the heir to the British throne. In its issue of April 6, 2005, Jungle World depicted Prince Charles with a crown from Burger King on its front page, because although the inside section contained, albeit in a trivializing way, something about the most violent racist attacks in France for years. More influential newspapers, which, like Jungle World, have dedicated themselves heart and soul to anti-racism, e.g. the Taz and SC, have not published a single syllable about events that have at least triggered a major public debate in France. The reason for such apparent negligence is as simple as it is disturbing. This time the perpetrators were French people of Maghrebi and African origin, and the victims were so-called white French people. In February and March, tens of thousands of schoolchildren throughout France demonstrated for more equal opportunities on the occasion of an announced school reform. The second major demonstration, which took place in Paris on March 8th, was not peaceful. Not because the approximately 9,000 demonstrators fought with the police or smashed the windows of bank branches along the route, but because they were attacked by 700 to 1,000 young people of Maghrebi/African origin who had traveled from the banlieues and satellite towns. They mingled with the demonstrators in small groups, first isolating individual, exclusively white participants from the other demonstrators and then forcing them to hand over their wallets, cell phones, and MP3 players. But the street gangs were not only interested in robbery. The victims were knocked to the ground and prevented from getting up again with kicks and iron bars. Their tormentors smilingly insulted them as little whites, dirty Frenchmen, or bolos. In some cases, the attackers destroyed cell phones in front of the joints of the owners lying on the ground, apparently just to humiliate them. Those who tried to help the victims were also threatened and beaten, including students who were not white. The police did not intervene and even prevented many students from leaving the demonstration. However, many of those who were able to escape fared no better than the others, as other gangs of youths from the banlieues were waiting in some side streets to hunt down little whites. Many of the demonstrators had to be admitted to hospital for treatment of their injuries, but also for nervous breakdowns. Parents were so horrified that they spoke of scenes from Clockwork Orange. One teacher who had witnessed it said, "It was a game, for hatred and to amuse themselves." In fact, some of the thugs later told the press that their motive for their actions was their enjoyment of violence, alongside the possibility of robbery and a strong urge to get revenge, for whatever, on the whites. Young people from a satellite town told a journalist from Le Monde that the little white Parisians are ideal victims. Cowards with "come and take my things" written on their foreheads. Another offense that immediately drew the aggression of the banlieue residents was wearing the wrong clothes, especially skater or gothic clothes. After all, people who walked around like that were not normal and looked like idiots. In other words, they do not conform to a certain tough ideal of masculinity. The offender's lack of familiarity with martial arts, their inhibition to simply beat someone up, legitimizes their actions. "The bolos look at the ground because they are afraid, because they are cowards," said one, and another added, "The little whites don't know how to fight and don't move in gangs." Even if the bolos are mostly white and blonde, as one young person explained, blacks and Maghrebi could also become one, namely, if they have the mentality of the French. For many Maghrebi youths from the banlieue, the adjective white is synonymous with weak and cowardly. It denotes those who wanted and deserved nothing more than to be beaten and robbed. Moreover, it is certain that the students who were attacked, since they lived in the capital of money, would be able to buy new cell phones and MP3 players the next day. A Frenchman of Tunisian origin explained to Le Monde why demonstrating students were apparently targeted in an organized manner. "The ones who demonstrate are the ones who want to be successful, the ones who have everything anyway." End quote. Does the speaker himself not want to be successful, not want to earn enough money at some point to be able to live in a nicer area than the Paris suburbs? Apparently, for him and most of his buddies, lack of success is not only an inevitable fate, but also the material from which a minority egalitarianism can be formed, which manifests itself in the humiliation of those who strive for success. They despise their peers who live in a world where you don't have to go to martial arts school to succeed. The fact that one can even claim the streets for oneself without using fists or weapons, and thus possibly assert oneself politically, must seem threatening to many young people from the banlieues. For nothing underlines more clearly how superfluous their only pride, their own physical strength acting in small collectives, really is. Instead of using political means to fight for something better than the bleak conditions that they help to perpetuate as ethnicized gangs, they feel entitled to punish the whites as those responsible for a misery that they themselves clearly do not want to abolish. Beating up a little white boy with an iron bar is thus left behind as a nice memory. Even in France, it took 2 weeks before the public began to come to an understanding about the nature and extent of the attacks on March 8th. A discussion and the much-delayed background reports in the media might not have taken place if the Jewish high school student group Hatchemer Hatzer had not published a statement together with Radio Shalom in which they denounced anti-white rat hunts and called for the rights not only of David and Kader, i.e. those threatened by antisemitism and racism, but also those of Sebastian to be defended in future. The text was immediately signed by 1,000 high school students, and not just ethnic French, as well as a number of intellectuals, including the philosopher Alain Finkielkraut, the journalist Jacques Julliard, the former minister Bernard Kouchner, and the political scientist Pierre-André Taguieff. However, the debate shifted from a discussion of the specific incidents at the demonstration to a heated argument about individual formulations in the paper. In any case, there was soon no more talk of young people of Maghrebi origin being beaten to hospital with iron bars. Instead, almost everyone played their part in maintaining a familiar victim-perpetrator pattern. As expected, the anti-racist cartel reacted to the term anti-white racism, used by Hatchemer Hatzer as if it were a red rag. It simply could not be true that a considerable number of their protégés, notoriously victimized by society, appeared as ordinary perpetrators, not inferior to the racist gangs of thugs from the National Front, who were particularly active in the 1980s. The beautiful anti-racist souls lower their voices and lower their eyes when they speak of the attacks, said Jacques Julliard, Nouvel Observateur, March 31, 2005, describing the stammering of professional anti-racists in the face of inconvenient facts which, for once, they could not completely deny. However, the voices of these mendacious souls immediately became loud and hoarse again, and their eyes turned resolutely to the real enemy when Alain Finkielkraut openly stated that the racist fight against whites propagated by the Nation of Islam had now also arrived in France. The students' call was irresponsible and simplistic, worse still, dangerous and demagogic, proclaimed the relevant organizations, Above all, the LDH, League for Human Rights, the MRAP, Movement Against Racism and for Friendship Between Peoples, and SOS Racism. Mulauda Unit, president of the MRAP, thankfully stated clearly that it was unacceptable to read social violence in ethnic terms. Eden Breton, spokesperson for the Central Student Organization UNL, was firmly convinced that the disruptors are young violent people who above all need to express pain and anger. The left-wing Daily Liberation recognized in the attacks on the high school students the old conflict between bourgeoisie and proletariat. In Germany, the France expert of Jungle World stood out with the remark, "At least for demonstrations, steward services have proven to be more helpful against violent gangs than resolutions with grotesque comparisons." End quote. With which the author, albeit unwillingly, has placed the gangs in question in the vicinity of fascists. But that does not matter as long as it is concealed that their members are migrants who were hunting whites. Even the parents of injured pupils, who in an open letter in Le Monde sharply criticized the attempt to keep the incidents quiet and the explanations used to protect the perpetrators, felt they had to reject Hatchimer Hatzer's statement as racist. This is how people who had emphasized that it was not about stigmatizing a certain population group, but about the fact that David, Kater, and Sebastian have the same right to respect. The vice president of SOS Racism, on the other hand, said that David, Kater, and Sebastian must be shown that they are not just victims. Did Jews attack Sebastian on March 8th, or did he hit himself in the face with his fist? The UNL clarifies, Hatchimer Hatzer's argument is simplistic because it fails to mention that French society also needs to dismantle its racial injustice. You absolve perpetrators of violence of any responsibility and even pat them on the back when you glorify their brutality as socially justified and even revolutionary. People cry racist when the simple fact that the perpetrators were of Maghrebi origin is emphasized, thus providing the thugs with the missing pieces of the puzzle for a self-referential ideology in which the victims must always be black, but the perpetrators must be white or non-existent. All the attempts at justification and apology resonate with the worst conceivable Marxism, which declares society's second nature to be an inevitable fate. The violence is triggered solely by economic misery, for which neoliberalism and a racist majority society are known to be responsible, which means that the question of personal responsibility for grievous bodily harm in connection with robbery is off the table in over 100 cases. It is indisputable that the arrondissements from which the thugs came are among the poorest in Paris, and it is equally indisputable that poverty and violence are phenomenologically linked. However, anyone who declares this connection to be necessary is an apologist for misery and the freedom of the miserable. Those who wage the fight against their own poverty as a war against the rich and seek out the chosen victims along racist lines cannot be absolved of their responsibility simply because they come from a migrant minority and their chances are therefore worse than those of members of the white majority. But the social situation of people who despise others for wanting to succeed and fight them for it is at least partly homemade. However, because the testimonies of those who were insulted by the aggressors as dirty Frenchmen are too numerous to be swept under the carpet completely, the UNL presented a proposal for compromise. Perhaps what happened could be called social racism. Even if the majority still finds it difficult to even remotely comprehend the extent of the conflict, some are beginning to realize that it is no trivial matter when at least 700 youths organized in gangs attack their peers in broad daylight simply because they have the wrong skin color and social background. Moreover, they must gradually admit to themselves that this organized violence did not suddenly fall from the sky. At the beginning of the year, the climate of debate in France, which had already been rather heated since the ban on headscarves in schools and reports of anti-Semitism among immigrants, became even more heated. A high point was reached in February when it became known that the black comedian Duden Six had once again kept his audience amused with anti-Semitic comments during a performance in Algiers. Duden, who is regarded as the equally self-confident and relentlessly critical voice of the Black French and has therefore been passed around for years by French anti-racist organizations as a kind of mascot of the struggle, has expressed too clearly what anti-racist and left-wing France is trying to formulate somewhat more discreetly. In Algiers, Dieudonne described the planned commemoration on May 8th and the commemoration of the Holocaust in particular as pornographic and defamed the CRIF, Council of Jewish Organizations in France, as a mafia that had imposed its exclusive claim to victim status everywhere. Quote, "We, black people, are second-class citizens. We don't have the same rights as the Zionists. For them, it is enough for a little boy to be treated as a dirty Jew in a school for the whole world to rise up. For me, Zionism is the AIDS of Judaism." End quote. At a press conference in Paris after his return, he appeared together with a Holocaust denier in order to leave no doubt about his convictions, which even left-wing France no longer found very funny. However, apart from his even two anti-Semitic derailments, Dieudonne's tirades were fully in line with the trend of migrant discourse. Just as the Muslim Council of Britain refused to take part in the commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz, French Muslims are now also trying to be recognized as victims. They have been at least as badly affected by colonialism and slavery as the Jews were by the Holocaust, crimes that the French Republic has not sufficiently addressed. In January, an appeal entitled "We Are the Indigenous People of the Republic" was published, calling for the establishment of a post-colonial court of anti-colonialism, among other things. The text is by no means written in the style of a serious intervention that would take into account the Republic's efforts to come to terms with its colonial past in a self-critical manner. Rather, it is a historical revisionist incendiary speech. On May 8th of all days, the self-proclaimed indigenous people called for a protest march in which, according to the police, 800 people took part. Quote, on May 8, 1945, the Republic reveals its contradictions. On the same day that the French celebrate the surrender of the Nazis, an unprecedented repression took place in the Algerian colonies of North Constantine, thousands of deaths. End quote. Even if this massacre is probably the worst in recent French history, it was neither a genocide, as interested historians claim, nor otherwise comparable to the atrocities of the Nazis. In their blindly furious fight for the only recognized victim status, the indigenous insinuate that France behaved in Algeria as the Nazis did towards the Jews. The appeal, which originates from Tariq Ramadan's circle, is supported by the MRAP, ATTAC, parts of the LDH, numerous Palestine solidarity groups, Greens and Communists, some of whom sit in the Senate or the European Parliament. Within 2 weeks, several thousand signatures had been received on websites with such evocative names as www.alma.com. In order not to discredit themselves too much, the signatures of Dieudonne and his friend Jeanette Scandrani, a Holocaust denier, were rejected. The call for an anti-colonial court is not limited to the demand that France must come to terms with its colonial history. Its main concern is to denounce the oppression of Islam. The headscarf ban in schools is a law of exclusion with a colonial flavor, or in short, discriminatory, sexist, racist. Although the French law is not explicitly directed against the headscarf, but against ostentatiously worn religious symbols, including the kippah and the Sikh turban, the self-proclaimed indigenous claim that the Republic has launched an explicit attack on indigenous women. They also claim that the Republic is responsible for the fact that many girls have not been allowed to go to school since the law came into force, and even more so for the fact that they are languishing in HLM, social housing. A critical reference to the fathers and families, who in most cases ban their daughters from school instead of respecting compulsory education, is of course missing. It is not the father who is sexist by not allowing his daughter to go to school without a headscarf, but undoubtedly the Republic. Similarly, when healthcare is mentioned as another area of discrimination, here too the Republic is blamed when Islamic men prefer to put their wives in mortal danger rather than have them treated by a male doctor. The accusation leveled by comedian Dieudonne against the CRIF, that it secretly exerts pernicious pressure on society, is shared by the indigenous at all times. The Republic has not always been so discriminatory towards Muslims, they state generously. It was only a small active group of French intellectuals and media professionals that ensured that the colonial cancer took hold of the minds. How did this small group achieve this? Quote, they took advantage of the progressive struggles, transforming themselves into agents of Bush's way of thinking. These ideologues open up the space of communication by recycling the theme of the clash of civilizations in local language as a conflict between republic and communities. As in the glory days of colonization, they try to pit Berbers against Arabs, Jews against Arabo-Muslims, and against blacks. In this way, young people are accused of being the bearers of a new anti-Semitism. Under the never-defined vocabulary of fundamentalism, the population of African, Maghribi, or Muslim origin is now identified as the fifth column of a new barbarism that threatens the Occident and its values, deceptively disguised in the cloak of laicism, citizenship, citoyenate, and feminism. This reactionary offensive is taking hold of brains and restructuring the political scene. It is causing serious damage to French society. It has already succeeded in imposing its rhetoric even on the heart of progressive forces, like a cancer. End quote. So there is no longer any doubt for the authors and supporters of the declaration that the situation of young Arabo-Muslims and blacks is desperate. The Republic may no longer want to accept that they alone are in charge in the banlieues. Society may find it problematic that the number of anti-Semitic attacks from precisely this group has risen sharply. If we add to these repressive attitudes the decision to no longer tolerate the headscarf in schools, the result is that these young people, and with them all the indigenous people of the Republic, are exposed to a multiple context of oppression. Does this not make it understandable that more than 700 of them attacked their fellow citizens of the same age on March 8th? In this way, the grandchildren of the immigrant generation stylized themselves as victims of the French colonial regime in Algeria. The ideologues who provide them with the cues are guided by the dualistic thinking of the existentialist anti-colonialists of the 1960s and interpret inner French tensions between third-generation migrants and members and institutions of the so-called majority society as a conflict between colonizers and colonized. Why not simply parrot what Fanon, Sartre, and Memmi said over 40 years ago, even if it was already inadequate or even wrong at the time? The apparent critics have long since ceased to be concerned with social debates among the French. They see themselves as spectators or actors in a fateful struggle that they have long since turned into an inevitable racial conflict between indigenous and white French people, in which the imperialist aggressor always remains active. France was a colonial state. France remains a colonial state. We are the indigenous people of the First Republic. As bleak as the prospects may look when one looks at the writings and actions of French indigenous people and other anti-racists, this spectrum has not succeeded in one thing to date. Even if they constantly claim to have done so, they are not the only spokespeople for migrants in the country. There are also others who do not understand why the role of eternal victim should be tailor-made for them. For example, the young people of Maghrebi origin who, instead of attacking bolos, demonstrated with their white classmates in Paris on March 8th for a better education system. Or the migrant self-help organization Ni Putes Ni Soumisses, neither whores nor slaves, which supports women in breaking out of Islamic family hell. Its president, Fidela Amara, reacted to the Indigenous Manifesto as follows. I, the daughter of immigrants, should declare that I am a colonized person, here and now, in my city in March 2005. Why do they want to keep me in this role of indigenous? I want to leave this position of eternal victim. Referring to the numerous intellectuals and freelancers on the list of supporters, she added, I don't understand the unhappiness of these economists, philosophers, teachers, and computer scientists who have a job and a place to live. I was so stunned that I called my father, who is currently on the other side of the Mediterranean. The old FLN activist answered me, what do you care about colonization? Algerian independence was achieved over 40 years ago. End quote. She also does not understand why the allochthonous French are supposedly so much worse off than the autochthonous French. After all, everyone suffered equally from the welfare reform, even if Fatima and Mamadou had to endure more discrimination. However, contrary to what the pamphlet claims, this does not come from state institutions, but from the private sector, which is responsible for allocating housing and jobs. There is an undeniable lack of prospects in the suburbs, but instead of fighting for real equality, young people are fighting for their identity. Fidela Amara states, now the lost boys are turning to Islamism. There they are given back their dignity. They can play a privileged role again. They impose it on women. End quote. The search for identity allows people to settle into misery, so that the ethnicization of the social is not a racist attribution of the majority society, as the anti-racist Moulauda Unit would like it to be, but is actively pursued. No wonder that a migrant self-help organization that rejects the colonialism discourse is perceived at the first Indigenous Conference as a collaborator of the racist republic and thus probably also as part of the cancer that has infected society. Fidela Amara at least had the audacity to say publicly, and as a migrant, where the journey of the indigenous is heading if it is not finally stopped. Quote, in France, the ethnicization of politics is their Trojan horse. Communitarianism is the fig leaf of the Islamization of minds. This logic must be destroyed and that of laicism and the republic reestablished. It is about much more than just the ban on mixite, mixing of the sexes, in the swimming pools of the city of Lille. End of quote. Layla Babes, who belongs to the movement of laicist Maghrebians, does not feel indigenous either and is rather worried because she and her fellow campaigners are attacked as collaborators of the neo-colonial republic, as quota Arabs and Zionists. In the eyes of the indigenous of the republic and their left-wing friends, collaborators are all those non-ethnic French people who have accepted the offer to integrate into French society, not because anyone forced them to do so, but because they saw something positive in this westernization. In the anti-colonial logic, such attitudes can only have been brought about by manipulation or external coercion. An indigenous person, a colonized person, a victim simply cannot and must not think like Layla Babes. Against Fidela Amara, Layla Babs 6S, and the many nameless who refuse to be ethnicized, the indigenous appeal claims that France, through its presence in Africa, has destroyed the culture, ruined the traditions, negated the history, erased the memory of the peoples. This time, the links to the Holocaust are also made in order to conceal the fact that more and more blacks are abandoning their supposedly ancestral culture out of a very personal aversion to it. An aggressor can destroy cultures and erase memories by physically wiping out the people in question, as the Nazis demonstrated. By first turning the many and troublesome westernized indigenous people into collaborators out of foreign domination and then, in analogy to the Nazis' policy of extermination, turning the traitors of their culture into exterminated, annihilated people, as it were, one thinks one can make the problem of desertion from the forced culturalist association invisible. To this end, an authentic African or generally black identity is assumed, which simply forbids people of darker skin color from demanding equal rights for women, for example. Through unimaginable acts of violence, the French and other colonial powers succeeded in corrupting and westernizing this real identity, a project that only the anti-colonial struggle in the colonies and then in the metropolises themselves was able to stop. Today, even neoliberalism and its cancerous discourses appear to them as a master plan of neocolonial France to eradicate the black population once and for all. The author Calixte Bayala, who comes from the black community, opposes such views held by Dieudonné and company. Quote, "We tell our children that the Jews don't like them, that they have enslaved Africans, that they are spreading AIDS in Africa. We let it be known in passing that the Israeli state, together with South Africa, the country of apartheid, is drawing up a plan to exterminate black people. We stigmatize Jewish personalities and, as the height of abomination, we shout at all times that we don't give a damn about the Shoah and that there are other sufferings that should be talked about, especially slavery. I want to get out of this nightmare." End quote. The left and anti-racists, on the other hand, are doing everything they can to ensure that the construct of the colonized, as they adopted it from Fanon and applied it to French society, does not collapse. This would have happened long ago if society, and not just its left wing, would admit what can hardly be denied anymore: that the ex-colonized are not innocent lambs and that a radical racist and anti-Semitic ideology has almost become a consensus in their communities. The anti-racists? And who doesn't want to be considered anti-racist in France? Promote them in their actions, ensure that they can live out their cultural identity, and rub their eyes in amazement when they have to realize that this culture cannot do without violence against descendants of the West, be it a white student demonstration or a shopping bag with Hebrew characters in the hand of a tourist who still has to be happy if she is only insulted as a dirty Jew in the metro. If the discussions about the attacks of March 8th could perhaps send a positive signal after the fact, it would be in the popularization of a very simple formula that Jacques Julliard had put forward. There is only one anti-racism and it is not divisible. No sooner had the gunshots of the night of the Paris murders on November 13th died away, no sooner had the first condolences dripping with pathos been made, than Germany's top Antifa activists showed that they had clearly recognized the seriousness of the hour. Although almost all political leaders, almost all ticker operators, almost all political commentators had initially avoided even mentioning the word Islam in connection with the mass murder, sometimes with contortions, they soon warned of the real danger posed by the second major bloodbath caused by Islamic perpetrators in the French capital within a year, namely that Islam-critical, as the new German term for supposed right-wing extremism goes, forces could draw their nectar from the attacks which, as Federal Justice Minister Heiko Maas had already made clear after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, were primarily directed against Islam. NRW Minister President Hannelore Kraft pulled the ripcord less than 16 hours after the executions at the Bataclan. "I will oppose terror and ensure that right-wing propaganda does not use the attack for its own purposes," she announced on WDRS Actuelle Stund, November 14, 2015, 1:30 p.m. The right-wing propaganda that Kraft was ostensibly referring to was, of course, initially what Marcus Soder and his followers concluded from the Paris massacre, namely that the admission of refugees from Syria had to stop immediately. Which, of course, is really wrong because the Islamic State does not need covert terrorists to enter Europe disguised as refugees, because even if it could possibly use smuggling opportunities, the problem is a different one. Its hitmen have long been there, have French, Belgian, or German passports and places of birth. A recent and thoroughly conservative study by the French Ministry of the Interior estimates the strength of this potential occupying army in France's major cities at around 11,000 violent Islamists. Le Figaro, November 15, 2015. Their members do not have to be smuggled in or even paid. They recruit themselves, they join the ganglands they control in Paris, but also in Brussels or London without being asked, because the Islamic State on a large scale and in the desert is constitutionally similar to the microterritories controlled by young Islamic men in the European suburbs. The same motivation, the same world of ideas, the same character. And this is precisely what the crafts do not want to make an issue of, because political and economic investment in these suburbs and the service proletariat vegetating in them should not be up for debate. Furthermore, the idea prevails that the communities of those deported domestically, so to speak, should be left to their own devices, whereby Islam is seen both as an important internal cement and as a border guard to the outside, vis-a-vis the surrounding Belgian, French, or German society. What should not be talked about, and what the Soders consequently do not talk about either, is once again Islam, or more precisely, the obvious consequences that arise when the late industrial hearts for society and its political management leave the Islamic milieus to their own devices, even helping to restore them. And so, to pick just one of countless examples, the chairman of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Hubertus Heil, followed up on November 15 and tweeted to the world, "Europe's right-wing extremists and the IS are working towards the same goal, clash of civilizations. We are defending freedom against both, which logically means the freedom of cultures, not that of individuals." The Crafts and Heils thus set the line that all the hastily arranged talk shows from Maybrit Illner to Gunter Jauch then transported into living rooms. It was now necessary to keep calm, carry on as before, cuddle up to Islam and regard defiant champagne drinking as the only permissible measure against terror. It was precisely this kind of quietist chatter which dominated the radio and feature pages for weeks, which hasty television reporters had equally hasty good citizens say into the microphones at Christmas markets, that Charlie Hebdo had already dismantled on the cover of the November 17th issue. There, a grinning bon vivant empties his glass with the words, "They have the guns, we have the champagne," while this very champagne is already pouring out of his body through several bullet holes, and thus hit on exactly what can no longer be denied despite all propagandistic efforts, and what distinguishes the butcheries of November 13th from their predecessors in the Western metropolises. They were all anti-Semitic, from the attack on the financial metropolis of New York to the slaughter in the kosher supermarket in January and the mass execution in the Bataclan, the Paris club that has always been a thorn in the side of anti-Zionists. Killing as many unsuspecting people as possible was also the aim of the train bomb in Madrid and the rampage on the London Underground. Punishing infidels in a particularly conspicuous way was already the motive behind the murder of Theo van Gogh and the terrorist actions in Denmark. What was new in Paris was that the terrorists acted as public Sharia police, claiming to enforce the Islamic way of life on the streets against everyone and to execute the punishments for unbelieving misconduct, such as drinking alcohol, soccer, and rock music on the spot. What happened in Paris was the self-confident appearance of a counter-sovereign whose aim was to demonstrate that its territorial sphere of power can no longer be limited to Syria and the Parisian suburbs, that its unrestricted claim to regulation is in direct competition with that of the existing state monopoly on violence, that its unmediated, physical right of the fist replaces all legal and social mediations that still regulate everyday life in post-civil society by monopolizing and
limiting physical violence.
It is precisely in this appearance that contemporary Islam becomes recognizable. The massacres of Paris are its authentic expression as a religion that knows no saturation, that must export its inner constitutive contradiction, namely not to sublimate instincts, but always only to repress them, until there is no other kind of outside. The vague talk of an attack on our way of life, which journalists and politicians have been unable to avoid since Paris, registers this forcefully and reluctantly. Reluctantly, because this could already be the realization that the brutality of the means alone distinguishes the Parisian night of murder from the terror of virtue in the classroom or the Islamic border regime at the subway entrances to the banlieues, but the motivation and purpose are identical. So the question that must not be asked, let alone answered, is, why are there hundreds of Muhammad Attas and Abdulhamid Abouds for every Breivik? Why is it that millions and millions of people, not only in the Western world, who only come from a small proportion of Islamic families, are pushed down into the service proletariat and even lower, experiencing the complete social superfluousness of their own existence. Why is not every Muslim almost automatically a suicide bomber, but why is every suicide bomber almost automatically a Muslim? In other words, what distinguishes the Islamic racket from all others? What makes it so boundlessly aggressive and so insatiably expansive? Why does it celebrate self-destruction and, paradoxically, want nothing less than global domination? Under the fresh impression of the recent massacres, the Berlin Congress of the German Society for Psychiatry and Psychotherapy, November 25 to 28, 2015, ventured at least one step into forbidden territory. But only one step. Psychiatrist Mazda Adli, an expert in affective disorders, quite rightly identified fundamental experiences of exclusion and disintegration processes of social authorities as conditions, but not causes, for the radicalization processes in question. But what transforms these experiences into terror are certain social climatic conditions such as an encounter with a hate preacher. Adli on Deutschlandfunk, January 12, 2015. Of course, it remains unclear who and why listens to a preacher of hate, who and why is willing to eagerly subscribe to his message with skin and hair, and yet the nebulous talk of the triggering climate already contains a hint of the specifically Islamic character genesis or its necessary failure, a hint of how postmodern living conditions revitalize pre-modern death regulations and thus bring them to full recognition. For that which has always characterized Islam and at the same time distinguishes it from the other great monotheistic religions, despite all the similarities in mythology, is an archaic relic whose literal explosive power is only now becoming apparent. The conflict of the individual with his body and his drives, which remains unresolved in a godly life and therefore drives towards an end that is as murderous as it is suicidal. Even in its oldest traditions, Islam has a very clear relationship with these, that of war. They are not civilized with the utmost consistency, not transformed into the commandment of love, but humiliated and fought against to the proverbial knife. Jihad-an-nafs, the holy war against physical desire, the lower self, is at the heart of a religion whose name does not mean subjugation, in translation for nothing, and which thus also prevents psychological differentiation, in which it is not an ego that wrestles with its individual conflicts, but rather a fixed collective that fights and subjugates the individual bodies. This war is a total one, for it excludes all instances of sublimation. It outlaws play, it forbids the limited disinhibition of intoxication, it knows no humble internalization and spiritualization, it abhors music, aesthetics in the broadest sense, all those realms in which desire can find fulfillment and yet at the same time renounces its uninhibited expression, which would consequently make human coexistence impossible. Of course, despite this total self-abnegation, desire lives on in the Islamic clan, but it is split off, projected and in a particularly crude sexualized form, which must meticulously register and combat every form of physical attraction or unrestrained sexual behavior. The ID returns in the terror of virtue, in the prohibition of sensual experience. Through this primitive repression, however, the repressive collective offers the individual an equally primitive compensation that cannot be described as anything other than narcissism on the part of the subjugated. Renunciation brings them closer to an avenging and punishing God, elevating them to executors of his will. In the name of purity, the subjugated are allowed to approach the filth in order to remove it in blood. This is one of the reasons why Islam can neither find peace nor give peace, because no prohibition can ever be strict enough as long as the dynamic of militant repression constantly demands new sinners and victims. Redemption, indeed, mere relief can only be found in annihilation, in the transformation of the individual into a living corpse and the outside world into a large cemetery. Such is the momentum inherent in Islamic socialization. Its clumsy immediacy, its brutal positivity, which Horkheimer disgustedly attested to Islam, corresponds to social ensembles that do not deserve the name society in the empathic sense. Every everyday emotion is prescribed, there is no outside that cannot be reached by war, familial power relations are not up for discussion. But again, it was the unchallenged position of the family tyrant, whose merely enlarged image the clan leaders, including the prophet, were, whom the sons emulated while wives and daughters submitted to, that kept the place running at all. This position ensured time and again that this social ensemble, which was so full of unresolved conflicts and unsublimated aggression and remained in the pre-Oedipal, i.e. pre-individual state, did not fly apart and that a necessary minimum of social and cooperative ability was maintained. However, this minimum, which the patriarchal Islamic society has historically made possible, from the supposedly medically induced drinking of wine to concessions to the Western style of dress and the toleration of popular music, is always tainted with the stigma of deviation and can therefore potentially be confiscated and branded at any time. And this is exactly what has been happening with increasing radicalism in recent decades. The collision with modernity marked the beginning of the fall of these patriarchs, which also marked the birth of Islamism everywhere in the Islamic world, first on the outskirts of colonial metropolises such as Cairo, then at the kitchen tables of major Western cities, and more recently in the post-colonial palaces of the Middle East. Islamism and its appeal to young, mostly but not only male Muslims is fed precisely by this decline in authority, both traditional family and spiritual authority. This is revealed by the seemingly identical biographies of Islamist terrorists, which are no different from those of their predecessors in the case of the current Paris killers. Recently, for example, the Taz meticulously traced them, November 30, 2015 always, the Western life that lured them and that they tried to lead during the period of their physical puberty was at the same time a narcissistic insult. In other words, held quite not unusual frustrations and irritations in store, against which that narcissism of the subjugated then served as an antidote. The resulting extreme radicalization, often initiated via word of mouth and the internet and beyond the family, then always proceeds so conspicuously quickly because this narcissism satisfies the psychological and mental preconceptions already present in nous and the unsettling experience of individual failure, be it due to circumstances or one's own desires, is once again incorporated into the grand plan of God and His Ummah. What previously plagued you is exterritorialized in the traditional way of jihad and nafs. What you didn't get was bad and corrupt anyway, kufr, i.e. unbelieving and impure. Devaluing the outside world valorizes the offended self. The weakness of the fathers, whose nimbus was and is severely tarnished because they had hired themselves out to the unbelievers and were ruled by them instead of ruling over them themselves, as the believer believes he should, generally accelerated this development, albeit often unintentionally. They want to overcome their weakness, to take back their supposed apostasy, i.e. the at least external adaptation to the living conditions of Western societies, to their colleagues, to their neighbors, and to the more secularized than Christian environment in general. Thus, everywhere in this milieu, special kinds of brother hordes are formed that are neither endangered by the individualizing forces of sexuality and love. The feminine is likewise exterritorialized or hidden and silenced, nor can they inherit the patriarch, who in this sense is powerless and without means. What remains for the brothers is to phantasmagorically take the place that the patriarch should have taken, but never did, and to rise up to become tyrants of their external world, whose almost unbreakable superiority must ultimately be defeated by the ultimate sacrifice. The suicide bombing, in which Narcissus' personal apocalypse becomes the apocalypse of the abhorred world. It is anything but a coincidence that Islam has come into its own in recent decades in such a way that its brutal core has been able to emerge so uninhibitedly, in pure culture so to speak, that Islam has become the everyday religion of suicide bombing, skite. For in times of precarization, it is alone with itself, regardless of the necessities of selling labor or social intercourse, which for 2, perhaps even 3 decades now has been limited for many after school to contact with the employment agency, petty crime and sporadic jobs in sweat lodges. The mechanism, already murderous in its original construction, spins freely. The connection between terror and precarity exists solely in this free spinning. That is why the terrorist always has the same creed, Allahu Akbar. No special theology or the emergence of the figure of the preacher of hate therefore leads to radicalization, because Islam has always provided its ingredients. For example, the way in which the moderate Father Syed Farouk, who has lived in the USA since 1973, wanted to influence his son, the San Bernardino attacker, is revealing. Quote, I told him that he had to be calm and patient because in 2 years Israel would no longer exist anyway. Russia, China, and America don't want any more Jews there either. They will bring them back to Ukraine. La Stampa, June 12, 2015. What has changed over the past decades is its social and generational composition. It is only through them that the jihadist propaganda has an immediate effect, and it is only through them that a knowing brother, as the Wolfsburg jihadist and Syria returnee Ayub B. characteristically describes his terror mentor, can gather a young congregation around him in the local Daitib mosque, but bypassing the old top dogs, Wolfsburger Allgemeine, April 8, 2015. And these knowing brothers are legion. Of course, the uprising of the brotherly horde is by no means limited to the Islamic diaspora. It has long since spread to the heart of the Ummah. Since the 1970s, jihadist organizations from Mali to Malaysia have been multiplying like cancer cells, receiving a decisive boost from the victorious war in Afghanistan and, as is becoming increasingly clear, forming the only effective counterpart to the old hierarchies and despotisms in the Islamic world to date. The process of trumping the fathers, uncles, and dictators in the true faith is thus similar on a large scale to the process that has turned living conditions in the banlieues upside down on a small scale in the same period. It is the true motor of the Arab Spring, and the contemporary form of Islamic socialization that has thrown off its traditional barriers without opening up and changing one iota as a result. Quite the opposite. The reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the progenitor of Wahhabism, who even back then attributed every impending cultural and social upheaval to apostasy from true Islam and in turn preached this as a universal remedy against the modern age. The fact that Islam only knows one direction, namely back to itself, is the terrible experience that the urban elites of Algeria, Egypt, and Syria in particular and first and foremost made when these at least tentatively westernized social strata had to learn in a bloody and cruel way what they were really dealing with, what they had previously spoken about so carelessly as their people. This inner Islamic revolt, which feeds on the trumping of the fathers by the sons in the true faith, is now also affecting jihadism itself in the form of IS, which within a few years has made al-Qaeda look old in the truest sense of the word. Although al-Qaeda was certainly the most powerful harbinger of the internal Islamic patriarchal overthrow, the organization still remained a matter for the Saudi or Arab upper class, embodied in the wealthy entrepreneur's son bin Laden. Its connection to traditional Islam was strong, and its images of the enemy and self-portrayal were still comparatively traditional. The fixation of the early al-Qaeda in particular on overthrowing the supposedly apostate Saudi royal family and capturing the traditionally holy cities of Mecca and Medina remained just as alien to the growing diaspora Islamists as the organization's cooperation with the particularly ancient-looking tribal Islam in remote regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And al-Qaeda had not completely cut its theological ties with the old establishment either. Ayman az-Zawahiri, for example, the current emir of al-Qaeda and, like bin Laden, a veteran of the Afghan jihad, comes from a respected clan of high-ranking imams and Cairo University professors. As a young man, he witnessed the execution of Sayyid Qutb and has remained attached to the Muslim Brotherhood milieu ever since. So although the beacon of al-Qaeda terror was certainly effective, despite the unconvincingly produced shaky videos of elderly-looking terror princes, it was only a beacon. Al-Qaeda was fighting a battle that only scattered, isolated groups in the West could ever join purely symbolically. The cultural barrier between the lives of young Islamists in Western suburbs and those in the caves and huts of Afghanistan and Pakistan remained almost insurmountable. In comparison, IS seems like flesh from the flesh of the brother hordes in the banlieues. It resembles their practice in the way it voluntaristically and ruthlessly seizes land and also in the way of its, in Islamic eyes, half-educated theological presumption, which breaks with the traditional principle of seniority, of subordination to the guardians of tradition, in order to surpass it in unrestrained second-hand archaism. IS thus follows the pattern of the uprising of the brotherly horde and borrows its self-presentation from the preferences of young Muslims from the First and Second Worlds. As soon as the Islamic State was established, terror tourism from Europe and the former Soviet Union began to flourish, especially as these diaspora Muslims, such as the Frenchman Salim Benhalim, can not only reach the organization's leadership level, but also deliberately shape IS propaganda, as demonstrated by the former Berlin rapper Dennis Kuspert, alias Desodog, who was killed in Syria in 2015. A UN study from November 2014 unsurprisingly estimated the number of foreign fighters in the IS forces at 15,000 from over 80 countries. In February 2015, US intelligence services even estimated 20,000. The Islamic State offers them all a unique playground for murder, a place to live out all their jihadist fantasies unrestricted by external resistance, the fulfillment of all the destructive desires of the offended narcissist without measure or consequence. A unique gangland as a real-life adventure park, a banlieue in the desert where, unlike in Paris, it is not only possible to torture people to death in secret and in basements, as was the case with the young Jew Ilhan Alami in spring 2010, but to do so brazenly, openly, and with a selfie. The by Islamic standards, almost breathtaking presumption of the proclamation of the Caliphate, June 29, 2014, fits in with this. When an upstart like the son of a farmer and theology student Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was made the direct successor to Muhammad and called Amir al-Mu'minin, leader of the believers. The chief ideologue of IS, Turki al-Banali, is also taking on the old grandees of jihad with this claim. In the summer of 2014, he took aim at the al-Qaeda leaders Ayman az-Zawahiri, Abu Qatada al-Filistini and Abu Muhammad al-Makdisi, his former teacher, and rejected the Islamic concept of seniority asbaqiyya, which is actually also unheard of. The sixth issue of the English-language IS magazine Dabiq described Makdisi and Qatada as spreaders of false doctrines who were more dangerous than the devil himself, and the two of them were also called puppets of the West, who had conspired against the caliphate on IS social media accounts. Guardian, October 6, 2015. It is in this light that the surprisingly determined distancing of old jihadist groups from the Paris terror attacks must be seen. It is unusual, for example, that someone like the high-ranking Hamas leader Bassem Naim spoke publicly of barbaric attacks, reported by Sat1 on November 15, 2015. The proclamation of the caliphate not only follows the horde's self-empowerment strategy because of this megalomania, but also because it establishes an equally excessive claim to conquest. The caliphate is by definition already the core of world domination. It describes a territory from which permanent war must emanate until it is achieved. Accordingly, it has no borders, only fronts, as IS itself never tires of emphasizing, and fronts everywhere in the world where there are Muslims, including, of course, in the middle of Paris, Malmo, Brussels, or London. And so the Syrian-Iraqi IS cannot be separated from the IS of the suburbs. Attacking and destroying its Arab center militarily is absolutely necessary, but it is by no means enough. The seizure of the land by the usurped caliphate must also be fought back in the banlieues, public transportation, schools, and kindergartens. This is because the informal state of emergency of the Islamic counter-sovereign prevailed there long before President Hollande imposed the official state of emergency on the whole of France. Only if the Republican state's monopoly on the use of force were to be reimposed across the board in the suburbs could there be a safe prospect of leaving the country for those who have grown up in Islam, if this were desired from a socio-political perspective. Unfortunately, even after the recent massacres in Paris, this is doubtful. There are no signs that the dominant political classes in old Europe will stop relying at least on a pseudo-institutionalized Islam, which, however, fails to achieve precisely what is expected of it. Every so-called moderate, and that really doesn't mean much now, preacher in no way prevents the Islamist revolt against him and his ilk. But he helps to consolidate and pass on this ideology of denial of life and the senses, and thus to raise the next generation of Islamists, which is already making itself felt in the mixed kindergartens of Kreuzberg, where little children tell girls who have painted their fingernails with felt-tip pens that Allah will burn their hands, a threat that cannot be taken seriously and literally enough, as the IS torture videos should show. So if we really wanted to learn anything from the Paris massacres, it would be this: Islam as a religion of conquest should only be permitted as a private confession. Any public recognition, any participation in public education, especially in religious education, should therefore be strictly denied, because this does not appease Islamism, it fires it up. It would therefore finally have to be recognized that Islam is fundamentally different from the major Christian denominations, for example, because unlike them it is not compatible with formal law, self-restraint, and the minimum requirements of enlightenment. Islam should not be granted any kind of social vacuum. There should be an end to cherishing and demanding any kind of cultural indulgence for Islamic-motivated non-adaptation. These would be the minimum conditions for the possibility that the suburbs could be reconquered from the hands of IS in the long term, not least because people who grow up in Islamic social associations could finally free themselves from them. Shortcuts from the anti-Republican War of Liberation 20 years ago. Quote, "Suddenly shots are heard, loud shouting. A group of 10 plainclothes policemen slowly withdraw from the grounds of the Site de l'Europe, each with their guns drawn, aiming at the crowd. They use flashballs, pistols with rubber bullets that can knock a strong man unconscious. A half-serious man is led away in handcuffs. A beefy guy is shouting at the police officer, threatening, gesticulating, swearing. It's the Big Brother. A group of youths have taken up position and are approaching dangerously. The officer shouts at a photographer, 'If it wasn't for you, the damn bonnel, you wouldn't be burning.' Yesterday in Tremblay they set fire to a school just because of the camera. The police convoy roars off. Now there's a general howl of war. An African mother brandishes 2 rubber bullets and shouts, 'They're killing our children.' Cute milky beards with broken voices pose in front of the press representatives and declare that tonight it's going to be tough. They have kept quiet for 2 days now, but you can see that the police are to blame for the violence. There is a brief distraction when 2 black youths want to beat up the photographer because he took a picture of their mother. She asked him to take a picture so that the rubber bullets could be seen, but it's up to the boys and nobody else to decide who takes whose picture. After all, a 5-year-old is supposed to present the rubber bullets. Then you can see straight away that small children are being targeted here. Le Pont Blanc consists of classic 60s social housing boxes. Half integrated into the housing estate is a huge textile factory, a good 100 by 20 meters. Or rather, that's where it once stood. It was set on fire on Friday night, leaving behind a stinking field of rubble made of bent steel girders and charred bales of fabric. You could be forgiven for thinking a cruise missile had hit it. Most of the residents just say that the young people need to express their frustration. Jamal and Malik also find nothing wrong with the fact that the textile factory was set on fire. We don't like the owner of this factory here, they add. He didn't treat the employees properly, they say. He exploited illegal workers and didn't give work to the coupains from the site. The owner only got what he deserved. He's a Jeff, says Malik. Jeff is slang for Jew. No. Jamal corrects him immediately. It's got nothing to do with that. We just don't like him. So it is that a small incident in which a tear gas grenade exploded next to a Muslim prayer hall has become as important to the agitation of the rioters as the deaths of the 2 teenagers in Clichy. The boys in their jogging shorts and basketball caps don't usually look like they've often seen the inside of a mosque. But whoever you ask in the sites why the violence happened, they tell you about the mosque incident. Almost by itself, Islam becomes a point of identification for young people who are characterized more by nihilistic disorientation than by religious fanaticism. Daniel Binswanger, Weltwoche 45/2005. These images from a parallel world, which begins a stone's throw from the Franco-German border in the satellite towns around Strasbourg, are as vivid as they are in need of explanation. What has changed over the last 15 years in the most conspicuous of the 800 or so, according to the French police, problematic suburban districts? For more in-depth reading, please refer to the detailed and systematic report, Suburban Riots in Major French Cities by Chief Inspector Bernd Bell and Police Commissioner Wolfgang Noske. The extensive footnote apparatus is impressive, referring to dozens of detailed French sources from the press, literature, hearings, specialist conferences, and official reports, particularly those of the French Domestic Intelligence Service DCRG, some of which are available on the internet, the analysis of which would provide the devastating material for a book of its own. In order to get beyond platitudes that explain nothing, it is inevitable that the eternal triad of repression, racism, and social upheaval should not be used as the sole cause. Instead, we need to look at the inner world of neighborhoods which, for the most part, may have been poor just a few years ago, but were neither above average in terms of crime nor largely Islamized or ethnicized. What needs to be described and analyzed is a process that began in 1991 at the latest with the first major riots in satellite towns near Lyon and has since spread with increasing vehemence throughout France. One result of this investigation should be mentioned in advance as a thesis. The enforcement of conditions as described by Binswanger, the economic logic to which this process is committed, the solidarizations and enemy definitions that accompany it, follow the principle of land grabbing, both territorially, with the aim of gaining exclusive access to certain areas, and hegemonically, with the claim of the new masters to shape the population in their interests. The transformation of a poor, ugly, and underserved French site into an emergency area, in which the personal safety of the individual is no longer guaranteed and the order of the republic is completely or largely suspended, regularly begins in the busiest places frequented by all residents, most likely where retail outlets and public transport stations are located next to each other. Ordinary citizens first notice that groups of male youths, mostly from immigrant families, regularly gather in such places and provoke and intimidate passers-by. This ranges from verbal and gestural insults or the display of violence through the presentation of fighting games, threats, and minor, often only implied violence, to leaving permanent marks such as smashed windows or burnt cars. Individual citizens are powerless against these young people because they are alone in the event of a confrontation, and witnesses to the incident are also not effective helpers due to a lack of appropriate weapons or at least training. Social workers or so-called police assistants who try to intervene are the first to be inundated with threats, the consequences of which, if they do not live and are not recognized in the neighborhood, are also felt in a tangible way. Social workers who live in the site are accepted if they are of the same origin and culture as their flock and behave in the same way. In other words, they do not exert any influence on their clientele to prevent violence, but try to block out any justified accusations with anti-racist tirades. The police assistants, agents de sécurité, are always regarded as traitors and enemies if they are really dedicated to maintaining order. Here, too, there are experiences with autochthonous helpers who have confronted the police together with young criminals. The posts of mediators, who were supposed to mediate between the police and the migrant communities, have now largely been abolished because many of them were proven gangsters. The police do not permanently occupy the numerous and changing meeting places, and no arrests are made because nothing criminally relevant happens when the police are present and banning orders are not very successful. In the next stage of escalation, the behavior of young people hanging around in public places becomes openly criminal. First of all, there are robberies committed in groups against weaker passersby, for example old women who have their handbags snatched, or young people who do not belong to the group who have their cell phones or MP3 players taken. The physical violence used in these cases is increasingly taking on life-threatening forms for the victims. With the intensification of crime and brutality, the organizational structure of the initially loose groups is also intensifying to form truly organized gangs. Increasingly, there are burglaries and robberies in which the gang members simply break into homes, threaten the residents, and take what they consider to be valuable. The victims are regularly so intimidated that fewer and fewer of them report the crimes to the police. The result is a feeling of being at the mercy of the state, especially among older people, and deep resentment towards the state which they feel has let them down. With very few exceptions, there are no attempts by ordinary citizens to defend themselves individually or in an organized way, for example in the form of citizen militias. Of course, this does not apply across the board. In Emeryville and some other problem neighborhoods, the DCRG reports that there are security services and citizens associations financed by the tenants of the apartment blocks, which try to exert pressure on the authorities to provide more security. It is also noticeable that in the problem districts there are no so-called protest votes, for example for the Front National, by the white minority, but an above-average number of abstentions. Among the migrants affected by the violence, all of whom are French citizens, anger about the violence they have suffered is often mixed with disappointment about their precarious situation and is expressed in completely crazy-looking articulations of hostility towards the state, which can even lead to solidarity with their own tormentors. This is one of the reasons why many migrants in the suburbs, who have never broken the law, refer to Sarkozy's abuse of the perpetrators of violence as riffraff. The harm done to private individuals is seconded by targeted attacks on representatives of the state. In most cases, it is not the police who are targeted, as they would ultimately be able to strike back effectively, but unarmed representatives of public order, ranging from social workers who take their job seriously, to the janitor of a communal housing complex, the employee of a private security company who is supposed to protect a supermarket, the firefighter, and the bus driver. This answers the reproachful question as to why buses often no longer run at night in certain problem areas. The drivers are afraid, and the public bus companies are restricting the timetable in view of their duty of care towards their employees. Putting the state's monopoly on the use of force out of action, the prerequisite for any land grab, is only exceptionally successful in open confrontation with armed state power. Attacks on state or state-related infrastructure and the successful public demonstration that the state cannot protect the security and property of its citizens are more effective. They create a mood of insecurity and a power vacuum that is filled by the self-appointed representatives of a new, informal order. What can already be seen in targeted attacks on firefighters or bus drivers is increasingly being expressed in larger public riots, the so-called youth riots, of which those of October and November 2005 were merely the largest and, above all, most widespread in a seemingly endless series. Small, mostly arbitrary incidents are the reason for larger riots, which are misinterpreted by the protagonists as well as by large sections of the public as spontaneous social protests or self-defense measures against police arbitrariness. The deaths of young car thieves who lose control of their vehicles and crash during chases with the police have been used several times as an excuse for riots that quickly spread to neighboring districts. The perpetrators are regularly the same people who began their careers as mobbers at the metro station, supplemented by previously inconspicuous young people who, convinced that they are fighting for a just cause, try their hand at arson for the first time or attack the police as a mob. All it takes is a few young people passing by chance and using their cell phones to bring hundreds, sometimes thousands of street fighters into position as if on command. The principle is that of wildfire, the means the new communication technologies and the motive and obviously unifying need to show the representatives of the Republic how much they are hated at every opportunity. Normally, young people, like the two who died in the Clichy-sous-Bois substation in October 2005, are stylized as martyrs in order to start a riot. If, with the worst will in the world, no martyr can be invented and no attack by the infidel state on Islam can be fabricated, police actions that are regularly portrayed as racist attacks can be. The often ugly and humiliating practices of the French police cannot disguise the fact that the operations are generally not based on police arbitrariness or a perfidious state program of repression against immigrant children, but on the often completely misguided attempt to prosecute or prevent crimes. Critics of the police, especially those from the banlieues themselves, often cannot decide whether they think the operations are excessive or whether they want to complain that their cars are being deliberately burned down because their neighborhoods are not adequately protected from street violence for racist reasons. The police checkpoint in Vichy-sous-Bois, which the three youths tried to bypass by fleeing into the substation, served the purpose of maintaining public order at night. Accusations of racism and fascism have been leveled in particular at such police operations, which are directed against the extremely widespread criminal underground economy in the problem areas, especially against drug dealing and receiving stolen goods. In connection with such operations, riots also break out in neighborhoods where the youth gangs are explicitly not in charge. In these neighborhoods, power is in the hands of professional gangs made up of the older brothers of the riot kids, who have long been subject to adult criminal law and who, as long as business is quiet, do not want any unnecessary trouble with the police and certainly have no interest in seeing their own cars burn. In the event of raids that threaten their criminal existence, however, they are able to stage an uprising of the smaller brothers, put themselves in the lead and thus demonstrate to the state the security risk that any intervention in their criminal shadow economy represents. Tightly organized gangs sometimes cut off the power supply to an entire district or position themselves on rooftops, from where they pelt police units with manhole covers and concrete slabs. The territory of the older brothers is the first circle of hell. Daily violence such as burning down cars or ripping off passersby usually takes place in the second and much larger circle of hell, where the gangs are active but only loosely organized and only partially anchored in the population, and where there is still a certain degree of ethnic, social, and religious mixing. Here, the older brothers have no interest in peace and order, on the contrary. The terrain still needs to be cleared. The post-war order that prevails in the first circle has not yet been fully established, and this is where the underage brothers operate. The immediate criminal shadow economy is joined by an economy that is legal but often illegal, which is fully established in the liberated first circle and increasingly dominates the contested second. These are above all the catering and craft trades, which are based on illegal employment, and the trade in undeclared goods. The impoverishment of many satellite towns as a result of the major waves of rationalization in French industry since the mid-1980s initially led to the liquidation or migration of local retail businesses run by whites, as well as branches of supermarket chains, drugstores, etc. This was accompanied by an enormous increase in the number of white-owned shops. This was accompanied by an enormous drop in property prices and commercial rents, so that some of the stores were taken over by other local operators, this time usually of Maghrebi origin. This process was and is being accelerated by the sometimes systematic gang terror against retailers of white origin, but also against Maghrebians who do not want to submit to the gangs. Some retailers were able to absorb the pressure by specifically hiring people from the neighborhood, with apparently convincing success. Staff and perpetrators know each other and the number of crimes dropped noticeably. However, the boundaries to protection money measures are fluid in some neighborhoods. Who is declared the Jeff whose business is to be torched is determined by their unwillingness to cooperate, unless the person in question is actually Jewish. The hatred of state authority and, even more so, the often criminal character of the ethnic economy have long led to business disputes being settled internally and respectable people from the respective community being called in. For the Turkish minority in particular, these are mullahs. For many Maghrebi, these are neighborhood chiefs, so-called chabanis, or a council of wise men for black Africans. As much as the territorial principle dominates the internal constitution of the zones largely liberated from the state order, i.e. the crony is always also a neighbor, it is obvious that the same applies to the youth gangs as to the rackets of the older brothers or the respectable. They are almost exclusively of Muslim origin and base their actions, decisions and justifications on points of view from a generally accepted internal morality that overarches the fragmentation. It is that of Islam. Just as Sharia law regulated an economy based on robbery, conquest, and enslavement 1,000 years ago, the competing gangs in the sites have so far mostly been able to reach a bloodless settlement between themselves in the sense of a balance of interests between clans and the draconian punishment of lawbreakers who break the law. Of course, this does not rule out outright expulsion campaigns against non-local dealers. Without the unifying external enemy, the will to seize more land and the arrogance of superiority, which manifests itself in gangsta rap as well as in pious rules of conduct from the mosque, the courts of honor would work far less efficiently. However, as long as it is still possible to pray outside the liberated and divided zones, as was the case with the attacks on a student demonstration in March 2005 by migrant youth gangs in central Paris or the recent attack on a train, relative peace between the gangs should be ensured. Nevertheless, a war of all against all in gangland cannot be ruled out in the future. It is not only the seizure of land in the problem districts and occasional forays outside that consolidate the liberated zones, but also Islam as common sense. Many of those who did not want to put up with the rule of the gangs and could afford to do so countered the pressure from the perpetrators of violence by migrating to other neighborhoods that still follow the law of the Republic. Non-Muslims as well as secular Maghribis. It is mainly black African migrants, mostly from the Islamic countries of Senegal and Mali, who move into the apartments vacated by their departure. They assert themselves surprisingly quickly in the gang world, which is dominated by local Maghribi and, to a lesser extent, Turks, not least because of the particular degree of unscrupulousness typical of up-and-comers, but also because of their clan-based self-organization and their reference to Islam, which they claim as their cultural root just as much as their competitors. Many youth gangs are now entirely in the hands of these immigrants. Organized crime, ethnicization through displacement, and the capitulation of public order cannot adequately explain what holds the gang society together in the inner circle of hell and what is to be enforced in the second contested circle. Nor does the use of Sharia law as a substitute for the Code Civil and the Code Penal in conflicts within the gang world provide sufficient clarification of the inner constitution of an apparently contradiction-free society. In the last 3 years, a number of additional aspects of the new order have come to the attention of critical observers, which until 2001 still played a subordinate role in the reports of the French authorities and the media. First and foremost, there is the decidedly anti-Semitic and racist anti-white ideology, which seems to suit the Muslim big and little brothers without exception. But these are also predominantly manifestations of the ideologization of violence, which provide little information about living together in areas that have long been virtually free of Jews, in which even the whites are no longer dhimmis, subjects of protection with severely restricted rights, i.e. subject to the Islamic economy and morality. However, one cannot live on pride alone. The decidedly illegal and the ethnicized semi-legal economy yield little for the majority, and the whites, over whom one would like to rise, usually live far away. The real glue that holds the lived or yet to be realized counter-society together, the expression of honor of the young and not so young men, is the systematic disenfranchisement of women and girls and their subjugation to the sole personal rule of their brothers, husbands, and sons. This is not only reflected in the fact that there are more than 20,000 polygamous families in France with a total of over 300,000 members, most of whom come from Mali and Senegal, and a high percentage of whom live in the problem districts. Far more alarming than the polygamy imported from the countries of origin is the enslavement of women in the originally predominantly secular Algerian majority population of many satellite towns, whose female half has for years been given the choice by the militant young men and the masters of the criminal economy of either living out their lives as whores or being forced under Sharia law. The mosque associations, which do not act violently but are omnipresent in the problem districts, probably play a considerable role in the broad acceptance of this subjugation, especially as far as the training of girls from an early age is concerned. Girls and young women who have entered into love relationships with gang members are initially regarded as whores. These women have to make the upsetting experience that it is not possible to have an exclusive relationship with a young Muslim man from the gang world. What may begin romantically is abruptly broken by the law of the gang. No gang, not even the non-Islamic one, can allow a member to put his private life above the community life of the racket. In the classic criminal rackets, for example in the USA during the Prohibition era, the problem was solved either by the gangsters' exclusive intercourse with professional prostitutes and or by exclusive forms of love life with complete segregation and subordination of life with the mistress or wife to all the affairs of the syndicate. The Muslim young men's rackets turn the women who have given themselves to one of their own out of admiration or love into what they must be as unmarried, sexually active women according to the dictates of Islamic morality. Dishonorable whores who, like spoils of war, are also left for the other gang members to use. They are not only excluded from the men's circle, but are considered forever dishonored for the purpose of sealing their final exclusion from a broader male community that is effective far beyond the rackets as the Ummah, the religious community of all Muslims. At the same time, they remain subject to the omnipotence of the gang over their bodies for as long as there is still interest in it. If they do not manage to leave the banlieues, Their future very often lies in prostitution under extremely humiliating circumstances. In its manifesto of February 15, 2003, SOUMISSION calls for the causes of prostitution to be combated, citing polygamy, mafia structures, and the abrupt severance of all ties by the family when a young girl misbehaves. The terrible fate of these lovers degraded to whores threatens an even larger circle of young, mostly unmarried women, and quite a few of them are actually done to. These are the ones who defy the laws of the Islamized collective and not only do not acknowledge the new masters, but also make them understand how much they despise them. The public presence of these women, who dress as revealingly as the unfortunate gangster brides, but who, unlike them, do their utmost to make their way outside the Islamizing neighborhoods, is the strongest challenge to the criminal and bigoted morality of the younger and older brothers. But they also arouse the displeasure of quite a few women, who have adapted to the role imposed on them and have since ensured that no other woman of their own sex can go unpunished in pursuit of happiness. The independent, Western-oriented women are currently the only real threat to the closed societies, because their imminent departure, which will be forever, denies the presumed right of access to all women and girls as well as the God-given hopelessness of the Islamic ghetto. What's more, their path calls into question the lie of life of the banlieue residents, according to which, as an indigenous person, you can only survive in a counter-society set up according to the rules of your own collective identity. The school dropout rate among girls in the banlieues is considerably lower than among boys, and unemployment is only half as high. Many young women, especially those whose parents or grandparents immigrated from the Maghreb, have retained the dream of a middle-class life in a normal, upwardly mobile relationship. They are not attracted to the life that Islamic morality and its enforcers from the mosque and gangs have in store for them. The attacks and threats against these women, the repeated gang rapes perpetrated against them, the Islamic dress code imposed on them with threats and violence, and the presumption of their brothers to control their every move, all this has taken on enormous proportions in recent years. The male collective senses that the refusal of very many girls and women could break the back of its power and glory, and strikes preemptively. Quote, frequent punishment for such recalcitrant girls are, in the worst cases, so-called tournants, gang rapes. Samira Bellil was the first to describe this phenomenon in her book, Through the Hell of Violence. The young woman had been the victim of gang rape 3 times before. After undergoing psychotherapy, she found the courage to go public. Samira Bellil was also the patron of SOUMISSION until she died of stomach cancer last year at the age of 31. NZZ, July 1805. Anyone who had read the reports of the Domestic Secret Service, looked in the French press under miscellaneous or local, or simply trusted their own eyes, could have known what was going on, apparently in secret. But there is a fear in France that one could be accused of sympathizing with the right-wing extremists of the Front National or other racists because of a critical comment or a probing question. This might still be the case today if the persecuted had not spoken out themselves a few years ago. In France, it was not the intellectuals, apart from a vanishing minority, but of all people who, from their own experience, have good reason to be skeptical about the promises of the Constitution and the solidarity of the majority society, who, in a situation of extreme personal distress, resorted to not begging for the universal Republican promise of emancipation as citizens from the state and the majority society, but to demanding it quite confidently as in rages. The appeal from the suburbs for the enforcement of humane living conditions for all does not come from the Recales, whose battle cry was Sarkozy, dirty Jew, nor from the Minister of the Interior himself, who offered the residents of the banlieues help from the gangs with a high-pressure cleaner and at the same time offered the mosque associations a security partnership, but from those who, for entirely selfish reasons, cannot conclude a standstill agreement with either the mafia or Sharia law, and for this reason alone have resorted to an apparent shopkeeper: the indivisibility of laws and Republican freedom and equality. Since the book Through the Hell of Violence by Samira Bellil and the burning of Sohain Benzian shook the Republic in 2002, and the much-noticed manifesto of SOUMISSION, Neither Whores Nor Subjects, was published in February 2003, the social consensus seems to be far from broken, but at least scratched, the consensus that reaches from the problem neighborhoods directly into the agencies of public opinion, and which consists of having to have understanding for every ethnically or socially motivated outrage, with the central demand to all French people: stop justifying our oppression in the name of a right to difference and respect for those who force us to submit. SOUMISSION have attacked the consensus of the politically correct look the other way, with the rhetorical question posed to their male neighbors and relatives: How will you overcome injustice, racism, exclusion, failure at school, prison? If you too oppress us, you too. They have also provided information about with whom humane conditions cannot be fought for in the foreseeable future. How NI-Putes and SOUMISSION want to throw off the yoke under which Muslim young men force women and girls appears at first glance to be as nostalgic as it is naive. Quote, "We, the women who live in the suburbs, women of all backgrounds, believers or not, are spreading this appeal for our rights to freedom and emancipation. Socially oppressed by a society that confines us in ghettos where misery and exclusion are concentrated. Stifled by the machismo of the men of our neighborhoods who disregard our basic rights in the name of tradition. Together, as the first general estates of the women of the neighborhoods, we reaffirm our will to conquer our rights, our freedom, our femininity. We refuse to be forced into the false choice of either being subjected to the constraints of tradition or selling our bodies to the market society." End quote. Based on the insight that where men suffer, women shoulder the suffering, the women of NI-Putes and SOUMISSION have long since stopped calling on the men of the sites, but rather on the French Republic, to finally take responsibility for the problem districts and stand behind those who are actually oppressed. While the young men are attacking or damaging the mostly poor educational institutions in the satellite towns under the motto Hooray, Hooray the school is on fire, evading classes to a considerable extent or transforming the schools into institutions of anti-colonial resistance against the Republic with the help of autochthonous or radical left-wing teachers and social workers. The women, like the anti-Catholic Republicans 100 years ago, are focusing on the education of the human race. In the schools of the Republic, at the top of a long list of demands in their manifesto is the right to sex education for all, followed by a right to civic education, which includes the complete learning of the French language as well as general legal education, especially with regard to the most personal civil rights. It is more than questionable whether compulsory lessons in sex education, civics, gender equality, and the special rights of girls up to high school can really break the violence. The fact is that the necessary struggle to establish public safety in problem neighborhoods is lost from the outset if a consensus is not established there that is committed to inalienable individual rights and that can only be secular and Republican. This actually self-evident prerequisite for any emancipation, not just that of women, is not a consensus in France. 2005 was the year in which not only the most serious street riots took place, but also an important anniversary of the Republic, 100 years of separation of church and state. The memory of the overcoming of integrism, the unifying ideology of a Catholic anti-Republican counter-society, which was closing itself off and in part endowed with sovereign rights, seems to have increased the willingness of only a minority to take a critical look at a new, more malignant version of the old evil, Arabo-Muslim integrism, as it is particularly at home in those problem neighborhoods where the worst outbreaks of violence can be observed. Whereas in 1905 it was a decidedly Republican coalition of liberals and socialists that brought down the old privileges. For 2 decades now there has been a coalition of decidedly anti-Republican liberals and socialists, supplemented by so-called left-wing radicals, who are doing everything they can to pave the way for a new integrism that not only ignores the laws of the Republic, but in particular fights the idea of universal freedom on which they are based. Unlike 100 years ago, when the special rights of a Catholic milieu that had long since become rotten only needed to be withdrawn by decree, today an apparently completely rotten Republic is faced with the rebellion of a seemingly far more universal alliance than the Republic could ever represent, without any action or ideas. While the latter was officially aligned with cosmopolitanism, but practically with the power interests of the French state and a bourgeoisie jealously guarding the preservation of its privileges, the anti-Republican Frente is ideologically oriented towards the uprising of the damned of the earth and practically towards the worldwide successes of the Islamic gang collectives. If one translates universalism literally and therefore incorrectly as global presence and global acceptance, then the petty egoism of the French nation, together with its not at all petty and completely inadequate ideals of freedom, fraternity, and equality, disappears before the strengthening anti-imperialist international, which extends from Hugo Chávez's Venezuela to Ahmadinejad's Iran and, quite logically, from the Palestine of the Intifada to the uprising of the Big and Small Brothers. In the French suburbs, this works for the simple reason that the standards by which the French Republic can justifiably be accused of betraying its own principles are not applied to the world gang movement. Nor is it entangled in contradictions, since it represents no other principle than the demand for unconditional respect for the right of the respective autochthonous masters to deal with their subjects as they see fit, in other words, the right of the strongest. Instead of taking up the sensible idea of an putes and soumisses and demanding that French society show solidarity with oppressed women, and that the state take all the repressive measures necessary to enforce the rule of law in the suburbs as well, a large part of the French intelligentsia and politicians are ultimately following the mullah's calculations. Not only is the just milieu openly collaborating with Islam, which clerics like Abdulali Mamun rightly see as a success and encouragement. We, on the other hand, have already experienced in previous riots that the rioters listened to us. At times, the subprefect even called him for help when young people were gathering. The imam recently caused a public stir when he called for the police to be replaced by religious figures of respect during riots. Right down to the wording, the statements of most representatives of the Republic are similar to those of the followers of Sharia law. Abdulali says, "Many immigrant children only know the police and courts as state authorities. They live without any intermediary in a total Republican void in which only the memory of religion still helps." Die Zeit, November 17, 2005. The widespread assertion that police repression and early contact with the judicial authorities are the only contacts immigrant children from the banlieues have with the state is a lie, if only because it does not apply to girls at all. But even with regard to the young men, it only makes sense at first glance. A moment's reflection should suffice to recognize such statements as highly ideological. Aren't there kindergartens and schools, youth clubs and leisure activities, and furthermore at least officially the intention to teach young people some basic information about the equality of the sexes, even about reasonably free sexuality? Many young men are most familiar with the repressive side of the state because they are as much at war with its educational programs as they are with the police. They have long since learned from the imam or the left-wing social worker or from their older brothers to oppose what the Republic wants to teach its citizens so fundamentally that ultimately all that remains is the Republican emptiness about which the mullah complains just as much as the white left-wing intelligentsia. The deep-seated contempt for the Republic, apparently declared quite critically as hostility to the state by a left-wing personnel dominating public opinion, the majority of whom live immediately from the state, is to the detriment of those who are humiliated and disenfranchised by practicing enemies of the state. The left-wing intelligentsia in France prefer to earn their money as teachers or social workers, permanent employees in the state sector, in the public legal media, or in the highly subsidized cultural sector. On March 5, 2004, for example, the traditional demonstration for International Women's Day in Paris was on the verge of splitting up because some of the demonstrators, including putes and soumisses, had, much to the annoyance of the left-wing cartel of Trotskyists, party communists and anti-racists from the MRAP, Movement contre le racisme et pour l'amitié, Entre les Peuples, explicitly declared themselves in favor of the headscarf ban in schools with banners. The official voice of left-wing France for fellow Germans, the Parisian Volksempfänger Bernhard Schmid, reported, "The background to the dispute was the law banning headscarves, which was definitively passed by the French Parliament in both chambers on March 3, 2004, and its differing assessments. This should not necessarily have played a role in the demonstration. After all, it has been customary to focus on criticism of the real social grievances in France at the March 8 demonstration. Existing wage differences between men and women, poorer working conditions or employment opportunities for women, lower representation of women in some social leadership positions. It was not usual to take the government's point of view and share its priorities." LabourNet. October 3, 2004. It is obviously common among friends of the social revolution and all the other anti-capitalists to think of feminism exclusively in terms of social grievances against which in reality only a few 100,000 unionized female postal workers, nurses or teachers can effectively fight. On the other hand, it is unusual to even address the reality of the lives of millions of women, to whom one is supposedly particularly committed as an anti-racist and who can only dream of a permanent position in the state sector. There is nothing wrong with the demands for equal pay and better career opportunities for women. To play off these grievances as the only real expression of misogyny against the call from the banlieues for a life without the daily terror of virtue is evidence of the unprecedentedly cynical will to enter into an alliance with the masters of the problem neighborhoods against the Republic, which necessarily hits the women from the sights first. The French left-wing cartel, which has unhesitatingly and not without success pulled together with the supposedly hated state when it came to protecting the huge state sector against privatization and deregulation, which helped to enforce labor laws that make access to the regular labor market almost impossible for French people under 30 and especially for the often poorly educated migrants among them, is suddenly standing up like a man against the women from the satellite towns because they have taken it upon themselves to call on the Republic to act. The spoilsports of NIPUTs and SOUMISSIONs had to be targeted by the autochthonous anti-colonialist and white anti-racist leftist camps simply because they named their epical betrayal of their supposedly original claim to want to fight for the emancipation of humanity. In spring 2005, left-wing France discussed the March of the Indigenous of the Republic, a historically revisionist and anti-Semitic action by left-wing circles from the banlieues, which was supported by quite a few anti-racist left-wing radicals. In the course of the preparations, migrant anti-racists had openly rejected feminism and laicism as an expression of colonialist foreign domination for their clientele. Their white, radical left-wing alliance partners had a hard time contradicting this on the one hand and not allowing the alliance to collapse on the other. In the end, they succeeded by presenting a unifying image of the enemy. Quote, the white radical left-wing speakers at a panel discussion, did not criticize laicism and feminism as such at all, but explicitly only those variants which, like the women's organization NIPUTs and SOUMISSIONs, neither whores nor submissives, which was founded 2 years ago and has since become a clear satellite organization of the Social Democratic Party, refer above all positively to the Republican ideals of the state, largely gloss over the majority society and focus there. Criticism almost exclusively on misogyny among Muslims and in lower-class neighborhoods. They have been called the good conscience of the white majority, and not really without justification. Bernhard Schmid, Trend Online Zeitung, May 5. Anti-Republican statism and anti-Republican hostility to the state, two sides of the same coin, are in essence deeply related to the aims of anti-colonialist gang collectives. Organizing the state as a kind of hereditary court of public sector employees in a feudal gang-like manner, quasi-excluding the labor market, is fine with them, they are statists. But where the state as a law-setting and enforcing authority should ensure freedom, equality, anonymity, competition, and protection from arbitrary violence, they are enemies of the state. As a consequence, both the left-wing cartel and the ideological representatives of the Islamic counter-society are concerned with the establishment of an unscrupulous, immediate democratic, i.e. plebiscitary and thus total rule, free from concerns in laws, mediation, and protective rights. This is the situation in which the separation of state and society is abolished and individuals are at the mercy of arbitrariness without any appeal instance. This necessarily establishes itself as a regime of rackets that offer the individual precarious protection with simultaneous complete subjugation. Nothing else is meant by the mockery of the Republican ideals of the state. This complicity with the recales against girls and women is held together by a longing for solidarity and community typical of the bobos, the bourgeoisie bohemians, of which there is indeed a great deal among men in the banlieues. This fascination with very primitive men's cronies demonstrates what immediate particularist violence, the right of the strongest, is capable of triggering in those who are supposedly fighting for the interests of the weak and oppressed. It is based on the will for a kind of Armageddon, the cleansing destruction of Western civilization. Quote, the social view of the banlieues allows us to see the social dislocation as if through a burning glass. However, it does not create a tendency towards solidarity. On the contrary, the widespread image evokes fear and horror in large parts of the rest of society. Instead of the desire for a universalizable answer to the social question, a growing need for security dominates, especially among the population outside the satellite towns themselves. Schmidt in www.unrast-verlag.de. Anyone who does not fiercely criticize the fear and terror spread by a few thousand young men with the support of tens of thousands of older brothers and Muslim respectables as part of an answer to the social question, but instead glosses over it and wishes in all seriousness for solidarity tendencies with the perpetrators, who should be above any need for security on the part of the population, at least has an idea of what he is babbling about. Anyone who talks like this wants to break the big taboo and is partly responsible for the universalization of daily injustice in Clichy-sous-Bois and elsewhere. Much has been made of the citizens' nightmares of riots, uprisings, and revolution. Nightmares that were unleashed twice in France in 1848 and even more terribly in 1871, not on the citizens but on the defeated insurgents. Nevertheless, revolutionaries also have nightmares that strangely coincide with those of the citizens at some crucial points. They are based on the fear of the spontaneous outbreak of the oppressed, the terrible reckoning with the real and supposed oppressors, and the senseless orgies of destruction. Spontaneous uprisings, this was once common revolutionary knowledge, regularly bring out the archaic deposits in the collective soul, that unpleasant mixture of repressed urges, the experiences of violence or the frustrations of unfulfilled hopes. The hate-filled cry of those disappointed by life always contains a readiness for completely uncontrolled orgies of violence. Significantly, the Paris Commune did very little violence, even less murder and rape, i.e., it did not do almost everything that the bourgeoisie accused it of. Its supporters, although only slightly organized, were by no means spontaneous, but committed to an organizing goal. Precisely because they wanted a socialist French Republic and the redistribution of wealth for the purpose of everyone's participation in national prosperity, they confronted looters and pillagers with a completely different but effective police force. A loose force of militias and neighbors who would not allow individual enrichment or the violent satisfaction of sexual urges, because they knew that only a general order would prevent what the bourgeoisie, awaiting the day of retribution in Versailles, was accusing them of: the rule of the rabble, Sarkozy, or the lumpenproletariat, Marx, or the cattle right of the strongest, Fidela Amara, co-founder of NI Putes and SOUMISSION. The Paris Communards, the early Bolsheviks, the American Wobblies, or the left-wing officers' junta during the Portuguese Carnation Revolution had one thing in common, despite their sometimes fundamental differences. They were guided by the promises of the bourgeois republic, which they did not want to fall behind, but which they wanted to finally help achieve a breakthrough in the question of property. They were, like all revolutionaries worthy of the name, Republicans and thus Universalists who fought against every form of spontaneous and thus always personal rule because they abhorred the law of the jungle of the strongest. The friends of spontaneous uprisings, the brutes who demand solidarity with murderers and seem to joke about the fears of the citizens, but in reality mock the threatened women, have long since brought their idea of the universalism of destruction to the same point. Quote, the notorious French nonsense philosopher Alain Finkielkraut, a Maoist in the 1970s and today a neo-reactionary new philosopher, has probably gone the furthest in terms of ethnicizing statements. Never at a loss for grotesque comparisons, Finkielkraut claimed in a full-page interview with the conservative daily newspaper Le Figaro, among other things, this is not a revolt against the racism of the Republic, but a gigantic anti-Republican pogrom. Until now, the author of these lines had naively assumed that a pogrom consisted of the persecution of people and not of states. In an interview with the Israeli daily newspaper Haaretz, published in its November 18th edition, Finkielkraut went even further. Finkielkraut is also one of the leading right-wing Zionists of the politically diverse French Jewry and, for example, one of the uncritical defenders of Israel's construction of a wall across the Palestinian West Bank. He represents this position with the anti-universalist justification that he will not criticize measures of the Israeli government in order not to stab ours in the back. Bernhard Schmid, Trend Online Zeitung 12/05. Pogroms really cannot be carried out against a republic, which is merely a form of state constitution of a certain society on a certain territory. In the enemy image of Jeff, however, the anti-republican resentment that urges pogroms has long been fully developed. At first it seems to refer only to the rich in money and influence, but since there are also such people among the masters of the gangs, to whom one knows oneself to be indebted, Jeff quickly becomes Jewif, i.e. the one who, under the protection of a rotten and corrupt regime, which he has undermined and infiltrated, secures undeserved advantages at the expense of the masses. As much as the Jewif is needed to determine the real disturber of order, the agent of the Judaized Republic is indispensable in determining the enemy on the ground, where almost no Jews live anymore. Jewish unmanners can also be found among those who are similarly dependent on the special and therefore precarious protection of the Republic. First and foremost, of course, those who are derided as the good conscience of the white majority, if only because they thwart the urgently needed solidarity tendencies with the anti-colonial resistance and are therefore already sufficiently described as whores. The very real French Republic, however, which cooperates in all innocence with the enemies of anti-universalist Israel in cordial agreement, is by no means sufficient protection against pogroms. This can be seen from the fact that when understanding with their marauding sheep threatens to fail, the German and French Schmids can rely on being able to dismiss the most prominent French critic of the Volkssturm from the suburbs as a despicable right-wing Zionist by referring to his Jewish origins and his solidarity with his own, without at least Jungle World or Concrete shining home to them forever. Schmid can rightly claim to be the interpreter of the ideology of the French left-wing cartel. The French pages of Indymedia, the MRAP, the Trotskyist Party LCR, and Le Monde Diplomatique should be cited as evidence. Because in November and December, to their everlasting shame, he was the exclusive correspondent on the riots, not only for smut sites such as Trend Online or LabourNet, but also for jungle world and concrete, he should have his say here pars pro toto. In France, for example, Schmidt's job is done by the MRAP. Quote, I therefore assume that the criminal complaint against the philosopher, meaning Finkielkraut, is consciously or unconsciously guided by the same feeling that the rioters very often express, namely that their Islamic honor has been mocked. The MRAP only discredits itself when it gives the impression that it feels obliged to act as an avenger of this honor by pillorying such an important thinker, who is also Jewish. It is better not to even imagine the possible outbreak of antisemitism for which this organization, which once fought him so courageously, would then be responsible. That would be the moral justification for those who, on the occasion of the riots, did not hesitate to chant, Sarkozy dirty Jew, Sarkozy dirty Jew, end quote. So Menahem Messina on November 25, 2005 in the website of the Union de Patrons et de Professionnels Juifs de France. What do you actually love about your husband? In an early text from 1931, Adorno examines this survey conducted by a magazine. The wives surveyed did not submit answers that would have been an expression of a specific inclination attached to their loved one. Instead of, for example, talking about how the quirks of both partners developed into shared characteristics over the course of their time together, which differentiated themselves with the other's own, the women's answers were stereotypically similar, whereby, according to Adorno's observation, one motif runs through all the answers. One should not prematurely call it the tendency to childishness. You have to look closely at how it manifests itself. The first says, I like him because he often seems very childlike to me, a very naive little boy, because he needs me so much, because without me he would fall into every pit and be hit by every brick. Then I like him for all the little things. His passion for water, swimming, showering, splashing around. The next one has to do with the charming boy's forehead. I love his helplessness, the peace of mind with which he tries to disguise it. I also love the fact that he learns nothing and forgets nothing and is just as small as in his first picture with the wooden horse. End quote. Adorno deciphers the supposed tendency towards childishness as infantile masculinity, which is the flip side of an authoritarian, latently sadistic character. But the formula that applies to everyone is the victor's smile. A happy, proud, somewhat brutal smile. A smile that radiates the awareness of being master, of having brought the loving woman to complete compliance. The smile that, despite all the promises of equality, openly admits that he feels like the giver, the joy giver. That's what he looks like. The dear boy. Don't argue that it's motherly nature talking here. No one will deny her right, and no one will want to drive out of waking life all the childish dreams that alone are capable of moving it. But the form in which the adult legitimately takes childhood with him is only that of memory, not that of unaltered fixation. The image of a child in man that the lady's answers project, however, is in truth an image of the infantile. Infantile is the glorification of the body, which, thoroughly neutralized erotically, is limited to gargling and splashing around. Infantile, finally, is the neurotic mechanism of stupidity that indiscriminately endears to the other everything that is retarded, badly unconscious, mutely natural, be it because the enquête ladies themselves are designed in such a way that better things no longer fall within the scope of their inclination, be it because there is nothing else to love in their partners. That saucy boy with that winning smile, that is not the least bit brutal, but is ready to smash the toy into which their world has been transformed into in the next moment. End quote. A good 70 years later, Mohamed Merah's self-portrayed victor's smile haunts the media. In spring 2012, he kept France in suspense when he first shot 3 dark-skinned uniformed members of the French army and then murdered a religious teacher, his 2 young daughters and the 10-year-old daughter of the deputy principal in a Jewish school within the space of just a few days. After being tracked down by the police, Merah barricaded himself in his Toulouse apartment for several hours and fought a gun battle with the police, during which he was shot dead. Merah used the time his apartment was under siege to proclaim himself a holy Al-Qaeda warrior to the authorities. He cited the legal ban on veiling, the French mission in Afghanistan, and the killing of Palestinian children by the Israelis as the motive for his crimes. Merah's death prompted his wife Hizia D., who was only married under Islamic law, to share her loving feelings for the murderer with the public. I had never seen him before and I didn't know his family either. We met frequently for 14 days and I liked his manner. With the consent of our families, we decided to get married. After the ceremony, I really fell in love with him because he was so kind, sweet, and friendly. We watched The Simpsons together, he talked a lot and he needed to be listened to. He needed love and I compared him to a baby. Our faith was there, we had lots of religious conversations, but the time we spent together we played PlayStation or Call of Duty on the internet and Need for Speed. Nobody came to our house because Mohammed didn't want other men to see me. But he continued to meet up with his friends from the site at the time, who call themselves Muslims but aren't really. End of quote. The statements of the loving German wives from the 1930s and Hizia, who converted to Islam comparatively late, are astonishingly similar, right down to the choice of words. They converge in the effective occupation of the image of a child in man, which is, in truth, an image of the infantile. The promise of equality within the bourgeois marriage, which was in principle even more open to Mohammed and Hizia as French citizens than to the married couple in Adorno's example, is followed here and there by the betrayal committed together. The man acts as the giver of joy. The woman does nothing better than devotedly receive the poisoned gift. The man's infantilism is articulated in a victorious smile, not the least bit brutal, but ready in the next moment to smash into the toy into which her world has been transformed. The love shown to the infantile chauvinism of the man allows the woman to effectively occupy her own inferior position and identify with it, while the erotic between the two is thoroughly neutralized. However, the possibility of deciding on a marriage in which both have their own independent life for themselves, but out of freedom take on the mutual responsibility for each other, was not only already given to the men and women of the 1930s, but to Mera and Hizia, who were both born and grew up in France, precisely because Islam, whose rigid sexual morality is of course opposed to this freedom to be faithful, is only present in a rudimentary form in their families. Mera's father left his wife and children at an early age. His mother, who works as a cleaner to support the family, mockingly warned a family friend not to be surprised if he, Mohammed Mera, stops kissing his cheeks, the customary gesture of greeting in France, because he's now playing at being a believer. Although Islam by no means commanded his consciousness as a natural reality, Mera decided on his own free will in favor of a halal marriage, as he longed to be master, to bring the loving woman to complete compliance, Adorno. The Sharia-compliant marriage contract represents the form, which is not lawful but socially accepted, that allows the covenant for life to be lived as an infantile symbiosis based on identification with one's own subjugation within the framework of civil law, which continues to abandon its universal claim. The will to annihilation, which Adorno already sees announced in the image of a child in a man and its inner kinship with the sadism of the victor in the private sphere, but whose empirical representatives at the time, in decisive contrast to Mera, have not yet taken action, thus returns in a modernized regression. The 18-year-old Hizia has also fallen in love with a man stuck in childhood and continues to rave about Mohammed, my husband, my baby who needed so much love. Although on January 2nd of this year, after only 18 days of marriage, he dumped her in front of her parents' apartment without any explanation and pronounced a divorce, meaning that she experienced the brutality and cruel indifference of the infantile man in need of love firsthand. But while the intimate togetherness of the couple in Adorno's example with gargling and splashing still seems to have a sensuality, albeit largely reduced to bodily hygiene, Mera and Hizia's marital bliss took place in front of the screen, where they operated against or with each other in multiplayer mode as infantry soldiers in the theaters of war of the Second World War or engaged in chases with the cops a la Bonnie and Clyde. The mutilated remnants of despised sexuality in the mode of infantile regression were expressed in the wild pressing of the game console, in the bodily contortions towards the virtual enemy and in the outbursts of whoops and curses. Staring at the screen for hours on end, they exorcise the experience of the presence of themselves as bodies in which they are stuck, from which they cannot escape and in which they writhe as an appendix of the game console, completely isolated from one another and united only in their identification with the game, with which Mera presumably already rehearsed their destruction. Their entire marital happiness derives its impetus from handling the body, its limbs, as if they had already been severed. In Hizia's case, a vacation in Algeria was decisive for the need for self-determination. Back home in Toulouse, she decided to wear the jilbab. However, the veil did not satisfy her recently discovered need. 2 months later, she also covered her face, although her mother and older sister did not even wear a headscarf. She had wanted her husband to wrap himself in plutterhosen and let his beard grow, but Mera refused on the grounds that she didn't want to attract attention. However, it would be short-sighted to assume that a sleeper was at work here who chose inconspicuousness for tactical reasons. A psychological report on Mera, written in January 2009 after a failed suicide attempt, emphasizes his essential narcissism. The patient, who is certified as fully sane, constantly talks about his appearance, which he attaches great importance to, about new clothes and brands that interest him, but all this without any intention to seduce. Mera's chic clothes, his enthusiasm for flashy watches, the latest iPhone model and fast cars are products of Western society, whose ordinary consumer orientation he has internalized and which he despises beyond that. The erotic promise of happiness offered by Western accessories, the power of attraction they could possibly provide, is out of the question for him. However, as a means of erasing the last traces of eroticism in women and in himself, his fetishism of cleanliness and brands can be reconciled with Islamic patriarchal sexual hostility. It is not only the desexualized, autistic pursuits that literally kill time that are modern, but also the awareness of potential superfluousness that manifests itself in them. But where in the Western world there is at least still the possibility, through effort and education, of using the time that passes until death for something other than one's own stagnation, the young of the subsequent generations of immigrants give in to their loudly expressed frustration and voluntarily lead an undead life in the banlieues, in which every day is like the next. According to Jungle World's France expert Bernhard Schmid, the feeling of frustration, itself a regressive, infantile emotion preserved by adults, is said to have been Mohammed Merah's understandable motive for killing 7 people. On March 29, he pontificated in the weekly newspaper in Psychology Hoot style as follows. According to the intelligence services, Merah failed in his attempt to be taken in by the Taliban or other jihadist groups and trained in a camp. Merah's life in France was not exactly successful either. Rather, it was characterized by further experiences of failure. These included 2 prison sentences, being admitted to a psychiatric hospital and being discharged from the French army. Apparently, Merah radicalized largely on his own, without belonging to an organization. End quote. That is why he, without prospects and left alone by the French state, is a jihadist out of frustration. In the meantime, however, the accusation against the French state of having abandoned the banlieues, which became loud in the wake of the 2005 riots and was certainly justified at the time, has lost much of its plausibility. Since then, 600 million euros have been invested in the Greater Paris area alone, not least as part of social initiatives, while much poorer towns in the north, such as Denain or Boulogne-sur-Mer, where the proportion of migrants is negligible, receive proportionally much less. But whatever happens, the Republic is always to blame. The unabated progressive Islamization of the young can be nothing other than the result of the malaise social, which has turned Mohammed Merah's life into a series of experiences of failure. This argument, according to which anti-Semitic murders are the short-circuiting actions of a big child raging out of anger and disappointment, is hardly any different from the attitude of the loved ones, who still love the bad boy even when his infantile play turns into practical destruction. With socio-pedagogical impetus, the grown-up murderer is exculpated as the underage child that he remained even as a man. However, the permanent feeling of being disgusted is by no means something apolitical, but rather the expression of a psychological disposition that tends towards anti-Semitism. In the paltry pastime of manslaughter, the stubborn life one is sent into is confirmed. It is no different with the suburban French kids who have come of age, who hang out on the street with their mates in never-ending puberty and no longer have the experience of moving from school and training to working life, possibly failing in the process, but perhaps also seizing their opportunities, poor as they may be. Even in 2005, the call for a better infrastructure in the banlieues was not voiced by the youngsters themselves, who rather beat them to a pulp in an expression of their frustration because they see any possibility, however abstract, of changing their own lives as nothing more than an imposition. In settling into a dull life, in their adolescent need to belong to a clique, the migrant youth gangs in the western suburbs resemble the members of the male clans in the Arab world, who are constantly passing the balls of their prayer beads back and forth and from whom the only difference is their gangsta outfits. The frustration that stylizes itself into a political effect is therefore not a legitimate feeling that protests against injustices that should finally be abolished, but the seed of a madness hardened against itself and against the world. Identical to the paranoia of those who believe that they are constantly being taken advantage of from all sides, frustration as a political effect already urges destruction of its own accord and meets with somnambulistic certainty with the contemporary manifestation of anti-Semitism, which today is Islam. The explanation that Mohammed Merah is a jihadist out of frustration therefore explains nothing, but is itself a tautology, because the self-confidently frustrated person who confuses his anger at the world with the truth already tends towards jihadism due to his psychological disposition. The hardening against any possibility of experiencing one's own life as changeable is also reflected in Mera's biography, which knows no development precisely because he was not a victim of circumstances, but actively and aggressively turned himself into one. Mera failed at school. He supplemented his welfare payments with petty crime. In the evenings he went to discos. Occasionally he looked at the Quran. While watching The Simpsons, he cringed with laughter and came into his own by identifying with Homer Simpson, admittedly conceived as a joke character, who poses as a patriarch but resembles his son Bart in his total incompetence. The neighborhood children admired the big guy because he played soccer with them and gave them sweets. In the stagnation of infantile masculinity, crudeness and sentimentality merge indistinguishably. What was perceived as isolated and disconnected in the statements of those who knew Mera and summarized in the newspaper cliché of the two faces of Mohammed Mera, thus belongs together. While his lawyer Christian Edelin, who has defended Mera since he was 15 years old, for crimes typical of these neighborhoods such as theft, assault, and petty crimes, and neighbors assure that Mera was gentle as a lamb. Another neighbor reports that Mera took her 15-year-old son home in his car in June 2010, where he showed him hours of Al-Qaeda videos in which women and men are executed in the most gruesome way. When the distraught boy confided in his older sister and his mother, the latter confronted Mera, whereupon he beat her up until she was hospitalized. Even after being charged with assault, Mera would not rest. Shortly afterwards, he stood under the window of the victim's apartment in a military camouflage suit and armed with a saber and shouted, "Allah Akbar." Just when the infantile man, who perceives the whole world as an extension of himself, starts to play, his mania for destruction is unleashed, and when he practices it, he is still playing. As if for a children's carnival, Mera disguised himself as a mujahideen when he issued his death threats. He also acted like a megalomaniac player with the whole world at his disposal during his assassinations, which claimed the lives of 3 children. He used a chest camera to record how he executed his victims by shooting them in the head on the street in broad daylight. At home, he edited the scenes together, set them to music and Quranic verses, and sent them to Al Jazeera and various brothers, who were supposed to distribute the video on the internet. But Mera's infantile mania for destruction is not just the cruel game of an isolated loner who hallucinates brothers all over the world. Mera's virtual teammates are popping up all over the world. Le Figaro reported on April 26 on a video posted on YouTube, showing a ceremony taking place in the Maghreb in honor of the lion. Mera, which was led by the Tunisian Ali Belhaj, who founded the radical Islamic Front Islamique du Salat, FIS, with Abbasi Madani. The homage to Mera culminated in an invitation to those present to say good things about him, whereupon a participant with 2 nationalities burned his French passport, incited against the enemies of Islam, and defamed the president of the French Republic as a Jew and a pig. Al Jazeera, meanwhile, took a liking to Mera's own video and considered broadcasting it. Only after strong objections from Nicolas Sarkozy and the relatives of the victims did the head of the Paris headquarters, Zied Tarouche, decide against it. Mera also mobilized his brothers in France, who admittedly do not form themselves according to the model of the Ummah, but in line with the times, but just as regressively in the social networks. Just a few hours after Mera was shot by a special unit of the French Federal Police on March 22, new pages dedicated to paying homage to Mera appeared on the internet every hour, especially on Facebook, where a number of fake profiles were created in the name of the murderer. Male and female Meras flocked together to pay homage to their brother and indulge their anti-Republican resentment in stunted SMS language and by clicking the like button. The comments posted on Facebook such as pigs, one against all and he fucks them all. Well done, my brother, accompanied by a heart-shaped smiley button, continued on the streets, where graffiti such as the slogan Tragic Bar Mitzvah in Toulouse, for dead, appeared, particularly in the banlieues, but also in the center of Paris. Facebook had to block all Mera pages following an intervention by French Interior Minister Claude Ghent. In Mera's hometown of Toulouse, the police broke up a demonstration in his memory, in which around 30 people, mainly young veiled women, took part, while Arab men made a pilgrimage to Mera's apartment complex to take pictures of themselves with their cell phones in a Terminator pose. Statistics published by the Central Council of French Jews, CRIF, at the beginning of June show that Mera can indeed count on his brothers. In the month following Mera's killing alone, it counted 140 anti-Semitic attacks, which corresponds to a third of all recorded anti-Semitic attacks in the entire previous year. In view of this increase, Richard Praskier, chairman of the CRIF, concludes, "It's as if Mohammed Mera has become a role model, an example to follow." End quote. Bernhard Schmid doesn't want to have noticed any of this either. In Jungle World, he claimed that there was no danger of him, Mohammed Mera, becoming a figure of identification for young French Muslims. Meanwhile, the FSZ already reported in detail on the tributes to a terrorist on March 26th. But after all, avowed leftists don't read the bourgeois press. The fact that Mera did not wear a beard, that he was rarely seen in the mosque, preferred to play computer games at home rather than pray, and apparently did not belong to any jihadist organization, i.e. that he was operating without a direct order when committing the murders, does not speak for a crazy lone perpetrator who should not be called an Islamist, according to the unanimous tenor after Mera was identified as the perpetrator. The thesis of the lone perpetrator is based on the idea that an Islamist must always be a devout Muslim who at some point slipped into the radical camp, whereas a lout from the site, which Mera undoubtedly was, could not be described as an Islamist simply because of his adolescent gangsta behavior. Similarly, Yusuf Fofana, the leader of the 20-strong gang de Barbers that tortured 23-year-old Ilan Halimi to death for 3 weeks in January 2006, had already been trivialized by the media as a lone offender. However, Mera is neither a lone perpetrator who accidentally and unjustifiably invokes Islam in his atrocities, nor a devout Muslim who declares war on the infidels. The fact that Mera was able to drink beer and 2 minutes later ran off to pray must be taken seriously. This was not the act of a religiously convinced offender who, according to religious commandments, should not touch alcohol. Mera's jumping up from his glass of beer when he remembers that he still has to pray rather reveals that he has simply forgotten to pray, that his faith is by no means firmly anchored in his consciousness, just like his wife Hizia, who only reaches for the niqab as an adult woman and has the imam of the neighborhood find her a suitable husband, even though she was never forced by her family to wear a headscarf, let alone to marry in accordance with Sharia law. This arbitrary and inauthentic moment of faith could be specified with Adorno as unbelieved faith, just as the anti-Semite only believes by forgetting his faith. The instrumental and reified relationship to religion reflects the fact that Mera and Hizia did not grow up in some village in the Arab world, where from childhood onwards they experienced nothing other than the stunted life under the Oriental patriarchy, but in the French metropolis, where Islam is not, as it were, naturally and culturally anchored and only fragmentarily present in the families. It is newly learned and therefore all the more terrorizing, as a subsequent decision with which identification is all the stronger as the new believer always fears falling away from his faith. Faith is therefore not instrumental in the sense that Mera merely made use of Islam, but rather it is precisely the reified moment of faith, which was the result of a free choice and is therefore affirmed all the more brutally as a substitute for identity, that pushes us towards murderous practice. With the murders, Mera did not simply execute his faith. Rather, they were an act of self-conversion. Mera's last pronouncements are not characterized by any genuine Islamic dogmatism, but rather, as a reconciliation of Islam and postmodernism, consist of a mishmash of set pieces from the Islamic partisan struggle, hate tirades against the French Republic and phrase-like references to action heroes a la Terminator. Quote, "I have not killed enough. I am Allah's messenger. I have fought for Allah. I have decided to bring France to its knees. I have a 9mm, an Uzi and a .45. You love life, I love death." End quote. His jihadist slogans and macho bluster seem like parroted phrases. At the same time, however, they are completely authentic because Mera took them seriously. In the end, he did not turn the gun on himself like a gunman running amok, but died in a hail of police bullets. Even if, in Mera's case, Islam is not the immediate basis of his actions, but rather empty and hollowed out, it is not interchangeable. The natural brotherhood directed against the abstract principle of citizenship, as found in the Islamic form of socialization of clan and tribal association, serves as an identitary counterprinciple to the Republican fraternité, whose universalism cuts the natural bond. This is probably the main reason why Mera allegedly targeted Muslim soldiers of African descent in the French army, whom he accused of treason rather than apostasy because of their deployment in Afghanistan. After all, the army in the bourgeois state, at least according to its own claim, is not simply a male association organized according to the principle of autochthonous brotherhood, but follows a state mandate. In this respect, it is not at all surprising that the French army has successfully recruited many young men from the first and second generations of immigrants in recent years, who believed that the principle of Republican fraternity was a way out of the Islamic community. Mera had also applied to the army twice, but was rejected because of his criminal record. By killing the traitors, he brought them back into the realm of the Islamic Brotherhood. Mera also killed his other victims, the religious teacher and the 3 children from the Jewish private school in Toulouse, not because he thought they were hardened infidels, but because he wanted to take revenge on them for the deaths of Palestinian children, according to his own explanation, a thoroughly moral intention in keeping with the times, as evidenced by the Israeli reaction to Mera's murders on the part of the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Catherine Ashton, who admittedly very subtly formulated her resentment against the Jews in a more linguistically gifted way than Mera. As befits a politician, as Henrik M. Broder aptly remarked, Ashton said, "When we think of what happened in Toulouse, we remember what happened in Norway last year. We know what's happening in Syria at the moment, and we see what's happening in Gaza and other places. We think of young people and children who have lost their lives." End quote. One reason Mera may not have been aware of for his choice of victims is that Jewish schools, similar to Catholic schools, by the way, in France are now among the last enclaves of republicanism, which is in a state of decay. During the French Revolution, initial plans were already being projected for a centralized school system that would teach basic skills such as reading and writing, so that the heirs of the Enlightenment could exercise their republican rights and perform their duties without the help of a third party. Although the educational ideal of the bons citoyens only became practical to a certain extent in the Third Republic, the École républicaine nevertheless fulfilled its role as a mediator of the principles of the Republic for almost the entire 20th century. These were always at least formally present in the classroom. Lessons were secular, religion was relegated to the private sphere. Basic education was to be free, not a privilege of the better off, and equally accessible and compulsory for boys and girls. In this equality of all pupils before the authority of the school, boys and girls were comrades in the sense of the principle of fraternity. Today, this Republican class association has almost disappeared, especially in the suburbs, which are mainly inhabited by Muslim families. French and Jewish pupils, but also those who want to learn and achieve good grades, leave Islam at home or are possibly not interested in it, are terrorized by the boys' cliques until they give up and join them or are transferred to private schools by their parents. Where Muslim youth gangs have taken command of the classroom, the Republican promise of the fraternité has given way to the principle of the identitarian horde of brothers. Mera, too, has not learned to form simple sentences correctly in his entire school career, which has been subtly described in the press as difficult. The document issued after the murders as a letter of confession from Al-Qaeda was not written in Arabic as usual, but in French, which was riddled with mistakes. The fact that Mera targeted a private Jewish school after the murders of the military personnel can also be understood in this sense. By murdering where the class association was still intact, because French Jews in particular take the Republican values very seriously, which ultimately allow them to be French citizens and practice their religion at the same time, he carried the fight against the Republican class association into the seclusion of private schools. In doing so, he signified to the Jews that even these shielded Republican enclaves were no longer safe from the Muslim gangs of boys. Mera thus acted as their virtual gang leader and transported himself back to his own messed up and failed school days, making the infantile moment of his ideal of brotherhood very immediate and practical. The contemporary character of Mera's megalomania, who acted in the Republican schools on behalf of the anti-Republican student horde in the banlieues, revealed itself just one day after the murders of the Jewish children and their teachers. On March 20th at 11 o'clock in the morning, when Mera had not yet been identified as the perpetrator, Nicolas Sarkozy ordered a minute's silence in memory of his Jewish classmates, which was mandatory for all educational institutions in France. While the election campaign was suspended in view of the cold-bloodedness of the perpetrator, who grabbed a little girl by the hair so that he could shoot her in the head, the Islamic gangs in the schools took the opportunity for another infamy. Not only did many teachers refrain from holding the minute's silence from the outset for fear of the students' behavior, where they were held, the majority of pupils refused to participate in the ritual of remembrance with anti-Semitic slogans such as, "I won't stand up for Jews" and "We don't give a shit. It was a Jew." Others made quite pluralistic suggestions to their teachers, which Catherine Ashton should have liked, such as, Why don't we have a 2-minute silence? One for the Jewish children and the other for the Palestinian children who die every day. Or, all over the world, children are dying everywhere. Let's have a minute's silence for them. The reactions ranged from malicious laughter and grins during the minute's silence to loud shouting in the classroom. A secondary school teacher in Rouen, who wanted to commemorate Mera herself for a minute after his identification, also made it clear that teachers can no longer be naively expected to fulfill their duties as civil servants. However, precisely because it is a symbolic gesture, the state-ordered commemoration is also a civilizing one. One articulates one's respect for the murdered, regardless of whether one is individually really shocked, affected, or not. Abstracted in this way, the ritual takes place as an act of substitution in the full sense, renouncing revenge and replacing it with justice. In contrast, the authentic commemoration of their hero or of the Palestinian children, proposed and sometimes practiced by Mera's admirers, compels each individual to be loyally affected, and is thus already a barely concealed call to take revenge and suspend the law. Even in the case of Mera himself, who took this demand seriously and expressed to the police officers a need to see, touch, and film the victims, the mediation articulated in the symbolic gestures that are often so easily despised as dishonest and inauthentic is wiped away and replaced by a supposed authenticity that is brought to its consequent end in the identitarian desire for annihilation. In the contempt of the ritualized gesture of state commemoration, which is to be replaced by the effective immediacy of revenge, Islam comes to itself in the fusion of regression and hostility to tradition at the height of the times. The fact that adolescents are finding less and less pleasure in age-typical behavior, but instead see their destiny after completing childhood, which actually only takes place as an early childhood education marathon, in demonstrating responsibility for the community at an early age, is not only seen by the German public as an absolutely welcome substitute action for renouncing adventures of a private or even semi-legal nature. The political engagement that has recently become popular among young people again, combined with the corresponding sense of mission, is particularly admired by society when smooth-talking class nerds from the middle classes enlighten the adult generation about their moral failings in a lecturing style. Word has gotten around among the precocious know-it-alls that the only way to win sympathy and hope is with a good dose of paternalism, with which the adults are made aware of their backwardness. Young people who disregard such tactical finesse and behave in an age-appropriate manner, i.e. selfishly and in a way that is detrimental to the community, have a reputation as boorish snotty noses. The 16-year-old French high school student Mila recently found out that this is not conducive to popularity. In January, she had a live Instagram chat with a lesbian friend about the unattractiveness of Maghrebi women due to dress codes and other social restrictions. During the exchange, a Muslim teenager made an attempt to approach her, which the high school student refused, whereupon she was insulted by him as a dirty lesbian, and by other Muslim chat participants as a dirty whore. The young man, whose courtship the schoolgirl rejected simply because her desire was directed towards women, immediately insinuated that Mila had turned him down for racist reasons. In addition to this rejection, the homosexuality of the attacked woman must have been an affront in itself for the Muslim socialized men. As a woman, Mila's sexual inclination towards her own sex violates the generic definition of a childbearing machine subject to the male domestic and family norm and prospectively appears as the spawn of the individualistic West, while boys or gay men, as long as they do not appear as self-confident homosexual subjects, are at least considered as objects suitable for penetration in Muslim male societies. The accusation of racism and the insults from the cyber jihadists prompted Mila, who with her bright eyes looks like she can't hold her tongue, to post a video message to the offended admirer with the following wording: "I hate religion. There's only hate in the Quran. Islam sucks, that's what I think. I'm not racist, not at all. You can't be racist towards a religion. I've said what I think, you're not going to make me regret it. There are always people who get upset, I don't care. I say what I want, what I think. Your religion sucks. I'll stick my finger up your God's ass. Thank you, goodbye." End quote. It wasn't just that she denounced Islam, but also that she used hate speech diction that is now widely regarded as unacceptable in cultured Western Europe, which had far-reaching consequences for the 16-year-old and her family. First, the address of her high school was published on the internet in conjunction with a call to punish the godless bitch. The calls for rape and murder as well as threats from classmates. If she had come back, she would have been killed. Meant that Mila was unable to go to school for weeks and had to rely on police protection. Although she assured the police that she had not meant to offend anyone personally, but only said that she did not like Islam and that it is a religion of hate, nothing more. From then on it was fire under the roof for her, because her dislike of the religion of peace was not only perceived by young Muslim men as an insult with the potential to divide the Republic. In fact, for a long time there was no question of unconditional solidarity with Mila. Instead, the prevailing view in the political just milieu was that Islam should be guaranteed protection despite the high level of respect for republicanism and laicism. The former socialist presidential candidate Ségolène Royal announced that there is freedom to criticize religion in France, but it can also be done respectfully. I refuse to engage in a debate on the basis of a teenager's crude remarks. End of quote. For Justice Minister Nicole Belloubet, it was clear that insulting religion is a violation of freedom of conscience. Even though she later described this statement as unfortunate, Mila's lawyer, Richard Malka, was right, calling the minister's statement shocking and criticizing her for parroting the propaganda of the Islamic World League, which is campaigning all over Europe to make blasphemy a punishable offense. As expected, Abdullah Zikri, the general delegate of the Islamic Council CFCM and head of the French Observatory for Islamophobia, took sides with the Islamic mob and gave Mila a free shot. Quote, "Her young age is no excuse for such insults. She knew exactly what she was doing. She sowed the wind and reaped the storm. Now she has to bear the consequences." Zikri did not want to condone the death threats trivialized by his statement and did not want to restrict freedom of speech, at least not as long as it was not about Islam. But that had nothing to do with freedom of speech. It was an insult, a provocation, and she knew exactly what she was doing. End quote. The French Secretary of State for Women's Rights, Marlene Schiappa, at least replied that such statements were criminal, and Marine Le Pen, leader of the Rassemblement National RN, defended Mila's posting as an oral version of the Charlie Hebdo cartoons. Meanwhile, as the Jewish Algerian editor of Le Figaro, Eric Zemmour, noted, the experts of media feminism in France remained silent. Unfortunately for Mila, she did not insult France, the police, or Catholicism, but Islam. This may have been the reason why left-wing women and feminists like Ségolène Royal simply ignored the fact that the high school student herself had not threatened anyone, but had merely reacted to the misogynistic tirades of hysterical Muslims. Instead of concentrating on their core business, the representatives of contemporary feminism declared that the dignity of Muslims had been insulted and that this must be respected. For such feminist activists, as Zemmour diagnosed, the reviled patriarchy is only that of the white Western man of Christian culture. In contrast, they feel the greatest indulgence for the exotic Arab Muslim patriarchy. One might have expected at least the LGBT community, which otherwise preaches the politicization of the private sphere, to show solidarity with Mila, who as an openly lesbian teenager is actually one of the main addressees of this movement. Instead, various LGBT activists approached Mila with the coercive request that she remove the rainbow flag from her Instagram profile. The German portal queer.de at least published a neutral report on the whole affair, but this apparently went too far for many of its users. The comment by a user called Audias from February 5, 2020, can be seen as exemplary of the linguistic and intellectual skills of this scene. This is not just defaming a religion, but also calling for hatred of all people marked as Muslim. It is anti-Muslim racism. But to claim that this is not racism because Islam is not a race is highly naive and makes the experiences of discrimination and all the suffering of people marked as Muslim invisible. Just because the high school student is part of a marginalized minority does not give her the right to discriminate against and belittle other minorities in this way. Committed to this logic, the queer community was not bothered by the fact that the threats of murder and rape by Muslim young men were made against a person they had marked, i.e. denigrated, as French, which is much more in line with the concept of racism than Mila's answer that separates religion and origin, but only by the courageous reaction with which the victim confronted her persecutors. Self-confident pomposity as a reaction to arrogant masculism, practiced by today's feminists for even the slightest reason, is perceived as mean, evil, and discriminatory as soon as its addressees are not Western normal people but Muslim master race. Following this logic, the police measures made necessary by the threats against Mila do not serve to ward off a danger to the life and limb of those threatened, but rather speak precisely for the rampant anti-Muslim racism, which a scene educator named Jenny from the block in the queer forum also suspects in the student. The education expert concluded that Mila's criticism of Islam was aimed at lumping millions of people together because one of them was discriminatory. As a result, this child still has a lot to learn. The lack of solidarity from the left, feminists, and the gay and lesbian community was at least countered by Interior Minister Christophe Castaner with the assurance that the offense of blasphemy would not exist in France, even after the investigation against Mila on suspicion of hate speech on social networks, which has since been dropped. Quote, "Freedom of expression in our country allows anyone to criticize a religion." End quote. President Emmanuel Macron brought the debate to a provisional close with a plea for criticism of religion that did not address the different levels of tolerance for criticism among Muslims, Christians, and Jews. Instead, he abstractly defended the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Republic without even hinting at how it would be possible to take action against those who react to any criticism of their faith by calling for jihad. According to Macron's interpretation, the rape and death threats from the Islamic enforcers were rather one of the new forms of hatred and bullying on the internet, as if it had been about different tastes in music and styling, which Mila has otherwise devoted herself to in her postings. Even where Mila's hate speech was defended as freedom of expression in the name of republicanism, the connection between appearance and content, which Mila's invective was aimed at and which she perhaps recognized precisely because of her pleasure in outward appearances, was not appreciated. The insight that the unattractiveness of Islamic dress standards and the associated social behavior are in themselves symptoms of brutality, i.e. that the surface phenomena very precisely describe the essence that is expressed in them. In fact, Macron and his interior minister were able to invoke laicism and the separation of church or religion and state associated with it as a principle enshrined in and guaranteed by the French Constitution, which dates back to the bourgeois revolution from 1789. However, this is precisely what marks the weakness of French laicism compared to Islam, which does not tolerate the separation of state, religion, private sphere, and public sphere. From the very beginning, the background to French laicism was the fact that the newly disempowered monarchy was closely linked to the Catholic Church. The civil law established after the Revolution, and especially the Code Civil, which was gradually developed from 1807 onwards, ended the competition between pre-civil and civil legal systems and canon law in favor of the primacy of civil sovereignty, republicanism, and laicism. What began with the demand for Catholic priests to swear an oath to the Constitution was systematized after the proclamation of the Republic in 1792 in the form of numerous decrees that included, among other things, a ban on state funding of religious communities. In the education sector, the school strike in the second half of the 19th century led to Catholic teachers at elementary school being replaced by secular staff and religious education being abolished. With the abolition of Sunday rest, church holidays, and religious ceremonies at the opening of Parliament, further state restrictions on the political influence of the Church were introduced, culminating in the so-called Separation Act of 1905. In practice, these restrictions still have an impact today in a way that has as few equivalents in Germany as it does in traditionally liberal Great Britain. In France, there are no crosses hanging in schools, headscarves are banned in public buildings. There are no religious education classes, no theological faculties, heads of congregations or even bishops are not recognized by the state. Speaking publicly about one's faith is frowned upon, and it is even forbidden by law between pupils and teachers. There is no second Christmas holiday and no Good Friday. The secular principle, according to which the state largely ignores religious beliefs and downgrades them to a private matter, is still widely accepted today. According to a 2017 survey, 84% of French people are in favor of it, while 81% consider it to be under threat. Laicism, which is due to a historical constellation determined by the competition between civil and Catholic concepts of law, also implies an indifference to the links between secular law and canon law, which is proving to be a weakness in the face of the challenge posed to Western societies by Islam. The moral philosopher Olivier Abel describes this situation as follows. In the French university, almost no one is concerned with biblical texts, which form the basis of our culture, which is why our students miss out on a large part of our literary culture. And philosophy is unaware of the theological questions that occupied great philosophers such as Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and Nietzsche. It is an evil that a global culture of forgetfulness dominates France. End quote. It is precisely the secular separation of the bourgeois state and the Catholic Church that has caused the historical connections between the two spheres to be forgotten, the reflection of which would be indispensable for the defense of republicanism against Islam. This forgetting was promoted by the fact that the historically assertive laicism in the late 18th century encountered an already weakened opponent in Christianity, which had already proven its ability to secularize itself as a private creed. The fact that the separation of religion and state in the sense of Lessing's Ring parable wanted to see all religions treated equally without quality proves to be the decisive problem in the case of Islam. Only Islam has a genuinely anti-state impulse, which prevents the development of an intrinsically reflected, codified and thus limited understanding of law, as in Catholicism from the outset. What was unleashed against an individual pupil in Mila's case can be seen in the analogous world of Islam's claim to rob the Republic of its foundation by its own means under the guise of an abstractly proclaimed tolerance that is only ever demanded of Islam in concrete terms. In the name of laicism, its historical prerequisites are undermined. The sociologist Bernard Rugier first systematically recorded the consequences of this process in 2002 in the volume The Lost Territories of the Republic. Based on reports from teachers at all levels, he describes how the Islamization of families with a migration background is now threatening the values of the state school system. This threat points back to the limits of laicism. One of the basic principles of state education à la Française is to regard the classroom as a refuge of the Republic, where children, regardless of their origin and religion, emancipate themselves thanks to the imparting of knowledge and grow up to become self-determined citizens. To achieve this, France banned religious garments such as the Muslim veil back in 2004. However, the so-called headscarf ban in state schools did nothing to reduce the influence of Islamist zealots and Salafists on families with a migration background. In response, the current Minister of Education, Jean-Michel Blanquer, was forced to send an open letter to French teachers in 2018 asking them to report all incidents with a religious background in the classroom on a platform set up by his ministry. The reason for this was a report by the Secret Service, which was not originally intended for publication. It listed 1,000 religiously motivated disputes, i.e. serious breaches of secularism, which were by no means the fault of fundamentalist Catholics. For example, Muslim pupils reject red-colored tables as haram. There are repeated refusals to take part in swimming and sports lessons. Biology and sex education lessons trigger tumultuous protests. The classics of French literature are rejected. Even in primary school classes, boys refuse to shake hands with girls. The pupils who observe Ramadan are getting younger and younger. Furthermore, there is increasing social pressure on Muslim pupils from less traditional homes who are not so strict about dress and dietary regulations. They are increasingly being threatened by young machos who are loyal to Islam. These are developments that are not a French specialty. In Germany and Austria, too, there are increasing reports of problems with Muslim adolescents and their families in educational institutions. However, while a contact point for religious incidents was set up in France last year in addition to the aforementioned reporting system in order to offer teachers support in the face of Islamic impositions, there is by no means a consensus among teachers and the relevant authorities here that such problems should be addressed. Even the untenable conditions during Ramadan with overtired and aggressive pupils are regarded as an absolutely acceptable enrichment of the otherwise dreary school day, as the philosophy teacher at a Wuppertal grammar school explained to the FAZ. When I look at the effort that goes into celebrating Carnival in Cologne and Dusseldorf, I'm sure no one will ask themselves whether this is an unacceptable intrusion into the school day. These are cultural traditions, and if, as a cosmopolitan country, we are prepared to see such different traditions as an asset, then we have to accept certain things. End quote. In view of such colleagues, it is not surprising that Suzanne Wiesinger admits in her book Kulturkampf im Klassenzimmer that it took her some effort to publish her experiences as a teacher in Vienna, especially as she was close to the left fringe of social democracy, as a trade unionist and staff representative. In more than one place, she refers to the pressure from the city school council, the trade union, and the moral pressure from her private environment not to talk about integration problems. A look at the forum Muslim Student Violence Against Fellow Students and Teachers on the For Teachers platform shows that her fear of being called a racist was justified. The user Kazerly1990 already finds the headline racist and concludes with the statement that migration and diversity are a part of this society and that their effects have determined everyday life in our schools long before the public acceptance of this fact, which involuntarily expresses a truth. A survey showed that many pupils, 85%, in particular were against a ban on headscarves in schools, which shows that the Islamic dress code is even more accepted as normality among pupils than among teachers. It is unclear whether confronting pupils and teachers with the results of empirical research would also help to correct the misconception expressed in this forum that violence is not specific to one religion. In any case, a study from 2010 showed that the violence of young Muslims grows with increasing adherence to Islam, and that the propensity for violence is by no means the same across religions. While young Christians commit fewer acts of violence as their religiosity increases, the opposite is true for young male Muslims. Studies confirm that Muslim pupils place the commandments of Islam higher than the laws of the country in which they live, and that the Quran is considered indispensable for them to lead a moral life in a sexual sense. It could also be shown that Muslim pupils generally hold more authoritarian values than Christian pupils and pupils with no religious affiliation. Added to this is the higher level of negative attitudes towards homosexuality, Jewish people, and the greater importance attached to religion or worldview by Muslim respondents compared to Christian respondents. These findings correspond with the results of a survey of Berlin teachers conducted by the American Jewish Committee, AJC, in cooperation with the State Institute for Schools and Media in Berlin-Brandenburg. It states that it is primarily children and young people with an Arab and Turkish migration background who engage in anti-Semitic incitement. It is striking that it is not only children from Palestinian families who hate Israel, but also children from North Africa. While a change of school or boarding school in Israel are now becoming options for many Jewish pupils who are subjected to anti-Semitic abuse and threats, the perpetrators are met with understanding, as their anti-Semitism is ultimately explained by the fact that they are victims of increasing Islamophobia. In view of such attempts at exoneration by so-called experts, the question arises as to why there are dizzying approval ratings for anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in Muslim countries in the Middle East and North Africa, where the much-vaunted anti-Muslim racism simply does not exist. Unimpressed by the fact that Jewish pupils are not being bullied out of their schools by right-wing extremist bio-Germans, Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier blustered in Yad Vashem on January 23, 2020 about wanting to protect Jewish life by referring to the evil spirits of the past, which today show themselves in a new guise but still embody the same evil. Since statesman-like anti-fascism is primarily interested in the past, assessments such as that of historian Michael Wolfsohn, according to which Muslim anti-Semitism is the most dangerous form of contemporary anti-Semitism, must remain just as external to it as the fear of the chairman of the Jewish community of Thuringia, Reinhard Schramm, of the consequences, if the individual Arab anti-Semites who have lived in Thuringia for a long time are suddenly joined by many more Arab anti-Semites. In view of these tendencies in almost all Western European schools with a high proportion of Muslims, the Dusseldorf-based Islam and education scholar Klaus Spendler does not want to speak of an impending Islamization of schools. He is unintentionally right, because schools are not threatened by a hostile takeover by Muslim rioters. It is already part of everyday life. It is facilitated by the increasing influence of mosque associations on Muslim pupils and their parents, such as the Al-Nur Mosque in Berlin-Neukölln, which runs a youth and family center that offers classes. As the association does not require any funding and is not linked to any child or youth welfare organization, the state has no means of monitoring the content of the lessons. There is no need to speculate about their content. The head of an elementary school in the neighborhood stated that around a third of her 650 pupils attend lessons at the mosque at the weekend and noted that the pupils who come to school wearing black headscarves are getting younger and younger. Teachers report a parallel education in view of the increasing influence of imams on pupils. On the one hand, we have what has to be officially taught at school, and then we have mosque visits and mosque associations that influence many pupils. And a lot of what we teach at school is checked by imams, by people who work in religion. We are increasingly noticing that the influence from these circles is becoming much stronger and that we are only the second instance in many matters. Ultimately, it's about control and influence. The mosque community pays close attention to the direction in which the children are developing. Equipped with the appropriate ideological tools about what is to be considered haram, the Prophet's followers do not encounter laicism in schools, as practiced in France, which claims to keep religion out of the school public sphere and must be measured against this claim, but rather a constellation historically conditioned by the pacification of biconfessionalism, which is based on the cooperation of the state with the Christian churches despite the principle of separation. In Germany, for example, there are special regulations, particularly in the school system, but also in the charitable sector, which place the churches on an equal footing with public bodies. Caritas and Diaconie, as church-affiliated organizations in healthcare and nursing, are the largest non-public employers. The state and churches also work closely together in many other areas. Christian holidays are protected by the state. In the federal states, Denominational religious education is a regular school subject. The state universities maintain theological faculties that are bound to the direction of the churches. At the same time, the churches run their own universities. The demand to integrate Islam into this arrangement in order to positively enable it to practice its religious confession is growing louder, and not only on the part of corresponding associations. Since Islam, unlike secularized Christianity, is not a private matter, the promotion of a positive commitment to it in the education system must torpedo the claim that schools should be seen as a place of enlightenment, where pupils develop into citizens with the ability to self-reflect through the imparting of knowledge, regardless of religious sensitivities. This softening of an educational ideal that is bourgeois in the best sense of the word is encouraged by educational policy publications and recommendations in view of the ever-increasing number of Muslim pupils. The magazine Politik und Unterricht, for example, states that it is important to give Muslim pupils space and recognition for their identity, and also for their problems in everyday teaching, be it in politics, history, ethics, or German lessons. Their problems are primarily seen in the fact that many young people often only become aware that they are seen as Muslims at school, and many only begin to take an interest in and stand up for their religion here. The authors answer the question of why a group whose members allegedly only realize that they belong to this group at school should be given space for their own identity from the outset by stating that Muslim consciousness is only created by the organic Germans in that Islam has to serve as a foreign image to confirm their own superiority and progressiveness, for example in terms of democracy, human rights, or gender relations. Even if there is a lot to negotiate with regard to the devaluation of women or people of other faiths, anti-Semitism, as well as forced marriages, authoritarian parenting styles, traditionalist concepts of honor, or norms of masculinity that legitimize violence, it remains questionable whether and in what form these are actually religiously based or conditioned, as is often claimed. Those who insist that there is nothing to negotiate with regard to the points mentioned contribute to the reproduction of centuries-old images of Islam. In view of such statements, one should not be surprised at the practical advice for schools and other institutions on how to deal with Muslim children and young people. A handout published by the Ministry for Intergenerational Affairs, Family, Women, and Integration of the State of North Rhine-Westphalia, for example, states that Muslims in particular can appreciate and learn from Muslims how religion determines everyday life and what reverence for religion means. The unconditional devotion through minor benefits on religious occasions such as Ramadan should be praised. Here, consideration for tiredness and lack of concentration can signal recognition and appreciation to the pupils. The authors are particularly concerned about Muslim girls who express their special role and independence as well as their religious commitment through clothing or headscarves. In the case of coeducational sports and swimming lessons, in the event of explicit objections from parents and female pupils, attempts should be made to organize sports lessons temporarily in gender-homogeneous exercise groups of one grade or even across grades instead of in class. Such gestures of subjugation seem to be ruled out in French schools due to the legal situation. Even if older teachers point out that the implementation of secular principles is a matter of course for them, whereas the younger ones lack this awareness, the Islamic dress code remains suspended at schools in France. A recently published field study by Bernard Rugier nevertheless provides evidence of the increasingly virulent problems in the suburbs, which suggests that the secular practice in schools is de facto hardly still in force. While the riots in the middle of the last decade could still be described as an attempted and in many places successful land grab by Muslim gangs, 15 years later the situation is more complex, i.e. more threatening. According to Rugier, the lost territories of the Republic have become conquered territories. For a long time, the establishment of a comprehensive Islamist ecosystem, with a complete infrastructure consisting of mosques with schools, swimming pools, restaurants, and sometimes even morgues was turned a blind eye to for the well-intentioned motive of not providing the extreme right around Marine Le Pen with new arguments against French people with a migration background. Rugier's study shows that the suburbs are sometimes hermetic counter-societies, in the creation of which the mosque associations play a decisive role. The institutions developed by these associations were followed by the rejection of all links to the French Republic and its conventions. Since the daycare centers and public schools uphold the principle of secularism, at least in the abstract, even under the changed conditions, the preachers warn against sending children to these institutions. As a result, many Muslim pupils are now being taught in private schools or illegal Quran schools. There are currently thought to be 150 territories in France where public and religious life is tailored to the consequent enforcement of Islamic rules. especially against women and those parts of the Muslim population who, until the 1990s, emulated the Western model of values. Once hegemony has been established within the neighborhoods, the aim is to shift the balance of power with the state institutions by filling strategically important positions in the city administrations, whose jurisdiction extends to the areas of housing, sports, and cultural associations and youth. This is done by the spokespeople of the counter-societies approaching the relevant candidates before elections with the prospect of votes and demanding something in return. Using the example of the Parisian suburb of Aubervilliers, Ruger's researchers documented a complicity between the communist city administration and Salafist associations, which had become institutionally anchored in the administrative structures. However, the alliance of Muslims and anti-racist and left-wing activists not only sees its field of activity in the conquered territories, but is also preparing to attack the Republic with its own means, exploiting the legal system. The historian Georges Bensoussan speaks of a legal jihad that uses not only accusations of blasphemy or insult, but also racism, to silence unpopular, mostly Jewish or pro-Israeli citizens. In France, in the past 2 decades, all attacks on Jews in which the perpetrators could be identified were carried out by Muslims. It is not right-wing anti-Semitism but Islamic anti-Semitism that is responsible for ethnic cleansing, as more and more French Jews who are financially able to do so see no other solution than to emigrate. Others are simply leaving their neighborhoods for the time being and accepting less favorable living conditions in order to avoid the danger. The French constellation differs from the German one because France has been a country of immigration since the mid-19th century, pursuing a Republican model of integration in immigration policy that emphasizes universal values, combined with a political concept of nationhood that places all citizens on an equal footing before the law and disregards ethnic or religious identities. This model also proved its worth when decolonization led to increased immigration from the Maghreb states. Although this led to a growth in Muslim communities, it did not initially result in any significant Islamization. This circumstance, as well as the fact that the living conditions of the immigrants were mostly poor, drove the professional Muslims to go on the Islamic offensive. In alliance with left-wing supporters, the accusation was made to explain the situation in the suburbs that the Republic was still characterized by colonialist discrimination, only this time in France itself. If one follows this logic, the Islamic ecosystems are to be understood as a continuation of the anti-colonial struggle. The autochthonous French are seen as colonial masters in their own country, which is to be liberated from them and their laws as Algeria once was. The activists can refer to Emmanuel Macron himself, who repeatedly emphasizes that colonization was a crime against humanity. They deliberately ignore the fact that famine and violence existed before the colonial powers arrived and that they were the first to bring about the end of slavery. It is also forgotten that, in contrast to the belated German experiment, which in contrast would have to be seen as a struggle of barbarians against barbarians, French colonization generated progress of a technical, political, and even cultural nature. In this respect, without underestimating the brutality of this mission, French colonialism can be characterized as a civilizing mission against tribal societies, with the aim of transferring the republican virtues of liberty, equality, and fraternity to the colonized. For a long time, the republican virtues appealed to the Muslim population, and it is certainly too simplistic to blame the fact that more and more Muslims are submitting to the orthodox interpretation of Islam primarily on a failure of integration on the part of the Republic. On the contrary, Macron must agree that Islamic separatism is the greatest enemy of the Republic. Its strategy of Republican reconquest would then be a colonial project in the best sense of the word. The schoolgirl Mila would be the perfect ally for this project, even if, or precisely because, her language is closer to the burps of a rapper than to the prose of Chateaubriand. Because, in contrast to the country's elites, she refrains from humble expressions of respect, Mila is able to offer an accurate critique of Islam in the first place. And she does so in a way that could hardly be more convincing, as she manages without academic and tactical justifications, which cannot be used to deal with assaultive Muslim young men anyway, and which should be familiar to any enlightened contemporary. Unlike the mouthpieces of discursive appeasement, Mila is an example of how the French Republic has managed to familiarize completely normal, possibly superficial, consumerist and egotistical young people with the principles of the bourgeois public sphere and to stand up for them. At the end of December 2019, the French judiciary took a step towards the self-determination of its case law. In the case of the murder of Sarah Halimi, which was committed on April 4, 2017, but was only widely discussed in public months later, a Paris appeals court ruled that the perpetrator, Kobalai Traoré, a Muslim from Mali, who was 27 years old at the time of the crime, lived in the same house as his victim and was known to the police as a drug dealer, could not be convicted of his crime. Due to excessive consumption of cannabis, he was in an acute delirium at the time of the crime and was therefore not sane. Although he was not diagnosed with a mental illness, the court ordered Traoré to remain in the psychiatric facility where he has been housed since his crime and to undergo a drug withdrawal program. It is not yet clear whether the decision will mark the end of the proceedings against him. The representatives of the co-plaintiffs have announced that they will appeal against the verdict. However, as several lovers had previously voted for the perpetrator's insanity or diminished capacity, the Court of Appeal's verdict was the consequence of the appeals lodged against these decisions. There is not much hope of a real reassessment of the circumstances of the crime. Traoré had severely abused 65-year-old Sarah Atala Halimi, who had worked as a preschool director and doctor before retiring, in the building of a public housing project in the Belleville district of Paris, where he lived with the elderly woman and then pushed her out of the window of her third-floor apartment. This was immediately adjacent to the apartment of Traoré's acquaintances, where he was staying in the early morning of the crime after leaving his Malian relatives following an argument. From the bedroom, in which the acquaintances had locked Traoré because of his aggressive behavior, he climbed over the fire escape into Halimi's apartment, where he beat her blindly and shouted, "Allahu Akbar," and "I killed Satan." Because of the woman's screams, several emergency calls were made to the police, whose officers waited outside the house for a special unit to arrive and witnessed the man throwing the old woman out of the window after the attack. Traoré returned to his friend's bedroom and prayed loudly. When the special police unit arrived, he was arrested without resistance. In police custody, he then went on such a rampage that a doctor who was consulted declared him unfit for detention and referred him to a psychiatric ward, where he has been ever since. Although he was known to the police as a violent occasional criminal, Traoré was not considered to have a mental disorder. Halimi's Jewish origin was known to him, as it was to most of the residents of the building. Before the crime, he had insulted the woman as a dirty Jew in the elevator of the shared apartment building. While Jewish newspapers and magazines, such as the Times of Israel, reported extensively on the murder immediately after it took place, and the Council Representative to Institutions Juifs de France, CRIF, organized a memorial service for Halimi with over 1,000 participants 5 days after the crime, Traoré's hostility towards Jews was not openly addressed by political representatives and the media for a long time because they feared it would give the Front National, FN, additional votes. However, these fears were a consequence of the fact that Marine Le Pen was actually alone for a long time in naming the anti-Semitic nature of Traoré's crimes. It was not until 2 months later, when an appeal by French intellectuals, including Elisabeth Badinter, Georges Bensoussan, Alain Finkielkraut, and Michel Onfray, appeared in Le Figaro, calling for an end to the denial of reality with regard to the omnipresent Muslim hatred of Jews. And when Belgian MEP Frederik denounced the Europe-wide silence about Traoré's motives, French President Emmanuel Macron also publicly addressed the perpetrator's anti-Semitism. Macron's proclaimed plan to reconquer the districts and regions taken over by Muslim gangs and communities, which, despite justified skepticism, gives hope for a more offensive stance by the Republic against Islamic infiltration efforts, is to be understood not least as a consequence of the Halimi murder case. The initiative was a reaction to revelations about the financial support of numerous French local politicians by Islamist groups and demonstrated how far the development that Macron wants to combat has already progressed. The Parisian district of Belleville, where the crime was committed, is not simply a metropolitan hotspot, but a neighborhood where traditionally poor indigenous French people, European migrants, Muslims, Jews, and Christians live together in a confined space. One of the last relics of traditional European cosmopolitanism, it is an example of how the precarious unity and diversity represented by the old Parisian immigrant neighborhoods is threatened in its very substance by the Islamic compulsion for cultural isolation and anti-republican self-empowerment. The pedagogical and administrative measures that are now being developed on Macron's initiative for the purpose of recognizing the reintegration of Islamic parallel societies into the Republic, however, stand in stark contrast to the exculpation of Islamically motivated criminals cooperatively undertaken by courts and psychiatric experts, as exemplified by the murder of Halimi. Macron's reconquest is directed against the influence of Islamic states on the French school system, administration, and judiciary, and is expressly not intended as a plan against Islam. Rather, control mechanisms are to be developed in order to be able to recognize Islamic institutions on the basis of French laicism. The contradictory nature of this plan barely comes to light. The special quality of the Paris Court of Appeal's assessment of Traoré's crime lies in a twofold shift in the concept of culpability. First, the judges relativized it through the fact of the perpetrator's excessive cannabis consumption, and then, based on an understanding of self-induced drug influence as justification for the recognition of diminished culpability, moved on to an interpretation of Islamic hatred of Jews as a mental illness. Both assessment patterns are based on an understanding of the law that traditionally distinguishes German jurisdiction from that of Anglo-American countries and France. This difference is due to the so-called doctrine of causality in Anglo-American law. While people who, by their own decision, put themselves in a situation in which they, through clouding of perception, reduced ability to react or distorted self-perception cause harm to others and themselves or are no longer able to avert avoidable harm to others and realistically assess the consequences of their actions, can expect a reduced sentence in Germany for breaches of the law committed in this state. The opposite is true in the USA in particular. There, it has an aggravating effect on penalties if people commit crimes in a state of impaired consciousness that they have brought about of their own volition. See the German provisions on fines regarding the imputability or culpability of drink driving. In the case of bodily injury as a result of willfully induced intoxication, according to Section 323 ASTGB, the inducement of intoxication can be punished with a fine or imprisonment for up to 5 years, but not the act itself, for which the presumption of reduced culpability applies. The degree of diminished culpability is determined by the blood alcohol level, i.e. for homicides committed while intoxicated, complete culpability can be recognized. In the USA, on the other hand, willfully induced intoxication in traffic, bodily injury and homicide offenses is generally punishable as an aggravating factor by adding the induction of impaired sanity to the sentence for the offense. Although both legal understandings follow the civil principle of authorship or causation, according to which responsible subjects must bear legal responsibility for their actions and their consequences, they define the conditions for the possibility of responsibility and thus of accountability very differently. In the German legal tradition, the responsibility of the subject's actions is considered limited from the moment that the subject's own actions place him in a situation whose consequences can no longer be attributed to him, or only to a limited extent. The Anglo-American legal tradition, on the other hand, interprets the self-responsible creation of a situation in which the consequences of the subject's actions are no longer fully attributable to the subject, to the detriment of the subject. The example of drunk driving is striking. In both legal traditions, drunkenness is punishable under criminal law, but in Germany, self-imposed alcoholization, provided it was not carried out with the demonstrable intention of committing a crime, is seen as exonerating the offender, whereas in the USA it is a criminal offense. In other words, anyone who ensures that they are no longer in control of their own senses before harming their fellow human beings is punished more severely in the USA, but less severely in this country. In France, self-induced alcohol intoxication in the case of accidents, bodily injury and homicide does not reduce the penalty either, but rather aggravates it depending on the degree of negligence. French law therefore assesses the degree of personal responsibility in cases of willfully induced diminished responsibility more in line with Anglo-American than German law. The ruling in the Halimi case therefore represents an even deeper break in the French legal tradition. While German jurisprudence takes into account the possibility of self-responsible freaks and lapses on the part of subjects as collateral social damage and makes legal concessions to the individual in the event of a self-induced mental state of exception, French and Anglo-American law insists in such cases on the continued validity of its legally and politically set limits, in line with the understanding of the citizen as a self-responsible unit of bourgeois and citoyen. In French and Anglo-American law, the subject is therefore still measured against the standards inherent in its own concept, especially when it has decided to temporarily suspend them. In Germany, the need for destructive self-delimitation within civil law and under its protection is granted space. The consequences can be observed in everyday life, where in the USA in particular, drinking alcohol, consuming drugs and generally any behavior in public spaces that harms oneself or others is punished with severe sanctions, including prison sentences, while in Germany caricatured in cosmopolitan Berlin such violations are not only accepted as trivialities, but even affirmed as a sign of libertarian relaxation. The constitutional form that the so-called justifiable state of emergency provided for in all civil constitutions has found in Germany alone can be understood as the constitutional and criminal objectification of the psychological and moral recognition of self-responsible irresponsibility. The fact that the Paris Court of Appeal ordered drug withdrawal, including psychiatric care, as an appropriate punishment for Traoré's anti-Jewish act of murder, includes not only a commitment to the German concept of legal responsibility but also a readjustment of the relationship between crime and illness in the case of Islamically motivated crimes. Although Traoré had justified his cannabis use in court by saying that it calmed him down, the drug use was interpreted in the grounds of the Court of Appeal's judgment as a weakness that reduced the defendant's culpability, which had promoted the breakthrough of a mental illness that he had never been diagnosed with. The court considered the fact that Traoré had repeatedly insulted Halimi as sheik, demon, dirty whore, and bitch to be a sign of such a disorder, suggesting that he had seen himself persecuted by evil spirits that he believed to be part of reality due to a mental disorder. Traoré's statement that he had felt provoked by the Torah in Halimi's apartment, meaning a Bible, was seen as an additional argument for the assumption of a mental illness, the onset of which had been facilitated by the drugs. The fact that all these denigrations, including the delusion of being persecuted by demons, are substantially part of the anti-Semitic projection, which always has delusional components without therefore corresponding to a clinical picture that could justify insanity, was not included in the reasons for the judgment. In this way, the anti-Semitic delusion, probably without comparison in the French judicial system, has been defined exclusively as a mental disorder that removes culpability, without being considered as a self-responsible and mass psychologically relevant political act. Of course, the anti-Semitic delusion is only understood as the subject's inherent first nature, which has been unleashed by reducing the subject's capacity for sanity, if the subject to it and at its mercy has a very specific origin. The fact that a conservative Christian, a right-wing Republican, or a left-wing atheist felt provoked to murder by the presence of a Bible in the home of a Jewish woman would not have been considered sufficient proof of a disease-induced loss of legal culpability in any court of law. Rather, the decision made anti-Semitism the first nature not of all anti-Semites, but exclusively of Muslims, to be legally and politically recognized in a racist logic that encourages tolerating and excusing habitual hatred of Jews as a natural part of the character of precisely this population group. As much as this verdict is a slap in the face to all those Muslims in France who do not follow this logic or openly contradict it, it is also in line with the fact that physically practiced hatred of Jews is currently the only generally respected directive for action in Islamic collectives. It is precisely the harmony of a jurisdiction modeled on the German model with a generally practiced mass delusion that promotes the undermining of the Republican state with its own means, which Macron's plan of reconquest is supposed to counteract according to its own claim. The pathological projection, as which the dialectic of enlightenment defines antisemitism, drives from a private obsession to a murderous negative socialization whenever the delusion collectively present in the individual, but also locked up in them, is objectified in real terms through communal confirmation, when pathology is elevated to a valid principle of action and the norm for the assessment of reality. This becomes possible when the projective impulse no longer serves, as in reflected cognition, to open up what is distant from the subject by internalizing what is external, but instead becomes the mode of an initially hallucinated and ultimately practical appropriation of land, by means of which the subject sees everything distant from the subject as merely part of itself. Horkheimer and Adorno distinguish such pathological projection from the projection that is the prerequisite for all knowledge. Antisemitism is based on false projection. It is the antithesis of genuine mimesis. If mimesis makes itself similar to the environment, false projection makes the environment similar to itself. If, for the latter, the outside becomes the model to which the inside conforms, the foreign becomes the familiar, the latter transfers the ready-to-jump inside into the outside and characterizes even the most familiar as an enemy. The verdict in the Halimi murder case makes concessions to these psychodynamics by not taking the objectively delusional moments in the perpetrator's social character seriously as symptoms of a collective behavioral pattern rooted in his Islamic socialization, i.e. their political content, but by re-individualizing them as the psychosis of an individual. The belief in demons, the hypertrophic self-stylization as an exorcist, the perception of a Bible as an external stimulus that triggers one's own megalomania and to which one reacts with violent insult, the anti-Jewish insults that preceded the murder and the prayers that followed it, all of this can indeed be interpreted as symptoms of an obsession that Traoré acted out as the coordinated execution of a universally valid law. By not punishing such objectification of a delusion valid within the Islamic communities as a political crime, but rather as an expression of a pathological symptomatology in the private sphere, in the inner world of an individual declared insane, the Paris Court of Appeal also releases the anti-Jewish community, in whose name Traoré acted in a planned and determined manner, from responsibility along with the perpetrator. The re-individualization of the crime corresponds with the exoneration of the perpetrator as the responsible subject. A conviction for the anti-Jewish murder, on the other hand, would have condemned not only the individual who executed him, but also the collective political delusion of which Traoré was the self-confident agent. The prescription of drug withdrawal, including psychiatric treatment, does not regard Islamic antisemitism as a social phenomenon, but sees it as a natural impulse, the existence of which cannot be changed and which can only be suppressed, but not punished, not condemned. The flip side of such a re-individualization of communal madness, as a result of which Islamic hatred of Jews becomes a patented private taste that must be suppressed, but for which its owners cannot be punished, is the collective silence about pathological aspects of non-Islamically motivated mass crimes. In this sense, the case of Tobias Rathjen, who killed 9 people with different migration backgrounds on the street and in several shisha bars in Hanau on February 19 and injured 6 others, some of them seriously, provided an opportunity to speak the truths that are denied in the case of Sarah Halimi and related anti-Semitic acts by Islamic perpetrators. Soon after the attack, several doctors and psychiatrists suspected Rathjen, who in a message to the entire German people written to accompany his attack and in a video, indulged in conspiracy theories about being watched by secret services and feeling threatened by the secret knowledge of a very small elite that used Southerners, Turks, and North Africans as recruiting material in a war to promote the degeneration of our people, of having a schizophrenic disorder. Unlike in the case of the Halle assassin Stefan Ballier, and without using this diagnosis to exculpate the perpetrator. In fact, several AfD politicians and authors from the identitarian milieu exclusively referred to the alleged illness of the assassin in a similarly trivializing manner, as almost all parties and media tend to do in the case of Muslim perpetrators. On the contrary, the example of Rathjen was used to explain in detail what was omitted in the case of Traoré, who was never diagnosed with a mental disorder. The connection between pathology and politics, abnormality and normality in the constitution of anti-Semitic madness. As an example, criminologist Britta Bannenberg cited in Die Zeit the psychiatric sociological common knowledge that can be used to explain that a clinically diagnosed schizophrenic illness can lead to right-wing terrorist murders due to an environment that favors this development. Rathjen's ideas of persecution and conspiracy, according to Bannenberg, were quite clearly attributable to paranoid schizophrenia, a severe psychiatric illness that causes a loss of connection to reality. She described the symptoms as follows. Sufferers have delusions, hear voices, feel threatened, and often perceive their environment, experiences, and other people as dangerous. Quite a few develop hostility and hatred towards their environment, towards parts of society, and even the idea of a universal world conspiracy to be fought against. End of quote. She then just as rightly states, being severely mentally ill and right-wing extremist and racist, that is not a contradiction. People with paranoid schizophrenia or a pronounced paranoid personality disorder can also have a real hostility. On the contrary, it is precisely the combination of a negative delusional system and actual aggressiveness and hostility that makes them particularly dangerous. End quote. To counteract the transformation of private delusional fantasies into deliberately acted-out political paranoia, she recommends the following as prevention. If a relative has violent fantasies, call the police. As soon as friends, family, or colleagues notice that someone is developing negative thoughts and aggression towards others in their delusional thoughts. This could be a neighbor, their own partner, or a group of certain people. The police should be informed or the person should be taken directly to a psychiatric ward. End of quote. If one hypothetically assumes what no expert diagnosed in Traoré's case, that he also had a manifest personality disorder that could have facilitated the acting out of his hostility towards Jews, Bannenberg's statements about the connection between pathology and politics, psychological disposition, and terrorist intention would apply to him at least as much as to Rathjen. The hearing of voices, the idea of being pursued by agents of an uncanny power, the fusion of paranoia and fantasies of omnipotence through to the hallucinated fight against a world conspiracy, all condense into murderous violence, promoted by the tendency to aggressive hostility towards others, when the individual renounces control and reflection of the delusion just as much as their environment. Indeed, especially when this environment encourages them in the elaboration of their delusional explanations of the world, and in the urge to commit destructive acts. This outlines a socio-psychological interpretation of the transformation of delusion into objective political violence, which could make it possible to assess the social dangers associated with the anti-Jewish disposition of right-wing extremist and Islamic individual perpetrators, whether Islamism is to be assessed as a manifestation of right-wing extremism or not, and what influenced the affirmation of private delusion by the everyday Islamic community on the one hand and by the autistic self-isolation of potential spree killers acting on the internet on the other has on the respective acts. However, such assessments are only possible if psychological abnormalities are not used to exculpate the perpetrator in the case of Islam-motivated crimes, just as they are not used to exculpate right-wing extremists. If, instead, the delusional component is assessed as an individual pathology in the case of Islamic perpetration, but rationalized in the case of otherwise motivated perpetration, i.e. the illness is made a criterion for judgment in one case and ignored in the other, the end result is cronyism with Islamic hatred of Jews. On the morning of June 27, 2023, 17-year-old Nahel Merzouk, together with two friends, 14 and 17, decided to go on a joyride in their hometown, the Parisian suburb of Nanterre. The Frenchman of Algerian-Moroccan origin, who worked as a pizza delivery boy after dropping out of school, was already known to the police for drug possession and refusing to follow police instructions, and had only been taken into custody 3 days previously, was driving a yellow Mercedes with a Polish license plate at excessive speed, partly in the bus lane, disregarded several red lights and endangered a cyclist and a pedestrian with his reckless driving. He did not have a driving license due to his age and had obtained the car through an illegal subrental system known in police circles from a company whose business model consists of protecting the growing number of traffic hooligans on the streets of the banlieue from prosecution by providing them with anonymous sports cars, without a contract, deposit, or proof of identity, and via Polish and French intermediaries. Two motorized patrol officers, who had become aware of the vehicle and had asked the driver to stop several times, were only able to catch up with him when he drove up to the end of a traffic jam. At gunpoint, the officer Florian M. asked Nahel to turn off the engine. When he drove off again, M. fired at close range and the car hit a road sign. Nahel Merzouk died on the spot from the gunshot wound. Florian M. was suspended from duty and arrested on suspicion of intentional homicide. A short video shot by a passerby shows the interaction immediately preceding the fatal shot. The reaction from the French left was not long in coming. In a radio interview, Marine Tondelier, leader of the Greens, immediately diagnosed an Americanization of the police, in the sense that police officers can carry out vigilante justice, and continued, "In the video, I see a 17-year-old Nahel who was executed in France in 2023 in broad daylight by a police officer. There is a racism problem in the police force." An American white supremacy researcher was not only allowed to rant about systemic racism as the cause of Nahel's death in a column for Al Jazeera, but also on French television. The lawyer for Nahel's family also picked up on the obviously counterfactual talk of an execution. It is true that the French police are known to discriminate on the basis of skin color in those neighborhoods in the catchment areas of major French cities, where the majority of petty crime and indiscriminate everyday violence is committed by young men of Maghrebi descent. Furthermore, as the Yellow Vest protests against disease control measures and, most recently, those against the pension reform have shown, the low inhibition threshold for the use of riot control tactics in harmless demonstrations testifies to a much more authoritarian self-image than in Germany, for example. Nevertheless, Florian M's evidence-free and therefore self-evident insinuation of a racist motive in a measure that was anything but unprovoked is an attempt to push a narrative of a George Floyd moment, literally, according to numerous German and English-language media, as a prelude to the far-reaching attacks on French civil society that were already underway. The wrong and clearly unlawful momentary decision by a police officer in a stressful and dangerous situation, which resulted in criminal proceedings, suspension, and arrest, had to be justifiably lied about as a planned racist murder with state backing, which was intended to make resistance to the system using means from the well-known banlieue repertoire at least understandable. After riots broke out on the evening of June 27th, first in Nanterre itself and then in other Parisian suburbs, in which cars were set on fire, public buildings damaged and police officers injured, the next day young people were at work in cities all over France in their campaign against the Republic. Police stations, schools, libraries, streetcar lines, bus stops, and town halls in Toulouse, Amiens, Dijon, Lille, Lyon, Strasbourg, Colmar, Roubaix, and Clermont-Ferrand were attacked, often by arson. In Paris and Toulouse, rioters fought street battles with the police. On the occasion of a memorial march for Nahel Merzouk, which took place in Nanterre on June 29, the Ministry of the Interior mobilized 40,000 police officers in anticipation of further riots. In addition, concerts were cancelled and public transport in the suburbs was suspended in the evening. The next 2 nights were the peak of the violence, this time in all of the country's larger towns, but also in numerous smaller and medium-sized towns, and later in the tourist town of Montargis in the Loire department, where over 200 rioters destroyed and looted 60 stores and burned 3 residential buildings to the ground. The town's understaffed police force was largely powerless. In Brussels and Lausanne, outside French jurisdiction, there were also several nights of street fighting following the same script. Attackers tried to set fire to the house of the mayor of El Les Roses, where his wife and children were sleeping at the time, using a burning car. She and one of the children were injured. Fortunately, the mayor of Pontoise escaped with a scare when a group of 14 to 15-year-old youths harassed her in her car in front of a barricade and attacked her with fireworks. Quote, "That's when they recognized me. They literally bombarded me. Then 2 rioters jumped on the vehicle and started denting it. I heard, 'That's the mayor, we're doing this now.' That's when the survival instinct kicked in. In a case like that, you don't think anymore. I'm not even sure I could say that I was afraid." End quote. The balance sheet after 8 days. 6,058 cars set on fire, 808 police officers injured, 1123 buildings partially destroyed or set on fire, 269 police stations attacked, 3,651 arrests, 1 firefighter killed during firefighting operations and 1 dead from a police rubber bullet. A comparison with the 3 weeks of unrest in 2005 comes to mind. The unrest in 2005 spread much more slowly in France. The violence of the last few days has spread much more quickly and on a much larger scale. It's not guerrillas in the neighborhoods, but through the neighborhoods. In 2005, the insurgents got very little out of their neighborhoods. In 2023, virtually the entire territory is covered and a large number of cities are affected. The number of police forces needed to keep the uprisings under some degree of control was more than 4 times as large. The average age of those arrested was 17, most of them were between 14 and 18, but some of them were only 12 years old. Insurance companies estimate the damage to be more than 650 million euros. In 2005, it was only 204 million. The obviously considerable psychological and physical strain on police officers on duty had already called the police unions into action on June 30th, who, based on the experiences of their members, understandably described the situation as a war against wild hordes and demanded the restoration of republican order and the rule of law against a violent minority in the interests of the majority of citizens. The letter ended alarmingly with the words, "Today the police are fighting because we are at war. Tomorrow we will be in resistance and the government must be aware of this." End quote. The fact that, as a trade union representative immediately made clear, it was a strike threat in the face of unacceptable working conditions did not, of course, stop leading left-wing politicians such as Jean-Luc Mélenchon from interpreting the 2 sentences as an announcement of a coup d'état and the descriptive war vocabulary as escalation rhetoric. The civil servants, who worked night shifts at risk to life and limb to prevent even worse devastation in many places, were thus identified as the real perpetrators, whom the government had to rein in. When banlieue residents mourn the death of one of their own under the banner Allah y Ramo Nahel, anti-Semitism is not far away. What participants in a supposedly peaceful demonstration in Nanterre on June 29 were able to say was at best reported by some Jewish and right-wing media. In reference to the Belgian protest movement against the pedophile ring around Marc Dutroux, it was christened the White March, and unsurprisingly many participants saw the police as a troupe of organized child murderers. While there were shouts of "Death to the pigs," "Death to the Jews." Later in the day, Holocaust survivor Noach Flug's statement "No forgiveness, no forgetting," which has long been a standard tenet among German anti-fascists, could already be read in the afternoon as graffiti on the desecrated memorial to the deportees of Nanterre, along with insults against the police and under the eyes of numerous demonstrators passing by in peace and quiet. Later, another graffiti appeared near the memorial, this time, "We will make you a Shoah," The operator of an LGBT club in Brest experienced another demonstration of Islamic power when he was forced to close his establishment for 5 days on the advice of the police following threats on social media. The classification of the events by the left, represented above all by Jean-Luc Mélenchon, was predictable. Racism, colonial past, stigmatization, ghettoization, exclusion, poverty, and unemployment were to be blamed. In the uninhibited collective aggression against public institutions, private individuals and small businesses in their own neighborhoods, Mélenchon recognized the logical protest against their own dependency. It is the poor who are rising up. The police officers were partly responsible for the situation. Whoever has the power also has the responsibility. He did not even get carried away with a plea for an end to the riots, but merely demanded that schools, libraries, and sports halls be spared from being set on fire in future. The joint statement by a broad alliance of left-wing parties, trade unions, and NGOs is also dripping with sympathy for the perpetrators. Nothing can be done without redistributing wealth, without fighting social inequality. Nothing can be done without fighting against poverty and precariousness, which are exacerbated by climate change, against the increase in rents and utility costs, without strengthening utilities and public schools. The Part 1 Socialist, PS, and the Part 1 Communist Français, PCF, were the only left-wing parties to refuse to sign. Finally, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination published a statement in which it not only called for an end to discriminatory police practices, but also placed the response to violent protests under general suspicion. The committee calls on France to respect the principles of legality, necessity, proportionality, and non-discrimination in its response to mass protests and demonstrations. Quote, and the fact that the rising number of fatal shootings during traffic checks in recent years is not due to a sudden increase in racism, but rather to a law from 2017 that is certainly worthy of criticism and gives officers far too much discretion. Sociologist Sébastien Roche comments, the sudden and sharp increase in fatal shootings is therefore not a question of the training, origin, or age of the police officers, because they were the same officers as before. And further, in the case of Nahel Merzouk, the conditions were certainly not met. End quote. A certain Mohammed Amjahid insinuates downright genocidal intentions in a column for the Taz newspaper, where death from a police bullet lurks around virtually every street corner just because you are Arab. Images of fireworks and burning cars are like a fragile life insurance policy for France's racialized youth, and membership of the violent crime collective is ultimately unavoidable. They have no choice is the title of the pamphlet, and Mohammed Amjahid's enlightening words about the political culture of the French sound like this. At the very least, it is more than just unworldly to project a German longing for social peace romanticism onto the situation in France. While people affected by racism in Germany are joining the Green Youth or the Young Socialists, young people in Nanterre and Marseille are throwing cobblestones to save their lives. That's the way the political system works in France. End quote. The question of what is actually going on in the minds of the protagonists when they go on destruction sprees through the neighborhood in gangs between the ages of 12 and 18, displaying an alarming degree of habitual lack of empathy, is no longer even asked. The self-evidence with which not only figures like Mohammed Amjahid now assume that growing up in the banlieue will inevitably lead to such personal brutalization is the greatest injustice against future generations. Where the individual only acts as a vicarious agent of a racialized community of fate, there is silent agreement with an order in which the interests of the group supersede those of the individual. Maurice Berger, a child psychiatrist at a therapeutic facility for violent youths, is one person who does not want the children and young people of the banlieues to fall victim to such a life. Right in the introduction to his book Sur la violence gratuite en France, which is well worth reading, he makes it clear, no, senseless violence is not due to precarity. 50% of the parents of violent minors at least work and have no financial problems. Another part suffers from psychological problems. A certain number of fathers have obviously decided to make a living from illegal businesses that regularly land them in prison, etc. Fortunately, not all poor people have a violent adolescent, and serious experts know very well that a gift of €3,000 a month to all families in a precarious situation would not reduce the numbers of senseless violence in the slightest. To make precariousness a decisive factor from the outset means covering up dysfunctionalities of a different nature, namely very serious ones that the children concerned have experienced in their family context since they were very young. No, senseless violence is not due to ghettoization, racism, etc. End of quote. The young people Berger is talking about here are up to mischief on an alarming scale. In 2017, 777 cases of senseless violence were statistically recorded every day in France. But the acts only make the news when they are fatal. The retired florist Philippe Madhot, who was beaten to death by a gang of 3 on July 11th after simply asking them to leave him alone in front of his house, was hardly worth reporting outside the local press. Very early experiences of marital violence against the mother, neglect and abuse in often broken nuclear families often lead to an upbringing after toddlerhood that knows no verbal no, but all the more frequent beatings. Even where parents aspire to give their offspring a better life through educational advancement, they often fail because they themselves have never experienced a middle-class upbringing. In everyday family life, therefore, there are no meaningful commandments and prohibitions that could be used to develop the ability to sublimate instincts, but sanctions only take effect, but extremely harshly, when the first conflicts with the state have already occurred: bad grades, the first joint, the first shoplifting, etc. Typical phases and activities of childhood are simply skipped. Playing, fantasizing, pretending, which are essential for a young person's personality development on the way to becoming an independent self, often only take place in a rudimentary form, and the therapist only finds the necessary skills in his patients in a frighteningly stunted form. What would be the basis of any encounter between the adolescent and his environment in the context of bourgeois socialization, the acquisition of knowledge and the development of one's own thoughts and desires, is suspended in these young people. Difficulties concentrating, hyperactivity, and later hyperaggression in everyday life are typically the result. The fact that their own parents fail in their educational goals, that they can either dance around on their noses or have to fear beatings, which are also a sign of weakness, has basically been known for a long time. From this point onwards, older brothers, cousins, or even neighbors, following the rough model of a Maghribi clan that no longer has a patriarch, replace the caregivers for whom all respect has been lost. In contrast to the bourgeois family, the aim of this type of relationship is not to release the child into the world at some point, because the distinction between guardians and those to be raised no longer applies. Instead, membership of the group is permanently established. The group ego dominates over the particular interests of its members. In contrast, a path to individuation is not even envisaged. Similarity and conformity in thought, appearance, and behavior, and, related to this, the fear of being different, are the defining principles of living together. Central to this is the concept of bid'ah, Arabic for innovation, heresy, which is always met with rejection. The possible innovation of a clan member to pursue a successful school and then university career or to pursue gainful employment beyond the drug trade is a threat to the sacred order of the Brotherhood Collective, where the first foundations for a career in gangs and petty crime are laid long before the first behavioral problems, therapy, which only begins after the first spontaneous acts of violence, usually for trivial reasons, actually comes too late. The indifference that the young offenders show towards their environment, their own well-being, even incisive life events, is expressed in the eerie sentence repeatedly uttered in the sessions. That's normal. How did you feel after starting your prison sentence? Normal. Why did you break off your internship, which was going well? Normal. Why did you decide to beat up this particular person on the street? Normal. The absence of any self-reflection and any ability to imagine a world outside the familiar cycle of crime, prison, and failed reintegration that is exemplified in the group is a prerequisite for a normality in which the will and interests of the gang block individual thinking. What in everyday life is characterized by competition between small groups and against the patrol police quickly turns into a campaign by a large group that believes itself to be homogeneous and feels empowered to strike out against everything and everyone. The 1995 film La Haine captures this pattern. After a boy from the banlieue named Abdul is critically injured during a police check and lies in hospital, young people engage in street battles with the police, setting fire to cars and stores. A friend of the 3 main characters in the film laments the loss of his car. "I lost 50,000 francs down there. That's all I have. I have to earn my money with that." Vince responds, "One of us is in hospital and you're upset about your car." Even Hubert, who also lost everything that night, appeases him. The reproachful, instructive scolding of the young jokers demands humble renunciation in memory of someone who is not yet dead, but whose martyrdom one wishes for in order to feel united in the fight against state power. Those who are in the process of building their own individual existence must take a back seat to the interests of the group. After all, the masterminds on the left. This is the way the political system in France works. Quote, "It's an unbelievable catastrophe. The whole media library has burned down. Next year, we would have celebrated our 30th anniversary. We doubled the usable space so that the young people of the neighborhoods who wanted to work, study, and read would have a peaceful haven, lamented Sarah, a regular at the library, to the City of Metz's culture officer. I'm a big reader. This was a bit of a reference point for me, especially when I was little. I knew the place by heart. I didn't have the means to buy books, plus it was a meeting place. It was a rare piece of infrastructure in the area that had that purpose. End quote. The sinister characters who set fire to schools and libraries know what they are doing. For those who have failed on their educational path, which the state is trying to open up to every resident of previously disadvantaged neighborhoods by investing billions in school buildings, media libraries, bus and metro lines, the mere existence of those institutions is a single continued insult in two respects. One's own life, which could have gone very differently, and the success stories of others who have managed to get out under similar conditions to oneself. The first years at secondary school, college, 6th to 10th grade, are crucial. Anyone who, like many children in the banlieue, resigns themselves to the increasing demands of abstract thinking and the pressure to perform, disengages from the school curriculum, disrupts lessons and is often truant, usually has no chance without support from their parents or massive intervention from committed teachers. The encounter with a school system that painfully demonstrates one's own inadequacy is often the reason for the search for a countermodel. Heavy cannabis use from the age of 11 to 13, a big brother who is a member of a gang, and finally one's own descent into petty crime. It is not for nothing that the snippet of dialogue from La Haine is often reinterpreted in certain circles in terms of identity. I never went to school, I was on the street. Those bullied as nerds and traitors at school, who out of an early impulse against the everyday brutality of banlieue life prefer to flee from the physically cramped and mentally restrictive living conditions in the neighborhoods to the safe haven of the library, are of course the enemy for this type. The declarations of the Mélenchon left in and outside France, which range from partial understanding to the invocation of the police as a common enemy to open solidarity, are a necessary condition for the small-scale war in the cities to take place at all. The feeling of being empowered to do anything is fed by the certainty that the young disinhibited have political backing. While the bourgeois camp around Macron is preoccupied with maintaining its own fragile majority, a Marine Le Pen is exercising restraint in preparation for the next presidential election campaign, and Eric Zemmour is little more than a side note. Mélenchon's party alliance, NUPES, has long since become the strongest force in the districts, and not just for socio-political reasons. Rather, his engagement against Islamophobia also paid off when he won 50 to 65% of the vote in the 2022 presidential elections. But perhaps not all is lost, because where partisanship for a lumpen proletariat, Pascal Bruckner, becomes all too obvious, resistance is even stirring on the left. Michael Delafosse, P.S., mayor of Montpellier, reports on the approach in his city. The question of parental authority is effectively the right issue. What can we do if a young person becomes a drug mule? Can he be reintegrated into the school system? The parents of all the minors arrested during the Montpellier riots will be invited to the town hall. I will talk to them to remind them that there is a social framework. No child has any business being on the streets at 11 p.m. or midnight. Calls for calm and accountability during the riots should not have been debated in the first place, by Mélenchon, for example. The left fights violence, it also fights those who break rules and laws. End quote. And Fabien Roussel, leader of the Small Communist Party, PCF, added, "Just as I don't construct an amalgam by generalizing acts of violence to the entire youth, I don't do that when it comes to the police either. And I don't want young people to associate the left with Mélenchon." End quote. When the German government called on France to take in 1,000 Syrian and Iraqi migrants in September 2015 in light of the refugee crisis, which had been significantly exacerbated by its haphazard, open borders policy, Patrick Devedjian, a Republican MP in the Hauts-de-Seine department, made a statement that sparked furious protests due to its unexpected historical insight. At a press conference, Devedjian emphasized his criticism of Germany trying to make France responsible for refugee policy with the words, "The Germans have taken our Jews from us and are giving us back Arabs." After Devedjian's statement went viral on Twitter, the public outcry was not long in coming. Socialist Prime Minister Manuel Valls rebuked Devedjian by appealing to the nation's honor and placing help in the refugee crisis in a long tradition of the French Republic as a place of refuge for politically persecuted people. Quote, "France was honored by taking in Chileans fleeing the Pinochet dictatorship. It was honored by welcoming Lebanese fleeing the civil war. We must therefore be honored to welcome Syrians and Iraqis fleeing intolerance, torture, and violence. Le Monde, November 9, 2015. With his patriotic appeal, Valls admittedly blurred the political and historical lines of tradition to which Devedjian's statement alluded, even if he himself had already spoken generally of Arabs instead of Muslims, and had thus brought to light the politically unconscious and semi-conscious elements that resonate in the refugee debate, which is decoupled from all rationality. Basically, Devedjian had only blurted out what German refugee helpers, inspired by presumptuous selflessness, were thinking. By announcing in a familiar threatening gesture that they would manage it in the face of the crisis they had exacerbated, the Germans were merely demonstrating once again that they had learned the moral lesson of integrity from the extermination of the European Jews. Not to show unconditional solidarity with the Jews and the Jewish state, not to fight their currently most dangerous enemy, Islam, wherever possible, and not to abandon these principles in the name of integrating migrants coming into the country. Rather, to offer the multicultural victims of war and persecution, to whom they themselves once belonged, civil rights and duties only as a three-pronged offer to their much more significant cultural identity. Anyone who expresses the suspicion that quite a few of the recent new arrivals perceive the presence of Jews as an attack on this identity and, in view of this, should not take civil rights and duties so seriously, is henceforth considered not only an anti-Muslim racist, but also a prospective enemy of the state, and in France that means a potential supporter of the Front National. To prevent his party LR Les Republicans, which was called UMP, Union pour un Mouvement Populaire, until 2012, from being accused of sympathizing with Marine Le Pen, Devedjian immediately retracted his misplaced joke and assured that he regretted the statement all the more, as I myself am organizing the reception of the unfortunate refugees. Le Figaro, November 9, 2015. The Franco-German friendship, which had suffered long-term from the arrogance with which Germany, after inventing its welcome culture last year, reprimanded every European state that did not unreservedly welcome the large number of Muslims among the refugees as an enrichment, was thus returned to the conciliatory tone with which reservations skeptical of Germany have always been covered up in France. The scandal that Devedjian had recalled was forgotten. That the relaxed relationship with Islam, which threatens to become a supranational reason of state in place of eroding national sovereignty as a result of Germany's refugee policy, is not a lesson from German history, but its consequent continuation. The case of Devedjian was an example of how the migration policy imposed by Germany on European states favors the disciplining of insufficiently Islamophile individuals and groups in the name of the fight against right-wing populism. Devedjian comes from an Armenian family that had to emigrate from Turkey to France as a result of anti-Armenian pogroms and is one of the harshest critics of Turkey's history policy and the EU's political rapprochement with Turkey. His life story was not reflected in the reporting on his statement, nor was the fact that his loudest opponent, former Green politician Martine Billard, who initiated a veritable hate campaign against the politician with the hashtag #HantaDevedjian, shame on Devedjian, regularly appears at pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist demonstrations. The fact that Valls did not include Jewish immigration from Germany and Eastern Europe, of all places, in his panorama of migratory movements, which was significant for French social life in the 20th century, also fits in with the image of a state that prefers to conceal the threat to Jews on its territory when it comes to demonstrating respect for Islam. After all, one would otherwise have to admit that the history of Judaism in France threatens to become a history of emigration as a result of everyday Muslim hatred of Jews. In 2014 alone, around 5,000 of the traditionally loyal French Jews emigrated to Israel, compared to around 3,000 emigrants in the previous year. This figure is likely to have been exceeded again in 2015. The fact that this emigration is being kept quiet in the face of new Muslim immigration makes it foreseeable which side the French state is likely to take in the event of conflicts between Jews and Muslims. Where the difficulty of integrating Muslim migrants coming to Europe is dealt with under the auspices of honor and shame, it is almost a foregone conclusion that individual civil liberties will have to take a back seat to Islamic cultural claims if conflicts arise. The fact that Germany, having created a Europe-wide state of emergency in terms of refugee policy, is now seeking to shift border security, with all its brutal consequences, to Turkey of all places, while Manuel Valls has recently begun to oppose the refugee quotas desired by Germany, does not fundamentally change this. Valls combined his most recent warning about the influence of Salafists in France with the statement that at most 1% of their followers living in France had radical views, and did not forget the trivializing formula that has become commonplace. namely that IS only committed its attacks in the name of Islam. The long historical memory echoed in Devedjian's statement is thus suppressed in favor of an increasingly flimsy staging of Franco-German friendship. This is made all the easier by the fact that a similar analogy had previously appeared in a statement by Marine Le Pen, which was used by all parties to disavow the politician as the most dangerous opponent of the Republic and the laicism she claims for herself as a nationalist project. In December 2010, when she was competing for Jean-Marie Le Pen's succession to the party presidency against Bruno Gollnisch, who had close ties to her father, Marine Le Pen compared the mass prayers of Muslims in public spaces, which had become common in French cities due to overcrowded mosques, to the German occupation. Alluding to the frequent accusation against the FN of being in the tradition of French collaboration, she had said, "I'm sorry, but when it comes to talking about the occupation, you could actually talk about Islam for once. This is an occupation of parts of the national territory. Of course, there are no tanks, no soldiers, but it weighs on the residents." End of quote. The statement could have been taken as an opportunity to examine the way in which the FN and its opponents today refer to the history of the German occupation in France. The result would have been contradictory, to say the least. For one thing, it is striking that the only French party from which voices that are sometimes openly critical of Germany are heard today is the former Party of Collaboration, while Germany is otherwise regarded across all fronts as the Republic's closest friend and partner. The close relationship established between the FN and the Vichy tradition is only partly true. Among the founding members who created the Front National pour l'Unité Française, the predecessor of today's party, in October 1972 were Nazi collaborators, former resistance fighters, veterans of the Algerian War, and right-wing Catholics. Secondly, the affinities of everyday Islam to National Socialism, which Le Pen's statement recalled, are systematically suppressed by the parties that distance themselves from the FN as Democrats. And finally, Le Pen's comparison also included the insight that the Islamization of the French suburbs cannot be explained according to the model of foreign rule, as it resonates in the talk of occupation, but was only made possible by the cooperation of Republican institutions with Islamic cliques. However, such denied facts were not discussed. Instead, Marine Le Pen was charged with incitement to racial hatred by the anti-racist NGO MRAP, Movement contre le racisme et pour l'amitié, due to her statements, a charge that was dismissed in the trial that took place 5 years later in December 2015. In the grounds for the verdict, read out a month after the Paris attacks, the desire to trivialize the ongoing Islamization of the banlieues was expressed even more uninhibitedly. By denouncing prayer in public spaces, which is not a matter for the entire Muslim community, but only for a minority, Marine Le Pen had exercised her freedom of speech. It was conceded, Le Figaro, December 15, 2015. Nobody said anything about the fact that the justification trivialized the allegedly defended freedom of speech by claiming that praying in public, which had become a problem due to its mass and demonstrative nature, was only practiced by a minority of French Muslims. The danger of being declared an enemy of the state by agreeing with a politician whose political views one might not otherwise share was too great. The extent of denial and projection with which the FN is stylized as a substitute enemy of the state, the more obvious the threat to life in Europe posed not only by IS, but also by everyday Islam, can basically only be understood psychopathologically, as a delusion that has become reality. Manuel Valls stands out in particular here, who always forgets his sometimes quite Islam-critical insights when it comes to mobilizing against Le Pen's party. The refusal to fight the FN as a political opponent, i.e. with the better arguments, as would be parliamentary routine, has now been elevated by Valls to the status of a reason of state, whereby he accepts the risk of the remnants of the former state-supporting laicism being disposed of at the same time. Back in March 2015, Valls responded to Nicolas Sarkozy's call to counter the FN by reasserting the laicism that Marine Le Pen invokes in French public life with the sentences, "No, you don't attack the FN by adopting its disgusting agitation in the name of identity and secularism. You only show that you are weaker and they are stronger." End of quote. In the same context, he called the FN a mortal danger for France. In December 2015, after there had indeed been deaths for which the FN was not responsible, Valls did not reconsider his denunciation of laicism, but hallucinated, "There are two visions for our country. The one of the extreme right, which wants to divide the country. This division could lead to civil war. And the vision of the Republic and its values, which consists of unity." End of quote. Now it would have been easy to make Le Pen's commitment to laicism implausible by pointing to her party's clerical fascist tradition. But Valls did not even attempt this party tactical exercise. His aim was to discredit any partisanship against Islamic special rights carried out in the name of laicism as a potential strengthening of the FN. Otherwise, he would have criticized the party's rhetoric for linking the concept of identity with that of laicism, and pointed out that laicism is precisely about restricting identitarian group claims in favor of a republicanism that goes beyond religious and cultural needs. The assertion that the republic is simply in the service of unity is wrong. By insisting on the separation of church and state, public and private, civil life and cultural customs, the secular republic insists on distinctions constitutive of civilization, i.e. on what Valls opposes as the principle of division to the republic supposedly standing under the sign of unity. Republican unity is only possible at all on the basis of universal recognition of the division of the citizen into bourgeois and citoyen with all its forms of mediation, which in the case of public mass prayer means, through the renunciation, to be enforced by the state sovereign if necessary, of carrying one's personal or communal delusion into civil life and elevating it to the principle of public order. Where this social contract is terminated, and everyday Islam terminates it on a daily basis not only in France, the republic disintegrates, precisely because it is no longer able to maintain the divisions that constitute it and gives cultural identities carte blanche. By declaring secularism together with identity to be a right-wing battle term, and by circumventing the problem of everyday Islam by repeating the formula after the recent attacks that the French state is waging a war against radical Islamism, but not against Islam, Valls is preparing the ground for a civil society unity that undermines the Republican one. This is not surprising given the turnaround in French integration policy announced by François Hollande's government back in December 2013, which promised Muslims living in the country nothing less than a complete reassessment of France's history and a commitment to the Republic's Oriental Arab heritage, the creation of a museum of colonizations, and the end of the public dominance of French through the recognition of all languages were promised. The ban on headscarves and veils in schools was to be abolished and Islamic holidays were to be introduced, according to a report on immigration and integration, which was to form the basis of a reorientation of French migration policy. The report's recommendations, which read like a call for a comprehensive Germanization of French education and cultural policy, blatantly contradicted the Charter of Secularism presented in the autumn of the same year by the then Minister of Education, Vincent Peillon, which reaffirmed principles such as the ban on the display of religious and political symbols in educational establishments. The charter, to whose presentation the Central Council of French Muslims reacted with the threat that 90% of Muslims would feel labeled by it, admittedly already contained an alibi through the formula France is an indivisible, secular and social democracy, with the reference to the social character of the republic itself, in order to be able to approve the break with secular principles as a commitment to cultural identity in terms of social policy. Although Peillon's charter came back into focus after the Paris attacks with various days of secularism in schools, the fact that the former plans to readjust migration policy basically only amounted to the approval of what has long been everyday life in France, where the ban on headscarves and veils in educational institutions can no longer be enforced or, as at universities, does not exist at all, is being suppressed more than ever after the attacks. The burqa ban still applies without exception. At universities, as the wearers are of legal age, the veil is permitted alongside the headscarf as long as part of the face is visible. The ban on veils and headscarves for schoolgirls introduced in 2004 still applies, but is circumvented by switching to other head coverings. The ban on veils and headscarves for state employees, including teachers and university staff, was confirmed by the European Court of Human Rights in November 2015. It is precisely this everyday life that IS relies on when, in a video message distributed after the Paris attacks, it describes the French education system as a propaganda tool of Jewish Masonic thought, decrees the incompatibility of the only religion of truth with fanatical laicism, and threatens any Muslim who sends their children to a Republican school. You accept that your child will devour this slop of unbelief, be corrupted in its true nature, and send it on the road to hell. End quote. At the same time, IS urged Muslim boys, who often felt proudly like failures compared to more ambitious Muslim girls, to arm themselves in order to murder infidel teachers and classmates. In view of such agitation against fanatical laicism, which is aimed at forming a kind of Islamic essay and can certainly hope for a willing audience, it is a ludicrous denial of reality when Valls accuses the FN of agitation in the name of laicism. This is indicated by the mass and aggressive boycott of the minutes of remembrance dedicated to the victims of Islamist attacks in schools. After Mohammed Merah's jihadist attacks in the spring of 2012, Molly's pupils throughout France refused to take part in the minute's silence and in some cases openly showed solidarity with the murderer. This was repeated after the murders of Charlie Hebdo editors. The truth is that by stylizing the FN as a mortal danger to the Republic, the real mortal danger, which everyone knows about, is all the more groundless. The fear of a strengthening of the FN, which extends into the conservative Republican bourgeoisie, takes the place of the completely split-off fear of Islam, which should actually be raised and reflected upon as an index of reason, but in fact is not even made an issue in connection with IS, which only murders in the name of Islam. On the other hand, everyone can agree on the FN as the embodiment of the worst dangers for the Republic, if only because the party is so thoroughly discredited by its history that everything its representatives say can be dismissed as a rhetorically camouflaged return of its fascist legacy. The assumption that today's party, from which Marine Le Pen has removed all anti-Semites, at least from key political positions, following the expulsion of her father from the FN in August 2015, which was largely driven by herself, is still based on the past embodied by Jean-Marie Le Pen is just as false as the assumption that the FN has shed its far-right legacy. Rather, the changed political constellation has caused long-dominant ideological traditions to recede and other traditions that have always existed to emerge. The latter include the glorification of national sovereignty and military strength, which has also contributed to the party's more positive relationship with Israel today. With its call for Jewish rituals to be banned from public life, the FN is in some cases harshly confrontational with Jewish organizations in France. The party also has no substantial understanding of the causes of the founding of the Jewish state. The fact that Marine Le Pen recognizes Israel's right to self-defense and criticizes the BDS campaign is nevertheless new in the party's history and so unpopular that it is hardly ever reported on. The FN differs from other new right-wing parties in Western Europe in that its emergence is inconceivable without the Algerian War from 1954 to 1962 and without French decolonization. While the anti-colonial independence movement in Algeria saw its struggle as a continuation of the anti-fascist resistance, a consensus against the anti-colonial uprising prevailed in France for a long time, from the bourgeois milieu to the Communist Party, which rejected the demand for Algerian national sovereignty. The formation of the Western European New Left in the 1960s, for which anti-colonialism became a substitute ideology for anti-imperialism, and which mostly identified with the most barbaric tendencies of the anti-colonial liberation struggles, changed this constellation. The founding of the FN in 1972 was a reactionary response to the fading of colonial splendor and to the unmistakable regression that had been unleashed by the anti-colonial liberation movements themselves. The former Algerian fighters and foreign legionnaires gathered in the FN promised to respond to these tendencies with an aggressive militarism and master race in order to promote the restitution of French greatness. The right-wing ethnopluralism propagated by the FN at the time with reference to its mastermind, Alain de Benoist, was a concession to the untenability of this promise. If the foreign peoples could not be subjugated for the time being, they should at least form homogeneous cultures on closed terrains outside the Western community of states. However, this ethnopluralism has now lost its significance for the FN in view of the triumph of its left-wing counterpart, multiculturalism. The more popular the culturalist anti-secularism of the left and its anti-Zionism became in France, the more the FN attempted to oust comparable right-wing ideologies from its program. Jean-Marie Le Pen's expulsion from the party sealed this trend. In view of the threat posed by everyday Islam, nationalist traditions more compatible with a pre-republican course took center stage instead. Instead of exorcising the ghosts of collaboration for the 100th time in the fight against the FN, we should therefore take note of what the renovation of the party is reacting to. That laicism in France, in the face of the new collaboration that has long been underway, is itself almost a phantom existence. However, the national consensus to unite against Marine Le Pen's party, accepting Islamic impositions if necessary, is being disrupted by the growing number of French Jews who are voting for the FN. There is much speculation about their confused state of mind. As self-categorization as Jewish voters is voluntary in polls, their numbers can only be estimated. A voter study from 2012 came to the conclusion that even then at least 13% of Jewish voters voted for the FN, while Jean-Marie Le Pen only received 4% of the Jewish vote in 2007. The FN's popularity is boosted by the fact that it now has several Jewish regional politicians who specialize in internal security and the protection of citizens, which should not only be seen as a recommendation to the right-wing middle classes, but also as a reaction to the fact that the lives of Jews, especially in the banlieues, are in fact hardly protected by the state. The Jewish voters of the FN are not primarily recruited from the bourgeois Republican milieu, nor does the split in the Jewish electorate between loud FN opponents and more taciturn FN voters reflect a contrast between assimilated and Orthodox Judaism. Ethnic differences are more important. In the south of France, where the number of Jewish FN voters is particularly high, there are many Maghrebi Jews whose families have often themselves fled to France from the everyday hatred of Jews in North African countries. While the historical memory of Jews whose families came to France from Eastern Europe and Germany is strongly influenced by the Shoah, National Socialism and collaboration, and the FN is rejected as a representative of a past that is still alive, many Jews who have immigrated from the Maghreb, for whom the memory of National Socialism is of less importance, hope to find an ally in the party against Islamic antisemitism, which they see as a reincarnation of the Muslim communities in France. This group of voters sees the FN as the only political force that takes the threat posed by everyday Islam to which French Jews are exposed seriously. The division of the Jewish communities in France, which is lamented everywhere as a consequence of the FN's manipulative politics, is therefore an objective one between Jews with two contradictory historical experiences. Instead of being shocked by the fact that more and more Jews from North Africa are experiencing their everyday life in France as a continuation of the anti-Semitic persecution in their countries of origin, and see themselves so abandoned by the state sovereign that voting for the FN appears to be the only way for them to force the Republic to enforce its minimum standards, the right-wing part of French Jewry is usually portrayed as a crazed suicide squad. Roger Kuckerman, president of the Conseil Representatif des Institutions Juives de France, CRIF, is the exception when he justifies his rejection of the FN with the binding nature of historical experience. Quote, "It is unworthy for a Jew to vote for the FN. We have a duty to remember and a duty to remind ourselves that there were many vicious Holocaust deniers and Patanists in the FN, and that those who profess these ideologies are still there." Sud West, March 12, 2015. Of course, in the same context, Kuckerman qualified an earlier statement in which he had attested to Marine Le Pen that, unlike her father, she was personally unprejudiced, and correctly added that all acts of violence against Jews in France today were committed by young Muslims and not by right-wing white Frenchmen. Other representatives of the CRIF argue more questionably when they use an undifferentiated concept of xenophobia. Michigan and Tebal, chairwoman of the CRIF in the province's Alpes-Côte d'Azur department, said that the FN was basing its discourse on the supremacy of a Christian France, where we Jews will find no place in view of the FN's vote gains, and said of Marine Le Pen, "If the Muslims were not there, it would be the Jews she would exclude." Le Point, March 12, 2015. Apart from the fact that such statements trivialize antisemitism into an interchangeable prejudice, they confirm notoriously offended Muslims in the delusion that they are the Jews of the 21st century. This is in the spirit of extremism researchers such as Jean-Yves Camus, a convert to Judaism, who justifies the FN's unelectability for Jews by saying that the party wants to ban the public wearing of the kippah and ritual slaughter, a project that is certainly worthy of criticism in light of the history of persecution of European Jews and the anti-Semitic, not anti-Muslim, implications of slaughter bans, but which Camus sees more as an indication of the FN's general hostility towards minorities, which necessarily also includes hostility towards Jews. The fact that the CRIF called for broad participation in the regional elections after the attacks of November 13 in order to weaken the FN and defend the Pacte Républicaine is therefore an expression of the same helplessness that drives the Jewish voters of the FN, very few of whom can be described as supporters of the party. On January 31, 2016, the pragmatic considerations on which most of their voting decisions are based were summarized by journalist Cyril Benassar, one of the few who do not accuse Jewish FN voters of being stupid or treasonous, in the magazine Le Causeur, which was founded by ex-leftists and liberals and in which Alain Finkielkraut, who is increasingly hostile due to his alleged racism, also publishes with the words, "It would be better to vote for anti-Semites whose policies are good for the Jews than for migrationists who wear the blinkers of do-gooderism and thus expose the Jews to very real danger." End of quote. Benassar's statement expresses what the false opponents of the Front National do not want to know, that multiculturalism, which legitimizes itself as a lesson from fascism by downplaying the threat posed to Jews by everyday Islam, promotes the most dangerous anti-Semitic movement of our time. Of course, the denial of this anti-Semitic threat can be sold as a strong-minded anti-fascism more easily in Germany than in France. In an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio in December 2015, Nazi denier Beat Klarsfeld demonstrated how this works, commenting on the rise of the FN in the second round of regional elections with the words, "It somehow reminds me of 1933 in Germany." The fascism expert rejected the suspicion that the party's gain in votes could be linked to the attacks in Paris, stating that this was certainly not the only reason. The danger of a new anti-Semitism can never be imagined in any other way than as a faithful repeat of the Third Reich. As in Germany in 1933, the French were not happy with the government in 2015. Quote, "And then there is always a third party, a demagogue who promises a lot, who has never achieved anything, who has never been in government. The dissatisfied citizens then vote for this party in the hope that things will get better for them, which is of course completely wrong." End quote. Klarsfeld does not care that such platitudes are also unsuitable for explaining the success of the National Socialists, whose greatest danger was not their refusal to perform, as her aim is to portray Marine Le Pen as the reincarnation of Hitler, in whose speeches anti-Semitism and the like did not play a role, but who nevertheless poses a greater danger to French Jews than Islam. Without saying a word about the Jewish emigration caused by French Muslims' hatred of Jews, Klarsfeld, who lives in France with her Jewish husband, predicts, "With a Marine Le Pen as president, we would probably have to leave France like many Jews." It is no coincidence that the mortal danger that is said to emanate from the FN is negotiated in terms of seduction, as the party is increasingly successful with women in addition to the increase in voters among French Jews. In the 2015 regional elections, 28% of French women voted for the party. With Marine Le Pen and her niece Marion, women also form a significant part of the party leadership. French women's magazines see this shift to the right as an opportunity to re-educate a clientele that was long considered to be on the left. Julia Mouzon, chairwoman of the Femmes et Pouvoir organization, explained the strategy of how the FN seduces the female electorate in Madame Figaro magazine on April 3, 2015 by saying that the party uses slick language and a clever disguise of backward views, while the decision of many FN voters is in fact more likely to be influenced by the completely unmetaphorical veiling of women in Islamized everyday life. Marine Le Pen's appearances are highlighted as being precisely staged. Madame Figaro, January 18, 2016, as if the appearances of other party leaders were characterized by casual improvisation. The logic behind such counterpropaganda is itself misogynistic. Instead of asking whether the sympathy of female voters for the FN could perhaps be based on experiences of powerlessness and intimidation by representatives of the Muslim patriarchy, it is assumed that women, unlike male voters who love plain speaking, can only be hijacked for reactionary views through language smoothing, deception, and disguise. The FN's electoral successes thus mutate into the lesbianization of patriots loyal to the Republic by a femme fatale disguised as Marianne. The rhetoric of seduction also determined the responses to Marine Le Pen's reaction to the attacks on New Year's Eve in Cologne. In an open letter to the French, published on January 13, 2016 in L'Opinion, Le Pen declared, "Whether these men are sexually frustrated by their situation as migrants, by their living conditions in their countries of origin, or by their religious dogmas is of no interest to me whatsoever. The fact that they disregard fundamental rules of our Western societies and that they openly disregard women's rights concerns me greatly." End of quote. What was scandalous about this statement was not only that Le Pen, of all people, did not give the perpetrators an ethnic advantage by explaining their actions in terms of their origin or living conditions, but also that she judged them as Republican as French citizens. The fact that she invoked two icons of the French women's movement, Simone de Beauvoir and Elizabeth Badinter, also caused outrage. Le Pen stated, "Elizabeth Badinter was absolutely right to say that the left is capitulating to the serious attacks on secularism and women's rights through clientelism and a fantasized stigmatization of Islam." End of quote. She quoted Simone de Beauvoir, "Never forget that it only takes a political, economic, or religious crisis for women's rights to be called into question," and added, "I am afraid that the migrant crisis is the beginning of the end of women's rights." End quote. The criticism of the women's movement's capitulation to Islam and the warning that Muslim migration could lead to a dismantling of the rights won for all women in Western countries could not be countered in any way. For this reason, Le Pen's feminist opponents made reference to a survey published in 2006, according to which 84,000 women in France are victims of sexual violence every year. According to feminist Rebecca Amselem, these figures prove that anti-feminism should not be seen as an ideology imported from outside. Quote, "In fact, The victim knows the attacker in 90% of cases, and in almost 40% of cases, it is the victim's partner with whom they are living at the time of the crime. End quote. If these figures are correct, it would be interesting to find out how many women of Muslim origin are among the victims, because only then would it be possible to assess whether the data speaks against or even confirms the theory of a close connection between Islam and sexual violence. However, figures on the ethnic origin of perpetrators and victims were not recorded in the study. The statistics are not suitable as an argument against Marine Le Pen's statements about the assaults in Cologne anyway, because in Cologne it was not a matter of individual sexual offenses in the private sphere, but of collective assaults on women moving in public spaces who were unknown to the perpetrators. All of this could be a reason not only for the socialist PS, but also for the bourgeois LR to try to win back the voter groups that are migrating to the FN through an offensively secular policy, because the disinterest of the Republican institutions in women's rights as well as in the civil rights of French Jews, which are massively threatened by everyday Islam, is the main reason for the reorganization of the party landscape in France. Instead, however, both major parties are pursuing precisely the dismantling of parliamentarianism that they see approaching through the FN. In the regional elections held in December 2015, in which the FN achieved a historic record in the first round with almost 28% of the vote, it did not win a single region in the second round because there was cross-party mobilization throughout France to lock out the party. In Nord-Pas-de-Calais, where Marine Le Pen stood as a candidate and won the first round with almost 41% of the vote, the left then withdrew its candidate and called on its supporters to vote for its immediate political opponent, the Republican candidate Xavier Bertrand. The calculation worked out, with the bourgeois left and right proving together that they are prepared to abandon republicanism and laicism in the fight against the FN. In the summer of 2011, two new publications from the publishing house La Fabrique, founded in 1998 by Eric Hazan and authored by the publisher himself, were presented in Lille in northern France. Paris unter Anspannung, Paris sous tension, and co-authored with Alain Badiou, Antisemitismus überall.
Today in France, l'antisémitisme partout. Aujourd'hui en France.
Hazan was presented to the citizens of Lille as an uncomfortably thinking personality who demonstrates his nonconformism not only in his own publications, but also through his courageous editorial work, which includes such highly controversial writings as the French-language edition of Norman G. Finkelstein's Holocaust Industry or Omar Barghouti's 2010 call for a boycott of Israel, which is aimed at the ill-informed French public, who have a right to independent information in the name of freedom of speech. Hazan owes this courage to his CV, which does not follow the usual academic path. Born in Paris in 1936, the young Hazan decided to become a doctor. He completed his residency as a cardiologist in Algeria, where he joined the FLN. In 1975, during the Lebanese Civil War, he offered his services as a doctor to the Army of Palestinian Progressives. He later returned to Paris to take over the renowned art publishing house Editions, Hazan from his now retired father Fernand. He reluctantly submitted to the duty of serving the fine arts, as he had cultivated an anti-Republican resentment for decades with which he wanted to appear in public. After selling the heavily indebted Editions Hazan to the Hachette Publishing Group in 1992, following the death of his father, he founded La Fabrique, a subversive small publishing house that provides a home for marginalized thinkers such as Alain Badiou, Giorgio Agamben, and Slavoj Zizek. The books that appear in my small publishing house, Hazan explained to the citizens of Lille, are not books but weapons. In France, he stands for that part of the left that sees its freedom of speech threatened because it represents positions that no one else dares to express. Those who call Israel an apartheid state speak of Western democracies only in quotation marks and wish the French Republic with its laicism, on the basis of which the wearing of the niqab and burqa in public spaces was recently banned, to hell because it practices state racism, are, according to Hazan, condemned to operate in the invisible. In reality, the French Republic has long been preparing to capitulate to the Islamic communities. It is true that the adopted legal text confirms that the niqab ban applies to everyone on French territory. The public space also includes almost all places of social life, sidewalks, means of transport, schools and universities, supermarkets, cafes, cinemas, hospitals, banks. So it should basically be possible to leave your own four walls wearing a niqab, except in a car, which counts as private space. But the reality is different. When the law came into force on April 11, 2011, Manuel Roux, Secretary General of the French Police Union, admitted that it was infinitely difficult to apply, as he himself doesn't even dare to think about what will happen if we approach a veiled woman in a sensitive environment where men are concerned about their honor, which is why the niqab ban will find little application, which Roux at least regretted. This defensive stance is already laid down as a binding rule of conduct in Prime Minister François Filon's communique. It states that women must not be forced to show their faces in public under any circumstances. Anyone who coerces them to do so must expect severe penalties: 1 year in prison and a fine of 30,000 euros. In the case of a minor, the penalty is doubled. However, if a fully veiled woman refuses to remove the niqab, the fine is a maximum of 150 euros. In addition, she may be required to complete an internship in which she is informed about her rights and obligations as a citoyenne. However, it is not supposed to come to that, as the instructions stipulate that the women are first explained with pedagogical empathy why showing their faces is an indispensable part of Republican social practice. Whereas in 2005 Nicolas Sarkozy had announced the harsh intervention of state power against the anti-Republican liberation struggle in the suburbs, today the real powerlessness before the milieu sensibles is being conceded and camouflaged with a rhetoric of willingness to engage in dialogue aimed at veiled women in order to avoid confrontation with male family members. The background to Hazan's victim rhetoric is above all the court case against the left-wing terrorist and La Fabrique author Julian Coupat, which became known as the anti-terror trial, and in which Hazan was involved in his capacity as editor. When he was called to the witness stand in April 2009 in the trial against Coupat, who had been falsely accused of attacks on the French rail network, Hazan became known to a wider public for the first time. Investigators hoped that his questioning would shed light on the authorship of the manifesto The Coming Insurrection, which was attributed to Coupat and published anonymously by La Fabrique in March 2007. But Hazan remained silent, so that Coupat is still only considered the presumed author. The classification of The Coming Insurrection as a terrorist publication not only benefited Hazan economically, the number of copies sold rose from 8,000 to 40,000. It also allowed him to appear in the pose of the revolutionary outsider enslaved by state repression. In his most recent publications, however, Hazan does not say a word about the anti-terror trial, and in Lille he also expressed restraint about the repressive state power with its ridiculous accusations against Coupat. In fact, Hazan is driven by something else. The decisive element that makes up his revolutionary self-image is the defamation of his primarily Jewish critics such as Alain Finkielkraut, whom, as soon as they express their solidarity with Israel, he calls philosomites, but as soon as they turn against his anti-Zionism, he denounces them in an absurd twist as Jews marked by self-hatred, who wanted to silence him, who had Jewish roots on his father's side, with a policy of defamation. With the publication of Barghouti's call for a boycott, Hazan saw himself in the crossfire of the philosomites, including Finkielkraut, who described him as the inventor of the kosher pogrom, which, as Hazan and Badiou explain in Antisemitism Everywhere, is proof of idiocy. The boycott against the Israelis was not directed against their religious customs, but was a non-violent and therefore legitimate means of forcing the apartheid regime in Tel Aviv to negotiate peace. The extent to which Finkielkraut's formulation of the kosher pogrom reflects the potential of boycott actions that are not directed against an unjust state but rather target the Jewish state is shown by the fact that Hazan and Badiou do not say a word about the Iranian nuclear bomb. According to Hazan in Lille, Antisemitism Everywhere, a title that is of course to be understood ironically, is only a small booklet, but the question of how the word antisemitism is dealt with today is of considerable importance. The authors are confronted with the serious accusation of antisemitism. They are accused of making a pact with the allegedly barbaric Islam, and this only because they show solidarity with the black and Arab youth in the banlieues, whose anger at the Israeli occupation and expulsion policy they share. Hazan and Badiou do not deny that the young revolutionaries sometimes went too far in their justified sense of indignation, especially during the Second Intifada in the fall of 2002, when synagogues in France were set on fire, Jewish graves were desecrated, rabbis were abused and French people wearing kippahs were subjected to anti-Semitic abuse. However, to speak of a crystal year, as Finkielkraut did at the time, is a deceitful stigmatization with which the new inquisitors Hazan and Badiou are referring to the nouveaux philosophes, i.e. the French neoconservatives, covered up their racism. Those involved in this hunt for an entire youth are mostly Jews who are powerful in the media. They include Finkielkraut with his weekly radio program on France Culture or Claude Lanzmann, who, as soon as someone dares to write or pronounce the word Auschwitz, checks whether it was used in the context that meets his own requirements. What Hazan and Badiou accuse Finkielkraut and Landsman of doing, namely throwing the word antisemitism around at will or monitoring the correct use of the word Auschwitz, i.e. cultivating an instrumental approach to the memory of the Shoah, they themselves practice. Unable to grasp the mindset of antisemitism with its specific logic of extermination, Hazan and Badiou speak only of words whose use is determined by sinister circles. Even if the new inquisitors, who think they see antisemitism everywhere, do not form a real group, they are nevertheless well organized, write Hazan and Badiou. What they do know about the nature of antisemitism is that the assumption of Jewish conspiracies is the anti-Semitic figure of thought par excellence, which is why they speak instead of an orchestra without a leader, in which everyone follows their own score. In particular, they mention the lawyer William Gillis Goldnadel, chairman of the French Association Avocats Sans Frontières, Lawyers Without Borders, a government-affiliated organization dedicated to the legal fight against anti-Semitism, primarily on the left and by anti-racist NGOs such as the Islamic MRAP, Movement Contre le Racisme et pour l'Amity, Entre les Peuples. In France, Goldnadel attracted attention because he successfully defended Oriana Fallaci against the MRAP, which wanted to have the sale of the French-language edition of Fallaci's book, Anger and Pride, prohibited by the courts. In addition to the Avocats Sans Frontières, the Central Council of French Jews, CRIF, Conseil Representatif des Institutions Juives de France, and a registration authority to combat anti-Semitic acts of violence, BNVCA, founded in 2002 in response to the overwhelming wave of hatred of Jews and anti-Zionism in the outskirts of Paris in the wake of the Second Intifada, fantasized about a new anti-Semitism in order to be able to take even tougher action against the revolutionaries in the suburbs who are accused of everything bad: machismo, homophobia, sexism, violence, religious fanaticism, and hatred of the Jews with suspicious disdain. The Jewish organizations have only themselves to blame for this hatred, as they are in alliance with the extreme right and Israeli settlers and are getting rid of all Jewish dissenting voices that express solidarity with the anti-Republican liberation struggle in the banlieues, so that the young get the impression that there is only one Jewish voice in France, just like in Israel. In view of this compulsion to declare allegiance to the State of Israel within the Jewish community in France, it is not surprising that the Black and Arab youth, whose feelings of indignation are directly related to the Middle East conflict and have absolutely nothing to do with the anti-Semitism of the Nazis, see every French Jew as a potential oppressor of their brothers in Palestine. The allegedly politically and not anti-Semitically motivated identification of all Jews with the Israeli state was the trigger for occasional hostilities against Jews in 2002, which Hazan and Badiou describe as scuffles between young people. However, speaking of a wave of anti-Semitic acts of violence is only a means of diverting attention from Israel's military operations. It is fitting that Hazan and Badiou interpret September 11th. There is never any mention of terrorist attacks as the outbreak of a long-held Western revulsion against Arabs and Muslims, which has since also become virulent in France, where Finkielkraut initiated a hypermediatized anti-Semitism campaign against the banlieues with his term Crystal Year. Her book, which aims to take stock of contemporary anti-Semitism in France, fails to mention the 3-week-long suffering and death under torture of Ilan Halimi in February 2006, whose consistently Islamic tormentors proudly proclaimed their anti-Semitic motive for the crime. The fact that Halimi's murderers did not state solidarity with their brothers in Palestine as a motive for the crime is likely to suggest an isolated act in the eyes of Hazan and Badiou, which they would vehemently resist interpreting as an expression of anti-Semitism on the verge of annihilation. Hazan and Badiou constantly circle around the turbulent year 2002, admiring the Black and Arab youth for the courage with which they have vented their outrage since Israel's military Operation Protection Wall, without the usual politically correct jargon. They see the hate tirades as relentless criticism of Israel, to which the new inquisitors have responded with a huge anti-Semitism campaign that not only denounces the immigrant suburbs, but also targets those who support the young, sometimes writing books and occasionally making themselves heard. End quote. When Hazan and Badiou speak of an intellectual vanguard of the new proletarian youth that formulates what the young, although they already belong to the third generation of immigrants, are unable to formulate in their hatred of the integration performance of the École Républicaine, they are referring to themselves. In fact, the majority of not only immigrant youths in the suburbs have long since abandoned binding language rules in terms of pronunciation, syntax, and lexis. According to the 2011 report by the Haut Conseil à l'Intégration, which for the first time comprehensively describes the situation of public schools in the milieu sensibles. A good 15% of pupils with a migrant background did not even have the most basic written and spoken skills in the previous school year. The authors of the report attribute this inability to the ghetto language practiced in the satellite towns, which they characterize as a way of speaking with an extremely limited vocabulary that is largely composed illogically of other languages in addition to French and Verlan, a French youth language in which the syllables of words are spoken in reverse order. The result of this linguistic impoverishment is the inability to articulate one's thoughts. This means that an essential cognitive function mediated by language is lost. At the same time, more and more pupils are losing the ability to communicate, with the result that they are neither able to make themselves understood outside their quartier, nor can they be understood by others. Teachers report that even in secondary school, the sentences of pupils, even those who make an effort, are often so incorrect that teachers hardly take their mastery of syntax into account when grading. Some teachers even regard language de sites as a fully fledged means of cultural expression. In addition to their stunted ability to express themselves, pupils also have problems following the lessons. Could you speak normally? The teachers are constantly asked. The language of the banlieues is only rudimentarily reminiscent of French, which is increasingly perceived as a foreign language by the pupils, most of whom have French citizenship. These linguistic barriers are enforced by the gang collectives in which the boys in particular are socially organized. If a boy were to expand his vocabulary, according to the authors of the report, he would run the risk of being labeled as a girl and a collaborator. The self-imposed and enforced illiteracy is therefore a symptom of a refusal to accept the école républicaine, which is less and less able to fulfill its task of teaching the elementary values of the democratic and secular French Republic. According to Hazan, what should take the place of the despicable republicanism can be found in the book Paris Under Tension, in which he proclaims his conviction right at the beginning that Paris is still what it has been for more than 2 centuries. The battlefield of the civil war in France between aristocrats and sans-culottes, no matter what you call them today. End quote. This dusty revolutionary pathos underpins the rejection of reforms for the actually underserved French sites. Hazan made this clear in an interview to which he was invited on the occasion of the publication of his book together with urban sociologist Bernard Marchand, who made sober suggestions for improving the situation in the Parisian banlieues. Marchand called for better transport links and better facilities in schools and hospitals. The inhabitants of the densely populated Île-de-France should also benefit proportionally from the tax money that disappears in the oversubsidized province. Hazan rejected such integration, pointing out that it was not a question of redistribution. The division of Paris was rather due to the rich whites, who only ever reacted to the banlieues with the reflex, dangerous underclass and immigrants. The united Paris he dreams of, on the other hand, would be created by those who were chased out of Paris. In Paris, Hazan first describes his tense exploration of historical sites of the once revolutionary Paris, before finally crossing the border to the suburbs, indulging in his hopes of a Palestinian-style civil war, which would have to be carried beyond the periphery into the city and would be tantamount to a land grab. In the Middle East, as in Paris, apartheid prevails, while the completely rightless Palestinians, the inhabitants of the Gaza Strip, are enclosed by a kilometer-long barbed wire fence. A comparable border exists in Paris, keeping the blacks and Arabs in the banlieues away from white, rich Paris. The vision of an undivided Paris with which Hazan ends his walk is a scenario of expulsion and re-education of apocalyptic proportions, to which the city, and with it urbanity, would fall victim first and foremost. At the first sign of the glorious uprising, all the architects responsible for the chic lofts in the inner city area will emigrate of their own accord, so that the inhabitants of the so-called quartiers sensibles could create a new Paris with their sensibilite, without fear or shame. The solarium tan sales clerks in the now deserted luxury boutiques would first be surprised by this sensibilite, but then delighted and renounce arrogance and contempt. End quote. All of them would then not move into the now vacant, splendid apartments. They would rather be torn down, while the people huddle under the gypsies' circus tent in front of the lawn of the Élysée Palace. It is no coincidence that Hazan refers to the traveling people, as the entire French left romanticizes vagabond life, stylizing its clannishness as carefree folklorism. Although it is well known that the everyday lives of women in particular are characterized by prostitution, violence, and the birth of offspring in dirty shacks, the image of the wild beauty of the gypsies persists. When Sarkozy had all Roma camps evacuated in autumn 2010 and immediately deported criminals to Romania and Bulgaria after a group of gypsies completely devastated the small town of St. Aignan in response to a police check that proved fatal for one of their compatriots, the French left was reminded of the roundup of Jews in Paris on the 16th and the 17th of July 1942, which the Vichy regime had organized with the SS. Hazan's hatred of urban lifestyles and civilizational achievements corresponds to his hatred of the demands of public educational institutions. Hazan regards the fact that immigrant pupils are also expected to perform here, i.e. that they are expected and demanded to do the same as their French classmates, as arrogance which only reflects the attitude of a large proportion of the pupils concerned, who openly dislike the school's integration mandate. This attitude of resistance expresses the close connection between anti-republicanism, anti-Semitism, and Islam, which the authors of the aforementioned school study, as they expressly emphasize, are not afraid to name. Often additionally encouraged by their parents, more and more pupils are refusing to accept subjects such as the theory of evolution, France's Christian Enlightenment heritage, and the equality of men and women. According to the school study, they comment on the extermination of the Jews with inappropriate jokes. France's colonial past and the slave trade in the American South, on the other hand, have to serve as bogus justifications for a one-sided worldview, according to which the subjugated victims of Western imperialism and the plunderers of the Third World, white Europeans and Americans, have always been opposed to each other. In their imagined identification with the eternal victims of history, young people are preserving a natural state that serves to justify their own failure. With the same tenacity with which they insist on their supposed victim status, they practice the commandments of Islam in the name of respect. From demands for halal food from nursery onwards, to staying away from school during Ramadan, whereby pupils who do not submit to its gagging are subjected to constant abuse, to girls who are withdrawn from sports and swimming lessons by certificate and whose brothers watch over their correct clothing, Islam has long since found its way into the secular school system. Even seemingly harmless subjects such as portraying human bodies in painting lessons or singing in the choir in music lessons are hostile under the pretext of a religious ban. Unfortunately, this is often not even a pretext. On the contrary, the refusals follow the joyless world of Islam to the core. To concern oneself with the beauty of the human body, especially the female body, even if it is simply to paint a female figure, threatens Islamic sexual morality, because after all, the sight of the vulnerable body captures an inkling of that sensuality that cannot be completely subsumed by the male right to the female body and the female duty to fulfill this right. The refusal to sing in a choir also conforms to Islam, whose religious practice is limited to monotonous recitation and repetition, without the human voice ever rising to sing, which in the Christian chorale is an expression of man's likeness to God. Finkielkraut also referred to this report on the disastrous conditions in state schools in the suburbs in the television program Ce Soir au Jamais broadcast on France 3 on March 24, 2011, where he sat opposite Hazan and Badiou. He emphasized that the current situation is not only a burden for Jewish pupils, whose parents have been increasingly forced to transfer their children to Jewish and Catholic private schools since 2002, but that it is also becoming more and more difficult to teach France's Christian history. However, Hazan and Badiou merely shrugged their shoulders. They formulaically repeated the stigmatization of the boys and themselves as anti-Semites. Finally, Hazan responded to Finkielkraut, who reminded him of the need for a Jewish majority in Israel. People like you and your friends are prepared to fight for the Israeli state to the last Israeli. Hazan obviously considers the accusation of anti-Semitism to be worse than its consequences. At the event in Lille, he assured the audience that he could confirm from his own experience that it was impossible to get rid of the anti-Semitic label. And when I emphasize that I am also Jewish, the accusation is thrown at me all the more vehemently. End of quote. The fact that Jews who freely criticize the machinations of the Israeli state are subjected to such verbal attacks today is due to the Jewish self-hatred of some Jews. Quote, while many anti-Semites, as we know, always know a good Jew, the propagandists of fantasized anti-Semitism know bad Jews. End of quote. In all this, it no longer seems noticeable that Hazan equates the attribution anti-Semite with the attribution Jew, i.e. that he stylizes himself as the Jew of the critics of anti-Semitism. Badiou and Hazan seem never to have heard of the anti-Semitic behavior of pathic projection, probably because they follow it unconsciously. In Anti-Semitism Everywhere, They do note the social marginalization of neo-Nazis and revisionist historians, as they are still represented at the University of Lyon 3. However, their explanation for the gradual decline of traditional antisemitism, meaning modern antisemitism, is an unparalleled indictment. Quote, "The Jew from the Sturmer caricatures simply no longer exists," end quote, as if these caricatures had ever had an empirical equivalent, and as if antisemitism would also disappear with the disappearance of these Jews from everyday consciousness. Even with this infamy, which Hazan also inflicted on the audience in Lille, there was only nodding in agreement. At the end, once again in apparent ignorance of the simplest historical facts, he seemingly set the record straight. Quote, "The same hatred to which the Eastern Jews fell victim back then because they were dirty, uneducated, and poor is now directed at a large proportion of Black and Arab youth because they too are accused of being dirty, uneducated, and poor. The correct term for this is stigmatization, which also includes accusing these young people of antisemitism, when their hostility towards the Jews is entirely dependent on the Middle East conflict and has absolutely nothing to do with the antisemitism of the Nazis." End quote. The connection between the poor and Yiddish-speaking Jews from Poland, Lithuania, and Romania, and the young people of today in the banlieues, which Hazan and Badiou establish in their book, is not only historically untenable. Against all evidence, the possibility of a change in their own social situation is denied, thus confirming what Islamic families and young people quite confidently reject. The Islamic communities in the banlieues not only close themselves off to social advancement through integration, but also forcibly prohibit potential dissenters from taking this path into the open. The pride of not being more than one already is thus becomes an aggressively defended identity, which is merely confirmed by one's own poverty. The enthusiasm that Hazan triggered among the French bourgeoisie shows that such an identity, beyond challenge and ambition, is no longer as alien to them as one might have expected from Republicans. The events that shook the whole of France for a few days from June 28, 2023 were certainly not a civil war. Without downplaying the aggressor's extreme willingness to use violence, which has nothing whatsoever to do with France's much-vaunted revolutionary tradition in either practical or substantive terms, there was no counterforce capable of successfully wresting large parts of the country's territory from the state, which is crucial for the assumption of a civil war. Only when it gets that far will the state, including its leaders and followers, transform itself into a particular power that is no longer distinguishable from its insurgent opponents. France is a long way from such a state of affairs, although the hordes from the suburbs and their supporters from the academic middle class are indeed betting on civil war and striving to provocatively challenge the state power until it reveals itself, stripped to the point of recognizability, as the actual aggressor, which no longer represents society in its overwhelming majority, but only the beneficiaries of vested white-class privileges. Nevertheless, the considerable expansion of the combat zone to areas that have remained unchallenged up to now indicates that liberated areas could emerge in the event of a reprise, even if it is through a mass exodus of the whites living there. Since around 1980, the banlieues, which are now considered to be particularly precarious, have undergone a gradual process of ethnic cleansing, to which the Jews were the first victims, and have regressed from partially socially mixed residential areas with adjoining industrial areas to ethnically largely homogeneous neighborhoods in which the laws of the Republic only apply to a very limited extent. However, only if the state felt compelled by a real threat of civil war to use internal mobilization to transform loyal citizens into activists who did not stop at self-protection, but instead patrolled ideologically charged against an enemy defined as alien to the people, would the border to civil war be reached. However, the occasional small groups of militant right-wing extremists who would have liked to play this role in early July 2023 are as undesirable as they are marginal and not even a manifestation of internal militarization. The majority of French people, regardless of their origin, do not sympathize with Muslim suburban riffraff, even if the white majority of French people form the largest group of those who support the state power. This has little to do with the much-vaunted fraternité. All that remains of it is an acceptance of the general security and order guaranteed by the police in case of doubt, cleansed of any excess potential. This principle, which overarches political camps, social status, and different origins or religious preferences, rests on two pillars that are mutually dependent. Firstly, there is the inviolability of the individual, who wants to be protected at all times in his home and on the street from marauders or harassment that appears to be below the threshold of violence, which definitely includes the joyrides of underage rental car users, and secondly, the similarly strong conviction that personal and communal property should not be touched by means of robbery, looting, or pillaging. The slightly older residents of the particularly precarious banlieues know that the destruction of their cars and that of the bus depot, the library and the branch of a large supermarket chain are connected, and that the numerous attacks on town halls give rise to fears of further escalation. Even if the loss of their car causes them the most grief, they are also aware that the restriction of public transport limits their freedom of movement, if only because it lengthens their commute to work or significantly shortens trips to places of entertainment due to the discontinuation of nighttime services. They know the connection between truancy and outbreaks of violence, and they know that if the devastated local intermarché is not rebuilt and reopened, they will have to rely on the lousy and overpriced offerings of the almost universally Arab retail chains. The difference between the private appropriation of other people's property, for example through looting, and the social abolition of private ownership of the means of production is not a gradual one. In the first case, it is the pure opportunity for private enrichment seized by those who, by virtue of greater unscrupulousness and formation in small groups, make the bargains, while all others are left with the crumbs that the stronger ones leave behind. Expropriation and robbery are one and the same. The targets are chosen according to the opportunity that presents itself, as are the means, e.g. pyrotechnics, used as a weapon of attack, to get at them. No distinction is made between the door of a closed branch of a fashion chain and the front door of the local mayor or simply any resident suspected of wealth, behind which the powerless not only fear for their property. By contrast, activities that are committed to criticism of the still prevailing laws of the capitalist mode of production put an end to the institutionalized right of the strongest, which nevertheless cannot be put on an equal footing with the arbitrary seizure of private property, through planned production in which the fruits of socially organized labor increase the wealth and property of all. Similarly, this would even apply to a reasonable redistribution on the basis of the existing. Here too, expropriation would not have to apply to private enrichment, but to the utilization of real estate and parks in particular for the many. The initial bourgeois consensus on freedom and property, which should not be touched and should be protected by the state, was always more than just the presumption of the privileged to secure for themselves what they or their ancestors had unscrupulously appropriated. As repulsive as the system of privilege that can be identified in every corporate hierarchy along huge differences in income is, which is reflected, for example, in very different forms of housing, it is striking how stubbornly, throughout the bourgeois centuries, craftsmen, small farmers, and even workers have shied away from spontaneously seizing the property of those above them. Initially, it was the experience of civil war with the attacks of feudal lords on each other's property and freedom and, as a permanent side effect, the plundering of those subject to the feudal lords that made peasants and craftsmen in particular rely on the central state and the power monopolized by it. But there was more at stake. The need of small property owners to create their own little empire also arose from the desire not to be exposed to the arbitrariness of others and decidedly not to have to vegetate in an empire of imposed equality like Russian peasants under the law of the village community called Mir or Chinese in the Maoist People's Commune. The call for the police was always also a call from below, against attacks that could come not only from wild-eyed junkers in the transition period, but also from muggers or thieves. The fear of nocturnal raids on belongings went hand in hand with the weariness of always having to watch over livestock or even the valuable laundry on the line. People no longer wanted to have to entrench themselves in their own wagon fortress. The monopolization of power in the absolutist and then fully in the bourgeois state was more than just the creation of a large economic area for the establishing capitalist production and trade. It also took place with the approval of the majority, who did not have much to sell, operated at a primitive level and yet did not want to be deprived of the fruits of their labor. The successors of the landed servants in the feudal wars who stripped the land bare and, when the opportunity presented itself, were beaten to death by peasants, were those who were thrown out of the feudal relationship, which still ensured their survival, by capital in the period of original accumulation and who, due to a lack of demand for labor, only saved themselves in a later step into the wage relationship. After the miserable wanderings of the hopeless, when charity failed and the honest starved to death and the dishonest ended up on the gallows, many were left behind who tried to escape the impositions of the emerging new society by means of robbery. This was initially at the expense of the farmers, craftsmen, and small traders who terrorized them. The theft of bread or fruit at the market, touchingly portrayed in the Charlie Chaplin film as harmless theft by mouth, was, although it was often really based on sheer hunger, at the same time a violation of those less affluent classes who knew very well that the first successful tramp would soon be followed by others. It is one thing to want to abolish conditions in which stolen loaves of bread were punishable by severe imprisonment and only 2 centuries before that by the death penalty, but it is not suitable for realizing an idea of freedom and the comprehensive unleashing of wealth to seek a romanticized alliance with outlaws, who only exceptionally took, for example in the figure of the poacher, what everyone was entitled to according to a rural agreement and not exclusively the feudal lord represented by his foresters. Such romanticism clearly glorifies the strongman, who not only mocks his victims with his cheeky mouth, but all those who increase their mostly small property in a less heroic and spectacular way within the framework of the laws, including those of capital. It is only in rhetorical exuberance that the character of Spiegelberg in Schiller's The Robbers, 1780, speaks of the revolutionary. The truth about the tirades of the Spiegelbergs of all times is their arrogance, documented by the real or conjured-up band of robbers, to disregard all legal and moral barriers. A long time ago, there was a consensus about revolution as a means of radically questioning property relations by force and making public negotiations about production possible in the first place, namely that revolutionaries had to protect public order, including the individual right to property, from the grasp of a rabble that Marx described as the ejectors, refuse, and expropriation of all classes. When a real civil war raged in France 150 years ago, the Parisian revolutionaries did not try to maintain the old order, but set about enforcing a completely different monopoly on the use of force, based on the most decentralized citizens' committees possible, which were accountable to their principal at all times. The police, previously the tool of the state government, were immediately stripped of all their political characteristics and transformed into the responsible and always removable tool of the Commune, noted Marx in the Civil War in France a few months after the defeat of the Paris Commune. Initially, the National Guard primarily took over the function of the police and developed into the armed agency of the Paris Uprising and thus the Civil War party against the troops loyal to the Versailles Republic, behind which stood the Prussian army. The revolution of 1870-71 presupposed a class compromise, which the rulers were only willing to enter into in the face of impending defeat against the German invaders in order to turn the tide militarily. The more hopeless the situation at the front became, the more rapidly public order deteriorated, especially in Paris. Civil war prevailed regionally, by no means limited to the capital, because not only did some insurgents rebel against the state, which was firmly in the saddle, but the sovereign, who had basically been disempowered and reduced to a particular gang of the ruling class, had called the majority of the population to arms against the usurpers on the other side of the Rhine, who, however, were just as hostile to the old order in the guise of a not very new republic as they were to the Germans. During the 100 days of the Commune, the saturated bourgeoisie, under the protection of the Germans, turned against the continuation of the war just as much as against the new order emerging in Paris. The security faction disgraced itself and went on the attack against the Commune, which was not at all fraternal. With the words, "The Commune," they proclaim, wants to abolish property, the basis of all civilization. Marx reproduced the core of the propaganda of the supposedly legitimate French Republic sitting in Versailles. However, his answer was more complex than party communists or romantic enemies of the state would have liked. Quote, "Yes, gentlemen, the Commune wanted to abolish that class property which transforms the labor of the many into the wealth of the few. It intended the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, the soil and capital, now above all the means of the servitude and exploitation of labor, into mere tools of free and associated labor." End quote. The Civil War in France, from which the cheerful workers' Paris of the Commune emerged, arose from weariness with the dictatorship of Napoleon III and hatred of the Germans. What began as a defense of the territory against invaders turned into a war between those who produced wealth through their labor and those who appropriated it according to the laws of the capitalist mode of production. As in the first phase of the February Revolution of 1848, what the bourgeoisie, fearing for its property, propagandistically accused the insurgents of did not happen during the Commune either. There was only sporadic looting, and not only because the National Guard, which was associated with the revolution, stood up for the protection of private property and the maintenance of public safety. As if the communards and their predecessors perceived Paris as their property in the short term, individual despotism against the suddenly unprotected privileged was largely absent, and arson was also non-existent at the time. The dream of a cause was greater than shabby bargain hunting or revenge-driven vandalism, which would have destroyed it. Marx, for all his exuberance, was only seemingly contradictorily a friend of public safety. Quote, "Wonderful indeed was the transformation that the Commune had wrought on Paris. No more corpses in the morgue, no more nocturnal burglaries, and almost no more thefts. Since the February days of 1848, the streets of Paris were really safe again for once, and without any police." End quote. as in 2005 when the largest but by no means first wave of violence to date raged in the banlieues and also spread to the neighborhoods of the relatively well-established. There is no potential for civil war in 2023, despite the considerable increase and intensity of aggression in the perpetrators and their out-of-control hinterland. Today, as then, there is a lack of quantity, equipment, and organization among the suburban men, while at the same time state power does not waver. Although everyone recognizes that all those who reject the degenerate morals of the suburbs are met with nothing but deadly hatred, the lumpen academic propagandists of the revolt still turn against him the fact that the state does not use the brutal methods of the marauders, which is why the high-pressure cleaner that President Sarkozy wanted in 2005 has not yet been deployed. Like their Islamic allies, they misinterpret the deliberate and sometimes hesitant use of force as a sign of weakness, as if they were longing for a punitive hand. At home, the enraged act out their freedom on those disenfranchised by their own neighborhood, which includes women who do not submit to Islamic morality, and at the same time, as the younger brothers of the criminal patrons, faithfully accept what the latter dictate to them. The constant control by the alliance of criminal economy and totalitarian ideology with its special jurisdiction, which leaves even a murder unpunished if compensation is paid, the lynch law that can be called up at any time, which repeatedly includes gang rapes of young women and brutal attacks on gays, are the cement of a dehumanized community whose spontaneously assembling avant-garde is capable of anything. Although almost everyone was relieved to see the end of the haunting, the restoration of order by the police is only accepted with reservations. There must not be so much fraternité, although it would be the very prerequisite for changing conditions in the suburbs, even without the use of immediate coercion, in such a way that gifts are not given to an allegedly racialized or even whitewashed working-class youth that look like protection money payments. This is what the ideologues in the Taz or Liberation mean when they proclaim, the price for the murders committed by police officers and made possible by politics in the first place must be driven up. Taz, March 7, 2023, thus serving the logic of the marauders. In academic discourse, the state in the particularly dangerous version of the centralized state is regularly presented as the perpetrator of the most recent unrest, as if delegating violence to a now regional police force and administration were the tried and tested means of ultimately taming the marauders from the suburbs without violence. Marx was also an opponent of centralized and hierarchical power, but not in order to pay homage to irrevocably vanished pre-bourgeois conditions, but rather to transform the bourgeois order into an order free of domination. Quote, once the communal order of things had been introduced in Paris and the second-tier centers, the old centralized government would have had to give way to the self-government of the producers in the provinces as well. End quote. He was not thinking of the abolition of a consensus uniting the united producers, but rather of the unity of the nation without coercion. Quote, the unity of the nation should not be broken, but on the contrary organized through the communal constitution. It should become a reality through the destruction of that state power which claimed to be the embodiment of this unity, but wanted to be independent and superior to the nation, of whose body it was only a parasitic outgrowth. Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class shall represent and crush the people in parliament, the general suffrage should serve the people constituted in communes, as the individual suffrage serves every other employer to select laborers, overseers, and accountants in his business. End quote. He objected to the regionalists of his time with their cooperative system, who wanted to somehow bypass the capital relationship in order to manage themselves. It is the usual fate of new historical creations to be provided for the side piece of older and even lived forms of social life, to which they look somewhat similar. Thus this new commune, which breaks with modern state power, has been regarded as a revival of the medieval communes which first preceded that state power and then formed its basis. End quote. Liberationist left-wing regionalism has increasingly lost its appeal in recent decades, without the idea ever being abandoned. The prosperity chauvinist objective is too obvious when entire provinces turn their backs on the declining central state in order to better compete within Europe and avoid transfer payments to less developed parts of the country. This rejection of the central state has long been inherited by an Islamic gang ideology that knows no borders in districts that are as run down as they are marginalized, whose fragile order and miserable economy is only maintained by the promise of land seizure and robbery, which includes the extortion of protection money to be paid by the Republic. Regionalism without a consensus that transcends the respective internal morality of a region, which used to be called fraternity, does not necessarily end in the conditions that have long been a reality in the relevant residential areas of Nanterre. The oppressive conditions in the postmodern Basque country, where folkish togetherness and brusque hatred of poorer Spaniards in other regions are practically always directed against the central state, hint at a new world in which fraternity is a matter of blood. Only the central state, so passionately opposed by the same ideologues, offers protection against the marauders of deed and word, since the abolition of the police and self-administration demanded by Marx, even in matters of order, becomes a perverse reality precisely where terror regularly originates. Instead of a cheerful Paris of the workers, the victory of these regionalists would turn the capital into a wasteland of ruins, of which they served up plenty of samples at the beginning of July, especially in the provinces. In unfree times, the central state not only grants the freedom to move about unmolested, it is also what swears everyone to the same monopolized and, in the Republic, largely controllable power, instead of exposing citizens to particular powers that tend towards barbarism. The current rejection of the central state aims to delegitimize the public order that applies throughout the Republic in favor of the counterstate that is establishing itself in the banlieues as a legitimate power. Its subjects are supposed to organize their affairs according to their collective identity, which is tantamount to their surrender to the fist of the strongest, whether they kiss the fist or abhor it. They are to be handed over forever to forms of rule that are not general and abstract and therefore cold like those of the Republic, but personal and therefore as warm as blood, which stands for the racialization of the banlieues as well as for the very concrete blood of the punished. For the Republic, Mohammed or François are not the criterion, but Citoyen Mohammed and Citoyen François, who should pursue their respective private and political goals as long as they conform to the laws of the Republic and not those of clan chiefs and mosque leaders. This promise sounds trite. On its basis, freedom, which is supposed to mean more than protection from the threat of violence and the unequal distribution of income, cannot possibly be realized, not to mention the monads wasting away in desolation and solitude. Following the recent unrest, the Republic has honored mayors, especially those whose communities and, in particular, town halls were severely affected. Adorned with the tricolor, the office holders were honored as patriots by the president and his ministers, with the word fraternité being constantly invoked. This gesture of solidarity, which certainly made sense, also revealed the hollowness of the term, which had become a creed. And yet the realization of a better order of things without the dream of a cause, that the world should be better organized than the Grande Nation is able to achieve, is only possible on the basis of the Republic. Only Citoyen Mohammed and Citoyen François can do this together by turning against the identitarian violence raging in the banlieues. Otherwise, the necessary criticism of the unfulfilled promises of the Republic, which at least promises individual security and the undisturbed enjoyment of personal property without realizing a rationally organized world, is not possible. The success of the marauders from the banlieues is based on the displeasure of people who, as bourgeois, do not make the cut they hope for, who, as pseudo-citoyens, wish the Republic dead and therefore write the Muslim gangs from the suburbs on its neck. They want to take revenge on their mostly left-wing parents, who will probably leave them nothing, and on a state that no longer provides for them as civil servants, and if it does, then not on the terms it granted the previous generation. The daughters and sons, most of whom come from good families, are certain that they have no choice but to help others set fire to their homes, even if it means they can't get any protection money from the state. A tirade by Spiegelberg in Schiller's Robbers may illustrate this. Quote, "Choice? What? You have nothing to choose. Do you want to be stuck in the debtor's prison and purr together until doomsday? Do you want to struggle with a shovel and a hoe for a morsel of dry bread? Will you extort a meager almazan at people's windows with a ballad? Or will you swear to the calfskin? And there is still the question of whether your faces will be trusted, and earn purgatory in advance under the lenient whim of an imperious corporal? Or go for a walk to the beat of the drum while the music is playing? Or grind the whole of Vulcan's iron magazine in the Gaulish paradise? Look, that's your choice. That's what you can choose." End quote. Even back then, the lament about the unpleasant future prospects of the German intelligentsia in 1780 was both lachrymose and bigoted at the same time, making it the latest cry among not only materially precarious bourgeois academics in semi-feudal times, who, far from preparing a bourgeois revolution, got drunk in student pubs and made a racket in the streets at night in an entirely anti-bourgeois mood. More than 2 centuries later, the motto is, "Hooray, hooray, the school is on fire," and the perpetrators are celebrated as victims of the system who do everything they can to ensure that they have no choice but to occasionally work for a criminal patron who employs young people without driving licenses as delivery drivers for a pittance. Instead of branding the mostly juvenile offenders as the common danger they are, accusing their parents of being disempowered, but at the same time co-responsible figures who have long since submitted to the laws of parallel society. instead of cooperating with the agencies of the state, which do not primarily include the police but teachers, librarians, and youth welfare workers. The lumpen intelligentsia shows solidarity with terrorists who are eagerly awaiting their next opportunity. They are believed to be committed to a national tradition when they ram a mayor's front door down with a burning car and attack the mayor's wife, who is fleeing with her children, at close range with cannon fire. German Romanticism includes a glorified view of France, which is supposedly always resistant and ready for revolution, which is why barricades and street battles are glorified regardless of their purpose. In Paris and Berlin, everyone agrees. Quote, whether it's the yellow vests or months of strikes, windows are always broken, barricades erected and cars set on fire in France. The police always respond with even more violence. But only in the case of young people in the suburbs is the reaction so horrific. The question arises as to whether some observers are applying double standards here. Taz, March 7, 2023. It is appalling enough that the fringe phenomena of the Yellow Vest protests or the recent protests against the pension reform are put on the same level, both quantitatively and even qualitatively, as the murderous activities of the Muslim suburban mob. One reads such atrocity propaganda, which is not only found in the leaflets and brochures of the latest howlers from the radical left, but also discursively polished up in the university script or the lead article of high-circulation daily newspapers, without even being shocked by what one's own milieu is hatching. The equalization of completely different forms of protest is not just a grotesque lie, because strikes and social protests in France do not lead to a woman and her children running for their lives from arsonists who are only simulating a lynching. The fact that the side effects of social protests are placed on the same level as the far more brutal sole purpose of Muslim land grabbing, and are glorified on an equal footing as an essential feature of Republican tradition, is indicative of a blunting and brutalization that is not only French and points to an unspoken alliance. The methods used by the Yellow Vests in 2018 mainly included street barricades, which in many cases were also set alight, albeit outside populated areas. The vandalism on the fringes of the protests, reminiscent of the banlieue riots, was mainly carried out by a black bloc that could not count on broad sympathy from those wearing yellow vests. The looting of stores in several city centers during the pension protests in spring 2023, organized by the same spectrum, is also fatally reminiscent of the attacks by suburban gangs. However, these acts of violence were sporadic and did not characterize the image of the respective rallies. As in 2018, the organized groups seemed to belong to a particularly brutalized but marginal part of the radical left, which, in the German tradition of resistance, relies on bombing the fascist state. The decisive factor is that the borrowing by left-wing radicals from the methods of the suburban mobs not only discredits the protests that arose for economic reasons, but also blurs the difference between fundamentally different intentions in the use of violence. In seemingly bygone times, setting fires in Germany was the domain of bourgeois children, and in France it was also regularly the often unhelpful side effect of reasonable protests, committed by people who did not belong to the bourgeoisie. The activists were more or less generously allowed to play with fire, as it was known that no matter how many shop windows were broken, bank branches damaged, and stores occasionally looted, all those involved were following a consensus. It was a game within relatively regulated channels. This violence was symbolic. Since the banlieues in France have been getting serious and waging an increasingly brutal war against the citizens, the symbolic level has disappeared even where the suburban boys are not involved. For example, they are not interested in wage earners who do not want to be deprived of the longest and most comfortable life possible after work, which is why Mohammed gave François free rein during the pension protests. The French Black Bloc probably did not act any differently in 2023 than in previous years. They probably continue to ensure that bystanders are not harmed, and yet everything has changed since the terror of 2005 and even more so since 2023. The level of symbolic violence by white, left-wing radicals, which didn't count for much whenever police officers had to be incapacitated, disappears when it is no longer possible to distinguish between the original and the alleged fake. What the state has never been able to do in France could be achieved by a radical left whose ideology of revenge, even more than its methods, amounts to chumming up with the Islamic gangs. Their practice is capable of preventing public manifestations for the improvement of living conditions in times of a deepening economic crisis, which are supported by people who still expect something from life. These people were horrified to hear about the massacres in Nice and at the Bataclan in Paris, nor did they fail to notice the enthusiasm with which those from the banlieues approved of the mass murders, especially on social networks. Anyone who loots and attacks mayors today is not only doing something very stupid, they are also showing their unconscious agreement with the disruptive economic conditions that they want to free from their still civilizing political shell. The same lumpen intellectuals and their practicing allies from the established intellectual middle class can no longer see any contradiction when the revolutionary violence carried out by their comrades is no different from the mass terror from the suburbs. They brutally impose their conviction that there is nothing to vote for and that bourgeois freedom has been abolished on all critics who prevent them from demonstrating, for example. Their motto, "Get your life back," means the destruction of all material and intellectual foundations for a better life and forces them into an alliance with the identitarian representatives of a gang economy that no longer has any scruples, that only follows the law of the strongest and that they admire as much as they fear. In a country whose intelligentsia pays homage to an anti-Semitic but fiercely class struggle Nobel Prize winner and, like the latter, gives its voice to a revolutionary anti-Semitic popular leader without raising any objections, the call for a repetition of the Shoah, which can be heard again and again from the suburbs between June 28 and July 3, 2023, and which is daubed on the walls of houses, is probably dismissed as a trifle, and not just for the Jews. In a country like this, a pogrom is not out of the question. Quote, Annie Ernaux, Nobel Prize winner for literature. You could weep with happiness. Francophone literature speaks to the world in a subtle and meaningful language that is not that of money. End quote. Jean-Luc Mélenchon wrote this on Twitter on October 6, 2022, involuntarily passing a scathing judgment on the literary qualities of his admirer, to whom we owe the enduringly beautiful sentence "Consumerism replaced the ideals of 1968. Ernaux is one of the many Nobel Prize winners chosen out of embarrassment. In October 2022, Salman Rushdie was not allowed to receive the prize simply because Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid condemned the assassination attempt on Rushdie on Twitter on August 12, 2022 as an attack on our freedoms and values and added that the incident was the result of decades of incitement led by the extremist regime in Tehran, and Michel Houellebecq, as a provocateur and critic of Islam, was only on the outside. But to award another French writer meant that the nation's most prominent novelist, who had even grudgingly been awarded the Prix Goncourt in his home country in 2010, was deliberately ignored. Not awarding Houellebecq and Rushdie in particular in the midst of the biggest wave of protests in Iran, which focused on the liberation of women, and just a few weeks after an assassination attempt inspired by an Iranian revolutionary leader, was a purely political decision made solely for reasons of appeasement with Islam. Unimpressed by this, the journalist Sandra Kagel commented in the FAZ, on behalf of the entire cultural establishment, that it was a small surprise that Stockholm explicitly did not want to be drawn into an overly obvious intervention geared towards political topicality. End quote. With the embarrassing solution of Annie Ernaux, the prize was not awarded to an unjustly misjudged poet, but to a business noodle of Francophone literature whose agents were not above broadcasting the Ernaux family's silly home and vacation films from the 1970s on Arte with profound commentary. For some years now, her political engagement has also been part of her grand literary allure. Ernaux is a staunch advocate of left-wing hatred of Israel, is a staunch supporter of the BDS movement, called for a boycott of the Eurovision Song Contest in Tel Aviv in 2019 along with more than 100 other French artists, and has again joined other people in calling for France to end its cultural cooperation with Israel because it is a moral obligation for every person of conscience to reject the normalization of relations with the State of Israel. She has repeatedly described Israel as an apartheid state, and called for a pardon for the Lebanese terrorist George Abdullah, who murdered an employee of the American military attaché in Paris in 1982 and later an Israeli diplomat and still stands by his actions today. In the text in question, the victims are described as members of Mossad and CIA. But her ugly daily political interventions against Israel are not a sufficient argument against the quality of her books, but initially only for the fact that Ernaux should not have been awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. After all, Alfred Nobel had decreed that the prize should go to the person who had created the best in an idealistic direction. So you have to make the effort to read her books, which was not possible in Germany for 6 weeks after the Nobel Prize decision was announced because the last copies were sold out immediately. Even after the reprints were published in November, no one seems to have made this effort, which could perhaps explain the stereotypical praise. But this assumption is wrong. Annie Ernaux's books have not only been read by experts for years as what they were intended to be, which is why readers must rightly include those who have never picked up a book by her, but who know with the Nobel Prize Committee that her work is borne by her courage and clinical acuity, with which she uncovers the roots, alienation, and collective constraints of personal memories. The exclusively positive reactions to the Nobel Prize award in Germany are similarly puzzling. On December 12, 2022, NDR summarized, "The dissector, the archaeologist in her own right, the ethnologist of herself, the unyielding, the proud feminist, is how the feature pages describe the Nobel Prize for Literature winner Annie Ernaux. In the Süddeutsche Zeitung there is the eulogistic sentence. Her way of speaking about herself has changed the world. The success of Annie Ernaux is based on a rumor that even those who do not appreciate her anti-Semitic statements help to spread." Pascal Bruckner, who has harshly criticized the Israel hater, did not praise her effusively, but did attest, "Annie Ernaux is indisputably a good writer in the field of small, succinct books. None of the books Ernaux has published since the beginning of her career has exceeded 250 pages. But with each of her works, she manages to touch the hearts of her readers." End quote. The only thing that is true about the critics' findings is that Annie Ernaux wrote exclusively about herself. The countless interspersed comments on politics, consumption, or pop songs also have the character of a diary, which speaks only very conditionally of a great writer. She wouldn't have succeeded with this if it hadn't been for the story of the brave girl who came from the bottom to become an academic and writer and who, for this reason alone, gained deeper insights in her memoirs than those of us whose parents graduated from university. Yet we should have known that social advancement only makes for an interesting narrative if what the heroes achieved was so improbable in their day that it reaches into the realm of the fabulous. What the fabulous climbers have not been able to strip away from their wretched origins not only appears transfigured in their self-portrayal, it also enchants the whole appearance for those around them. This can be expressed in rituals of originality, the preference for poor people's food, for example, which the successful have prepared for them, or in feats of strength which refer to the brutal conditions and the similarly brutal methods of advancement and which drive the blush of shame into the faces of those who have arrived by birth and are supposed to do so. Annie Ernaux, who writes as if her parents had already read Le Monde, does not have anything like this to offer, but rumor has it that she has written a story of victimhood and resistance in more than 10 volumes that not only touches the hearts of her readers, but also strengthens their will to revolt for a fairer society. Alphonse Léon Duchesne, 1899 to 1967, and his wife Blanche Madeline, 1906 to 986, only seemingly escaped the fate of their class. Although they did not remain factory workers, casual laborers, or maids, they only managed to achieve precarious self-employment as operators of a store with an attached pub and ultimately earned significantly less than a skilled worker. Only their daughter Annie, born in 1940, managed to achieve education and prosperity. Although her career was still the exception for a girl of her generation, it was by no means fabulous, as the French post-war economy's demand for considerably more academically educated young people than the traditional ruling classes could provide was met by the state by broadening the range of education on offer, offering scholarships and creating more permeability between the classes, a program that also included the promotion of girls. No matter how you look at it, Annie Ernaux's life is boring. She gained an academic degree in modern literature and worked as a secondary school teacher from 1970, and then in a senior position at a distance learning university until she retired in 2000. Married to a member of the bourgeoisie, 2 children, divorced. In the early 1960s, she had an abortion which was illegal at the time. And yet, starting in the 1970s, she wrote almost exclusively about her origins from a poor background in a small town and received nothing but praise for it. She became famous in 1983 with the square about her father, followed in 1987 by A Woman About Her Mother. In The Shame, 1997, she wrote again about her parents, and in The Other Girl, 2011, about her older sister, who died before she was born. Even when the event, 2000, is about her abortion or the years, 2008, is even about the French history of the past decades, the insult of having come from the very bottom is always in the foreground, which in the eyes of the literary world apparently entitles her to link her only rarely interesting memories of childhood and youth with clever inserts about God and the world. Ernaux owes her rise to the bourgeoisie first and foremost to her parents, who did everything they could to spare their daughter her own fate, and at the same time probably also to bask a little in their daughter's success. She only received a state scholarship at the age of 18, and until then her parents had not only supported her career materially, they awakened the desire for advancement in their child and solidified it through a system of rigid prohibitions and generous exemption from domestic duties, including the privilege of being allowed to stay in bed as long as she wanted during the vacations. The warning not to end up like some of her classmates from primary school, who became pregnant at 16 and, in the best-case scenario, ended up with a big belly, was just as much a part of the program as the inculcation of general mistrust of the lower classes, whose members were only welcome as customers in stores and pubs. Distinguishing oneself in appearance, striving for higher things, always keeping an eye on the established. That's how advancement works. If it succeeds, it falls back on the parents, which they have never managed. The adolescent daughter not only notices the considerable poverty of her parents' home compared to her classmates, but also its deficits in the accumulation of knowledge and, above all, in manners. At some point, the boundaries learned at home from the lower classes turn against her own home. Alienation is inevitable. Annie Ernaux is one of those upwardly mobile people for whom the need for distinction, brought up and later expanded into a system through the influence of institutions and members of the higher classes, expands into a coldness of feeling, which she tries to cover up with sociological phrases. Even in her early books, she has stripped her parents of almost all their personal characteristics and mercilessly disqualified them. The conditions in which her parents muddled through as border crossers between the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie and in which she grew up are also dealt with schematically. She accuses her father, who has been degraded to a mere representative of the class antagonism, of betraying his class in all seriousness. After all, her father was half traitor, half worker, condemned to solitude and mistrust. He was not a union member. End quote. The voices of the adults in the years of her childhood reminded her of things she was proud of. The strikes of 36, the Popular Front. Before that, as a worker, you weren't worth a damn. End quote. The father could not have been part of this choir. He was just as afraid of the right-wing fire crossers who roamed the streets of L as he was of the Reds who might take away his business. End quote. Of course, Annie Ernaux's contribution to the revolt is not limited to class struggle nostalgia. The mythical year 1936 is primarily the materialistic foundation for her lifelong struggle against the longing for the unspeakably beautiful world that would miraculously come to light through an inspired language, as found in the language of the autonomous work of art, which is by no means inspired, but certainly advanced. The dream of exclusive happiness and the associated desire to break out of the prevailing stupidity and narrowness appears to her as an illusion deliberately spread by those in power, which she counters with the bleak utopia of the just people's state. She wrote about the short-lived reforms implemented under President Mitterrand after the election victory of the left-wing coalition in 1981. The nationalizations, wage increases, reductions in working hours, all the measures that had been considered the first steps on the way to a fairer society, now seem to us like hollow rituals of a gigantic commemoration of the Popular Front of 1936, like a cult of past ideals that the participants in the celebration had long since buried. End quote. The sociologist and Bordeaux student Didier Eribon, who was inspired by Annie Ernaux to write a book about his social advancement in 2009, proclaimed programmatically during his trip to Reims, "Interest in art is a question of education." This sentence is already wrong, because interest is initially only a reaction to the attraction that emanates from something and can capture anyone, regardless of their background. Eribon deliberately avoided saying, "The understanding of art is a matter of education," by not speaking of education that is withheld or not sought in the first place, which buries interest in art. He shifted his reservations against the ruling classes to art, which he apostrophizes as high culture and accuses of complicity with power. Quote, "Interest in art is a question of education. I had to learn it first. It was part of the almost complete re-education I had to undergo in order to enter a different world, a different social class, and leave my old, ancestral one behind." Whether consciously or unconsciously, an interest in art or literature always has to do with enhancing the self by distinguishing oneself from those who do not have access to such things. It is a distinction, a difference in the sense of a gap that is constitutive of the self and the way one sees oneself, always in comparison to others, the less educated or lower classes, for example. How often in my later life as a cultured person have I seen the self-satisfaction that exhibitions, concerts, and operas bring to many of their visitors? That feeling of superiority that comes from their eternal discreet smile as well as their posture, their knowledgeable jargon, their ostentatious sense of well-being. All these things express the social pleasure of conforming to cultural conventions and belonging to the privileged circle of those who enjoy the fact that they can do something with high culture. End of quote. Eribon was born in 1953 and could not have had his first experiences with high culture and its friends until the 1960s at the earliest, probably not until the 1970s. at a time when many young members of the ruling classes were ostentatiously turning their backs on their parents' preferences. The re-education he had to undergo could only have had something to do with real or presumed connoisseurship of art as an entrail into the world of the established. In reality, the resentment is directed against high culture and not so much against the caricatured opera-goers, who are all the more annoying the more recent their ascent. Anyone who still has to hide a father who has made it from carpenter to owner of several furniture stores, but avoids the living room and dining room at home because he likes it best on the corner bench in the kitchen, defends his social reputation against intruders far more obtrusively than those who are fifth-generation notaries. And that is what Arabon and even more so Annie Ernaux are concerned with. Even if both turned against a bourgeoisie that was already gradually disappearing in this form in their youth, Ernaux seems never to have come to terms with the fact that, beyond actual knowledge about questions of art and culture, manners prevailed in the world of the traditionally established that were free of the sour sweat of the newcomers, who had nevertheless repelled them far more in their imagination than in reality. Not all the newcomers felt rejected. Some because they did not emulate the educated bourgeoisie and did not care for its aura, others because they merged with it. Arabon, for example, noted that he had done everything he could to become like these people, to display the same looseness in cultural contexts and to convey the impression that I had also become like them. End quote. People like Annie Ernaux, who as outraged people do not want to do away with privileges, but with the idea that things could be a little more generous than in their own narrow world, which they want to erect as the only true one, do not have to come from the bottom at all. Rather, they have trained themselves to dismiss as an annoying illusion whatever may once have haunted their dreams. The art of being able to live in an old house with valuable furniture instead of presiding over a museum with a bedroom. The unexcited approach to questions of real new and old art, which they have not acquired because the concept of work, which always resonates in specialization, was alien to them. More generally, a politeness that has nothing stiff about it and yet excludes indiscreet questions just as much as inappropriate questioning, lent the established French bourgeoisie, from which Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, for example, emerged, their discreet charm. Instead of recognizing in this equality, albeit one based on traditional class rule, that enabled Marcel Proust over 100 years ago to create a completely different form of remembrance, free of nostalgic comfort, a critique of the prevailing lie and yet without the actual wealth and exclusivity. The objections of people who rationalize their envy of the great poet with hatred of the supposedly pampered creature of luxury are directed against Proust. Quote, while Proust joined in the old chorus about social hypocrisy and untruthfulness, but, like that chorus, nowhere explicitly criticized the social reason, he nevertheless became a critic of society against his will, and therefore all the more authentic. He continued to respect its norms and content. As a narrator, however, he suspended its system of categories and thus broke through its claim to be self-evident, the illusion that it was nature. Only those will understand Proust who are immune to recognizing him as the infatuated man in love with himself, which of course he also was, who feel the unmeasured energy of resistance to opinion, from which every sentence of the Platonist Proust tended to be wrested. End quote. Annie Ernaux, on the other hand, has written a veritable anti-Proust, driven by the existentially inflated emphasis of not having belonged to it, and the presumptuous claim to be able to equal or even surpass him for this very reason. Filled with the blunt intention of exposing Proust as a representative of the exploiters and their privileges and countering him with the realistic sociologically grounded memories of the people, she had to fail not only with one of her books, which were always the same, but with her entire oeuvre. She has cultivated exactly what Proust was against. She has used prejudices and clichés, has exclusively reinforced the already existing opinions of the opinion-leading classes since the 1960s at the latest and, in looking back on her childhood and youth, does not go beyond listing banal externalities to which she only knows how to give banal meaning. It is mostly these memories that are recited among friends in the tone of "Do you remember?" and provoke the inevitable "yes, we've all got older," or those last insights according to which we would have given up our ideals in a consumer frenzy. Quote, society got a new name, it was now called consumer society. End quote. She knows about the inaccessible classic. Proust writes, for example, that our memory lies outside of us, in the damp breeze of a rainy day, in the scent of the fireplace in the fall, etc. In other words, in natural phenomena. In other words, in natural phenomena that underline the permanence of man through their recurrence. End quote. Such completely ignorant insinuations had to be made in order to give the robust critic of the situation the opportunity to make a snotty rebuttal. Quote, For me, and perhaps for everyone who grew up in my time, memories, on the other hand, are ephemeral things associated with a summer hit, a fashionable belt, and so they by no means prove my permanence or are an expression of my identity. Rather, they make me feel my fragmentation, my historicity." End quote. Instead of making this narrowing of memory to products of fashion, and even more so of the culture industry, the subject of her reflections, and at least pursuing the question of why and with what lyrical and musical means a certain summer hit could take up the hopes and desires of the masses and bury them at the same time, Ernaud elevated her bias, which still kills childhood memories, to an inviolable identity. She, who purports to describe the streets of her childhood, without any pretensions other than those of precision, is in reality only concerned with making their social hierarchy legible. Quote, "Almost the feeling of committing sacrilege, replacing the delicate topography of memories, made up of impressions, colors, and images, the Villa Edelin, the blue rain, the blackberry bushes and champticourses," with another, one of the hard lines that disenchants, but whose obvious truth memory cannot refute. "In 1952, I only had to see the high facades behind a patch of grass and a gravel path to know that the inhabitants were not like us." End quote. Adorno countered this ostensibly class-conscious sense of reality by saying that Proust was automatically accused of being a critic of snobbery and of having fallen prey to the vice he called harmless, while only those who idiosyncratically fell prey to it, instead of denying it with the rancune of the excluded, are able to play their own melody to social relations. End quote. Annie Ernaux's rancune does not allow for tender, even affectionate memories of her possibly beloved father, whom she disqualifies with a few hard strokes as a victim without qualities. Quote, "He loved life in the pub, or perhaps he loved nothing at all except gardening and building new sheds, and the scent of privet in bloom in early summer, the bright barking of dogs in November, the rattle of trains in winter." End quote. So pseudo-poetically it starts, only to instruct the reader subito with a very hard V effect, because it continues, "All the things that the rulers, those who are in charge, who write in the newspapers, claim, these people are happy in spite of everything." End quote. Anyone who, for the sake of a bland scheme, disenchants the reveries of a man who is possibly close to nature, which gave him a hint of happiness, will be taken at her word that she, an education nerd who always completes her workload accurately, has read a key novel about the existentialist scene alongside the dying man. Quote, "I sat at his bedside and tried to read Simone de Beauvoir's Mandarins of Paris. I couldn't concentrate on the reading." End quote. Why? Because she realized the brutal irreverence of her actions and closed the book after all? But not at all. Quote, "On any page of this thick book, my father would no longer be alive." End quote. While Didier Eribon completely dispensed with excursions into the realm of poetry in his journey to Reims and therefore presented useful knowledge in the autobiographical passages, Annie Ernaux aims much higher, and higher here means forcing her way into the beautiful literature whose keyhole-peeping stewards still read the Mandarins of Paris today. The complete failure of her poetic ambitions was not the revenge of her uneducated parents, but rather false praise for the literary woman coming from below and, even more so, the general disappearance of distinguishing features between art and kitsch led Annie Ernaux to overestimate herself excessively. Her stylistic flourishes, limping metaphors and bower poetry are at least realistic. They illustrate which language is preferred where people have had enough of experimental literature and exclaim with relief. People discovered the Nouveau Roman authors such as Butor, Rob Grillet, Salers, and Surratt, and wanted to be enthusiastic about their books, but found that they did not offer enough support. End quote. What supposedly only reflects the attitude of the student in the early 1960s is also the credo of the 68-year-old author of Daijar. Annie Ernaux followed the slogan "Our standard was always authenticity" throughout her life as a writer, with terrible consequences. After her abortion, for example, the education enthusiast reflects on her ordeal in the most embarrassing way. Quote, "I was listening to Bach's St. John Passion in my room. When the solo voice of the evangelist rose to sing in German about the Passion of Christ, I felt as if someone was telling me in a foreign language about my ordeal from October to January. Then the choir began. Where to? Where to? An immense horizon opened up, the kitchen in the passage cardonet. The probe and the blood merged into the pain of the world and eternal death. I felt redeemed." End quote. Comparing yourself to Jesus Christ after the operation and a subsequent 5-day stay in hospital is grotesque enough. But it is only when you compare the Swada with the words of the evangelist in Bach's Passion that it becomes clear that the rededication of high culture as a repository of material for the consternation literati and other feuilletonists struggling for authenticity has led to the monstrous self-aggrandizement of members of the new bourgeoisie as the actual victims of either family, lovers, colleagues, or even history. In keeping with the prevailing pietistic ideology of the time, Bach's contemporaries were called upon to empathize with pain and torture and to gaze almost lustfully at the place of the skull, where Jesus Christ and not Saint Annie still hung on the cross. For what does the evangelist sing? Quote, "Hasten, ye afflicted souls, go forth from your caves of torment. Hasten whither? To Golgotha. Take the wings of faith. Flee whither? To the hill of the cross. Your welfare flourishes there." End of quote. Where Golgotha is used to strengthen one's own authenticity, Auschwitz is not far away, even if this time the point of reference is not Bach but Erwin Leiser. Quote, "The evening before the abortion, I watched Mein Kampf at the movies with some girls from the dormitory. I was very upset and thought the whole time about what I would do the next day. Nevertheless, the movie gave me an insight. The pain I would inflict on myself was nothing compared to what the people in the death camps had experienced. This thought gave me courage and strengthened me." End of quote. What kind of readers, and probably especially readers who put up with this, what kind of reviewers who praise the book to the skies? In any case, people who don't care about anything if only the trivial message is right. Ernaud writes about her father. "He drove me to school on his bike, a ferryman between two shores." End quote. We already know that she wanted to say something about two worlds, here the uneducated parental home, there the Catholic educational institution, but she cannot have meant that her father would have taken her across the river of death to the entrance to Hades every day. But to have said it in exactly the same way without being subjected to derisive laughter points to a literary public that no longer has to turn a blind eye to such gross nonsense because it has long been as blind as its idol. Her mother, who was suspiciously vigilant that the teenager did not dress attractively for men and avoided even the mention of sexuality, let alone sex, easily puts her on a par with true monsters. Quote, "So I write as neutrally as possible, even if some sentences, I hope no misfortune befalls you, are anything but neutral for me, unlike other, more abstract ones, a rejection of the body and sexuality, for example." End of quote. And although she doesn't mention the executioners of Christ or the SS men of Auschwitz when she posthumously insults her mother, there is another way. When I remember these sentences, I am overcome by the same feeling of despondency as when I was 16 and I fleetingly confused the woman who had the strongest influence on my life with African mothers who hold their daughters' arms behind their backs while a circumciser removes their clitoris. End quote. Prose like this, which gets under the skin and touches the clitoris, documents more than the will to close any distance that separates one from the real victims of cruel crimes, because there is no sympathy for the indigenous girls, let alone solidarity with those who criticize the conditions that produced the circumcisers in the first place. She had discredited her failed competitor in the Nobel Prize decision long before an FAZ journalist rejoiced that the Nobel Prize for Ernaud was not an overly obvious intervention geared towards political topicality. Quote, "One looked elsewhere. Khomeini's death sentence against Salman Rushdie, the writer of Indian origin who had allegedly insulted Muhammad in his book, went around the world and left us stunned. The Pope continued to ban the use of condoms and thus also pronounced countless death sentences. But his victims were anonymous and died with a time delay." End quote. The Islamic war against female sexuality, culminating in clitoral circumcision, may only be used where the far more moderate sexual taboo of the mother has to be castigated in the most glaring way possible for self-staging as a victim, so that the legend is correct. Otherwise, 3 possibly genitally circumcised girls have to be played off against the writer's colleague who has been hounded by Islamic murderers. Quote, "Suddenly 3 girls who insisted on wearing headscarves to school were seen as the vanguard of an Islamic fundamentalism that was anti-enlightenment and misogynistic. At last it was allowed to say and think that North Africans were more backward than other immigrants." End quote. The enthusiasm for the members of the religion that Salman Rushdie has been trying to kill for over 30 years is also creeping in where it apparently only allows a member of a Catholic murder gang to become a martyr in the fight against a conservative prime minister. Quote, "Mitterrand no longer spoke of the peuple de gauche, the people of the left. He was still met with indulgence. After all, he was not Margaret Thatcher, who let Bobby Sands die and sent soldiers to the Falkland Islands as cannon fodder." End quote. As a representative of the ruling lie, She must have intuitively recognized that there has been a Bobby Sands Street in Tehran since 1981. The renaming goes back to the initiative of student activists who originally wanted to raise an Irish flag on the grounds of the British Embassy in Winston Churchill Street. As they could neither find an Irish flag nor make an adequate version themselves, they came up with the idea of naming Winston Churchill Street after Bobby Sands with homemade cardboard street signs. The authorities took up the idea and officially renamed the street Bobby Sands Street or Babasands St. The British Embassy is still located in this street today, but uses the address of a side street. In the same book, the Jew appears seemingly only associatively, as opinions do, but inevitably. Quote, a right-wing extremist reappeared, Jean-Marie Le Pen, and it was remembered that he used to wear a black eye patch, like Moshe Dayan. End quote. About the 90s, when you consider what was going on in Iraq, the USA was starving the country and regularly threatening it with airstrikes, children were dying because there was no medicine in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, in Chechnya, Algeria, etc. It was better not to remember the handshake between Arafat and Clinton at Camp David. End quote. The fact that Ehud Barak, a Jewish child murderer, was also involved is left out, as we know who is behind it. In the years, the book that is regarded as her masterpiece, she bluntly expresses what she apparently only claimed for her generation 11 years earlier in The Shame. Quote, for me, and perhaps for everyone who grew up in my time memories, on the other hand, are ephemeral things connected to a summer hit, a fashionable belt, and so they by no means prove my permanence or are an expression of my identity. End quote. The memoirs of the sociologist of herself have since become the diary of all French and Germans with taste and a critical mind, who find in them their most intimate thoughts, namely the lie shared by all, in other words, opinion. In her magnum opus, Annie Ernaux not only said against the longing for happiness, there was no unspeakably beautiful world that would miraculously come to light through inspired language. She had already shown the instruments to the unteachable. Quote, she had only her own language at her disposal, the language of all. It was the only tool with which she could rebel against what outraged her. The book to be written would be her contribution to the revolt. End quote. This indignant language is truly not that of money, as Jean-Luc Mélenchon exulted. It is rather the jargon of representatives of the educated classes, immune to experience and imbued with rancune, who recognize in Moshe Dayan the eye patch of the Nazi and shout to a right-wing presidential candidate in the words of their favorite, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, whom they voted for in the first round. Eric Zemmour cannot be an anti-Semite because he reproduces many Jewish cultural scenarios. We avoid any mixing with other cultures. How despicable! These traditions are linked to Judaism, and that has its advantages. That's how Judaism was able to survive in the first place. End of quote. After the devastating fire at Notre Dame on April 15, 2019, it is difficult to say who has the more serious roof damage, the Paris Cathedral or the despisers of art, Christianity, and republicanism who, in the wake of the catastrophe, bore witness to an amnesia about the history of civilization that seems to be epidemic in Germany in particular. The interconnection between Christianity and the Enlightenment, the Middle Ages and modernity is misjudged in this country to the same extent as it is unconsciously revealed in the mobilization of resentment against the decadent church or rational theology. However, some friends of the West also seem to be affected by the same amnesia, as can be seen from the empty pathos with which the fire was declared a symbol of the transience of all human endeavor on the axis of good, but which was somehow still a reason to hope for a new beginning soon to follow. Because the signs are not exactly pointing to hope, there is plenty of time to reflect on the beginning before the new beginning that awaits us. The beginning of the Enlightenment and modernity, which by no means dates back to the Renaissance and humanism, but to medieval Gothic and scholasticism. Notre Dame, probably the most important of France's high Gothic cathedrals, burned down. The skyscraping towers of these buildings, their voluminous naves and their exuberant ornamentation stand not only for the technical mastery of the building workshops and the flourishing urban development under the Capetian kingship. Above all, it was in the Gothic period that Christian theology, within which the transition to modern thought was taking place at the time, achieved its most striking architectural expression. Gothic architecture began with Abbot Suger of St. Denis, who in the 1140s had a choir with a cross-ribbed vault, which was new at the time, built for the conversion of his abbey church. The distribution of the vault load on a filigree pillar system made it possible to generously break through the previously load-bearing outer walls with multicolored windows and to design the interior of the building as a single light-flooded room. The richly decorated, bright building, was intended to make the presence of God tangible as the all-enlivening light that points every earthly creature to its salvation. The gloomy, sometimes fortress-like churches of the Romanesque period must have seemed almost lifeless compared to the day-lit skeleton buildings of the Gothic period. Suger's architectural vision was based on the mystical theology of the church father Dionysius Areopagita, who described heaven and earth, the divine angelic realm and the ecclesiastical human realm as hierarchically structured, complementary worlds. At the top of this order of salvation was God as absolute light, whose rays poured out over all natural things and living beings that emerged from him. This late antique author of the 6th century is also known as Pseudo-Dionysius, as he took the name of the early Christian disciple of St. Paul and Bishop of Athens, Dionysius of the Areopagus, without being identical to him. In Dionysius' doctrine, all creatures of creation are connected by the all-pervading divine light and lead back to God by virtue of the reflection of the divine through gradual reflections. In Suger's interpretation of Dionysian theology, the incarnation of Christ occupies a central position. God, as the Father of light, had sent down the Son as the light born of light and yet carnal light, as whole God and whole man according to the doctrine of two natures, spirit and body at the same time. In line with the idea of the light-like emanation of God, the prologue to the Gospel of John says of God the Father and Jesus, quote, "In him God or Logos was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, but the darkness did not seize it. He, God-man Jesus, was the true light that enlightens every man, coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world became through him, but the world did not recognize him." John 1:4f.9f. As is well known, this externalization of God in human form led to his death on the cross, resurrection and finally ascension into heaven, and thus ultimately, and quite analogously to Dionysius' light mystical doctrine of creation, means a turning of God back into himself, which gives him the structure of reflection. The special veneration of Christ as a celebration of the incarnation of God and the conquest of death reached a new height in the Gothic era, despite all adherence to the dogma of the Trinity. It was only through Christ that the reflective figure representing the Trinity was illuminated in its decisive sense for the salvation of mankind. The building symbol of Gothic, according to Ernst Bloch in The Principle of Hope, is accordingly the Corpus Christi, is the expulsion of death. Anti-death is the tree of life as a dreamed-of perfection, modeled in the form of Christ. Quote, "The ground plan corresponds to the body of Christ stretched out on the cross, with the altar as its head. The flower of the cross symbolizes the mystical larynx, which gives birth to the Son as the Word by uttering him. The stained glass windows correspond to the precious stones in the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem." End quote. The glorification of Christ was naturally accompanied by the exuberant veneration of Mary, the Mother of God. After all, the incarnation of God was only possible through a natural birth, albeit as a result of a more than natural conception by the Holy Spirit, which had to be accepted because this was the only way to avoid the transmission of original sin. Because of this significance of Mary, numerous Gothic cathedrals in France are dedicated to her. Notre Dame equals Our Dear Lady. The Christian expectation of salvation is expressed by the fact that in Christ both the materialization of the spiritually conceived deity and the elevation of the fleshly body to God took place paradigmatically, and that, analogously, the entire material nature was interwoven with the transcendent light of the Creator God and referred to him. Reconciliation of spirit and matter. Accordingly, man and nature, including flora and fauna, find new recognition in the Gothic age as works of God in which his greatness and his love are communicated. It is no coincidence that leaves, buds, and flowers adorn the capitals of Gothic cathedrals. Initially mystical geometric, but over time increasingly dynamic naturalistic representations of life were imprinted on the architectural forms. Ernst Bloch expressed the vital phase of Gothic and its utopian moment in almost hymn-like words. Quote, "As the organic movement transcends itself, it foams and triumphs all the more, with Christ-like restlessness. Plants, animal bodies, even monstrous ones, blend effortlessly into the Gothic ornamentation, not pressed, not stylized in relief. The exterior and interior of the Gothic cathedral could therefore be compared to a forest to the point of weariness. Branches are indeed incorporated into the stone organics in a very similar way, and the building ends at the top with a finial. The pillars chase upwards, their capitals are merely not formations in this movement. The ceiling is a single collision of these unfinished verticalisms, The wall is pierced with the huge blood-gold windows that tell legends. Pious orgiastic light shines in from a day other than that of nature. End quote. The abundance of botanical and animal-like images, figures and ornaments aimed to properly represent the totality of creation. Quote, like the God from whom it emerges, nature is also one, and it is in this totality that the cathedral should represent it. Its decoration is not limited to exemplary samples. Rather, it sees itself as an exhaustive inventory, as a coherent image. It is itself a sum of creatures. End quote. This sum is incomplete without man, who as a rational animal also belongs to nature, even if he, created in the image of God, is also capable of working creatively with nature. Because man is the work of God, God's creation continues in his works that transform nature. This is why Gothic portals and stained glass windows also show man at work, whether farmer, craftsman, or artist. A hymn of praise to the conquering worker within the cathedral itself. Indeed, Gothic church building was based on progress, particularly in agricultural work. While Germania was still densely forested, from the 11th century onwards, the countryside around the prosperous cities of northern France was subjected to extensive agriculture. Farmers, who had previously only produced for their own subsistence and enforced feudal levies, were now also able to generate an additional product due to technical innovations in the means of production, which was offered for sale on the flourishing urban markets. Cathedral construction was financed with tax revenues and donations from rich merchants. Quote, the towers of Leon grew from the soil of new harvests and young vines, crowned by the image of plowing oxen carved in stone. Vines bloom in the capitals of all the cathedrals. The facades of Amiens and Paris depict the cycle of the seasons based on peasant work. They are rightly celebrated. The harvester sharpening his scythe, the wine-grower digging up the land, pruning the vines or lowering them. They alone have made the monument emerge from the earth through their work. End quote. At the same time, an early bourgeoisie emancipated from feudal dependencies emerged in the cathedral cities, which also included members of craft guilds. As individuals with an increasing division of labor and specialized production, they no longer corresponded to the traditional image of man as an interchangeable generic being, passively awaiting redemption at the mercy of nature's fates. Instead, his special activity aimed at the productive mastery of nature placed him in the position of the unmistakable individual, to which the Christian doctrine of the value of each individual soul corresponds theologically. It is no coincidence that surnames were established during the period of cathedral construction, which transformed the individual from a randomly named generic specimen into a person who could be identified beyond doubt, something that was indispensable against the backdrop of the expanding legal and contractual system. Individual freedoms protected by municipal law and relative prosperity naturally remained largely confined to the urban centers. In the world of the triumphant church, social injustice continued, while at the same time church treasures increased and ever more magnificent sacred buildings were erected. The contradiction was obvious. The church preached a reconciled universe, but under its secular rule the world's irreconcilability was revealed in all its harshness. The apocalyptic utopian impetus of early Christianity, which urged for this worldly redemption after Jesus' second appearance, had already faded since Augustine introduced the millenarian doctrine of the indefinitely postponed parousia, return of Christ. Hope related to the here and now was to be attached above all to purely spiritual, inward redemption. The heretical movements that were bloodily persecuted in the 13th century by means of crusades and the Inquisition rebelled against the worldly ruling and materially enriching church, but rejected everything worldly and material in general. The important Cathar movement preached an extreme dualism, according to which everything earthly and carnal was a product of evil and salvation could only be gained through absolute poverty and asceticism. However, they were opposed by the official church not only because they stimulated the guilty conscience of the rulers more pontifically than the Pope, so to speak, but also because they radically rejected the reconciliation of spirit and matter envisaged by the church. The Cathars worshipped Christ as Redeemer from the flesh instead of the flesh, as never really having become flesh himself as the counterprinciple of the flesh. The heretical movements were nonetheless ambivalent in their relationship to the world. They idolized the pure, self-sufficient spirit, while at the same time ultimately aiming for a revolution in this world, most obviously the Joachimites, who expected the imminent dawn of the auspicious millennial kingdom on earth, in which the Holy Spirit would reign. The Church, on the other hand, defended the status quo and shifted the hope of salvation to the afterlife. At the same time, Its rehabilitation of matter did not simply mean a cynical justification of the hardships of physical, forced labor in this world, but rather created the awareness that people's living conditions were produced by themselves. It was only on this basis that it became possible to see the development of productive forces as liberation from the curse of labor. In the monastic and cathedral schools, the changed relationship between man and nature led to the development of an antithesis to the Neoplatonic doctrine of emanation associated with the mysticism of Dionysius. According to Neoplatonism, creation should be the emanation of the Almighty Logos, nature identical with the thoughts of God. All particular beings were thus subsumed under hypostasized general concepts that had their fixed place in the order of being. The individual remained an insubstantial manifestation of the general. Undoubtedly, a first step towards demythologization had already been taken. The universe no longer appeared to be random and chaotic, but ordered according to reasonable, calculable principles. However, man was thus confined to a passive relationship with nature. The rational mind had to content itself with contemplation in the face of overpowering objective reason. Earthly happiness beckoned at most in the form of salvific knowledge. From the 12th century onwards, the early nominalism of Petrus Abelardus, for example, formed the opposite pole to this with his criticism of the universal realism of the Neoplatonists. The general concepts were not real, subsisting emanations of divine reason, but merely words invented by man. What is real, on the other hand, is only the particular being, which is only conceptually mediated in the human mind. Quote, the subject itself must accomplish the mediation of the modus intelligendi with the objective res, thing. According to this, cognition already tends to be determined as a synthetic achievement. The world that surrounds the subject and of which it is a part is no longer experienced merely as an eternal order of nature, but as the product of its own activity. End quote. By understanding reason as no longer contemplative but productive, man is further removed from the spell of sheer natural depravity. Here, in the Christian thinking of the 12th and 13th centuries, he gains autonomy as a subject from the world and from God for the first time. Of course, this demythologizing thinking was not immune to renewed mythologizing. Ever since a generality that rules over the heads of individuals actually appeared on the scene with capital, an absolutized nominalism has fulfilled the function of making it impossible to think objectivity as such. Just as nominalism postulates the insubstantiality of all things, they become random material that instrumental reason can prepare for any purpose. Subjectivist hubris executes a bad general without reflection, whose principle asserts itself precisely as total isolation. Quote, the monads doggedly block their real generic dependence as well as the collective aspect of all their forms and contents of consciousness. The forms, which are themselves the general that nominalism denies, the contents, while the individual has no experience, no so-called experiential material that is not predigested and supplied by the general, it says in Negative Dialectics. Without any mediation with the general, positivism only registers plain facts. Nominalism, for its part, turned into ideology that of the tongue-in-cheek, there is no such thing, which official science likes to use as soon as embarrassing entities such as class, ideology, and, more recently, society are mentioned. End quote. The judgment of critical theory on modern nominalism does not need to be revised in view of the Enlightenment power it developed in the Middle Ages, because it was made under changed historical conditions and concedes the right of past nominalism to Neoplatonism and naive idealism in general. Quote, the relationship of genuinely critical philosophy to nominalism is not invariant. It changes historically with the function of skepticism, writes Adorno. While skepticism today serves to impregnate itself in a detached manner against reflection on a repressive totality and its other reconciliation, back then it had the function of making the intellect the advocate of the particular and elevating it above an order of being that disparaged it. Man was placed in the position of the judging subject. Sacred writings were also subjected to critical judgment, for example by the Parisian scholar Petrus Abelardus, which, like everything linguistic, had to bow to the rules of logic. In his work Sic et non, yes and no, Abelardus applied the dialectical method to contradictory biblical passages and church doctrines, thereby establishing the critical reading of the Bible. The contents of faith were to be explained rationally in order to create a unity of faith and knowledge. Although some of Abelardus' critical writings were condemned early on as heresy and burned, he was still one of the most important teachers in Paris during his lifetime, and his students included several later popes. It was suspected that the attempts to reconcile faith and reason meant a privileging of reason and a loss of authority for the old church teachings. For this very reason, however, attempts were made all the more strenuously in the following decades and centuries to save the faith through rational clarification, sometimes with ludicrous formalism. In contrast, Abelard's Conversation Between a Philosopher, a Jew and a Christian, Abelard 1995, which he wrote at the end of his life in monastic confinement, is an early document of free reasoning about the content of faith, and which also represents an indictment of the brutal anti-Judaism of the time. In contrast, Abelard's Conversation Between a Philosopher, a Jew and a Christian, which he wrote at the end of his life in monastic confinement, is an early document of free reasoning about the content of faith, and which also represents an indictment of the brutal anti-Judaism of the time. Quote, Behold, Abelard lets the Jew speak. Among what men does our pilgrimage in foreign lands come to an end, and in what Lord's protection must we trust? We entrust our lives to our greatest enemies, the Christians, and we are forced to rely on the loyalty and faith of the unbelievers. Sleep itself, which is the most enduring care and refreshment for the relaxed creature, plagues us with such restlessness that even while we sleep we can only think of the danger to life and limb. Even the princes who are set over us, and whose protection we bitterly pay for, desire our death all the more ardently, the more unrestrainedly they can then plunder what we possess. End quote. According to the same principle, they tried to combine the details of the visible world into a logically ordered sum. The Gothic master builders, who did not work independently of the cathedral and monastery schools, followed the same pattern. Just as complete organization and deductive reasoning became indispensable in scholastic treatises, churches were designed according to a transparent system of symmetrical order, in which all parts are clearly visible in their relationship to the others and to the whole. Erwin Panofsky was the first to describe this analogy between theology and architecture. Quote, As a result, this homology of components resembles the hierarchy of logical levels in a well-structured scholastic treatise. End quote. Gothic architecture, with its pillars, buttresses, services, and ribs, followed a visual logic that made it possible not only to experience the work aesthetically, but also to understand it intellectually. The viewer would not have been satisfied if the structure of the building had not allowed him to comprehend the process of architectural composition itself, just as the structure of the Summa allowed him to comprehend the exact thought process. He accepted and demanded a clarification of function through form that went beyond what was necessary, just as much as a clarification of thought through language that went beyond what was necessary. End quote. Thus, both tendencies of the theology of the time were incorporated into Gothic church architecture. The Neoplatonic, partly mystically inspired universal realism, insofar as the world as a whole was to present itself schematically as a deducible system of emanations of the divine logos. Nominalism and Aristotelianism, insofar as the individual sculptural components were progressively designed in a more naturalistic way and the systematics of the individual members were to manifest themselves through and for the subject. In the Gothic cathedrals, the principles of reason were communicated sculpturally. It is therefore not without a certain consistency that Notre Dame was not destroyed during the dechristianization campaign of the French revolutionary government, but was rededicated as a temple of reason, in which the first Festival of Reason and Liberty was held in 1793. A sense of the inner connection between Christianity and reason, between the Church and the Republic, was also expressed in the intuitive initial reactions to the burning of Notre Dame. The heart of France was in flames. The shock and sympathy were by no means only due to fond memories of Disney movies or Paris vacations. There was also a nasty suspicion that an Islamist terrorist attack had destroyed the church, a not unfounded assumption in view of the countless desecrations of Christian places of worship that are now commonplace in France in the form of arson and vandalism. A record number of 1,063 desecrations of Christian churches and cemeteries were counted in France in 2018. VaticanNews.va, April 25, 2019. The perpetrators are mostly unknown. Notre Dame did not fall victim to deliberate destruction, but IS supporters actually planned a bomb attack on the cathedral in 2016. Once negligence was established as the cause of the fire, the inevitable backlash ensued. Taking advantage of the fortunate circumstance that no one lost their life in the fire and bypassing the fact that a firefighter was seriously injured, it was possible to play down the fact that only a church had been damaged. The fire in Notre Dame is only causing so much consternation and sadness because we here have a Eurocentric view of the world, explained an author who critically questions her identity as a white European on Bento, April 17, 2019. The billions in donations announced for reconstruction were derided as an expression of misanthropic sentiment because the same money could ultimately be used to help people in need, a calculation that is tellingly rarely made when it comes to donations to WWF or Greenpeace. It is now known that most of the promised donations never arrived anyway because the benefactors were scared off by Macron's threat that he would rebuild Notre Dame even more beautifully than before. Prime Minister Edouard Philippe had announced an architectural competition just 2 days after the disaster to find a contemporary solution for the reconstruction of the burnt-out roof truss and the collapsed crossing tower. Macron announced that he wanted to consider a contemporary architectural gesture. The French head of state had thus released the building for public deconstruction at a time when the reconstruction of Notre Dame was actually out of the question. Of course, the most adventurous projections were not long in coming, with British architectural historian Tom Wilkinson's recommendation to replace the crossing tower with a minaret, domusweb.it, April 17, 2019, being the most openly anti-Christian. The renowned London architectural firm Foster Plus Partners impressed with a projection that should have been dismissed as self-plagiarism due to its similarity to the Reichstag dome in Berlin. The roof and crossing tower are to be redesigned in glass and stainless steel and given a viewing platform. A transparent church roof that allows a view of the profane sky and lets in only natural light would be an attack on Gothic aesthetics that Eugene Viollet-le-Duc, the 19th-century Notre Dame restorer, would never have allowed himself. However, it was precisely his changes to Notre Dame, which included the new crossing tower, that were used as justification for disfiguring the building. Where there was no original, fidelity to the original was obsolete. The enthusiasm for postmodern deconstruction fantasies expresses a proud ignorance of the old Christian idea. Medieval theology, despite all the eschatology turned inward, expressed a longing that hardly anyone feels today. Even in the doctrine of the objective reason of a transcendent deity, the unreasonableness of this world was expressed at least negatively, the need for redemption of a suffering world. The early scholastic nominalist impulse, which transferred reason far into the subject, paved the way for modernity in the sense of the productive transformation of the world by man. However, just as the establishment of a rational world failed, subjectivism became a disaster. Truth, meaning, and reconciliation appeared to modern consciousness as mere anachronistic empty words. The void was filled by all kinds of expedient ideologies such as occultism, astrology, or folkish paganism. Now, in the postmodern era, nominalist consciousness has reached its temporary peak. Enlightenment, modernity, progress, and liberation, not to mention theological concepts, are merely narratives that have lost their effectiveness. All human conditions appear to be discourses that can apparently be magically influenced arbitrarily by means of language, but in fact unfold an omnipotence that disregards the individual and their word, from which no human activity can free them. As soon as the entire second nature only appears as a discursive thicket, the first nature beckons promisingly as the guarantor of a new objective order of being. The nature called environment appears as a speechless, non-discursive force. The basic assumption of historical materialism that social progress becomes necessary and possible through the mastery of nature, and that the separation of first and second nature represents a working hypothesis that is supposed to shed light on this connection, has disappeared from thought, because the consequence would be a denial of the assertion that nature does not negotiate. It does so by means of its linguistically gifted animal. Unfortunately, this animal does not use its gift of language to think about the responsibility that could arise from this. For this, it would need a corresponding subject. Humanity, the generic term humanity, however, is subject to a taboo in postmodern nominalist consciousness. This is why it neither succeeds in thinking society within the natural history of the genus nor in conceptually anticipating humanity emancipated as a historical subject. Without reflecting on man's dependence on the species, first and second nature become a mediatorless antagonism. Here the artificial discourse machinery of man, there the authentic being of nature. This means that when people insist that we are all part of nature, they generally do not want to express the neediness and instinctuality of every human creature, but rather to separate humans from nature, which is only conceived of as reified, as the culprits of animals, plants, oceans, etc. This is why people willingly submit to nature. Hence the willing submission of postmodern ideologues to the ecologistic neo-religion, which even the most mystical Christian theology is ahead of in pointing to a transcendent, whereas ecologism only has the total immanence of a human being who humbly and sacrificially accepts his place in nature in its program. It is therefore not surprising that the design proposals that were most heavily acclaimed by the online public envisaged the transformation of the church into a place of worship for ecological idolatry. Jean-Michel Wilmot, for example, recommended redesigning the Notre Dame spire out of carbon to make an ecological statement for the 21st century. Der Standard.de, June 17, 2019. The biggest hit, however, was scored by the renowned architecture studio NAB. Notre Dame was to be given a glazed roof garden with a greenhouse, and the crossing tower was to be renovated with integrated beehives as an apiary. The transplantation of profane nature into the sacred space is almost a persiflage of the Gothic cathedral, in whose interior the forest of pillars represents an ideally proportioned garden of paradise rather than wildly rampant mere nature. The animal figures, even when individually designed, are also embedded in an order, that of divine unity or human reason, and not in the unconscious order of the honeycombs around which the animals buzz chaotically. Macron and his Prime Minister Philippe have not only encouraged such madness, but have also provoked a social polarization along the question of reconstruction with their reconstruction project without any need. After all, more than half of the French have spoken out in polls in favor of restoring Notre Dame to its former appearance. Although the leader of the French Green Party warned against retrograde nostalgia, Abendblatt d. June 27, 2019, the attempt to dismiss the campaign for the restoration as reactionary and traditionalist was disgraced by the mere fact that Raphael Glucksmann and Anne Hidalgo, the socialist mayor of Paris, also spoke out against a contemporary architectural gesture. Macron only failed in the end due to resistance from the French Senate, which had added the passage that the cathedral must be restored to its last known visual state to his draft law, according to which Notre Dame is to be reconstructed within 5 years, bypassing the monument protection regulations. Reconstruction architecture, as Germany's now most popular architecture professor Stefan Truby explained a year ago, is a key medium of the authoritarian, folkish, and historically revisionist right, TAZ.de, August 18, 2018. Unimpressed by this, the majority of French people, and by no means only conservatives and believers, have decided not to cut ties with a past whose aspirations have not yet been fulfilled. In France, Islamic practitioners have attacked a pillar of the Republican self-image and an explicitly non-governmental institution in the space of just a few days. The teacher Samuel Paty was beheaded on October 16, 2020 near Paris as a civil servant professionally entrusted with spreading secularism. And on October 29, the sexton Vincent Laux and the churchgoers Nadine de Villers and Simone Barreto Silva were murdered in Nice, in the case of Nadine de Villers also by beheading, because they wanted to celebrate a Catholic service. The teacher Paty was tasked with working for the strict separation of religion and society and familiarizing his pupils with the tolerance beliefs of the 18th century Enlightenment philosophers in particular, which he demonstrated in class using the Muhammad cartoons from Charlie Hebdo as concrete material. The public dismay at the gruesome end of Samuel Paty not only led to a large demonstration in Paris despite coronavirus restrictions, but also to empathetic portrayals of him in the media. In the case of Nice, it was public outrage at renewed terror, the victims of which were commemorated at a public rally attended by Prime Minister Jean Castex, who at least pledged his support to the French Catholic Church and all Catholic Christians in his speech. However, his decisive message was one of support for Islam. Quote, "We know the enemy, not just because it is identified, but because it has a name, and that name is radical Islamism. This is a political ideology that distorts the Muslim religion by distorting its texts, dogmas, and commandments in order to assert its claim to leadership based on hatred and obscurantism." End quote. He thus echoed President Macron, who had announced a week earlier, "We have been attacked because of our values, our enthusiasm for freedom," before adding, "In France, there is only one community, and that is the community of the nation. I would like to tell all our fellow citizens, regardless of their religious affiliation, those who believe and those who disbelieve, at this moment that we must unite and under no circumstances give in to the spirit of division." End quote. The objective division of society into followers and supporters of Islam in all its forms and the majority of the population who are harassed, frightened, and terrorized by them is being cashed in favor of an authoritarian appeal to national unity, which is based in a qualitatively completely undefined way on the belief in a freedom that, in this conception, only begins beyond religious confession. Of course, everyone understood that Macron wanted to brand Islam as the real separatist. However, the fact that he only dared to say what he had announced at the cost of discrediting both Christianity and Judaism points to a tradition of exclusion that is inherent to the concept of nationhood and, in its aggressiveness, reveals the fear of the emptiness of national confession. On October 30, 2020, one day after the murder of the churchgoers in Nice and 13 days after that of Samuel Paty, the president discredited the followers of two religions from which no calls for murder emanate, let alone acts, people who are not first and foremost citizens in their place of worship, but members of their community and, moreover, of the worldwide Christian or Jewish faith community. He has put French people who loyally and without resentment come to terms with the laws of the Republic and do not claim any special rights in the same row as those who, in France alone, express their openly admitted disloyalty to the Republic by the millions with open approval of Paty's murder. It was right for him, and more secretly, but he really offended the feelings of the faithful. And Macron has not said a word about why it is not only in France that the enforcers of Islam are targeting churches and churchgoers. France's recently revived claim to be the oldest daughter of the Church cannot bring about a change of principle in the home country of the Enlightenment, as it has committed itself to an exclusive laicism in relation to Christianity and is at best only able to recognize a cultural heritage in Catholicism in the form of monuments. In reality, the Church is wasting away in self-referentiality and the celebration of Marian experiences or neo-mystical meditation exercises, while the state establishment, together with all the supporting political groups and the public, trumpets its Republican claim to sole representation all the louder, even against Christians, the more indeterminate its own identity-forming offer proves to be in the crisis. Since the laws on the separation of church and state were passed in 1905, Catholics have only had the right to practice their religion freely. Their religion is considered a cult like any other, but since at that time it was only about Catholics and not about the much smaller groups of Protestants and Jews, who were not or hardly privileged anyway, professing Catholics, who were already dismissed by the Enlightenment philosophers of the 18th century as seducers of the papacy inaccessible to reason, saw themselves as losers whose initially still considerable influence gradually dwindled after 1945. For years, official France had overlooked the constantly increasing attacks on Christians and, above all, their churches, not only as an expression of submission to the Islamic aggressor, but also due to a lack of empathy with those attacked, who were not accepted as real, ergo enlightened, Frenchmen. The fact that there could nevertheless be a bond between the two was demonstrated for a few turbulent days in 2019 by the burning of Notre Dame in Paris, the model for the smaller neo-Gothic copy in Nice, probably not least because the ultimately unfounded suspicion that Islamic supporters might have set fire to the church arose. But even the shock at the near loss of the country's most famous building has led to nothing more than the public rejection of typical Republican secularist appropriations through hideous modernist defacements of the cathedral in favor of the faithful reconstruction. The teacher and the churchgoers have each emphasized in a limited way that the first organized teachings in the monasteries must necessarily be followed by an educational system emancipated from the direct grip of Christianity, while on the other hand the increasingly less attended church services, through their mere ritualized form, are still able to express an objection to the confessions of a collective reason that has lost all promise of reconciliation since the expulsion of metaphysics. Thus, especially in times of Islamic separatism, as it is officially called by the state, the nation and Catholicism remain separated not only institutionally, to their mutual detriment. There are numerous attacks on churches, and not only in France, without the perpetrators being identified in most cases. Even if it is likely that Muslims make up the majority of the perpetrators, which is often indicated by the location of the attacked churches in or around problem districts, there are also vandals from a seemingly completely different milieu in the Republic, some of whom adhere to satanic cults, profess left-wing radicalism, or otherwise want to have fun. According to the Saarbrücker Zeitung newspaper from February 17, 2019, "Fuck tourism" was sprayed on the Sacré-Cœur Church in Paris in 2014 and "Long live the Commune" was added, referring to a practice of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic regime, when churches and monasteries were used as horse stables with the express intention of desecrating them. Many supporters of the Spanish Republic since its foundation in 1931 have also taken vile offense at Catholicism. The pent-up anger at the Church's close ties to the repressive state cannot be used to justify the numerous murders of monks, rapes of nuns, and the pillaging of churches and monasteries, and obscures the view of the liberation that has taken place. In both cases, the fury of the oppressed who had been let go and the administrators of liberation, who were once again acting in a state-like manner, was directed against an only indirectly ruling representative of the old order, whose authority, even in a state of defeat, triggered both aggression and feelings of guilt. In this tradition, Islam and the children of the Republic march separately today, but strike together at an institution that, by its very existence, stands in the way of a social nihilism that articulates itself in one case in tags or pissed-up holy water pools and in the other as intimidation, threats, and murderous terror against believers. The enforcers of Islam not only see their opportunity to spread terror without great risk in the poor state of construction and the almost non-existent protection of churches, visible signs of the public insignificance of Christianity in France. They know from their own countries of origin, be it the Maghreb or, more recently, Mali and the Ivory Coast, that systematic terror against small Christian minorities, Mali, and formerly even majorities, Ivory Coast, is in two respects the decisive preparatory act for the establishment of the respective caliphate. Murders and mass expulsions not only change the population proportions in favor of the Ummah, they also extinguish the hopes for a friendlier society, which manifest themselves above all in the Christian communities and institutions left defenseless. After all, the French Republic has also honored the Christians who have been killed, and it has also taken measures against the Islamic evil. The resentment against Christianity is most unconcerned where the victims of Islam are not allowed to have a name. The traces of the perpetrators are carefully covered up, and Islam is supposed to be the religion of peace as a matter of course. In Germany, the homeland of counter-enlightenment, the country where Thomas Lips, who was stabbed to death by an Islamic perpetrator in Dresden on October 4, 2020, is still called Thomas L. Where the public was kept in the dark about the background to the crime for almost 3 weeks, people regularly get very excited when criticism of Islam is called for. This is when the high hour of general criticism of religion strikes, whose representatives place the members of the world's most oppressed religion on the same level as its oppressors, as if the completely unreflective generic term religion could be used to identify murderers and the murdered as confessors of the same fundamental evil. Even before the 3 worshippers from Nice lost their lives, a renowned author and assembly speaker, who is the scientific director of an Austrian organization that nobody knows, gave information in the Taz on October 20, 2020 about the prerequisite behind which any rejection of Islamic-inspired murders must never fall. It is the denigration of the followers of Christianity, but also of Judaism, as backwoods men ultimately capable of fundamentalist mass murders. Fueling this resentment, which he cheekily and incorrectly calls criticism of religion, was Stefan Grigget's most important concern as a critic in times of Islamic terror. Talking about criticism of religion in 2020 is difficult, says the man who is in fact not plagued by any doubts, because it's hard to revive the battles of the Middle Ages. Quote, the question arises as to how people should be criticized who, in the 21st century, claim in all seriousness that there are higher beings, and thus, quite voluntarily and without coercion, go back to the intellectual level of a few hundred years ago. We would only be too happy to confine ourselves to exchanging the best prophet, Jesus and Messiah jokes. End of quote. How terrible this statement reads in light of the murders in Notre Dame de Nice 9 days later should be obvious. Less attention is paid to statements such as the following. If a few harmless cartoons since the beginning of the millennium can trigger a medium-sized uprising halfway around the world when groups such as Hamas win elections, then Islam as a whole, which is responsible for this, must be the focus of harsh, not relativizing criticism. This is how we should have continued, but Grigget's sentence ends like this. When an esoteric obscurantist with a penchant for feudalistic power structures like the Dalai Lama acts as a role model for entire generations across all political boundaries, when Catholic homophobia in Poland and Russian Orthodoxy in Moscow reappear as militant mobs, when what has been declared dead 1,000 times over proves to be very much alive today, in the case of jihadist Islam, so alive that it poses a deadly threat to non-believers, then we need to go back to the beginning and consider the basics of religious criticism. End quote. The Dalai Lama's admirers in the West do not murder. His followers in Tibet are involved in sometimes murderous rebellion against the master race of the Han Chinese, whose atheistically motivated wholesale cleansing of feudalistic power structures should somehow be accepted in the spirit of the great critic Judith Ditfurth. The often very ugly and militant followers of an evil state cult, Russian Orthodoxy, do not murder either, and the denigration of Catholicism by means of the mockery of Poland, which is still available in Germany and has been popular for over 150 years, should be out of the question for a German critic. So what is religious criticism about in the eyes of the Griggats of this world? The obvious question of the differences between Christianity and Islam is introduced by Manfred Dieks, who must have been the victim of terrible religiously motivated violence. Quote, the question of why the latter two Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Kurt Westergaard, like Manfred Dieks for a long time, have to live with criticism, outrage, and, at worst, ludicrous consequences under criminal law, while Ayaan Hirsi Ali was confronted with death threats and Kurt Westergaard with attempted murder, can only be explained if an attempt is made in future to address the crucial differences between the religions and their respective functions in today's societies. End of quote. The instrumentalization of Manfred Dix is also inadmissible, as he desperately stated in his last interview in 2016. I now only draw with the burqa. You obviously can't joke with these people with the long beards. We are experiencing a new totalitarian threat here. If I joked about Muhammad, my life would be in danger.
My voice almost fameux.
I'm suffering like a dog. It's a catastrophe. End quote. Significantly, Grigot's text completely omits the qualitative distinction that would have been important. He was not allowed to say more than the concession that radical Islamism is more brutal than Christianity if he did not want to disgrace his concept of religious criticism. Instead, he postulates, today it is a matter of defending the civil liberties of people like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who called the Prophet a perverted tyrant. End quote. This poor but still acceptable statement is not followed by a period, but by a comma, after which it continues, by hip-hoppers who call Jesus a bastard and by Israeli pop leftists who proclaim that the Messiah will not come. End quote. Grigot, who could of course also be called Sasha Lobo or Kevin Kunert, who made similar observations in Der Spiegel at the same time, ends like them, of course, with the inevitable warning against right-wing populism, to which anyone who does not accuse Manfred Dix of being a victim of Christian fundamentalism is slammed before even approaching the motives of Samuel Paty's murderer. Quote, if the left and liberals, even in the face of such brutality, are not comfortable with a consequent criticism of both radical Islamism and those elements of orthodox conservative majority Islam that threaten the emancipatory achievements of Western societies, anti-cosmopolitan political formations will continue to succeed with their criticism of Islam, which in terms of anti-Semitism, misogyny and homophobia are not nearly as far removed from the object of their criticism as they like to suggest. End quote. Anyone who only expresses Islamism in the popular, but not only linguistically incorrect, exaggerated form of radical Islamism, will also only mention criticism of Islam once in an entire article and then in quotation marks, namely as a kind of Islamism in disguise. Anyone who is serious about criticism of religion would have to acknowledge that Kant, Feuerbach, Marx, or Freud were not talking about Islam, but about Christianity and, to a very limited extent, Judaism. Criticism of religion is, by its very nature, a post-theological discipline of thinkers who, long before Kant, were still examining Christian convictions as avowed theologians, questioning them in part and finally rejecting them altogether and conceding to philosophy, as the little sister of theology, the sole right to represent the question of what truth is. In Hegel, the defining characteristic of Islam, in contrast to Christianity, is its concept of God without limits and without purpose, which can only require the individual subject to live as the realization of this generality and purity, and which includes dismissing the bodily feeling of particularity and, as the highest merit, dying for the faith. Quote, abstraction dominated the Mohammedans. Their aim was to assert abstract service, and they strove for this with the greatest enthusiasm. This enthusiasm was fanaticism, i.e. an enthusiasm for something abstract, for an abstract thought that negates the existing. Fanaticism is essential only in that it behaves in a devastating, destructive way towards the concrete. End of quote. And Hegel draws a parallel with the Enlightenment and the French Revolution, which, in its anti-metaphysical, anti-Catholic, atheistic furor and idolization of the abstract nation, turns into a new civic religiosity and practice on a par with Islam. La religion et la terror was the principle here, as with Robespierre la liberté et la terror. Islam only appears in the marginal glosses of Schopenhauer, Marx, and Jacob Burckhardt, for example, who all agree that this system of belief and rule can only be the object of contempt and not of criticism. It would therefore be important to emphasize that when speaking of religion with critical intent, only Christianity and, to a limited extent, Judaism can be discussed. This applies to any reflection on theology that is not guided by resentment, which does not exist in other faith alliances apostrophized as religion, whereas in Judaism and Christianity it is already laid out in the holy books. Not every organized belief in higher beings and life after death is open to criticism, but only theology, which presupposes a distance from the revealed Word of God and makes the daring attempt to justify faith with the means of reason in order to ultimately reconcile both aspects in vain. But the criticism of Christianity, which has long since been concluded, continues to be cultivated as a seemingly enlightened defense against its long-abandoned objection to enlightenment at a pathetic level. For the bad battles of the Middle Ages were the beginning of enlightened thinking as much as a criticism of it. Horkheimer noted about the Christian religion, and not about other religions, that what was once different about it, the longing for the other in which this world proves to be the bad, has been lost. The fact that the other can only be present in two religions at all is ignored, as is the fact that Christianity in particular and, theologically, Judaism are at a miserable stage of atrophy, which, in the sense of German critics of religion, is a welcome departure from the Dark Ages, because only pragmatic soul work is carried out, which is aimed at hardening the damaged life for the adjustments that are made to it. What once constituted religion has long since ceased to interest a critique of religion, which rather puffs up its chest when the official credo of both Christian denominations and Judaism consists in the partly explicit denial of wanting to stand up for the completely different, beyond the exact sciences and their reason, and thus de facto abdicates. In order to give criticism of Islam its due, the non-Islamic trivializers and whitewashers would have to be constantly pilloried in public, but this cannot be the end of the story. Rather, it should be investigated why a German feature writer and a French philosophy professor refer approvingly to the anti-colonial fantasies of violence of a Franz Fanon and are still honored for it. Or why people who have all of Horkheimer and Adorno on their bookshelves are not even capable of recognizing the great threat of this century in Islam. Why they have no sympathy for the Armenians who fled from Nagorno-Karabakh or the persecuted African Christians. They shy away from this because they suspect that they would then have to name who is closer to them, the Christians or their murderers. On the basis of this closeness, they should be able to explain why some kill and others do not call for revenge, why some cultivate their fields and others drive their cattle in as nomads and organize a massacre in the event of resistance. Emphasizing the latest set phrases such as, the emancipatory achievements of Western societies should be defended, and misogynist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic, anti-cosmopolitan elements should be warned against does not even give an idea of what has hardened the brains of so many inhabitants of the geographical West to such an extent that they are incapable of solidarity with the persecuted and therefore also incapable of collective self-protection. Christianity, and the Catholic denomination in particular, is fervently hated not only in Germany, however. This result of stunted enlightenment is at work with particular force in this country. Child abuse, the Dark Ages, celibacy, crusades, the Dark Ages, the Inquisition, homophobia. These words are hammers against which there is no argument. For many years, they have been unpacked whenever Christians make a timid attempt to name the differences between Islam and Christianity. The mere observation that fewer and fewer offended Christians are going to court for blasphemy. The suggestion that peaceful followers of a peaceful religion cannot be put on an equal footing with perpetrators and perpetrators of crimes numbering in the hundreds of millions, or even the demand that the privilege of freely practicing one's faith should be restricted for those who condone civil war and mass murder in their places of worship. All this does not simply go unheard, but is immediately countered with accusations of right-wing populism and Christian bashing. And no one believes Grigot that right-wing opponents of Islam have it in for Christianity or somehow have it backwards with Islam. Like their secular-minded opponents, they have stocked up on enough ammunition from the church struggle and National Socialist mockery of Christians to insult Christians of both denominations as unreliable and dishonest hesitants and sissies, and it is not they, but their mostly left-wing opponents who recognize potential for resistance in Islam that needs to be tapped into. The question is not what would be necessary to stop the spread and radicalization of Islam. It would be easy to answer, to counter Islam through repression, refusal of dialogue and a restrictive immigration policy, and to finally stop addressing immigrants from Islamic countries as prospective citizens instead of Muslims. But these would be helpless appeals to a state that bases its policies on ideologues who, in their hunt for critics of Islam, use quotation marks to warn of scaremongers, Patrick Bonners, FAZ, and are preachers of hate, Thomas Steinfeld, SC. As long as the feuilleton heavyweight Patrick Bonners successfully comes up with sentences that can hardly be surpassed in terms of linguistic depravity and therefore already point to the lie they convey, the front on which critics should line up has already been designated. Quote, the precious is usually wrapped in cloth. Veiling is an indication of nobility. It therefore contradicts our intuition that the purpose of the headscarf, as claimed by its feminist opponents, is the demonstrative degradation of women. End quote. Compare this effusion with a quote from Franz Fanon. Every veil taken off opens up hitherto closed horizons for the colonialists and shows them piece by piece the exposed Algerian flesh. A woman who sees without being seen creates a feeling of powerlessness in the colonizer. There are no interactions. She does not give herself, does not give herself away, does not offer herself aspects of the Algerian Revolution in France Fanon. The colonized thing becomes man. It is not far from Bonners to the French philosopher and Fanon admirer Elsa Dorlin, whose book Selbstverteidigung, A Philosophy of Violence, which deals with strategies supposedly only used by slaves, women and Jews, however these groups may belong together, has caused a sensation in Germany this autumn. In the same issue of Die Welt from October 30, 2020, in which Nekla Kalek, Seren Atesh and several other critics of Islam had published an appeal entitled Let's Stop Political Islam, a day after the murders in Nice, an interview with Elsa Dorlin appeared a few pages further on, in which she acknowledged the right to self-organization against Islamophobic and racist ways of thinking, for the perpetrators of Paris and Nice and their fans, who were not committed to the philosophy but to the ideology of violence. Quote, the question is, how do the issues of fascism and terrorism relate to racist statements that would simply not have been possible 20 years ago? The attacks have nothing to do with Islam, but are fascist terror. This terror in turn feeds nationalist and Islamophobic thinking. For example, the French Interior Minister considered removing products from supermarkets that are not even halal, but are simply used to make couscous. We're getting to insane definitions of what France should be. We are in an ideological war. The very possibility of debate has become rancid in France. We have a nationalist backlash that also enables terrorism. End quote. And of course there is only talk of slaves, the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto and the suffragettes with their jiu-jitsu skills when Dorlin ends the conversation in a completely nonviolent manner. Quote, those who are not considered worthy of protection by the state have no choice but to defend themselves. I show this historically in my book. I am not talking about armed struggle, but about fighting for one's own material living conditions. The consequence is then inevitably self-organization and a growing will to take these rights in order to obtain justice. Resistance that organizes itself bottom-up interests me. End quote. Self-organization, resistance from below, taking the power to break the law in the name of justice formulated against the law. This is the program of Frantz Fanon, the philosopher and psychiatrist of violence, whose program Jean-Paul Sartre enthusiastically outlined in the foreword to The Wretched of the Earth. To slay a European is to kill two birds at once, namely to get rid of an oppressor and an oppressed at the same time. End quote. The same Fanon had already affirmed in 1960, albeit not without doubt, that Islam alone can guarantee liberation, something that neither Sartre nor all the recipients thereafter ever took offense at. Quote, every veil taken off, every body that frees itself from the traditional shackle of the hike, every face that presents itself to the impudent and impatient gaze of the occupier, expresses in a negative way that Algeria is beginning to deny itself and that it accepts the rape by the colonizer. End quote. The traditional shackle is now almost obligatory in Algeria and is hardly questioned. Not only in France, although everyone knows that it is more than an expression of women's subjugation to brute male law. It is the symbol of a resistance that is admittedly concerned first with the emancipation of the predominantly Islamic districts from the laws of the Republic and then with power in the entire state. The camaraderie that the feminist Elsa Dorlins, who set the tone on campus, on the book market, at the Documenta and in parties and associations, maintain with the real murderers and women's veilers, points to a fundamental loyalty problem of the constitutional state, which harbors the danger of civil war and is often negotiated in Germany with reference to the Bakenford dilemma. The later constitutional judge Ernst Wolfgang Bakenford stated in 1964 at an event in honor of the Nazi jurist Ernst Forsthoff in the presence of the Nazi constitutional lawyer Carl Schmitt, the liberal, secularized state lives on preconditions that it cannot guarantee itself. He added, that is the great risk it has taken for the sake of freedom. On the one hand, it can only exist as a liberal state if the freedom it grants its citizens is regulated from within, from the moral substance of the individual and the homogeneity of society. On the other hand, it cannot seek to guarantee these internal regulatory forces of its own accord, i.e., by means of legal coercion and authoritative command, without giving up its freedom and, on a secularized level, falling back into the claim to totality from which it emerged in the confessional civil wars. End of quote. In other words, the best constitutional order does not work if the subjects subject to it do not have a fundamental understanding on essential questions of social coexistence. Such common ground can neither be derived immediately from the law nor can it be enforced by corresponding legal ordinances. On the contrary, the legal order, if it is not to come to nothing, is an expression of a prior social order from which it draws its substance. One could think of experiences made with civil wars, totalitarian rule, or the impositions that emanated from the official churches, but also of the attempt, however helpless, to live according to one's own legislation, which is supposed to connect the individual with others in mutual recognition of their own particularity. What the best legislator cannot achieve, the respective values campaign against the right will not accomplish any more than a call for new spiritual, possibly even Christian self-assurance. And yet it is precisely the modern and specifically bourgeois, formally determined, abstract general law that is even more dependent on extralegal preconditions than legislation with natural law and religious connotations. Precisely because it no longer covers particular living conditions in each individual case, but systematically abstracts from particular situations and the particularities of the individual. Because abstract general law no longer postulates any immediate substantive material provisions of general welfare or justice, but represents formal procedural law, it is dependent on social homogeneity. Even if civil law abstracts itself from natural law with its religious connotations and understands itself positivistically as a human creation, a moment of religion remains intact due to the specific nature of abstraction, as the necessary final binding back of law to fundamental principles that are themselves unfounded and unconditional. Rainer Ruthermund. Stat und Politik. If this homogeneity does not exist, if this binding back is omitted, then in extreme cases abstract general law becomes the prey of any neutral means to override the law. This is precisely why the enemies of the law are working into the hands of those who use only formal criteria such as language acquisition and a declaration of loyalty to the Constitution as a condition for integration. This leads consequent to the statements of the former federal government commissioner for integration, Aiden Ozogas, who defined the multicultural society as a society in which life has to be constantly renegotiated on a daily basis. There can no longer be a reasonably predictable life with expectable actions on the part of the other person, which means that the law itself would no longer be based on any self-evident prerequisites. Conversely, life as a permanent negotiation would become a permanent act of law, except that this law would then no longer be a law, but a pseudo-law with immediate moral implications. The old problem of the bourgeois constitutional state returns periodically in times of crisis. The slogan "No freedom for the enemies of freedom" was one answer as early as the French Revolution. Rousseau's civic religion was another, itself highly totalitarian and terrorist, Hegel. In the Weimar Republic and in modern mass democracy in general, the problem reappears in Carl Schmitt's concept of the political as a condition of institutionalized politics and distinct from it. His student Bachenford, who did not sympathize with Schmitt's National Socialist predilections, aptly remarked about the Federal Republic in 1964. After 1945, especially in Germany, people sought to find a new basis for homogeneity in the commonality of existing value convictions. But this recourse to values, when questioned about its immediate content, is a very poor and also dangerous substitute. It opens the field to the subjectivism and positivism of the values of the day, which, each demanding objective validity for themselves, destroy freedom rather than establishing it. End quote. The values are, as it were, the general clause that everyone interprets one way or another depending on the political situation and tries to impose their interpretation with power. The political can only be defined negatively, as demarcation, exclusion, and marginalization, as practiced intolerance. It becomes concrete in the face of a crisis or a threat, such as that posed by Islam, as a possible awareness of what unites the majority against an enemy that uses the means of law to seize land and constantly poses the question of power. It is true that civil law not only contains the American idea of the pursuit of happiness, but also the idea of general reconciliation in the secular world that transcends it. And this is not because constitutions are often preceded by pathetic preambles that sometimes refer to God, sometimes to inalienable human rights, but because the system of civil law has reached a degree of formal generality that makes the individual, abstracted from his particularities, almost unrecognizable, but precisely for this reason cannot completely abandon the assumption of a liberated world, because it fundamentally contradicts particular counter-law. This does not solve the dilemma, because civil law cannot take away the individual's fear of destruction, and certainly cannot insist on its application against an unwilling state and a despondent judiciary. However, the conflict, which can never be completely resolved, could be brought to a temporary halt if, in the face of extraordinary danger, a majority could be convinced not only of the necessity of preserving the legal order, but also of the possibility of achieving something better on its basis. It is precisely against this possibility, which is covered by opinion polls that are consistently critical of Islam, that the journalistic and cultural establishment is directing all the power at its disposal. In connection with Islam, Bakenford has recently been criticized, seemingly in the spirit of Franz Neumann, who, in the last years of the Weimar Republic, defended the expropriation of means of production through corresponding laws against Carl Schmitt as compatible with the democratic constitutional state and rejected Schmitt's assertion of a value system that could not be challenged by parliamentary majorities in a thoroughly democratic and partly right-wing positivist manner. Bakenford would no longer have been criticized if the 90-year-old had not made himself unpopular in 2010 when he remarked in an interview, "In terms of the state, the liberal order needs a unifying ethos, a kind of public spirit, among those who live in this state." The question then is, what is the source of this ethos, which can neither be enforced nor enforced by the state? One could say, first of all, from the culture that is lived. But what are the factors and elements of this culture? Here we are indeed looking at sources such as Christianity, the Enlightenment, and humanism, but not automatically with every religion. FR Online, January 11, 2010. This brought Thomas Steinfeld, one of the most vehement fans of Patrick Bonner's campaign against critics of Islam, who, also in 2010, denied the strengthening of a bourgeois common sense against a very specific totalitarian threat as itself totalitarian and imposed a special preamble on the bourgeois legal system that it was never based on tolerance. Tolerance is not a bourgeois legal concept, but a pragmatic agreement following the confessional wars and civil wars of Europe, which arose from the late realization that nothing fundamentally different separates the Christian denominations or sects and later also Judaism. Tolerance should actually only be a temporary attitude. It must lead to recognition. To tolerate is to offend. Goethe had soberly stated, without being able to foresee the abuse that would be made of his maxim over 200 years later. For what applies to the relationship between Christian denominations and Judaism and the state and among themselves does not apply to other spheres of law. The state deals with lawbreakers in an explicitly intolerant manner. The penal code, for example, is a single catalog of intolerance, as is the tax code. According to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany, citizens do not have to tolerate anyone or tolerate any fellow citizens. Their rights, including the right to speak freely, are guaranteed by the law when things are running smoothly, supplemented by a lived agreement that the other person's quirks are to be smiled at or admired and sometimes only grudgingly tolerated. Critics of Islam such as Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Nekla Kalek, who were put in the crosshairs by Bonners and Steinfeld, were initially only concerned with disqualifying Islamic practices, which necessarily includes criticism of the underlying moral concepts, in order to insist on better protection for dissenters and critics. In doing so, they have outlined, without saying it, what Rainer Ruthermund had already stated in 1997, for years before September 11th. If it should be the case that we are dealing with a consciousness that takes its own God so seriously that it does not consider him equal to all others and thus public, i.e. irrelevant for human coexistence beyond privacy, then there is an irreconcilable conflict with the postulate of tolerance. End quote. Steinfeld, who was head of the features section of the Süddeutsche Zeitung at the time, took Hirsi Ali's and others' objections as an opportunity to address Bakenford's dilemma. Quote, "But if you deal with Western values as militantly as radical Islam does with its holy scriptures, then you are behaving like the one you have chosen as your enemy. And even worse, you destroy the social and moral institutions that you claim to defend. This is due to the dialectic of these values. For those who insist on tolerance, tolerance cannot stop if someone else does not want to be tolerant. Those who demand freedom must reckon with the freedom to be vile and greedy. And those who are committed to equality must not call the police when they come up against individual interests. In other words, anyone who treats the basic concepts of democracy as if they were articles of faith commandments to which one must subscribe is already imbued with the mindset of their opponents. That is why it does the basic democratic values no good at all if you are supposed to identify with them. No, if they ever work at all, then as an everyday practice, as a lived order. Steinfeld, Unsere Haspreger SZ, May 17, 2010. The trick in the argument is as easy to see through as a sermon by Heinrich Bedfordstrom. According to Steinfeld, all articles of faith and commandments postulated by Islam or other authoritarian communities are to be accepted in boundless tolerance. It can never be ruled out that someone will take the liberty to be vile and greedy, but then, when it becomes an alleged individual interest not to be allowed to call the police, it is ingenious in its audacity precisely because we are talking about Islam and not bad neighbors. Debates on values, such as those initiated by Nekla Kalek, Seren Atesh, and Ayaan Hirsi Ali, are almost always helpless and tasteless. At best, they are an attempt to appeal to the righteous in order to create the idea of a threat that can only be defined in negative terms. Anyone who publicly calls for serious crimes or explicitly condones them should be targeted by the auxiliary organs of the public prosecutor's office and brought to justice. Anyone who forces children to starve for 4 weeks should first have their children taken away by the police and handed over to the Youth Welfare Office to be taken into care until a court decides how to proceed. The problem is not some Western values to be invoked, but the fact that the authorities, despite having the power to intervene, do not take action to avert danger or prevent further harm when identitarian communities, the largest and most dangerous of which is Islam, claim collective special rights for themselves by threatening or even murdering. When someone like Steinfeld speaks of tolerance, he is not, unnecessarily, appealing to basically kindred spirits to refrain from acts of violence and discrimination against each other, but rather wants to see the motives of criminals motivated by offended honor, because that is what the greedy and vile people he is trying to appeal to really are, and their completely non-violent admirers protected by the police, the courts, the legislature, and, of course, first and foremost public opinion as a legitimate expression of their identity. In this way, the denied right to call the police against Islamic calls for civil war turns tolerance into respect, that empty esteem for other people whose only merit is their being so, which they insist on all the more vigorously the more questionable the nature of their identity. In this way, they are not only removed from the law in terms of perspective, they also expect the prevailing law to adapt to their particular identity, which is always personally affected and at the same time collectively sealed off from any criticism. Thomas Steinfeld is not the only one to blur the terms. Islam in Western countries is only carrying out with extreme violence what the disintegrating society in its midst tolerates and often promotes: the terror of convictions of the somehow empowered, among whom the supporters of the so-called queer theory with their transgender subjects are currently particularly prominent. If they do not get everything they demand, then, in the words of Elsa Dorlin, the consequence is inevitably self-organization and a growing will to take these rights in order to obtain justice. Resistance that organizes itself bottom-up interests me. End quote. What interests Dorlin, Steinfeld, and Bedfordstrom is not the completely different thing that Horkheimer emphasized as Christian with regard to the betrayed reconciliation against institutionally stifled Christianity. They want to see a repetition of what is already known and possibly even intensified: fascism in the form of Islamic self-empowerment of the offended, whose announced and already begun campaign of revenge they celebrate precisely when heads are literally rolling. For what can the perverse thesis that the attacks have nothing to do with Islam, but are fascist terror, Dorlin, mean other than the encouragement of the greedy and vile, Steinfeld, to carry on? After November 13, 2015, the central question is not whether IS will be crushed in Iraq and Syria. This will probably happen soon and quite thoroughly. What is more important is whether and how the small Islamic states that already exist in most Western European countries will be crushed. The fact that and why this will probably not happen must be at the center of anti-German criticism, expressly in the hope that the process of subjugation to a culture that enriches us, as the saying goes, can perhaps still be reversed. Even more important than the documentation of the atrocious nature of the numerous Islamic limbos in major Western cities, which is nevertheless necessary because it has been willfully omitted, is the question of the nature of a we that seemingly defiantly presented its own values after the massacre of November 13, 2015. Herta fans, "We won't let terror take away our joie de vivre," was the headline in the Berliner Kurier on November 23, 15, for example, making it no more stupid than serious and critical publications. They have taken Paris to a similarly bleak level and declared the city to be a metropolis of joie de vivre, beauty, artistry, and a fulfilled life. Nobody should be prevented from attending a concert at the Bataclan or eating out at a Cambodian restaurant. But a zest for life, an atmosphere of art and happiness, of artificial paradises even, is difficult to combine with such leisure activities. Forget for a moment the hard life in a big city, where even high earners can't afford more than a kind of living loo, and imagine the state of people who struggle to be exuberant, cultured, and relaxed at the weekend. There is no need to study the work of Marx or Adorno to realize that they are not, but at best achieve a modest approximation of the desired attitude to life because fatigue, existential worries, and a general staleness quite objectively prevent them from doing so. And yet, precisely where one would expect a reflection on the conditions that lead one to the Bataclan, for example, Only a somewhat more cosmopolitan version of Berlin soccer fans' attitude to life is offered as self-assurance against terror. This joie de vivre has also crept into an editorial by Thomas von der Ostensacken, which appeared in Jungle World on November 19, 15. It is a text that, precisely because the author is entangled in contradictions, reveals the confusion in anti-German and Israel solidarity circles. Ostensacken can certainly be agreed with when he states, "The capital of vice and fornication was attacked by the fighters of the Caliphate, the Islamic State, announced after the massacres in Paris. If there is anything left in Europe that symbolizes a better life, ideas of a freer and more beautiful world, nothing else they mean by vice and fornication, then it is indeed the French capital." End quote. His more detailed remarks also begin promisingly. Quote, "And if there were anything to defend in Europe, it would certainly not be the values monotonously and listlessly invoked by Brussels politicians, of which nobody knows what they actually mean anyway, nor would it be a German Leitkultur." End of quote. But the sentence continues, "It is the ideas associated with the Paris of Baudelaire, Benjamin, and Zola. These ideas should not only be defended against the Islamists with the militancy of the bare-breasted Mary and leading the people to the barricades in the famous painting by Delacroix, but also against a Europe itself that, as it unfortunately seems these days, has given up on itself and offers little more than visits to Tehran for dialogue, tired diplomatic platitudes and nationalist marches that, when they take place in Paris, hark back to another, very unpleasant French tradition." End quote. The author knows that his affirmative flight of fancy will not work, and adds, "It would now be necessary to fight for a Europe that only exists in the fantasies and projections of Islamist warriors." End of quote. And one would again agree with this deliberately exaggerated statement. The hymnal image of Paris is skewed and involuntarily refers to its opposite. The utterly nonsensical bore Émile Zola fits imperfectly with the bare-breasted Marianne on the barricades, who, as an allegory of the Republic, stands for something other than sensuality and profane happiness, because he was a fighter for social improvements and see Dreyfus, against forgery, lies, and prejudice. But if one had wanted to characterize Paris as the revolutionary, dissolute, shimmering metropolis, then the literary heroes alongside Baudelaire would have had to be a monarchist obsessed with money and an elitist provincial with a deep contempt for the liberal bourgeoisie, Honoré de Balzac and Gustave Flaubert. All three rightly regarded the bourgeoisie at the zenith of its power as the liquidator of passions and intoxication, of beauty and art, and ultimately even of hope. The Revolution of 1830 in fact points to the victory of a just milieu, whose ideals are embodied far better by the cunning small-minded and embarrassing apostle of progress Monsieur James, the apothecary from Madame Bovary, than by the unfortunate junkie Charles Baudelaire, who in reality belonged nowhere. Even in the 19th century, the victory of the Republic was tantamount to lost illusions for anyone who intended to do more than make their cut, which since then have been put forward in a decidedly anti-bourgeois, and therefore always elitist, manner against a nation that wanted nothing to do with the artificial paradises, but in the capital and only there, in the shadow of the red light district, tolerated an often clueless artistic avant-garde and its debauchery. Nevertheless, this French Republic, founded on revolutions and not against them, is said to still hold something like promise for those cast out by it, which is not only to be found in the fantasies and projections of jihadists turned into the opposite. Ostensacken puts it like this: "The revulsion that the Paris of the French Revolution, of civilization, of free love and savoir-vivre evokes is only too well known in Europe. A very similar anti-emancipatory and anti-modern resentment was already expressed in all the anti-Welsh propaganda of German national provenance in the 19th century against the easygoing Marianne. Whoever loved death and destruction more than life, especially that which, at least in their fantasies, was celebrated on the banks of the Seine, was consumed with hatred of France and its capital, in which the Jews, that incarnation of modernity, had also been granted full civil rights for the first time in Europe thanks to the Revolution." End of quote. The contrasting pair of civilization, free love, savoir-vivre versus love of death and destruction points to the beginning of anti-German criticism and thus to a whole history of misunderstandings. I confront Thomas von der Ostensacken's thoroughly anti-German remarks with a quote from a speech by Joachim Brun from October 1991 that was not given because it was not wanted by the organizers. Breaking the intellectual legacy of state capitalism through a new enlightenment of the left seems to me to be the essential intention of the beautiful slogan, "Never Again Germany." If one reads it materialistically, then it means nothing other than the rejection not only of nationalism but of nationhood in general. In order to be suitable for criticizing the new Germany, the left must free itself from its own national consciousness, must dismiss the fixed idea that the idea of the nation can be used for somehow progressive and humanistically conceived purposes. The left has merely interpreted the nation for long enough. What matters, however, is to revolutionize and liquidate the nation-state. End of quote. In anti-German circles, we are currently very much dealing with the affirmation of nation and national consciousness. Ostensacken, at any rate, did precisely this in relation to France, albeit cautiously and retrospectively. One could argue that Brun was only talking about Germany here and might have seen other forms of national consciousness fundamentally differently. But there is little to suggest this. Both statements, the brand new and the very old, are mutually exclusive, and since September 11, 2001 it sometimes seems as if Joachim Brun of all people has had his day, and as if anti-German criticism only has to be oriented towards the opposing pairs of Germany versus the free world, blood law versus just soli, republic on a revolutionary basis versus post-national socialist people's state, and culminating in lust for life versus death decay. France in particular could be used to show how a not at all German bureaucratic capitalism has led to the conditions in Saint-Denis and other banlieues, i.e. where the perpetrators of the mass murder of November 13th lived or found accommodation, and what a devastating part state-believing and mostly state-dependent leftists who naturally claim to be filled with joie de vivre have played in this to this day. The critique of the nation as a form of socialization that can be determined both economically and in terms of domination would therefore have to begin precisely where the frondeurs of the Republic are fighting the jihad against the Republic, where a regime of clerks, the administrators of politics, the state, teaching, poverty administration, and, in many cases, still the state-affiliated economy or an economy dependent on state protection, maintain an order that, in the name of equality, promotes the development of the most extreme inequality in parallel societies, in the name of fraternity, forces all economic subjects not supported by the state to pay for the clerks, who are superfluous in every respect, and sells this to their own countrymen and the whole world as liberté. We are faced with a liberté that extends from the Front National to the jihadist suburbs, from Monsieur le President to his conservative opponents, and which has nothing to do with the French Jews who have been equal in rights for so long, whenever they are attacked, threatened with death, and increasingly often actually murdered. Nevertheless, on a more abstract level, Thomas von der Ostensacken is undoubtedly right, and this is also one of the misunderstandings of 25 years of anti-German sentiment, when he desperately insists on the nation, on national sovereignty, against the spreading jihad and discovers a certain more national self-confidence in France than in Germany. At least since the emergency, and that is September 11, 2001, the anti-German current has not split but disintegrated. Criticism of the nation, it would seem to some, has degenerated into the hobby horse of those with principles or demagogues who can hardly distinguish themselves from the opposing point of view, while on the other hand, all too many have become light-heartedly reconciled with the brutal reality of everyday capitalist life, if it is French, American, or otherwise Anglo-Saxon. The following quotation, again from Joachim Brun's obituary of Johannes Agnoli in 2003, is an exacerbation of the dilemma. Quote, "To say the elementary about the state implies avoiding any opposition of law and force, of consensus and arbitrariness, of the Federal Constitutional Court and the Bundeswehr, the statehood of capital sovereignty, is the mediated unity of both moments." And the critique of politics, which Johannes Agnoli presented as a continuation, supplement and radicalization of the Marxian critique of political economy in writings such as The Transformation of Democracy, 1967, or The State of Capital, 1975, aims to deny the state any legitimacy as an expression of either popular sovereignty or human rights. The simplicity of the state is that, where the exploitation of man by man exists, the political form of this relationship can only be that of domination. It follows that the state is not a means to any end, with the exception of guaranteeing the accumulation of capital, nor a lever to socialism, nor to a green alternative civil society. Johannes Agnoli has drawn the quintessence of this perspective and thus expelled himself from the highbrow circles of political science. It is not just a matter of better administering, democratizing, or socializing rule, not of sublating the state, it is a matter of destroying the state, of abolishing it, of the communist sublation of anarchy into stateless association, and of promoting reflection on a different form of social synthesis. For the state, as Agnoli argues against the author of the Principe, is anything but an anthropological existential, and the Leviathan of Hobbes, the citizen, is in fact the general untruth that could only become the behemoth in Germany. End quote. After September 11, 2001, this may sound, if not nonsensical, at least far removed from any concrete preoccupation with the spread of jihad and Western appeasement. Nevertheless, this text is not outdated. What Brune referred to back then as red-green civil society is currently making itself ominously felt as the cross-party carrier of Merkel's open borders policy. This policy, certainly blind and driven, but always in a self-righteous tremolo, pursues the dissolution of national sovereignty in favor of a sinister new state Moloch that is only just beginning to emerge, which integrates the elements of an emerging jihadist counter-society into an autochthonous society of fear, also for the purpose of accumulating capital and thus merging consensus and arbitrariness, which at some point will no longer be able to distinguish between law and violence. Criticism of this looming unstate cannot succeed with melancholy euphemism of the still existing constitutional state. The same applies to bowing to a nation that can neither pass as a union of the individual and the free with reminiscences of bare-breasted Marianne and the flowers of evil, nor with the three busts recently hung on a Parisian balcony in the colors of the tricolor. It is true that the opposition of law and violence could certainly be insisted on against Brune, but only insofar as the legal system in the late bourgeois state still shows a certain resistance to the immediate intervention of a state power acting at the call of the people. If the law is no longer suitable for maintaining order without the immediate exercise of force, i.e. if it becomes dysfunctional for the rule of capital, which in a crisis can very well resort to a plebiscitary organized emergency dictatorship, then, but only then, the difference between law and force disappears. What is missing in the Brune quote is the critique of ideology, which the same author does pursue elsewhere, which does not seek to replace the critique of the state, but rather to bring it up to the level of the non-revolutionary era. Brune and Agnoli recommend the communist sublation into stateless association, by means of the destruction of the state too brashly and without mediation, too simply in a superficially charming way. The poorly processed experience of the German autumn is too inscribed in such statements, but also see Agnoli's flirtation with the Black Bloc at radical left-wing demonstrations in West Berlin in the 1980s and the inevitable chanting of fire and flame for this state, the defiant imperative that, as a critic with revolutionary intentions, one must deal with the essential, the destruction of the state. Even more questionable, however, is the demand for a fundamental critique of politics to promote the destruction of the state. In 2003, when Agnoli died, there were no real friends of politics in anti-German circles. The Young Socialists, the Greens, and the PDS Left Party did not and still do not attract anyone from behind the stove, and only a few people have joined the dwindling citizens' movements for peace and ecology. The criticism of politics in relation to anti-German circles can therefore not have meant the open or bashful participation in the staging of national unity such as the uprising of the decent, but rather the willingness of a large part of the so-called anti-Germans to welcome not only the Afghanistan campaign in 2002, but also the Iraq War a year later. If politics means the absorption of one's own interests in an act of submission to a state program, as is usually the case, then it must be rejected. But the conceivable bundling of interests for the purpose of forcing something on the state is not necessarily politics in the sense of civic self-abandonment, which must certainly be understood as word and deed. Criticism ultimately wants to gain influence on the minds of citizens, to tear them out of their blindness, to incite them to resist what is being done to them. It only does not do this in order to prepare for a better state, but ultimately always out of the interest, albeit very far removed from its realization, of abolishing the untrue conditions in the first place, if things are ever to get better. It gives up on itself when it wearily and ironically trades itself as the axis of good, which Karl Popper discovered for himself, and devotes itself to all kinds of deeply antisocial liberal ideological set pieces, including the corresponding practice. Not only does it not give up, but it does what it alone can do when it seeks to preserve and strengthen functions of the state and aspects of the nation in extremely crisis-ridden, not to say pre-fascist times, and we are living in such times today. For even this, the mediation of rule through the rule of law, the maintenance of nation-state sovereignty as a guarantor not only of the rule of law, but of the sheer possibility of moving freely everywhere without hindrance, are no longer a matter of course of bourgeois rule, but rather unbelieved and unloved relics of a bourgeois nation in the process of self-dissolution. Their abolition, which is currently being pursued in an alliance between the government and the German helpers, would not be followed by any reflection on a different social synthesis, but rather by a panicked gathering under the strong hand of Angela Merkel's successors and their values of a pseudo-society, which, in the name of cultural sensitivity and recognition, is still abandoning the remnants of its already little-loved rule of law. Because anti-German criticism does not want to be the lament of the last liberal citizen about the inevitable demise of his articles of faith, It is not about nostalgia, but about accusation, which in turn is not articulated in the then already tasteless J'accuse gesture of Émile Zola, but from the outside, as an attack on the daily vulgarities of a self-righteously stupid public opinion, which also includes the statements of people who hold up Israeli flags and at the same time want to hand over the murderer of the little refugee boy from the Berlin State Office for Health and Social Affairs to just punishment by fellow prisoners ready to be lynched. This is not about politics, but about politically intended interventions that do not end with a crusading for communism, as Bahama's editors did for a long time, in order to reach fellow citizens who are theoretically less educated and completely unrevolutionary. The anti-German circles, magazines, and publishing houses seem to be held together by the imperative to show solidarity with Israel, and this somehow unites the parts that have drifted apart. Yet Israel is a bourgeois state that meticulously guards its sovereignty, whose citizens refer to it when they support politicians, and whose anti-state left longs for its demise. This state, and with it the overwhelming majority of its Jewish citizens, basically wants nothing more than as many other bourgeois states as possible at its side on which it can rely. But when Israel dreams of a universal principle associated with a bourgeois nation, to which all nations would have to subscribe out of their own interest, then anti-German circles fall silent. And when Israel announces what is basically self-evident, that which we have to fend off every day at great sacrifice is also your enemy, you can already feel it, then the uncertainty in anti-German circles is perfect. Then it becomes clear that the Jewish state is often only granted its right to exist by the anti-German left-wing radical milieu because of Auschwitz, and not as a self-evident expression of Western solidarity, whereby the victims of the past are granted a basically affected and self-accusatory fool's license, whose generous guarantors would not know how to defend the much older project of the Zionist colonization of Palestine if it had not come to the Holocaust. Basically, the solidarity with Israel can hardly be distinguished from that most sublime German state discipline, called the Lessons of History, which claims a special German path that led to a terrible and inexplicable break in civilization, which then left behind an existential that is called German guilt. The opinion-forming majority, and thus also the state of anti-Germans, are denied consent to the assertion that one has found the light out of the night and made a royal road out of the Sonderweg. Nevertheless, Navid Kermani's speech on the 65th anniversary of the promulgation of the Basic Law in 2014, with its vow to a purified Germany, contains all the essential attributes of this solidarity with Israel, only turned into something positive. Quote, "I don't tend to be sentimental in front of screens, and yet I felt like so many others when the footage of a German chancellor stepping down in front of the memorial in the former Warsaw Ghetto on his 100th birthday was repeated, hesitating for a moment and then falling to his knees in complete surprise. I still can't watch it today without tears welling up in my eyes. And the strange thing is, apart from everything else, apart from the emotion, the remembrance of the crimes, the amazement that is renewed every time, there are also tears of pride, a very quiet and yet definite pride in such a federal republic of Germany. It is the Germany that I love, not the grandiloquent one, not the power-mongering one, not the proud to be a German Germany or the Europe speaks finally German Germany, but rather a nation that despairs over its history, that wrestles and struggles with itself to the point of self-accusation, a nation that has matured in the face of its own failures, that no longer needs pomp and circumstance, that modestly calls its constitution the Basic Law and prefers to meet foreigners a little too kindly, too guilelessly, rather than ever again succumbing to xenophobia and arrogance." End quote. That is Angela Merkel's credo. That is the affected justification for the destruction of the state on an unimagined scale that is currently taking place. Not proud, not bragging, but quiet, self-accusing, struggling and quarreling, even desperate, but mature and therefore proud. That is Merkel's Germany. Nothing in these attributes points to any quality of the Federal Republic of Germany as a state. Everything is a hollow gesture. This is how one must imagine a successfully completed participation in Alcoholics Anonymous, when a person whose personality has been shattered by constant senseless self-accusations can finally be let loose on the world, to which he then always modestly but insistently presents the example of his nothingness as a merit urgently recommended for imitation. Just as he reduces his former life to the devil alcohol, Germany presents the lesson of history 70 years after its unconditional capitulation as never again wanting to be xenophobic and therefore arrogant. Anyone who were to point out that the German murder of Jews did not first and foremost affect foreigners coming into the country, but German citizens designated as enemies of the people, and that the slogan "No concessions to anti-Semites" would be much more difficult to reconcile with the German welcome culture, then the slogan "Never Again Xenophobia" would undoubtedly be immediately labeled a xenophobe themselves by a very large coalition of government, opposition, and refugee helpers. People in solidarity with Israel would probably be outraged by Kermani's message about a purified Germany, saying that it was all a sham and a lie, that behind the purified facade was the unchanged national community collective, just waiting to lapse back into xenophobia, anti-Semitism, which Kermani has long since subsumed under racism and arrogance, and in the end even want to sing the song of death, which is better than life. Kermani, however, the auxiliary muezzin of the German government, has understood the character of official German penitents better than those anti-Germans who still only suspect the same hope for the Fourth Reich behind the most blatant transformations of that national community collective. This is why he calls for more Islam in the country as a pledge of successful self-education, and quite a few anti-Germans have happily taken up his against all racism and anti-Semitism message and are projecting their well-cultivated despair about themselves, as upright people suffering under German conditions, onto the Germans, for whom a few million Muslim refugees would be just the thing, as punishment for Auschwitz, so to speak. Today, some chant Germany, you rotten piece of shit, as the Black Bloc recently did in Hanover at a demonstration against the AfD party conference, in which high-ranking politicians also took part, and others chant fucking state. As happened at a citizens' meeting on November 26, 2015 in Lohfelden, Kassel district, due to the establishment of refugee accommodation. Both are incredibly close in their mindless hostility towards the state. Some envy the state for doing what they have always demanded and really opening the borders. The others have long since become accustomed to the jargon of the authoritarian strongman Til Schweiger, even if they currently disagree with him, and wallow in insulting political officials, in this case the district president of Hanover. Both groups have long represented milieus that are united by nothing other than their hatred of a state that appears to them to be an impersonal, incomprehensible, and unjust machine, which they call the system in the unbroken German tradition, and whose specific functionaries, such as politicians or government officials, they have so far mainly targeted verbally. Both are happy to note that everything is changing, above all that the mediation of rule no longer works in times of open borders and that it is now finally up to them. The helpers are playing counter-government by government grace, the Pegida German national revolution. The much-vaunted values, which since 13.11 have been understood to mean what distinguishes us from jihadists and which we should therefore defend, would not even know how to name those who think nothing of mobbing politicians, who would never march screeching in front of a refugee shelter and who fully understand that refugees should not be allowed to freeze to death at the Macedonian border. However, they know nothing to counter the government's irrationalism, which invokes the lessons of history, and look frozen at a state of emergency that they fear far less than being embarrassed to have to say that times have become scary and threatening since August 2015. These people do not love death any more than their mostly unfulfilled lives. They are just so self-conscious that they do not dare to name their own interests and wait in a sense of hopelessness for something to happen. This majority doesn't think much of Islam. A ballot of Berlin SPD members in November, for example, resulted in a clear yes to the headscarf ban for female teachers, but they would never criticize it. With a little thought, these same compatriots would be able to list certain standards that guide coexistence in Germany and would also consider them worth defending, standards that are generally ascribed to bourgeois nations. But they remain silent. Perhaps they are waiting for someone from the all-party coalition to present them with an alternative to maintain the refugee crisis as a permanent state of emergency. This ominous silence, which cannot be broken, is what makes the times we are living in so dangerous. Tackling the current fascization without fascists, the abolition of the state without revolutionaries, indeed without self-confidently acting or arguing actors, would be the task of critics who do not know much more about the joy of life or the good life than that they are objectively denied both, which is not only written in Marx, but also in the poets Balzac, Baudelaire, and Flaubert, who were far removed from the state and not very revolutionary. Michel Houellebecq is one of the best-known authors of our time and of contemporary France in particular, but neither of them really thank him for it. It is rare for a president to explicitly distance himself from the literary work of a citizen of the Republic. But Houellebecq is so widely regarded as a racist, sexist, or even reactionary and fascist that it is hardly necessary to quote from the art's pages to substantiate this zeitgeist. After the hostility following the success of his second novel, The Elementary Particles, reached an unbearable level in 1998, he moved to Ireland for several years. The fact that his escape took him in the opposite direction of Beckett and Joyce is perhaps more than just a biographical anecdote. Hannah Engelmeyer and Pierre Heli Monod's joint, and quite solitary attempt to counter the general assessment of Houellebecq in Merker reads as follows. The debate is almost entirely content-based. End quote. This is roughly correct in terms of the subject matter, but neither in terms of time nor consistency, as this form of criticism has been a feature of Houellebecq's work since the beginning and not just since Submission. What is new, first and foremost, is that some of the things he anticipated or criticized in his works have come true in a cruel way. Turning away completely from the content level at just such a moment is merely a maneuver to avoid having to perceive the truth content, whereby the separation of form and content is itself suspicious. Houellebecq's political sensorium works, but the poetry is broken. It continues. To what extent feature writers who consider something to be content-based should now accuse someone else of linguistic sloppiness remains to be seen. Instead of abstractly opposing the content, it is important to provide a concrete definition of the content view as didactic, political, or similar, and thus ask the question of why the focus is generally on these specific points of content and why large, and indeed central, parts of the content are not perceived. These are precisely the parts that are intertwined with the form. Houellebecq's strength is first and foremost to deny himself both the nouveau roman and committed literature by simultaneously remaining true to the novel as a narrative of something and at the same time rejecting its responsibility for something. The fact that the accusation of exhibiting one's own poetic impoverishment, which allegedly began as early as 2010 in The Map and the Territory, is simply absurd can be clearly demonstrated by the example of the Merker authors. They particularly take offense at the phrase politicized like a towel and ask, why not? Like a piece of toast? It is a clear symptom of today's world, in which almost everything is interpreted via chains of associations, that this is dispensed with at the decisive and appropriate moment. The overlapping of experienced perception, stream of consciousness and inner monologue that comes to bear in the formulation could be experienced in a much more blatant version in James Joyce. To briefly illustrate the example, in the scene in question, the protagonist vacillates between the anticipation of a televised political duel and, at the same moment, one of the numerous frozen meals consumed, in this case, an Indian one. The choice of the towel as a signifier does not take its side, but rather exposes it as empty or broken. We can therefore reconstruct the protagonist's train of thought and direction of vision through him. The cultivated protagonist knows both that toast is not an adequate side dish for an Indian meal and that one washes one's hands before eating or cooking and ideally dries them. As trivial as this interpretation may seem, the author's artistry expressed in this coherent banality is magnificent. In search of any coherent equivalent, the narrator, in his temporary lack of concepts, simply chooses the obvious. The fact that the towel in French la serviette de toilette also has a historical meaning as a little servant, which he thus implicitly contrasts with the real men who were interested in politics and war, also testifies to a composition that extends to the etymological. The associative arbitrariness expresses the mutilated individuality of the artist, who does not intend to surrender himself to the death of the author. Houellebecq should rather be seen as a strong author who ventures very far into his works without, however, losing himself in them. Above all, the permanent restructuring of the almost always identical material content proves the author's ability to maintain a cool distance. In addition to the inner composition, in Houellebecq's work it is important to consider the arrangement of the works among themselves, which do not form a closed but a fragmentary whole that always refers to the individual author and creates friction within itself. The alleged process of poetic impoverishment should rather be turned into the opposite, as the novels, albeit oscillating, approach an increasing maturity that was only hinted at to a very limited extent in the debut expansion of The Combat Zone. The penetrating pamphlet character of the first work, which constantly addresses the reader directly, is almost adolescent and is technically in sharp contrast to the following works, which are much more adept at exaggerating the genres of the artist, educational, thesis or reflection novels to such an extent that they are given over to persiflage. At the same time, one cannot entirely disagree with Adam Gopnik, who wrote in The New Yorker, "He is not a particularly graceful stylist, nor are his choices and phrases of a kind that make other writers envious." End quote. However, this applies above all to his poetry, which can be classified more as early work and in which the few really successful poems can be regarded as lucky strikes. One can take the protagonist of Possibility of an Island quite seriously, who, according to his own statement, with the exception of Baudelaire, has practically never read poetry, because the author's own lyrical productions are all too clearly poor imitations of Fleurs du Mal. although it should also be noted that Baudelaire's poetry is available in a much better and more artistic translation than Houellebecq's, for example by Stephen George. By disguising the traditional rhyme schemes, the latter suggests an aura of modernity that is simply not inherent in the poems. Rather, this reinforces the intrusive immediacy, which often drifts into the pathetic or almost weepy. The suffering is thus aesthetically heightened without really being expressed. The poet is dominated here by language and suffering in equal measure. Almost every single piece is an aesthetic suicide for the purpose of rebellion against society, ultimately sentimental quixotry. This distinguishes him from Baudelaire's successful lyrical tightrope walk, which he imitates without reflection and turns into kitsch. His poetry, however, seems to push towards prose as if of its own accord, which is demonstrated not least by the fact that the poems placed in prose have a completely different character or do justice to their character. He succeeds in the form of prose what he fails to do in poetry, affect through or under linguistic conventions. Doesn't Houellebecq want to be different, or can't he? Asked Gregor Dotzar in the Tagesspiegel on the occasion of the alleged literary grey bread. However, he is unwilling or unable to see that the difference between the two may not even exist. Martin Ebel revealed the reference of his criticism even more clearly in the Swiss Tagesanzeiger and expects the writer to be able to grasp reality with beautiful or sharp sentences. He thus demands an objective truth that bears no mark of the subjective, as well as an authorial, always over conscious narrator who can be confidently quoted in his literary review. Houellebecq's narrative situation, whether as a persona/reflector or as a first-person narrator, cannot and will not achieve this. The criticism that he paraphrases and copy-pastes is quickly lost when one considers that the main protagonists, to whom the perspective always remains fixed, have often simply obtained their proclaimed information from some article or other. There's hardly a better way to convey their deliberately arranged half-education than through Wikipedia plagiarism. However, there have never been both together, especially not in prose, and it doesn't work either. Over-precise and meaningless sentences, Ebel rumbles on, and every sentence expresses his frustration that it does work, but he doesn't understand it because he can't grasp that someone is wavering between thinking and perceiving. Something would be gained if critics tried to understand the failure of language instead of just registering it. It is to the author's credit that he is able to distract from the content of his works through his style. His powerlessness in the face of the formal conventions of the novel is an expression of his powerlessness in the face of real conditions, and it manifests itself in two ways, in that Houellebecq renounces both the rebellion against formal conventions, which always tends to assert a freedom that does not exist at all and only appears to come about through the denial of necessities, and the fulfillment of convention, which feigns a reconciled reality. Like hardly anyone else, he thus demonstrates in form what Adorno once very aptly formulated. La recherche du temps perdu est du temps perdu. The search for lost time is from a lost time. If you would like to see an example of an ideology-critical misinterpretation of Houellebecq's work, we recommend Nicholas Machunsky's review of his latest work in Perdomo. This attempt to apply Adorno's remarks about Huxley to another work in the worst sense is based on the diagnosis that Submission is a novel of the future, or even a dystopia. In keeping with the tendency of other feuilletons, the author is said to have a predilection for future perspectives that has already manifested itself in earlier novels. Thomas Steinfeld, who describes the works as utopias designed for a medium temporal distance, also explains the constructive shortcoming of this novel. It is a hybrid between satire and utopia. Placing a literary work in the vicinity of utopia already appears to be a judgment on it. Yet the category of the utopian is somewhat vague. In a narrower definition, such works are characterized by the description of a non-existent society, which is also brought about by a fantasized caesura. This break is expressed in the depiction by a leap that has now shifted from the space of the older works, non-place or simply nowhere, into time. Houellebecq's novels are far less characterized by such means, as the plot always begins in the present and leads from there into the future. Instead of constantly babbling about utopias, no one seems to have the obvious idea of reading the works as apocalypses in an eschatological sense. Even the protagonists of The Possibility of an Island, the only novel that comes closest to having central dystopian moments, and their organization within the work, Daniel 1 verses 1 to 28, Daniel 24 verses 1 to 11, Daniel 25 verses 1 to 17, clearly refer to the Old Testament book of Daniel, in which visions of the end times are described from a first-person perspective. Rather than a preference, Houellebecq's work should explain the imminent necessity of future perspectives. A messianism profaned by technology is central. The anticipated figure that looked like a man, Book of Daniel 10 verse 11, corresponds to the respective neo-humans, because the teleology from which Adorno saw the tendencies of utopia extended is a strictly negative one in Houellebecq. In order to realize the concrete possibility of happiness, man would probably have to physically change. End quote. One of Houellebecq's strengths is that the knowledge of the limits of realization never displaces the motive of longing to reach the state before the fall of man, in which work was not arduous, birth was not painful or frightening, and, above all, man was not mortal. However, the resurrection of the dead is deliberately bought with recourse to science fiction written in the classic Enlightenment belief in technological progress, which states that the solution to all problems, including psychological, sociological, and generally human problems, can only be of a technical nature. The wish, which cannot be realized in thought or even in action, turns the proclaimed apocalypse into a grotesque. Admittedly, the author is difficult to grasp philosophically or intellectually. By putting a prediction in his mouth, we are at the same time imputing an immediate judgment to him, although what is otherwise hardly allowed to be said applies to Houellebecq, so hackneyed is this formulation by now. He asks the right and important questions, or rather, he often raises them in passing. In the novels, a centrifuge works for used ideas. The answers that are given or hinted at in the work are part of the question, and only really unfold it and the contradictions revealed in it. The solutions are substitute actions that demand practical refutation. As much as the novels are permeated by theses, they are by no means essayistic literature. Rather, the threshold between Bildungsroman and picaresque novel no longer exists, and the works appear as a barbaric continuation of the romantic novel of reflection. One could say that he simply has no desire to be right. The line extensions into distant times are not a means for him, but the subject itself. His detective positivism is a clear form of reaction to the realization that, in Brecht's words, something is missing. As in the classic detective novels of Conan Doyle or Agatha Christie, where the legal judgment seems to have only a formal function, so meticulously have the protagonists compiled the evidence, the author presents the clues to the injustice and falsity of the world. Here, too, the reader is the one who ultimately has to judge. But Houellebecq raises an important objection, namely the concrete abolition of death, which was usually as remote from social utopias as it transcended bourgeois optimism about progress. Or as Woody Allen said, "I don't want to become immortal through my works. I want to become immortal by not dying." This also clearly distinguishes him from the aspired secular substitute religion of Auguste Comte, which only pushed for an abstract immortality in the memory of mankind. In contrast, Houellebecq maintains a utopian consciousness which, however, by no means serves end-time ideas based on an abrupt catastrophe, but rather, according to Walter Benjamin, the following also applies to him: the fact that things continue as they are is the catastrophe. What clearly distinguishes him from all crisis theorists is the realization that it is not capitalism that is suffering or dying, but at most humanity, which is why it seems consequent, instead of staging oneself as a Superman, to take the standpoint of bacteria in relation to humanity in order to find out whether humanity is an experience worth continuing. In this, he coincides with Wolfgang Port, who resignedly states in his last work that it could be that capitalism has become a characteristic of the human species through its long duration, meaning that it could only be overcome through the end of humanity. According to Houellebecq, a regression has taken place in philosophy since Kant's transcendental philosophy, which has no longer been able to rise above real existing people. The turning away from the Kantian idea of humanity is emblematic of the sadness that it has not been realized. Houellebecq's secular eschatology corresponds in its negativity to the realm of Kant's purposes. He puts Kant on his feet by literally translating the detachment from human nature, which Kant idealistically anticipated, into biology. Houellebecq formulates more clearly than almost anyone else that the abolition of death and hunger are necessary and not even automatically sufficient conditions for a happy life. The creatures in possibility of an island, who are nevertheless unhappy for lack of love, are at least able to feed themselves through photosynthesis and minerals and can be cloned as often as they like. The main shortcoming of utopian literature is that it is almost always also committed. It seems all the more absurd when Machunsky uses the example of submission to explain what he sees as one of the book's greatest weaknesses. Houellebecq's refusal to make explicit the oppression of women, Jews, and dissenters. Such a call for engagement aims for shocks of the explicated and immediate, rather than those of incomprehension, for attitude and a primacy of doctrine. Adorno's criticism was directed at this committed character of Huxley's dystopian work, as well as the reference to a positive corrective, something Houellebecq is far removed from. The ego is an irregularly occurring neurosis, and man was still far from being cured. End quote. Machunsky's criticism reveals the arbitrariness of the engagement and the interchangeability of the theses. While some demand that Houellebecq should not criticize Islam, another now comes along and demands a more explicit critique. Of course, there are gradual differences to be considered here, which make one person appear more sympathetic than the other. But in their approach to the work and in their refusal to recognize that the truth of the artwork is often to be found in what is absent, such attitudes are very similar. Anyone who now reads Submission as a decided critique of Islam or Islamism, which they then think they can give a poor, fails to realize that the novel does not deliver such a critique at all, but rather one of those social forces that are not prepared to make such necessary criticism. Criticism that demands a stronger focus on victims implies that only camp literature could have illustrated the evil of National Socialism. The focus of Submission is by no means on the conversion of the protagonist in the subjunctive, but rather on a single sentence, namely the last sentence, which in the French original is written in solitude on the 300th page. I would have nothing to regret. This subjunctive quotation from Edith Piaf's hymn to post-fascism and collaboration, "Jne regret reign," casts great doubt on the articulated self-appeasement. This work is a non-moralizing critique of the collaborationist consensus, which it denounces precisely by unfolding it. It is therefore no coincidence that the main protagonist is called François, which simply means little, Frenchy, or, better still, Frenchman. However, it is not his conversion that is really at issue, but rather the happiness that can be achieved as a result. The attempt to fathom whether Muslim men benefit in a very pragmatic way means sounding out the driving forces that benefit Islam by looking at the seductive rather than the conventionally violent coercion, i.e. rather the wooing aspect of the command. Of course, acts of violence take place in the narrative, but they are of no interest to the protagonist and are therefore outside the perspective. In this way, the novel describes the sometimes gradual Islamization of travel in Arab countries and Turkey, which is not always perceived as a drastic break in society as a whole. What is fictitiously happening in France in the future is taking place in the Islamic world of today. The literary dystopia of the time is only the present horror, which is still largely taking place in other parts of the world. Most personalities have been compelled to be rebels, writes Oscar Wilde in his essay on the soul of man under socialism, and continues, half their strength has been consumed by friction with the outside world. It is to Houellebecq's credit that he translates precisely this friction, which he himself constantly experiences, into literature. As much as he denies himself any engagement in art, this novelist against his will, who states with the greatest regret that there is simply no more room for poetry, feels, in his own words, an obligation. I was called upon to save the phenomena and to take on the role of recorder. In Map and Territory, the artist Jed also became famous for his photographs of objects from the hardware trade, then of Michelin maps, and finally for the paintings of the series of simple professions, which are often in the process of disappearing. Central to Houellebecq's work is, among other things, the melancholy over the loss of the last remnant of utility value, which he also regards as the inner motif of the critique of political economy and its telos. Houellebecq's tears, shed because his favorite shoes, his favorite parka, and a laptop with a built-in printer were taken off the market after a few years, are to be taken seriously precisely because of the apparent banality of the occasion. Scenes like these may well have been the reason why Houellebecq was considered a reactionary, although he himself knows and emphasizes that social processes of decay are irreversible and therefore by no means advocates such a regression. His skepticism in the face of the mania for progress, on the other hand, can at best be described as conservative, although a certain dialectical moment is inherent in it. For he never succumbs to nostalgia, however much he sometimes seems to indulge in it. For him, it is simply an inescapable fact that we are living after the transition to a more hedonistic phase of consumer capitalism. However, this does not mean that he simply comes to terms with it. The main middle-class protagonists of the novels, those male anti-heroes, are mostly relative profiteers of the social division of labor, who all know that it is a discrete advantage not to have to work physically at least, but who nevertheless perceive their wage labor as pure arrogance. They are neither bourgeois nor citoyen, but rather saturated recipients of orders, or artists who are not entirely clear about the reasons for their own success. Quote, I am good for nothing, completely dependent on the society that surrounds me, and yet I am as good as useless to it, is a sentence that could have come from any of the main characters in the novels. At most, they find their home in language, although this is also their limitation. Their lack of knowledge of English in particular prevents them from being cosmopolitan. Furthermore, these characters are insanely conventional when viewed from the outside, which is symbolized by the Guide de Routard, the French Lonely Planet, the travel guide for backpacking individual tourists, who reveal their individuality through this very reading. The lack of malice towards such conventions is particularly impressively portrayed in a short passage from Elementary Particles, which states that the world of the petty bourgeoisie, the world of white-collar workers and mid-level civil servants is more tolerant, amiable, and open-minded than the world of dropouts, of young people living on the margins of society. End quote. Conventions can be learned. Money can be saved up to buy the necessary equipment, a suit and a car. But it wouldn't do me any good to dress up as a dropout. I'm neither young, nor beautiful, nor cool enough for that. In short, I'm not natural enough, or in other words, not animal enough. End quote. This idea of naturalness, which borders on creatureliness, the brute force of a natural weakness, is not simply condemned, however, as is customary in the left-wing critique of privilege, but the envy is one without resentment. Houellebecq takes solidarity for the old and the ugly without ever denying his love for the young and the beautiful. He who will complain more as an animal than as a human being is aware of the necessity of satisfying creaturely needs as the basis of happiness. If anything is repressed, it is at most childhood in favor of adolescence. By introducing the protagonists as satiated, sexuality can be regarded quite orthodoxly as the main human drive instead of hunger. The protagonists are the losers, or at least the ones left behind in the sexual competition, in the competition for the vaginas of young women. The drastic nature of the language often prevented serious thought being given to the sentences. The criticism was too focused on punishing signal words. No one is less macho and no one respects women more than Michel Houellebecq, said his friend Bernard Maris, who was murdered at Charlie Hebdo in his last work. And indeed, how can one seriously accuse someone of misogyny for whom God is still most comparable to the female vulva, in which, among other things, the realization that numerous moments of God have not been absorbed in value. In addition to descriptions of prostitution, the reason for the accusations from the women's movement can probably be found, among other things, in the fact that he put very concise judgments about the confused fixations of feminism into the mouths of his protagonists. For example, these bitches only talked about washing dishes and the division of labor the whole time. They were literally obsessed with washing dishes. End quote. The slogan, "The world of tomorrow is female," can certainly be called feminist. Finally, the neo-men could be read as a radical feminist consequence, and thus as the execution of value through the abolition of sexual differences. Even racism lacks any economic basis. By racism here, of course, we do not mean those remarks about the stupidest of all religions, which could only arise in the stupor of a desert, in the midst of dirty Bedouins who had nothing else to do, please excuse the expression, but fuck their camels. But rather the very vulgar residual racism, which nevertheless has its function in the text and can be shortened to Bruno's realization that he had a very small cock. So he started to hate the Negroes because they certainly had an insanely long cock. He then began to write a racist pamphlet in which he had an erection almost all the time. The pathological aspects of racism could hardly be more clearly exposed. The fact that Bruno, the brown man, is the racist also exposes his own projections at the name level and proves that the author consciously places racism instead of falling prey to it. The often ironic significance of naming, which he addresses in the map and the area itself by having one of the main protagonists, who is walking through the Rue Martin Heidegger in the last town, ponder the almost absolute freedom of choice that mayors were granted when naming the streets in their municipality, should not be underestimated. No name in the work is accidental. Even Bruno's surname Clement, the Gracious, refers to his brother, Michel Dzerzhinsky, the architect of the new species. He, who embodies the novel's most sympathetic character, is named after Felix Dzerzhinsky, French, Felix Dzerzhinsky, also Polish, the notorious first head of the Cheka and executor of the first wave of terror. His ruthlessness and cool calculation earned him the nickname Iron Felix. On the occasion of his death, Clara Zetkin proclaimed, "The sublime historical life of the party must overcome death." This short sentence says a lot about the state of the Russian Revolution, for as much as the idea of the concrete abolition of death and the new man was cultivated mainly in the Soviet Union and is significantly associated with names such as Fyodorov, Svyatogor, Yaroslavsky, Bogdanov, and Muravev, the USSR proved very practically that abstract, utopian ideas in combination with bourgeois coldness always threatened to turn into terror, for which Robespierre, Saint-Just, and similar adepts of bourgeois discipline already provided a model. The late racist and sex-obsessed, pathological heat of Bruno, who consequently ends up in a psychiatric ward, very quickly fades in the face of his brother's rational but inhuman work. The two brothers Michel and Bruno also demonstrate the separation of sexuality and reproduction. Bruno is sexuality without reproduction. Michel is reproduction without sexuality. It is also the division of happiness and pleasure, or a tension-free state and sexual ecstasy. Beyond pride and shame, he tries to fathom the traces of happiness. However, several characters end up going into the sea to die, and in doing so reveal a lot about the death instinct, if it really exists. His characters are subject to a credible and adequate mutilation in keeping with the times. Anyone who mocks their thought processes and fails to recognize that we all have them, even if not exactly these, is in all likelihood merely fending off their own instincts. In the spirit of Oscar Wilde, Houellebecq does not rationalize the rancor against his books as enrichment. The moment will surely come when the reaction to my books will be seen as a symptom. It is to be hoped for him and for us that this happens soon. In this respect, it is hopeful that, in his own words, there is still a great fire burning inside him in relation to the novel. If it weren't for the feature pages, there would hardly be any need to write a review of a novel by Houellebecq, apart from the fact that you would hardly be able to. They are too self-explanatory, or so you might think, until you see what happens in the reviews. It is, to put it briefly, a tragedy when one of the few reviews worth reading appears in the Taz of all places. And yet, there is plenty to criticize. The novel reaches its stylistic low point after just a few pages, which takes up roughly the first third or quarter of the book. This first weak part is hauntingly reminiscent of his debut novel extension of The Combat Zone. Everything, especially the narrator, is a little too intrusive, too emphasized, too ostentatious. Much would have been gained if the author had listened to the insight of his own protagonist, who concludes at the end of the work that such an ostentatious declaration of failure was quite unnecessary. The failure had happened anyway, page 294. However, the novel catches itself and ultimately follows the familiar pattern, i.e. the realization that one cannot write a novel about work, but only about leisure and consumption. Accordingly, as in most of the author's novels, the dismissal is at the beginning of the plot or narrative time, from where the narrative spirals. The translation into German is not exactly successful. The translation is not consistently bad, but by no means does the German translation seem pleasantly fluent. One never falters because of the language. Instead, you can often tell from the sentences what exactly went wrong in the translation, as in this case, her friend and she wanted to check her tire pressure, that is, the tire pressure of her car. I misspoke. Page 10.
Dismac no sense une guesse French la pression de gonflage de leurs pneus, enfin des pneus de leur voiture.
If it had said hoses, for example, it would still, as in the original, not have been a particularly beautiful or apt sentence, but at least not significantly worse than the original, in which there is at least a level of association. So at least you would have seen that there was an idea in the transfer. The creation of a familial anchorage, page 15, is also a basically still legitimate transfer of anchorage familial, but the most unattractive conceivable, which is repeated when the chat candide becomes a guileless pussy. The translator can do little for the not quite adequate pussy. The nuance is untranslatable, as German does not recognize that subtlety. But this is precisely what those who gasp at the word should bear in mind. In other cases, the translation simply violates the rest of the linguistic form, one of the ugliest cities I have ever had the pleasure of seeing. In this sense, gonflage is also more like inflating than filling the tires. Ultimately, it remains questionable whether it was due to Stefan Kleiner, who translated a work by Houellebecq for the first time with In Schopenhauer's presence, and a novel by the author for the first time with Serotonin, but whose focus is more on English-language literature or the hasty deadline. The typesetting errors, albeit few, and other mistakes made by the editor make the latter seem most likely, which is why the following must be strongly contradicted. Quote, Just a few days after the book was published in its native France, Serotonin is available in German. Another sign that the publishing managers are planning ahead with this author. End quote. It would have been fairer to both the expected profit and the author to simply wait until September, as with the English translation, and invest a little more work. But even the best translation is unlikely to be able to prevent the dyslexia of critics. It's telling when they can't even manage a proper summary of the content due to their lack of reading comprehension skills. One particularly symptomatic piece of chatter is the one about the erotomaniac and his problems with his Japanese partner, who is 20 years his junior. In this regard, it says, his exploding disinterest in her luxurious body escalates into a desire to get rid of her at all costs when he discovers that she has not only been filmed in his apartment having a gangbang, but also copulating with a Doberman. End quote. The zoophilic act is, contrary to its marginal position in the work, clearly one of the feuilleton's favorite scenes. On the occasion of the same scene, Jungle World writes, sex-positive feminism literally makes the erotomaniac look old. End quote. However, if the fictional personalized sex-positive feminism can really only see the dog in the sexual partner, as the protagonist rightly criticizes, perhaps this could finally lead to the insight that any positive reference to such a form of feminism is out of the question. Anyone who thinks that the author proves himself once again to be a late descendant of the Marquis de Sade, with such scenes has probably never read a work by de Sade, but has heard that there are supposed to be sordid things in it and that everyone has heard that. In an attempt to correct this reading, another reviewer is no less off the mark when he writes, it is true that he despises Yuzu not because she was gangbanged by a Doberman and a Bull Terrier 49-50, but because she is financially dependent on him and thus represents what liberal jargon calls a social case. End quote. This is also complete nonsense. The novel clearly states what the reason was, but it was not at that moment, and not in any of the above-mentioned moments, that my love for her finally died out, but in a seemingly more harmless and at any rate shorter moment, page 71. The protagonist remarks that she would still return to Japan in her lifetime, that she would get married there, and so on. It is not the prospect of abandonment, but that she would wait until he died that becomes the breaking point. So she had planned my death into her future life, she calculated with it. In view of the age difference, he is aware of the irrationality of his reaction. In unconditional love, the loved one cannot die, it is immortal per se. Yuzu's realism was another word for a lack of love, and this weakness, this lack had something final about it. End quote. This is far too clear and too true to find its way into any review. Even in view of the fact that the protagonist's name, Florent Claude, would remind him of a Botticellian faggot. Numerous reviewers sniff out pure homophobia and masculinity fanaticism on the part of the author. However, if one were to accept this passage, one would recognize the aborted dialectic of the name, about which Adorno already remarked that nicknames are the only ones in which something of the original act of naming lives on. Referring to his physiognomy, the narrator remarks, the name does not fit at all with my striking, even coarse facial features, which have often been regarded, at least by certain women, as particularly masculine, page 6. The physiognomy that is tentatively derived from this, however, turns out to be a mere wish. In my case, the matter would have been all the easier as my middle name, Pierre, would have fitted perfectly with the impression of decisiveness and virility that I would have wanted to convey to the world. End quote. Houellebecq-speaking names, whose inflationary use is probably inspired above all by the oft-referenced Dostoevsky, become names under discussion. In the conflict between the stony Pierre and the floral Florent, the truth of the name ultimately proves to be psychic, insofar as Claude Florent as a crippled or limping flower/blossom is a rather apt paraphrase of the impotent self-declared sissy. The above is, if indicative of readings that negate even the most fulsome praise, still somewhat marginal. Almost every review focuses on the topicality of the work in light of the yellow vests. For example, in Jungle World, even if no one in the novel wears a high-visibility vest, the parallels to the events are clear. End quote. The simplest answer to such omissions is, of course, that every one of Houellebecq's novels anticipated the yellow vests, insofar as each one criticized the dominant milieu and its ideology that gave rise to these protests in the first place. What is meant is a milieu about which its own representative, the journalist and then child protection officer Claire Brissett, blurted out everything in a reckoning with Houellebecq without realizing it. It is scandalous to call prostitution work. At the end of the day, nothing is produced. End quote. You can hardly invent more apt sentences in which this milieu inadvertently describes itself. Of course, one could also come up with the banal idea that protests by dairy farmers preceded the Yellow Vests by years, in other words, that they anticipated them rather than the author. Not to mention the Nuit Debout or Red Cap movements. Yet it seems impossible for the arts pages not to read the novel as a pamphlet. Most reviewers still realize that it is somehow about an antidepressant and the eponymous serotonin, as the first sentence of the work emphasizes once again. It is a small white, oval, divisible tablet. But what they make of it is simply lazy. It is the new psychotropic drug Captrix. Or Labroust is no longer able to produce the eponymous happiness hormone serotonin himself. He therefore has to take an antidepressant. End of quote. However, it is not only the brand but also the mode of action of this drug that is fictitious. Captrix is a serotonin producer in contrast to the conventional and real selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Quote, the first known antidepressants, Seraplex, Prozac, increased serotonin levels in the blood by inhibiting serotonin reuptake through the 5-HT1 receptors. The discovery of Captun-DL in 2017 paved the way for a new generation of antidepressants with an ultimately simpler mode of action, which involves using exocytosis to promote the release of serotonin produced in the gastric mucosa. Page 8. The second sentence is simply gross nonsense, and it would not really be too much to ask for someone to realize that the mode of action invented by Houellebecq neither exists nor can it work. It is not without reason that the blurb mentions the revolutionary new antidepressant Captrix. This works by increasing the release of serotonin. This new mode of action has no function in the text unless it is placed in the context of the end of milk quotas. This leads to the simple conclusion that, while only real existing inhibitors are provided in the psychological sphere, these are not available in the economic sphere, but are instead based on pure production and free trade. The dismantling of milk quotas is therefore a dismantling of milk intake inhibitors. In this way, the analogy points to the potentially fictitious nature of today's idea of free trade. Any reference to Marx's defense of free trade is cheap, because Marx would not have understood at all that the development of the productive forces had not long since led to a revolution. His speech on the question of free trade ended with the following sentences. But in general, the protective tariff system is conservative today, while the free trade system is destructive. It disintegrates the existing nationalities and brings the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to an extreme. In a word, the system of free trade accelerates the social revolution. And it is only in this revolutionary sense, gentlemen, that I vote for free trade. MEW 4. Page 457F. See also Engels' preface to the American publication of this speech under the title Schutzzoll und Freihandel, MEW 21. Pages 360 to 375, which also looks very specifically at the role of the two economic paths and is clearly from the perspective of the necessary revolution. Quote, if a country today adopts free trade, it will certainly not do so as a favor to the socialists, but because free trade has become a necessity for the industrial capitalists. But if it rejects free trade and clings to tariff protection in order to cheat the socialists out of their expected social catastrophe, no one is more cheated than itself. End quote. Even the supporters of free trade could not have imagined some time ago that free trade could one day be directed against Europe itself. To some, it may seem like a just punishment from the West. And yet the ideological partisanship for free trade today primarily means partisanship for China and massive exploitation in the Third World, including the political barbarism that prevails there, or in Macron's words, the alternative of right or left is outdated, our movement is above all one thing progressive. End quote. In view of such omissions, one should not be too amused when someone says today, in a word, the system of protectionism makes it possible to pause. And it is only in this conservative, as well as potentially revolutionary sense, gentlemen, that I vote for protectionism. Marx and Engels always considered protectionism and free trade in concrete terms. The fact that such a view is no longer possible becomes Houellebecq's central object of criticism. In the words of his protagonist, the ideological hurdle is too high. My contacts did not fight for their interests. They were fighting for concepts. For years, I was confronted with people who were prepared to die for freedom of trade. Page 239. The most common adverse side effects observed with Captrix were nausea, loss of libido, impotence. I never suffered from nausea. Page 8. The latter is hardly surprising, since Houellebecq's protagonists never have to worry about the food on their plates, allowing sexual misery to take center stage. The novel becomes materialistic in the protagonist's best and only friend, the Norman nobleman Emeric, in which it is noted that noblemen were always just the biggest peasants with guns. In the personal separation, Houellebecq unfolds the alien proximity, Uli Krug, of utility value and libido, as it is hinted at in all of Houellebecq's works, and as it remains recognizable even in times when the postmodern ego consists only of body and email address. Once again, this name is no coincidence, but a definition of nobility from Amal's brave and Rihi rich. The fact that its bearer is completely impoverished and suicidal counteracts the almost epigraphic sentence. He had died with a weapon in his hand to defend the French peasantry, which had always been the task of the nobility. End of quote. The real surname de Harcourt, on the other hand, is reminiscent of François-Charles de Harcourt, who financed the agrarian fascist Comites de Défense Paysanne, or Green Shirts in the interwar period, which had strong anti-Semitic tendencies. Their enemy par excellence was the Dreyfus family. The family name by no means exhausts itself, but it provides a level of reflection that is completely disregarded in the discussions. In fact, however, the question of violence appears more central than in any of the author's previous novels, but by no means in the way it was described, read, invented, and subsequently criticized at the time. Quote, "At its glowing core, Serotonin is about farmers who either kill themselves or fight the EU and its economic liberalism with heavy guns. Violence is definitely a plausible option in the novel to combat this grievance. When the ego-shooter bourgeois in the guise of the left-wing pro-European hypocrite drives everything against the wall, the nationalist citoyen must take up arms in an act of self-assertion." End of quote. In the ethically superfine journalism of our time, such good news should be scourged like plague, cholera, and gall, and combined. It continues, revealing the contempt for humanity. Well, anyone who writes quite definitely doesn't believe themselves. Not to mention the other stylistic flourishes. Shooting with a gun actually becomes a substitute for ejaculation in the novel, as well as for work and, above all, its refusal in the strike, which in both cases ultimately proves to be necessarily insufficient or a failure. His epilogue to Valerie Solana's Scum Manifesto already stated, "The man is a monkey armed with a machine gun." Interventions, page 134. Despite this, the novel recognizes that violence will take on greater significance in the future, when the means of production, tractors, or even larger machines can only be used as a means of blocking the highways, as they can no longer be used to win in international competition. This, in turn, is a contrast to classic machine strikes, insofar as this machinery has been rendered superfluous by the economic process itself. In this powerlessness to strike, there is indeed a structural anti-Semitic and fascist potential to which Houellebecq referred with the latent allusion to the Green Shirts, without celebrating it in any way. Thomas Hank, the Macron ideologue, exposes the lack of mention of alleged misogyny as a media conspiracy that could conveniently be traced back to one person. Quote, "Bravely, many French critics praise Serotonin, as is expected of them. Houellebecq's publisher Flammarion belongs to a group owned by the prestigious publishing house Gallimard and France's richest man Bernard Arnault. They make la pluie et le beau temps, as they say in France, so they are the masters of rain and sunshine in the French cultural scene, at least in financial terms." End of quote. The same article mocks the conspiracy theories he uses to explain the death of farmers in France. Anyone who uses a word that is clearly reminiscent of the ominous death of bees to describe the decline of the agricultural economy, which is reflected in the suicides of farmers, can also write in Germanic terms. Serotonin reflects the state of mind of many French people. Whether women or the climate, they want to let off steam like Donald Trump, but at the same time appear critical of the system. End quote. It is interesting that no one seems to be bothered by this or ask themselves where these farmers suddenly got a rocket launcher in a country with the strictest gun laws, which has so far mainly been undermined by Islamic banlieue gangs. Presumably because this would be reminiscent of the content of the work. When police officers finally search the farm of the gun-hoarding nobleman, they can be seen thinking that they could be in trouble in the event of serious unrest if all the farmers in the area were similarly armed. Page 256. But obviously they are not, which means that the state will not have any serious problems with revolting farmers for the time being. In addition, of course, postmodern capitalism could not exist at all without massive psychic mediations. Thus, the author's impulse to pick out the dairy industry of all things should be placed in the context of the following sentence. France and perhaps the entire Occident was undoubtedly about to fall back into the oral phase, to use the words of the Austrian clown, page 312. Incidentally, the collapse of milk quotas is also primarily due to the overproduction of pro-European Germany in excess of quotas. It is particularly noteworthy that Houellebecq not only mentions pedophilia, but also describes it for the first time. Until now, only adolescents have been sexual objects in the author's novels. For the first time is not quite right, as Houellebecq had already published an essay on pedophilia in the late 1990s, in which he condemned pedophilia while taking an extremely empathetic stance for the pedophile. What is particularly fatal about this essay, however, is that Houellebecq only succeeds in condemning pedophilia by denying childlike sexuality, i.e. by identifying the latency period with childhood and thus directly participating in the taboo that he himself criticizes. He quite rightly concluded his essay with the words, "That doesn't stop me from finding it ridiculous when people talk about pedophilia when they have affairs with 16 or 17-year-old girls." So as not to be misunderstood, in the separation of childhood and adolescence, Houellebecq naturally has the arguments on his side in terms of a reflection on criminal law as well as in the description of the pathology of pedophilia. When the Taz writes, the novel, however, with its main character Florent Claude, does not play on the idea of the old white man as a creep. It is important to add that he does not do this in the German bird-loving childfucker either. Addressing his victim as mein Liebchen, also in the original French, refers to the damaged tenderness of the German ornithologist and his role as a scapegoat, which is immediately served in the Taz. It continues, the fact that he nevertheless develops a voyeuristic interest in the setting, that he turns tail and runs away instead of confronting the perpetrator or reporting him, makes Florent a confidant and thus an accomplice. End quote. Even a little abstraction would have led to the conclusion that, in relation to the dairy farmers, this rather succinctly depicts the position of the middle class as accomplices and perpetrators, for whom the voyeuristic act is no longer mere interest but rather lust or fear of misery. Again and again, the protagonist thinks of the fugitive German, whose impunity has a further function, since the non-indictment in the literary form still represents an act of civilization, insofar as the protagonist knows about the inhumane prison conditions of pedophiles, which he already brought to the slogan "humiliated and fucked in the ass," page 52, at the beginning of the work. He who can't hurt a bird is psychologically incapable of participating in this completely unacceptable, only semi-informal tightening of punishment, which is welcomed by the masses of society. In the scene in which the protagonist aims his rifle at a bird but is unable to shoot it, instead continuing to observe it with his telescopic sight, he becomes an ornithologist himself, so to speak, in which the basis of empathy is recognized in partial identification. Anyone who is too disturbed by Houellebecq's remarks should definitively dispense with any reference to Adorno, who in Sexualtabus und Recht Hut, Sexual Taboos and Law Today, criticized the underage complex massively and much more harshly than Houellebecq. This quite punishable pause is just as helpless as his everyday protest by driving a diesel and refusing to participate in waste separation. I hadn't done much good in life, but at least I would have done my bit to destroy the planet, page 44. The non-middle-class petty bourgeois here recognizes that it is precisely these green obligations that make up the majority of today's citoyen. At the same time, the protagonist confesses his desire to hold the state to account in the fight against excessive rent increases. For example, the specialist in French cheese production, who sits in front of the television all day, also has an incredible knowledge of literature from Jean-Jacques Rousseau to Marcel Proust, is an objection that at first seems reasonable, but fails to recognize that in the novel Serotonin it says, "I've been reading again for a few weeks," page 279. The temporary inability to read quite accurately reflects the temporary blunting of depression, in which a character is not completely exhausted. Elsewhere it is even said, "The world has never seen an agro-engineer as excessively well-read as this hero of a novel." End quote. Even though the author and narrator are not identified, the reader might have noticed that the author himself is an agricultural engineer. But this reference has to be reversed. This means that the protagonist does not kill himself for the time being, but writes the book, which would also explain the narrator's ostentatious declarations at the beginning of the work, concatenation of circumstances, which I will come to indeed, which constitute the actual subject of this book, page 6. Also borrowed from Proust are the scattered Madeline moments, here above all places that show a similar light as in the happy past. The reviews seem to find it extremely difficult to interpret the ending, although the narrator himself calls it an autofiction. The scattered Madeline moments are also borrowed from Proust, especially places that have a similar light as in the happy past. It can be turned around in that the author is not identical to the narrator, but the narrator becomes the fictional author. The novel ends after a reflection on Proust, most probably, with his own writing. It is a small white, oval, divisible tablet. It creates nothing, and it changes nothing, it interprets. At first glance, it seemed as if the attacks on the editorial offices of Charlie Hebdo and a Jewish supermarket in Paris had caused a rupture in European ideology. If the attacks in Madrid and London were met with a public response that was all the more resolute in its opposition to the USA, and if the threat to the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten in the so-called cartoon controversy could only motivate ideologues to be all the more eager to abandon freedom of expression and the press, a different impression has now emerged, at least in France. The unity, to which François Hollande called, and which manifested itself in the slogan Je suis Charlie and in a funeral march of millions, gave hope for a new self-reflection in the fight against jihad. However, the fact that this had not yet materialized after the attack in Toulouse in March 2012, i.e. that the murder of Jews only led to the Rassemblement Républicain in connection with the attack on a national symbol of press freedom, formed a bleak backdrop for this unity from the outset. After the Iraq War against Saddam Hussein, the ideological cohesion was essentially formed by anti-American resentment. However, since the USA under Obama has done nothing to counter the creeping or open European appeasement towards jihadist forces, and, if one thinks of Iran policy, collaboration with them, this cement has obviously lost its significance, even if so many Middle East experts are at pains to deduce every new attack as a further reaction to the Bush administration's war on terror and Iraq war, and to impress this conclusion on the television public. The attack on the editorial offices of Charlie Hebdo was, of course, of a different nature to the massacres in Madrid and London. It was targeted, intended to strike a nerve with the French public, and was of great symbolic significance. In this respect, it is reminiscent of 9/11 and did not hit France by chance. The country is more exposed than other European states not only because it has the highest number of Muslim inhabitants and the largest Jewish community. The French state has participated more decisively than others in military operations against jihadists, while at home it has long since pushed ahead with secularization under the banner of laicism, even in the face of resistance from Islam. Atheists who make blasphemous jokes about religions have nothing to fear from blasphemy paragraphs in the penal code. So the murdered journalists are honored like fighters of the resistance for good and bad reasons. Unlike the victims in the World Trade Center, they had actually been facing danger for years, faced with the choice of continuing their work in the face of danger or not. The Jews who were murdered in Toulouse or in the kosher supermarket in Paris, however, did not have this choice either. Because they were Jews, they had to face the danger no matter what they did. And it was precisely in this respect that, in view of the coincidence of the two attacks in January 2015, it seemed that the horizon of the resistance ideology, which included suppressing the situation of the Jews, had now been extended. When, after the attacks, the tightened security measures included Jewish institutions in particular, when the notorious comedian Dieudonné was taken into police custody because he had used the attacks to continue his anti-Semitic incitement via Facebook, Je suis Charlie Koulibaly, then it was believed that a new adjustment within the state authorities could be recognized. In their speeches, the president and the prime minister also initially emphasized the anti-Semitic nature of the attacks, although a relativization was not long in coming. In the same speech to the National Assembly, Valls hurriedly explained that one of his closest friends was a devout Muslim and had told him with tears in his eyes that he was ashamed of the murders committed in the name of Islam, and the prime minister affirmed, he neither wanted Muslims to be ashamed nor Jews to be afraid. Such parallelization is symptomatic of the need to continue the old policy without a second thought, as if there were not a fundamental difference between French Jews' fear for their own lives and the shame felt by some Muslims, which is all too reminiscent of that felt by Germans and which is not just a stigma. If we take our cue from Michel Houellebecq's novel SOUMISSION, which was published on the day of the attacks, then we will be all the less likely to believe that Israel's relief through a new self-reflection in Europe is sustainable. As is well known, it deals with the smooth Islamization of France after a representative of the Muslim Brotherhood took over the government. In the past, the author has made no secret of his opinion that Islam is the stupidest of all religions, but now he seems to be formulating something of a counterthesis. It is also capable of the most sophisticated politics. Islam succeeds in doing what both left-wing and right-wing politicians in France and Europe fail to do, presenting the prospect of unity and sovereignty so harmoniously and irresistibly that almost everyone more or less happily submits. The entire novel revels in the presentation of these illusions. It begins with the takeover of power by the Islamic politician Ben Abbas, who only succeeds in his coup because the relevant political forces, both socialists and conservatives, support him in order to prevent Marine Le Pen, and continues with the author simply extrapolating certain subliminal tendencies in today's society, such as the coexistence of civil law and Sharia law, which ultimately opens up the prospect of a harmonious family life with several women for the first-person narrator. However, Houellebecq's description of the initial situation, the impending civil war, and how, in the words of a man from the domestic secret service, the left, paralyzed by its fundamental anti-racism, proves incapable of fighting Ben Abbé or even taking notice of him is particularly impressive. In this respect, Jurg Oltweg is right when he describes the work as a farce of established French anti-fascism. It is a phenomenal, accurate portrait of French society, especially its media and political class, and a description of the French willingness to collaborate. In fact, the intellectuals in the novel are no more heroic than they were under German occupation. The figure of Robert Rediger, a senior official at the new university financed by Saudi Arabia, who tries to win the first-person narrator over to the new regime, is particularly striking. It is presumably an allusion to the French philosopher Robert Rediger, who was threatened with death several times after publishing an article critical of Islam in 2006 and still has to live under police protection today. Rediger has apparently moved closer to the French right in the last 2 years. His new book, Le Soldat Impossible, was published in 2014 by Pierre-Guillaume de Roux Publishing House, which publishes authors such as Alain de Benoist, Richard Millet, and Dominique Venner. In any case, Houellebecq wants to emphasize the inner affinity in the ideas that Islamic and right-wing nationalist ideologues have of society and politics when, in his novel, the supporter of the identitarian movement Robert Rediger mutates into one of the most important intellectual protagonists of the Muslim Brotherhood. It is also Rediger who utters the central sentence of the novel, that the pinnacle of human happiness consists in submission. However, nothing in the form of the portrayal indicates that the new rule under Ben Abbas can in no way refer to Islam itself, but rather to the way in which the wishful fantasies of European citizens imagine a successful policy, and in this respect the novel itself is also based on these illusions. Its very strengths, which lie in the demonstration of the voluntariness of submission, prove to be weaknesses when it comes to the question of violence. Houellebecq shows a society for which Islam would not even need the cruel practice of Sharia law, but his novel lacks the fascination that in reality underlies voluntariness. The longing in every citizen to overcome the external crisis and internal contradictions through immediate coercion and a violence that is not curbed by any abstract law, and this is probably the real reason why the German feuilleton in particular was so enthusiastic about the new novel. It is as if the idea of a gentle transition, as the Islamization of France is described in SOUMISSION, is unconsciously guided by the fear that overwhelms the narrator's ego at the beginning, in the face of the impending civil war. But until just now, I had at least hoped to leave this world without excessive violence. End quote. The blind spot that this creates as the novel progresses concerns the character himself, a literature professor named François, who thus fails to explain why he ultimately hopes to find his inner peace not in Catholicism but in Islam. As Houellebecq has mentioned, the novel as a whole was originally intended to be about the literary scholar's conversion to Catholicism and was entitled Conversion, and perhaps this is precisely why the description of François' sexual needs and experiences, which is somewhat conventionally pornographic in places and which in itself may also provoke Catholic Philistines rather than Muslims, takes up so much space, because Houellebecq shies away from that longing for destructiveness. It is obvious that this author could be the next victim of the jihadists at any time. On the other hand, in the aesthetically unbroken perspective of this first-person narrator, it seems as if the pacification of society itself could not succeed any better than without violence. As convincing as the university professor's adaptation to the new circumstances is described, as plausible as the corresponding scenes from their private lives are, the novel shows itself to be just as diluted where it paints the political and economic circumstances. The analogy with the country under German occupation, which Oltweg emphasizes, could also be coherent at this level of the plot only if the entire events were alienated to the wishful fantasy of an intellectual. After all, the pacification of France under the rule of National Socialism was only possible in the midst of a war of annihilation. Islam in power, as presented by Houellebecq, appears in a word as an ideal leviathan, Under the new head of government, the country is prescribed a kind of positive Morgenthau plan on an Islamic basis. A single success story. Unemployment is being curbed by women leaving the labor market, which in turn is linked to the considerable increase in family allowances. Apparently everything here is also based on voluntarism. But not even the budget deficit should increase as a result. The increase in family allowances is completely compensated for by the drastic reduction in the education budget. Compulsory schooling ends after primary school, and it is advised to take up a skilled trade afterwards. Here, too, there is clearly no need for coercion. Without there being any returns from the oil business, such as in Iran or Saudi Arabia, a promising third way is opening up for this fantasized France, in which the separation between capital and labor is abolished and the economy is converted to family businesses. Industrial sites will be closed and agriculture and crafts will be able to hold their own. The fact that productivity would collapse as a result is not worthy of reflection in the novel, although it would require more advanced literary forms than the journalistic jargon in which Houellebecq has his characters argue. The possible parallel with the Islamization of Turkey under Erdogan, which can be credited to the novel, proves to be misleading here in particular, as the starting point in terms of productivity is completely different in France. The man from the Domestic Intelligence Service assures us that a Europe united by the new, Islamic France will undoubtedly continue to be one of the world's leading economic powers. It is also ridiculous in this context when it is reported as a serious assumption that the new government will become independent of Saudi oil in the short term through financial aid for electric cars. In any case, Ben Abbès is striving for the real unification of Europe under his leadership by shifting the center of gravity to the south and bringing Turkey, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and Egypt on board. In the course of the novel, we increasingly lose sight of the fact that, unlike in the Middle East, jihad in Europe means the disintegration into rackets and that it is precisely the unleashing of terror by these rackets that acts as a communal delusion. In contrast to the Muhammad cartoons by Charlie Hebdo, which provoke Muslims from the outset, regardless of their aesthetic quality, so to speak, simply by depicting Muhammad, Houellebecq's novel is therefore essentially not a provocation of Islam, but of the French public. Only France has reason to issue a fatwa against Houellebecq, Oltweg wrote at the end of his review, without even mentioning the novel's weaknesses. It is therefore not surprising that Jürgen Elsässer holds Houellebecq's novel in such high regard. Elsässer is not fighting Islam as such as an extreme form of immaturity and a barbaric reaction to the crises of modernity, in whichever country and whenever it may have prevailed. Rather, he has no objection to Islam at all if it were limited to countries that have always been Islamic. So Elsässer reads Houellebecq's novel through the eyes of the Front National. He enjoys the satire on the racist anti-racist opponents, but can't really find fault with Ben Abbès' political program, except that Ben Abbès is not called Jürgen Elsässer, promotes religious education too much instead of German workmanship, and perhaps that he introduces polygamy. In any case, under his rule, homosexuals and the USA cannot usurp sovereignty, and as we know, that is the main problem for Elsässer. Of course, this fact plays no role whatsoever in the religious agitation against the author. Houellebecq was and is just as much a target of terror as the editors of Charlie Hebdo due to his earlier statements and the campaigns launched against his new novel long before its publication, which ultimately also determined the largely negative reception in France. One could also say that the ongoing agitation refutes even the pacification scenario of his novel, although perhaps at some point, when the waves of the scandal have calmed down, more shrewd followers of Muhammad could possibly integrate the work into their propaganda as a self-disarmament of the author and direct confirmation of true Islam. The cover of the Charlie Hebdo issue, which appeared on the day of the attack, also expressed this in its ambivalence. It shows Houellebecq with the words, N 2015 JE Perds MES Dents, N 2022 JE Face Ramadan. In 2015 I'll lose my teeth.
JE 2022 BUG MJD.
There is, however, one theme in the novel where the trivializing portrayal of Islam, which certainly goes back to the parallelization with Catholicism, becomes so flimsy that it almost exposes itself. That is the situation of the Jews. It is also expressed most convincingly in the sphere of private life, namely in the form of Miriam, the first-person narrator's girlfriend, who goes to Israel with her parents and from whose reports one can gather how the situation there is coming to a head again. Right at the beginning, the clairvoyant Secret Service employee predicts that Ben Abbès and the left will quickly agree on a clearer condemnation of Israel. Later, it is reported that the new president is careful to maintain a good relationship with the Grand Rabbi of France, but perhaps he will loosen the reins on his extremists from time to time. Basically, he wants the Jews to decide voluntarily to leave France and emigrate to Israel, but he certainly has no intention of jeopardizing his personal ambitions, just so that the Palestinian people will make eyes at him. But this should be the center of the narrative. From here, the novel could have broken through the falsifying reinterpretation of Islam as a pacifying force by revealing that the new Islamic miracle ruler, instead of so confidently using hatred of the Jews as a tactic, is driven by the anti-Semitic hatred of the masses. For in political reality, Islam is only able to create unity through this hatred, unity that aims at annihilation. To the extent that Michel Houellebecq avoids such dynamics of anti-Semitic projection as well as the disintegration tendencies of political sovereignty, his novel may sound like amusing background music to the true masters of productivity and the crisis in Europe, while they organize the mourning for the victims of terror together with the Muslim Brotherhood. No one will be less surprised by this than Houellebecq, because he knows France is nostalgic, dreaming of its lost sovereignty and independence. Germany is melancholic, it would prefer to dissolve into European nirvana. Michel Houellebecq in an interview with Der Spiegel. I Know Nothing, October 2015.